You're not going to be a dictator, are you? I said, no, 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 other than day one.
Donald Trump has successfully moved the Overton window in a way that is as dangerous for the future of democracy in this country as anything else.
This is what Vought and Project 2025 wanted.
Gavin Newsom he's daring Tom Homan to come and arrest him. Should he do it? I would do it if I were Tom. I think it's great.
They control the Congress, they control the White House, and they control the courts. And so, of course, they're massively overreaching. And yes, they are getting away with it right now.
This is clearly a man who cannot tolerate criticism of him or what he does, which is exactly what authoritarianism is all about.
The New York Times is just as fake as CNN and MSDNC. They really are the enemy of the people.
What he is saying, rather bluntly, if you stand up to Donald Trump, he will punish you.
Protesters in Philadelphia, state capitals in California, Minnesota, Michigan, Texas, Wisconsin, Indiana, and others showed up to oppose Trump, Musk, and Project 2025.
US and President Trump has overseen America's largest military parade in decades as nationwide protests take place against his leadership.
Demonstrations are happening right across the United States today to oppose the Trump administration.
Two visions of America. On a day the country's deepening divide was there for all the world to see.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Logically Left. I am your host, Chef Waldorf, and I am on this space today. So I'm glad to be here. As always, every Wednesday, I do the stream here over on this space. So those of you who came from my channel to join me, welcome. It'll be the same kind of show, the same kind of commentary that is going to be hard-hitting, etc. The same kind of explanations that I tend to do. Which, yes, drone on a little long, but I tend to be thorough. Not enough people do that. So welcome in, by the way, and those of you here on this space joining us for the first time, thank you. Welcome. You're going to love the show, okay? Not so much the subject material because it is all disastrous, okay? We got the YouTube age verification law, okay? Not law, but YouTube age verification changes that have come to the platform that are making people not very happy. Understandably so. I'm going to give you some of the reasons there that people are very upset about this change. Then we are going to talk about Gavin Newsom doing something that I approve of, making fun of Donald Trump. Oh, wow. Strange. We've got that. He's not exactly my favorite politician on the Democratic side, but he's doing something correct. So I got to give him credit, credit where credit is due. Okay. Going after fascism. And then we have the Trump Bureau of Labor Statistics nominee, person that will take over. He's looking to get rid of the jobs reports. Because there were a couple of really bad jobs reports for Donald Trump. We've got that story. And also, we're going to talk about what he wants to do with Social Security. Not a surprise there. We have the DC takeover. I'm going to talk about that as well. And how corporate lobbyists, you're not going to be surprised that it's business leaders and, the business community that was calling for fascism. And Trump has delivered. So that is horrific. And then we have Utah, a state that has banned gender-affirming care for kids. The state of Utah, their health report, okay, on gender-affirming care for transgender youth came out. And, we're going to go over some of the findings on that. Okay, so interesting stuff there. All right, that said, let's do it. Let's dive into the show. And the dog collecting community is not pleased about the AI age guest thing. It was already hard enough to get YouTube to believe that videos about children's toys were actually for an adult audience. Yeah, I mean, we're going to go through a lot of that stuff, but yeah, it's ridiculous. In fact, that is where we're going to start out with the first story. Oh, yeah. Tens of thousands of YouTubers are not happy with Google's plan to require age verification on the popular video platform, the platform that I am currently on. Now, some of the responses there criticize not only the fact that they're doing age verification in the first place, but how they're doing it using AI to attempt to detect underage users in the United States. As of Wednesday morning, there was a petition that hit over 70,000 signatures, about 20,000 over its original goal of 50,000 signatures, so it's a lot. There's also another similar petition that hit about 23,000 signatures as of this morning. So what are people mad about? So let's get into the details about this, right? Well, for one, using AI to analyze your entire watch history and online behavior. It will then the AI uses those metrics to try to guesstimate your age. And look, we've all heard of AI hallucination before. This will only add to it, hallucinating that, 30-year-olds are actually 12. Oh, yeah. So now look, when you're on YouTube in your own profile, you can set your own age. Google apparently set this AI up this way because there are people out there that lie about their age. Yes, we know that does happen. Okay. It's a tale as old as time. Okay. Not a surprise. But what sucks about this system is that it will override the age that you put on your own account if it believes that you are underage, that you were lying. Say you watch something that might be for considered to be for kids, and then suddenly, it thinks that you're 6 years old. Okay, weird, right? Now, what happens if that happens? Well, you get locked out. Okay, you get locked out of content that is flagged for not for kids, which is there's a lot of content that is not for kids. And how can you fix that? Well, you can by uploading a picture of your government-issued ID. Which, of course, puts your private personal information at risk with no actual tangible benefit to doing so. Look, age verification is one of those ideas that sounds okay in theory and is a noble goal. I want to protect the kids, got to protect the children from the bad stuff online. But of course, it often does not work as advertised. Okay. And it gives these giant corporations your personal data, which they can then sell to third parties if they want to and make a lot of money. So that's a problem. Privacy experts previously told Ars Technica that YouTube's age checks are concerning, but they went forward with it anyway. Now, a YouTube spokesperson told Ars that the company, quote, does not retain data from a user's ID or payment card for the purposes of advertising. Oh, I don't believe them. I don't trust them at all. Yes, I know. Look, again, I don't trust them, and nobody does either. Okay. Look, one expert had told Ars before, YouTube does not specifically or does not specify how any of the data received from users incorrectly labeled as teens will be used or how long it will be stored. It would be nice to have a little bit of transparency, especially since we are the ones that are required to be transparent and to give up our literal ID. I mean, seriously. Again, they're a giant corporation. There is no way that they will not actually use this information to sell it to advertisers. They all already do it. They all already do it. Okay, Facebook, yes, Meta takes our personal information, sells it to advertisers. Google, how do you think they get those personalized ads? Okay, But again, there's other concerns, right? The other concern comes from people who are obviously adults, but might watch, for example, online cartoons, okay? Gaming channels, okay? Content that might be considered to be immature. Because let's be honest, I'm a millennial, right? We have a lot of comfort shows, okay? Because, you know, our lives are filled with existential dread. We grew up, you know, recessions and wars and stuff. And you know what? Some of us like to go back to the comfort of our own childhoods for a little bit, little while to get away from the garbage that is our current reality. So yes, if you're a 30-year-old, you're 40-year-old, and you want to watch some freaking SpongeBob, you should be able to do that without having to, you know, then later on prove that you're an adult to an AI. Because you decided to have a little bit of comfort for once. That sucks, okay? I mean, again, the result of this is watching those shows and doing those things is going to get you flagged. And then, oh, look, you got to hand over your personal private data that could be leaked or breached just to be able to unlock your account to watch adult stuff. I mean, it's ridiculous. Look, and on another note, by the way, I've been a YouTube partner for about 10 years now. Every time they roll out these changes, it's a mess. It's a complete disaster. Their engineering team, okay? Look, their engineering team tries all sorts of new things, but because this is an old platform, it's been around for quite some time, a lot of these changes can break a lot of other things. This, I believe, will be no different, okay? Especially now with the use of AI, which is not accurate. Experts noted that even the best age estimation software usually misses it by about 2 years, okay? A 2-year window on each side, okay? YouTubers between 16 and 20 may accidentally be susceptible to incorrect age estimations by this AI. So now that we know some of the problems here, I want to share some of the response to this. Starting with the person who created this petition that has gotten over, again, 70,000 signatures. Now, it comes from an anonymous user called Leftist Gaming, okay? And now his channel looks into video game lore, which consequently is right up my alley. Let me tell you what, I am a nerd. I love video games. I love video game lore. I am super into Fallout, for example, right? The Fallout universe. And so I'm looking up lore on my spare time. Yes, that's what I do with my time. Judge me if you want. I don't give a shit. Okay? Anyway, he told ours that YouTube's appeal process, quote, raises major privacy concerns. Yes. Where is that sensitive data stored? How secure is it? If YouTube suffers a breach, people's names, IDs, and faces could end up in the wrong hands. And of course, that would create an issue of people stealing each other's identities. Big problem. Big problem. Leftist also takes issue with the AI system itself, which runs in the background, constantly scanning every user's viewing habits. Which, yeah, that sounds a lot like Big Brother, okay? Because look, all these platforms are known to have shared information with the government, specifically with law enforcement. I remember when Facebook got in trouble for sharing data about people talking about having abortions and sharing that with law enforcement in states that have banned abortion. So yes, privacy concerns are a real problem. And several commenters on the petition also noted that the age checks seem to be created mainly as a way to appease lazy parents, lazy conservative parents. Let's be very clear. One of the ones who are not willing to take the time out to police their own kids' viewing habits, but are worried. We're so worried that they're going to run into pro-LGBTQ content, right? YouTube's transgender kids. You got to know that that's what it's about. Okay. So like, okay. We'll just put in some, verification stuff so that your kid doesn't accidentally run into a pro LGBTQ plus video or something. That's really what it's about. Okay. Look, one person asked though, hey, isn't this why they made YouTube Kids? Yeah. Yeah. Even without requesting ID, why isn't AI coming through every single video I watch? Said Griftus. As an adult, I should be able to watch what I want within the law. And if the viewer is a child, that responsibility belongs to their parents, not a corporation. Bingo. Boom. Mic drop. It's over. That's a great reason. Okay. That is a great reason. I couldn't agree more. Now, he also says, to a lot of people, this feels like mass surveillance and censorship under the banner of protecting kids. Where have we seen that one before? Where have we seen that one before? Oh, yeah, pretty much every terrible law that takes away people's rights and freedoms is always presented through the veneer of, well, we got to do this to protect the kids. Protect the children. Except when it comes to, mass shootings, guns in schools, etc. Then we're not so much protect the children. Oh, don't even get me started on trans children, right? Because they certainly, the right wing does not want to protect them at all. They want them to be dead. That's the reality here. Okay. Now, Griftus then told ours, people want a free open internet without having their activities constantly tracked or filtered. Yes. Now, here's the thing, right? So there are places that have already passed age verification laws. What does the research say about that? They don't work. Period. Researchers led by David Lang of Stanford University's Polarization and Social Change Lab looked at Google Trends data from the states that had passed these laws and found that, for one, users would actually go out of their way to avoid sites that complied with those age verification laws. Oh, you would think, well, isn't that a good thing? Isn't that the whole point? No, because it turns out they instead would go to, well, websites that didn't comply. Okay. So they would seek out sites that do not comply with those age verification laws, which, again, could lead to some issues. Okay. Not only that, but researchers also found that age verification laws linked to an increase in searches for VPNs to kind of get around that whole thing. Yeah. Zev Sanderson, executive director of New York University Center for Social Media and Politics, and one of the paper's researchers, wrote, while age verification laws may successfully reduce traffic to regulated platforms, they also appear to drive users toward potentially less regulated and more dangerous alternatives. Whoops! Which would appear to completely undercut the stated goal of these laws, which is supposedly to protect young people from dangerous online content. Instead, you are not only steering them towards more dangerous online content, but steering everyone to that dangerous online content, the unregulated stuff. Congratulations. You done played yourself. Good job. Look, here's the thing. Nothing can replace a parent that monitors their kids' online activities. Okay. Now, I understand that in this world, not everyone is able to do that. I empathize with that. But that does not mean that these big corporations and AI should be forced to take over that responsibility, especially when you have all of these privacy concerns that go along with this stuff. I think that what we should do is keep the system the way it is, because if it's not broke, don't fix it, right? And stop trying to, and this was what frustrates me the most, stop trying to shoehorn AI into everything, especially one that is sucking up all the water and electricity, making our electricity bills go higher, all in order to, demand that you show it a government ID because you happen to be a 30-year-old who decides to watch some SpongeBob to blow off some steam, now YouTube thinks you're 12. F off. This is not the technology that we need or want, okay? The future, once again, and I've said this before, the future has gotten just stupid. And by the way, I'm also an Elder Scrolls lore, so I saw that comment in the chat, and I just wanted to back that up and say, yes, I am also an Elder Scrolls lore nerd, so I love it. It's so good. If I'm into something, I'm looking up the background lore. I know more about background lore of games than most people forget. And I also forget it. Okay. All right. Let's move on here. And give credit where credit is due. California Governor Gavin Newsom is trolling President Trump by posting his response to Texas's gerrymandering idea, okay, by mimicking Trump's posting style. Now, look, Trump is deeply afraid of his party losing the House of Representatives in the midterms, and so he has ordered them to rig their congressional maps to give Republicans a massive advantage. I mean, these maps are so gerrymandered that it would give Republicans an extra 5 seats in Texas. Now, these maps are usually redrawn once every 10 years after the census is completed, but which means, by the way, last time they did the census and redrew these maps was 2020. Meaning that it should not be done. The next census, it should not be done until 2030. And these maps, and this is important here, okay? The drawing of these congressional maps is literally in the Constitution. And so that's kind of important too. If you're a so-called constitutional conservative, you know, you pretend to care about what's in that document, even though it's likely that if you are a constitutional conservative, you only know about the Second Amendment, and that's about it. Well, anyway, here's the thing. Trump and his lackeys don't care about the Constitution, okay? They don't care. They really don't. They don't care if redrawing the congressional maps every 10 years is in there, because they're authoritarians, they're fascists, and they just don't care about law or reality, okay? They're into rigging elections by making sure that even if Democratic turnout in their states is massive, you get a massive blue wave, that Republicans will still end up winning seats because of the way that these districts are drawn. Period. This is not a new problem, by the way. Gerrymandering has existed for a long time. In fact, Democrats have also used gerrymandering to their advantages as well. So let's be honest about that, right? And look, we've seen it within recent years, for example, in New York, to basically remove progressives, to pit other progressives in New York in these districts against each other. Okay? And so, yes, Democrats have used it. Now, though, because Trump is doing what he's doing, there are Democrats that are now seeing this as a problem. And okay, great. All right, and finally, thanks for getting to the party. You're here a little bit late, but at least you're here, and you actually want to fight fire with fire. Let's do that. Yes. In fact, on Monday, Newsom had sent a letter to Trump asking him to call off his, quote, unprecedented mid-decade hyperpartisan gerrymander to rig the upcoming midterm elections, and warned that if you will not stand down, I will be forced to lead an effort to redraw the maps in California to offset the rigging of maps in red states. But he said, if the other states call off their redistricting efforts, we will happily do the same, and American democracy will be better for it. Wow. Now, big shocker. Okay. Trump obviously ignored Newsom's strongly worded letter. And so the following day, Newsom posted this. Donald Taco Trump, as many call him, missed the deadline. California will now draw new, more beautiful maps. They will be historic as they will end the Trump presidency. Dems take back the House. Big press conference this week with powerful Dems and Gavin Newsom, your favorite governor. That will be devastating for MAGA. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Look, let me just start. Okay, for the record, I am not a big fan of Gavin Newsom. I'm really not. I think the fact that he threw trans people under the bus was absolutely abhorrent. Okay, how he's been treating homeless people in the state, not good. Okay, I don't like that either. So, again, Newsom's got a lot of problems. That said, I do approve of this message. Okay, why? Why do I do? Why? Because mocking Donald Trump works. It gets under his skin. Look, getting mad does not work against MAGA. Showing them that you're upset, like, for example, about the rampant human rights abuses, that only fuels them. They love that. Okay. They remember their number one goal, okay, is to trigger the libs. They want to see you get upset. So mocking them, though, that really pisses them off. Okay. Because they end up melting like little snowflakes. All right. That's it. Remember, fascists hate being called fascist. Okay. For the most part. Now, there are some that gleefully agree and say, oh, yes, go ahead and call me that. Yeah, that's great. But most of them don't. Racists hate being called racist. That's why they melt down all the time when you actually point out when they're being racist. I mean, look, again, these are the people that are like, why are you being so mean to me? The left, they're so mean. What happened to the tolerant left, everybody? After they had posted something about calling on, posted a call to do eugenics against disabled people. Okay. And you call them out for it. And then they're like, oh, why are you so mean to me? Got to understand that the tolerant left, we are not that. I am very anti-fascism. Okay, I am intolerant of fascism, racism, sexism, and transphobia. I can go on too. There are plenty of things that I am very intolerant of that the right wing is engaging in right now. So get mad. So at the end of the day, my point is mocking them for their backwards and shitty beliefs. It's not only the right thing to do, but it's also kind of fun. Now, back to Newsom, right? So now he's not only mocking Donald Trump with those posts, but, he's also fighting fire with fire. And I can appreciate that, even though I am not one of his fans. Okay. I am not a Newsom fan. I do not want him running to be, the Democratic nominee in 2028. Okay. I think he's way too pro-corporate, way too in the pockets of the real estate industry, et cetera, et cetera. Doing the whole transphobia thing. I hate it. But nonetheless, I can appreciate this approach because he's actually starting to get it right. He's one of the few Democrats who actually knows how to fight fire with fire. So, there you go. Now, there are other Democratic states, by the way, that have also vowed to retaliate if Texas goes through with their redistricting. For example, New York and Illinois. Okay. Now, that, of course, prompted Republicans to do this, to start talking about doing this in Ohio and Indiana. And so it's turning into a gerrymandering arms race, which is not good. That sucks for democracy, actually. The consequences for all of this, if we get into this gerrymandering arms race, are not good for the country overall. But you can thank Donald Trump and Greg Abbott of Texas for it. Now, Newsom isn't done, of course. After Florida Governor Ron DeSantis went on Fox News to claim that California's redistricting commission, which draws up the maps, it's a nonpartisan commission, was nothing more than a ruse, and that California is so gerrymandered. Really? Okay. Even though that, again, this commission tries to make the most fair maps, and it's just that more Democrats live in the cities, okay? And so there is more Democratic representation in those cities. Sad day for you. Newsom hit back at DeSantis as well, saying, quote, "The thirst queen has emerged." Wow. "We will not be lectured on democracy by someone who lost to a cartoon mouse with loves." To which I say, let him fight. Let him fight. Okay. All right. Moving on. Oh boy. Isn't that good? With the Trump regime expecting massively negative economic consequences as a result of their economic policies, Trump's nominee for the Bureau of Labor Statistics, E.J. Antoni, has suggested that he may just, axe the monthly jobs report altogether, at least for now. Now, he had went on Fox News to say, and this was earlier this month, August 4th, how on earth are businesses supposed to plan, or how is the Fed supposed to conduct monetary policy when they don't know how many jobs are being added or lost in our economy? It is a serious problem that needs to be fixed immediately. But wait a minute. That's what the whole jobs report does. It shows how many jobs are added or lost. He further went on to say, quote, "Until it is corrected, the BLS should suspend issuing monthly job reports." Okay. Major decision makers from Wall Street to DC rely on these numbers, and a lack of confidence in the data has far-reaching consequences. You know who only has a lack of confidence in the data? Trump. Because the job numbers were not great. Look, the last head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics was fired by Trump because of a string of very poor jobs reports that showed us gaining a lot less jobs than he was hoping for. In fact, look, the job reports accurately illustrated how badly Trump is ruining the economy. Okay, it's not good. Inflation is up, unemployment's up, wages, yes, they went up slightly, but are going to be offset by Trump's import taxes, and already are, actually. Companies are actually slashing jobs. In fact, about 65,000 jobs were cut in July. That's the biggest decrease since 2020. And we all know what happened in that year. Okay, so Trump's not doing very well on the economy. Okay, but apparently his lackeys are all chalking it up to bad data. They're just making Donald Trump look bad by actually, giving accurate data. Now, of course, U.S. chief economist Joe Bruzelis told Axios, quote, "That would be a serious mistake in my estimation, getting rid of those jobs reports, and it would only fuel critiques of a politicization of job market data and likely result in volatility across asset classes." So basically, that's simply, simplified, meaning no business is going to trust that anymore. The business community is going to trust that anymore. And so can't really make hiring decisions or firing decisions or accurate decisions whatsoever, because we're not going to be able to trust the jobs data, because Donald Trump didn't trust the job data before because it made him look bad. Jeez. Now, Bruzelis also told Axios, quote, "One gets the sense that comments like that are going to cause U.S. senators to question his wisdom, qualifications, and suitability for the job. Yes, probably. But at the same time, it doesn't matter because J.D. Vance is probably going to do a tiebreaker vote. It's going to be all on party lines. Okay. And that's the reality. That's the reality. Now, another question of this guy's qualifications and suitability is the fact that this guy was the Heritage Foundation's chief economist. And I think right there, that reason alone should immediately invalidate his qualifications. Period. Now, if that's not enough, by the way, critics have also pointed out that in an October 2024 paper, Antony claimed that the U.S. had been in a recession for 2 years since 2022. A recession. Wait a minute. That was basically the job bounce back, the economic bounce back that was happening under Biden. Now, I've been a critic, by the way, of that, of a lot of that stuff. Okay. But at the same time, you can't argue that things were better. We're getting better. We're in the process of getting better. We were not in a recession. Okay. We were not a recession at all. And that's just one of the issues, by the way, with him. Okay. Because if you're not convinced that he's a bad choice for the job, well, here's his thoughts on Social Security.
The idea that Social Security can go on forever is just a mathematical fiction. It simply can't. What you need to do is have some kind of transition program where, unfortunately, you'll need a generation of people who pay Social Security taxes but never actually receive any of those benefits. And that sounds harsh, but unfortunately, that's the price to pay for unwinding a Ponzi scheme that was foisted on the American people by the Democrats in the 1930s.
Okay, so for one, Social Security, not a Ponzi scheme, okay? And number two, he just wants people to pay into it and not get any benefits back. That's horrifying. What you could do, because I know that there is an issue with the trust fund running out, which means in 2030 or 2032, I'm not sure of the year anymore because of the changes from Trump's tax law. But basically, the trust fund will run out and then benefits will be only paid. About 80% of benefits will continue to be paid. Now, there is a way to shore up Social Security. How? Lifting the cap on what rich people pay into that system. Do that and we'll be solvent forever. Okay. But that would involve rich people paying more. And they don't want to do that. Okay. No, here's the thing. The plan that people like this and the Heritage Foundation have for Social Security is to privatize it, to basically hand it over to Wall Street and crypto bros. That's really it. And if they crash the market, which they seem to do with frightening regularity, well, there goes your retirement. Oh, what retirement? You're out there eating cat food in a box somewhere. That's really it. That's what retirement before Social Security looked like. And Republicans are bringing it back. They're bringing it back. Look, getting back to Trump, though, what he wants to do is to get rid of any reports that are not flattering to him, obviously. And that's what dictators do. They restrict information from the public that is not politically correct. That's what this is. This is if you were against PC culture, political correctness, like all these Republicans claim to have been against, this is an example of actual political correctness. Not releasing these jobs reports because they look bad for dictator in chief. That's political correctness right there. Okay. And again, the fact that he admits that, yeah, I would like to axe these monthly reports until they figure out a way to fudge the numbers to make Trump look good, which I think that is their plan. Well, it tells you everything you need to know about who they are. Yes, raise the cap on Social Security. That would keep it solvent. Exactly. It would fund it forever. Okay. Speaking of dictators, here we go. With the military now occupying Washington, D.C., and literally harassing people for smoking on their own porch, we find out that it was corporate lobbyists who had been egging on the president to take over the nation's capital. According to a report on Tuesday posted in the Lever, these lobbyists, in some cases, had posed as small business owners allegedly besieged by crime. Now, an example of that came in the form of a letter published by Axios with the headline, Downtown DC Business Leaders Demand Crime Solutions. Yes, we are small businesses that are being infected by crime, and we want Trump to do something. We want him to send in the troops. Now, it turns out that it ain't mom and pop shops. Oh, no. The Lever notes that far from being a group of beleaguered small businesses, the letter signatories included some of the biggest trade groups on K Street. Quote, the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, which boasts its status as the largest business organization in the world, the National Retail Federation, a powerful retail alliance representing giants like Walmart and Target, definitely not your small businesses, right? Airlines for America, which represents major U.S. airlines, among many others. These lobbying juggernauts had spent tens of millions of dollars every year lobbying federal lawmakers to get their way in Washington, and one of the things that they wanted was more police presence in D.C. They wanted this police crackdown, and now they've got it. That is despite the fact that crime is actually at a 30-year low in the city. As a press release from the U.S. Attorney's Office released on July 3rd, 2025, stated, homicides in D.C. are down 32%, robberies down 39%, armed carjackings down 53%. I know, you should tell that to big balls, right? I'm sorry. I know it's not a funny situation, but it's also kind of funny. Assaults with a dangerous weapon down 27% when compared with 2023 levels. And yet, with crime down, these lobbying groups for gigantic corporations are like, you know what we need in DC? We need some authoritarian fascism. That's right. Here's the reality of the situation. Business leaders, the business community, has and always will support fascism. Why? Because it helps them. In fascism, they get tax cuts and deregulation, while they're able to watch the cops crush any protests that might be against, I don't know, low wages and bad working conditions. Now, in DC, by the way, business groups and police unions have helped to thwart efforts from the DC City Council to try to rewrite the city's criminal code to eliminate some of the outdated provisions that they have. For example, getting rid of some of the mandatory minimum sentences and to even reduce sentences for some non-violent offenses. They didn't like that, though. Okay. These business communities. Oh, no. Now, doing all that would actually have a benefit of reducing the prison population. It's funny because in America, we call ourselves the land of the free, right? While having the most people in prison. That doesn't make any sense, does it? But actually, when you look at it from the business perspective, it does. You see, slavery is legal when you use prison labor. That's right. See, slavery was abolished except for one particular group, and that, my friends, is prisoners. Prison labor is completely legal. And guess who that benefits? Corporations, of course. Not only that, but for-profit prisons, they get paid for every person that is put behind bars. That is a perverse incentive that incentivizes tough on crime laws in order to fill those prison beds, which fills prison CEOs' pockets. Ah, yes. And look, DC Mayor Muriel Bowser had vetoed those reforms back in 2023, but she was overridden by the city council. However, Democrats, they turned around and helped Republicans pass a law that killed those reforms, which was signed by then President Joe Biden, who was the tough on crime president. I know. That is just look, if you're on a diet of only watching Fox News and right-wing talking points, you'd be like, oh, tough on crime president Joe Biden. No, he loves crime. Yes, he loves crime. He's out there doing crime right now. Yeah, he's criming with those gangs. He's showing up and doing all sorts of crime all the time. Just crime everywhere. Crime. Yeah, if you're watching propaganda, okay. But that's not the reality, okay? No, Democrats are actually way tougher on crime than Republicans because we literally have a criminal in office right now. Mr. 34 felonies, okay? They're doing crime all the time. The crime, turns out, it's coming from inside the house. The call is the White House. So, yes, Democrats are a barrier to criminal justice reform. And they will always, as a party, defend mass incarceration and the protection of these very same corporations that profit off of jailing and brutalizing the people. In fact, in 2024, groups like the Chamber of Commerce had pushed something called the Secure DC Bill in City Council, which had expanded pretrial detentions, weakened restrictions on chokeholds, and limited public access to police disciplinary records. Because how dare you find out if a police officer has, been caught brutalizing people before, doing police brutality? Business groups, however, which again, donate to Democrats too, a lot of these changes is necessary to fight their post-pandemic, which, by the way, we're still in it. We've never actually left the pandemic. Crime spike that DC was experiencing, even though, as I had mentioned before, crime rates in DC have fallen to historic lows. But see, it doesn't matter because at the end of the day, it is not about fighting crime. Never has been. And in fact, in a statement on Monday, the DC Chamber of Commerce described itself as a strong supporter of the Home Rule Act, which Trump used to enact this federal takeover. The Washington Business Journal had quoted multiple consultancy executives, including Yaman Koskum. Whoa, that's a bit of a Freudian slip there. He explained that it is about time somebody did something to make DC great again. And Kirk McLaren, who said, if local leaders won't protect residents and businesses, let's see if the federal government will step in to do what's necessary to create a safe and prosperous city. Look, again, it's not about safety. It is not about fighting crime. What it's about is crushing protests and to scare the average working person to basically staying in line, keeping their heads down, going to work while fascism takes over every facet of our waking lives. The economic elites love fascism. And so when I tell you that, this is exactly what I mean. And yes, they will absolutely lie in order to promote fascism, pretending to be mom and pop shops facing, crime, so much crime, when in reality, these are the companies that actually commit the biggest crimes in America, the ones that cost working class people the most, which is the biggest crime in America is wage theft. That's right. Every year, millions of workers, working class people, law abiding, go in every day, work their asses off across this country, and their bosses steal from them, steal from their paychecks. Okay? These workers are not paid the full wages to which they are legally entitled for the work that they have done. They're doing what they're supposed to do. Whether it be not paying, legal minimum wage to their workers, paying them less, actually, not paying overtime that they are owed, making workers work off the clock so they don't get paid, taking away their legally entitled meal breaks, literally stealing money from their paychecks, or intentionally misclassifying them as independent contractors to try to avoid having to pay them benefits or overtime, or to, again, avoid paying them minimum wage. Look, it is estimated that workers throughout this country lose about $15 billion annually from just minimum wage violations alone. Wage theft is the largest amount of theft in this country. Nobody talks about it. Nobody talks about the billions of dollars stolen from workers by their employers every single year. That is a crime. Mainstream media never talks about that. Oh, no, of course not. Local news never talks about wage theft. Never. You know what they talk about? They talk about crime consistently all the time. Crime. Local news is what you tune into to hear about the local crime wave that isn't actually happening. Okay. Again, if it bleeds, it leads. And of course, that's what they do. And a lot of these local news stations, by the way, are also owned by, well, you guessed it, right-wing organizations. Sinclair Broadcasting, which is a propaganda outlet that is promoting Trump and right-wing, basically the right wing, okay, and their talking points. And so that's it. So yes, mainstream media doesn't talk about wage theft. Right-wing media never talks about wage theft. Right-wing never addresses wage theft because, well, they're the ones that are doing the wage theft. I mean, yeah. And so that's who they work for too. Okay. And so it's no surprise to see that they ignore that kind of crime, while, of course, claiming that all the other kinds of crime is why we should now have a personal army created for Donald Trump to come in and take over, not just Washington, D.C., but all these other cities that have, and you're going to be shocked to find this out too, large minority populations and Democrats. Yeah. So we see what's going on. We see the reality, and it stinks. It stinks a lot like fascism. Okay. Ooh, I'm gonna have to get through this a little faster than usual. So I'm on a bit of a roll here. So let's do it. In 2023, the state of Utah banned gender-affirming care for transgender youth. Now, they claimed that, well, we had to do it to protect the kids. Here we go. And also, we had to wait for a study to come out, you see. We had to find out. We had to do a study to find out the science and the impacts of this treatment on transgender youth. We just don't know the effects. It's so new. We're going to have to study it more, to protect the children. Okay, well, that study, by the way, is now out. That's right. After 2.5 years, a study on the effects of gender-affirming care for transgender youth is now out. And what did it find out? Well, you're not going to be shocked to find out that gender-affirming care for transgender youth is good. I know, right? But yeah, I know you might be surprised, though, that it's coming from Utah health professionals. That's right. Utah healthcare experts have concluded in their over 1,000-page report that gender-affirming care is a positive thing. Overall, they write, there were positive mental health and psychosocial functioning outcomes as a result of allowing youth to access gender-affirming care. No shit. Yeah. Look, I'm not going to be surprised Pikachu face on this one. Duh. We know that. That's what doctors and medical organizations have been saying all along. Look, all of the studies that have come out, almost all of the studies that have come out show that, yes, gender-affirming care for transgender youth leads to good outcomes. So now, look, this is Utah. And again, you might be surprised that it is Utah, which, again, their government has already banned this care. But, you see these health professionals coming out with this report that says, actually, no, you should not ban this at all. And now, as a result, how do Republicans in Utah, how are they viewing this report? How are they responding to this? Well, once again, you're not going to be surprised, Pikachu Face, that they're against this report. Of course. Representative Katie Hall, a House sponsor of the 2023 ban, and Representative Bridger Bollender, who chairs the legislature's Health and Human Services Interim Committee, put out a joint statement saying young kids and teenagers should not be making life-altering medical decisions based on weak evidence. Weak evidence. Utah was right to lead on this issue, they continued, and the public agrees. Polls show a clear majority support both statewide and nationally. You're basing this on polls, right? Polls that a lot of cisgender people do not understand the realities of transgender issues, okay? They don't. A lot of them are propagandized by right-wing outlets to be against transgender, gender-affirming care, especially when it comes to the youth. And so, they also added, simply put, the science isn't there. The risks are real, and the public is with us. We intend to keep the moratorium in place. But wait a minute, you just argued that the science isn't there, but you directly contradicted your own 2.5-year study on this issue, which says actually the science confirms that gender-affirming care is actually a good thing and we should be doing it. Of course. Now, the review prepared for lawmakers did acknowledge an increase in some specific types of benign brain tumors, but also it also found, though, in studies that included thousands of transgender individuals, that the increase in mortality was consistently due to an increase in suicide, non-natural causes, and HIV/AIDS. Patients that were seen at the gender clinic before the age of 18, though, had a lower risk of suicide compared to those referred as an adult. So, yeah, saves lives. That said, Utah Senate President Stuart Adams told the Tribune that the future and safety of kids are paramount. And so, does that mean that he supports the gender-affirming care? No, he doesn't. Look, gender-affirming care protects children, and yet all these people are against it. And it shows you that they would rather have dead children than trans children. Period. Now, the DHHS not only recommended reversing that ban, but also asked to create a hormonal transgender treatment board that would provide care guidelines, limit providers delivering care to demonstrated experts, and require that treatment be overseen by an interdisciplinary team of physicians and mental health professionals, and to implement an explicit informed consent process. Now, in compiling their report, DHHS, that's a mouthful, looked at all the data. They even looked at the CAS review. Now, last June, conservative groups, the Manhattan Institute and Do No Harm, which actually does a lot of harm, they aim to counteract divisive trends in medicine, such as DEI, and inclusion, and a youth-focused gender ideology, joined state officials in Utah to discuss the CAS review at a Health and Human Services Interim Committee meeting chaired by Kennedy. According to DHHS, the Drug Regimen Review Center analyzed that report before reaching their conclusions. So they even looked at the CAS report or CAS review and was like, no, this is flaming hot garbage. Okay. Look, when you review it, and a lot of people have, you would find that the cast review is extremely biased against transgender individuals. They consistently misrepresented existing research. They presented contradictory evidence against this treatment, and excluded the experiences of transgender individuals. How can you do a report on transgender stuff without talking to transgender people? How do you do that? Well, if you're in the UK and on freaking Turf Island, you're able to get away with that, of course. So, yes, it's not surprising to me that actual doctors and health professionals left out the cast review. Okay. Yes, because it's flaming hot garbage. Now, Utah's report also follows one by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. Now, that report, well, that report was not good. It basically was put out to comply with a Trump executive order, which began the process of implementing nationwide restrictions on gender-affirming care. Just like the cast review, the federal report departed from guidelines widely used by healthcare providers and the opinions of the vast majority of medical associations, including the American Medical Association, the American Academy of Pediatrics, and asserting that there are significant risks to gender transition. It instead encouraged conversion therapy. Yes, which is basically torture and has even been banned in Utah. Look, at the end of the day, the sad fact, though, is that the Utah report will move no one, because it is not about the evidence. It's not even about the well-being of children, which, again, it should be obvious based on these Republicans poo-pooing on this report, okay? No, what it is about the stated goal of the right, okay, which is to eliminate transgender people. I mean, they've openly admitted it. We want to get rid of transgender people. Well, we want to destroy transgenderism, which means eliminating transgender people. A few more dead kids isn't going to matter to them, because that's what they're doing. When they ban gender-affirming care for transgender youth while promoting transphobia, claiming that, trans people are all groomers and pedophiles, you end up with more dead children. That's it. That's a reality. But for the right wing, that is a win, because the Republican Party, at the end of the day, is nothing more than a death cult. They sacrifice the poor to feed the rich. They sacrifice LGBTQ people at the altar of their religion and their own hatreds. Their policies do not lead to freedom. Their policies lead to more death, more bombs, more police brutality, and more dead kids, whether it be from right-wing inspired mass shootings who get their guns thanks to loose gun laws, or increased suicides because of anti-trans bigoted laws. At the end of the day, it is very, very clear, okay? The results. Republicans believe in either death or slavery for everyone who is not a straight, white, Christian male. That is the sad fact. That is the reality. That is what Republican policies lead to. And it's incredibly obvious. Okay. I'm sorry for stepping on Andrea's toes and taking a little bit too long. But I'm done. Everybody, stick around. Welcome to Fuckville. Starts now.
Men are evil. White people are the devil. A lot of people, they have problems when they hear these sorts of phrases. What do those things mean? How dare you? Not all white people are the devil. Not all men are evil, is what a lot of people enjoy saying in response to some of these phrases. I got another one for you. I mean, it's not new. I've been on this beat for a while. I think if we're going to be allowed in left-wing spaces to say men suck or white people suck, which I think personally, maybe it's not the most productive way of saying something, but as a class, on average, it's kind of like, it's kind of true, right? Like, and I say that as a white person. I've been around white people, all right? I've been knee deep, waist deep in some instances. Sometimes I'm like drowning in white people. And you know what? I got to be honest. I think white people suck for the most part. But there's another class of people, especially on the left, that also, I think, are an oppressive, shit-for-brains, fuckface class. And of course, that class are parents. I love shitting on parents. I'm a huge fan of shitting on parents. Parents, as far as I'm concerned, are the worst class of people on earth. Parents, as a class, are worse than white people. Parents, as a class, are worse than men as a class, right? That's just how I feel. If you disagree, I need to ask you, why do you disagree, right? When someone feels the need, and also Max the dog is here breathing on me, if someone feels the need to say not all white people or not all men, why are they so offended? Because if I say white people suck and you're a white person and you're thinking I don't suck, guess what? It probably doesn't apply to you. If you get so upset, so irrational, so angry, so dare I say offended, it probably resonates with you a little bit. Oh, well, shit, what they're saying, probably a little accurate. Now, I know there's a lot of parents in the audience. Everyone loves breeding. Everyone loves having their sexual fetish displayed to the world. I'm a parent. How great am I? I'm great. When you say anything about parents, right, people get pissed the fuck off. But if you're a good parent, why are you mad when I say parents as a class fucking suck dick in hell, just like your mom? And I personally, if I'm a good parent and I'm doing everything I can and I'm raising my kid and my kid's awesome and we have a great relationship, I'm going to say, if someone says fuck the parents, I'm going to say, yeah, I agree, because I got to send my kid to school. And that school is full of a bunch of feral animals. Most children are, I know I'm going to get in trouble for this, motherfuckers. Why? Because of the parents. You ever heard the phrase, let kids be kids? Let boys be boys, one of those things. Like some guy, some kid, some 12-year-old punches the fuck out of somebody for being gay or whatever. So like, oh, you're drawing SpongeBob in your notebook, you little gay kid. I'm going to shove you in the locker. Where do they learn that behavior from? They learn it from the parents. So when everyone goes to school and they say, got to watch out for bullies, this is the normal. Most children are insufferable fucking monsters. And why is that? Because their parents are insufferable fucking monsters. I've said this before. All right. I think 90%, maybe, and you can get mad at me. That's fine. I don't mind. Hey, get mad. But 90% of people, in my opinion, are garbage. Shove them down the garbage disposal. Get the fucking, get a stick and you got to smash that shit down the drain. That's what I think about 90% of people. And how did we get here? How is it, right? How is it that we are in Fuckville as of this moment? You look around, you open up the windows, you're like, whoa, how did I get here? How did we get here? It's because of parents. If there's any class that we can pin all the worst things in the world on, it's parents, because parents fucking suck. A lot of people, they think that breeding and fucking, this is all part of human life. You gotta fuck, breed, pop the kids out, and then as soon as they're fucking 2 or even earlier than that, you ignore them. Oh, can't wait till the kid is 5, send him off to school. Now it's someone else's job to raise my kid, right? What's going on here with these sex-obsessed, fetishistic freaks. Oh, it's human nature. It's human nature. Is it really human nature to torture your child? Is that really human nature? I don't really see that in nature. When I look in nature, right, when I look at other, primates, for example, a lot of them treat their children with love and respect, but not humans. No, 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 no. Humans want to fuck, pop the kid out. Who cares? Fuck, pop another kid out. Who fucking cares? That's all humans care about is fuck. How's my pleasure? I'm the most important character here. I don't give a fuck about the children that I'm producing. You ever see these motherfuckers out there that got 7, 8? You ever meet one of those motherfuckers that got 10 kids? Like, how about you get a hobby? How about you get a fucking job? And a lot of people say my job is being a stay-at-home parent. All right? That doesn't pay the fucking bills, and we need stay-at-home parents. But if you can't stay at home and be a fucking parent to your kid, maybe, I don't know, maybe don't have a motherfucking kid. And I get a lot of people when I say this, that's eugenics. Oh, that you are promoting eugenics right now? Poor people aren't allowed to have kids? That's eugenics. How very not progressive of you. How is it eugenics to say that if you are incapable of having a child, you fucking shouldn't? If you are living paycheck to paycheck, no, I'm sorry. You do not have a right to procreate. You do not have a right to breed, you little sex-obsessed fucking freak. Wear a fucking condom for Christ's fucking sake. Get on fucking birth control. Tie up your tubes. Cut the wires, okay? If you want to fuck all the time, I have no problem with that. Okay? I'm not sitting here to say that I think sex is bad. But I think having kids when you're poor and desperate in poverty, I think that makes you a terrible fucking person. That's what I think. But also, I'm not going to go out and say you're only allowed to have kids if you're rich. Why? Because if you're rich, your kid's going to be fucked up in a whole different set of ways. If you have a little trust fund baby running around there with 17 nannies, right, living in a fucking McMansion, has anything they've ever wanted, they're going to grow up to be a spoiled fuckface, right? So, what am I saying? We just shouldn't have kids at all? Yes, actually, that's what I'm fucking saying. You ever hear motherfuckers, oh, I'm so tired all the time. Oh, my baby's keeping me up at night. How about you stay up at night with the baby? Oh, your baby's awake at 3 a.m.? Guess what? They're a fucking baby. Notice I said they. A lot of people love to say it in reference to children because children, legally, in most countries, are property. For most of human history, parents would sell off their children as sex slaves. This is still happening in a lot of states, mostly led by Republicans in the U.S. Oh, you have a 13-year-old daughter? I'm going to sell you off to a 40-year-old. Child marriage is legal in several states. You just sell off your kid as a sex slave. That's normal. That's how parents have been through a majority of human motherfucking history. Right? They have a bunch of kids, not because they want to care and love for those kids, but because they want those kids to carry on my legacy as a maker of shoes. Or if you're a politician, I want my kid to follow in my footsteps and be a politician. How about you do that? How about you accomplish your own life goals? How about if you want to be a politician, if you want to make some fucking shoes, if you want to have this family business, how about you do it your fucking self? Right? Why are you wheeling these fucking kids into it? Right? But again, for most of human history, especially when it comes to daughters, we don't give a fuck about kids. We don't give a flying motherfucking goddamn shit fuck cocksuck motherfuck about motherfucking kids. That's most of human history. But why am I talking about the war on parents today? Bellum parentibus. Right? Why today? Well, today, YouTube is rolling out some protections for teens. Yeah. If you watch a fucking video about Sonic the Hedgehog or fucking Steven Universe or whatever the kids are watching these days, right? I don't fucking know. You might get flagged as a child or a teen. And then your account is restricted. And then when your account is restricted, guess what? You have to upload your face to the internet, to Peter Thiel's private company. YouTube is launching this today. But why? Well, because fucking parents as a class don't fucking raise their fucking kids. They pop a couple fucking babies out, they go to work all day, they come home, they get drunk and fall asleep on the fucking couch. That's a majority of fucking parents. So now I, someone who doesn't want to have fucking kids, who is not a fucking kid, might have to upload my face to Peter Thiel's private database because other fucking motherfuckers, breeding sex-obsessed freaks, fetishistic kink motherfuckers are having a bunch of kids and they don't want to fucking raise them. Now, I am no longer allowed to use the internet in the way that I would like to because you are fucking things up for everyone else. But you're not allowed to talk about parents. Oh, the poor oppressed parent. Yeah. You ever hear a fucking parent talk about how they're so oppressed? You ever... That's like the fucking guy, the guy pulling the fucking lever in the gas chamber talking about, oh, my life is so hard. Give me a fucking break. You chose to have a kid. Now, I know a lot of motherfuckers are going like, but abortion? Progressive of you, don't you know? Now, I gotta be honest with you. If you are in a position where you feel like you need an abortion, let's walk back a little bit. How did you get to that position? Because unless you were raped, which does happen, right? You probably chose to have unprotected sexual intercourse. And if you made that fucking decision, guess what? You've decided to have a kid. And if you live in bumfuck, motherfuck, shitfuck, right? And that's where you live and abortion is illegal and you're going around having unprotected sex and you don't want kids, guess what? I don't fucking give a shit about how oppressed you are. You live in a fascist state. You live in a time where you know abortion is illegal. And if you're choosing to have unprotected sex in that environment, you are a piece of fucking garbage. I don't care about you. The moment you have a child, your life no longer matters unless it's making your children have a fruitful and amazing and healthy childhood and also into a healthy adulthood. That is your only value in life. You forfeit the rest of your life. You no longer matter. I don't give a fuck about you. I don't give a fuck about your hopes and dreams. Oh, I always wanted to be someone who did something. Guess what? Shouldn't have had the fucking kid. I don't give a fuck that you want to go out and follow your fucking dreams and leave your kid at home. I don't give a fuck. Oh, my marriage is toxic and bad and I don't want to be a part of it anymore and I'm going to blah, 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 blah. You shouldn't have had the motherfucking kid in the first fucking place. I'm sorry. I think the moment you decide to spawn another motherfucker into this goddamn world, your life no longer matters. Now, does that mean I think parents should become slaves to the children? Well, I mean, legally, children are slaves to the parents. So maybe, I don't know, maybe we can flip it around for a couple generations, see how it goes. But parents need to be healthy and happy in order to raise kids in a healthy and happy way. You know, the phrase, when the fucking plane comes crashing down and the fucking thing comes down, you got to put yours on before your kids. Because if you try to put your kid's mask on first and you're panicking and they don't know what to do and you're fucking dying and you die before the kid is strapped up, guess what? Now you're both fucking dead. So put your bull fucking shit on first. Take care of your motherfucking shit. And then, and only then, are you capable of raising a child. So, of course, you know, parents should have time alone. I'm not saying parents need to be raising their kid and watching them like a hawk 24/7. That's not healthy either, right? That's not healthy either to constantly be like, oh, where's the kid? Calling them up every 15 minutes. Where are you? Like, that's not healthy at all. right? There needs to be a healthy balance, and you can only achieve a healthy balance if you are a healthy person. And if you are not a healthy person and you had kids, guess what? Fuck you, okay? Fuck you. I don't give a fuck about you. In the same way that I don't give a fuck about the guy pulling the fucking lever at Auschwitz, I don't give a fuck about you. You are irrelevant. Your feelings are fucking meaningless to me. I care about the feelings of a pig in a fucking concentration camp more than I care. And I'm talking about, the animal holocaust going on all around us. I care about animals' feelings more than I care about human parents, because human parents, writ large, are scum. They're scum. They're shit on my fucking shoes. Okay? And I've mentioned this before, but today's show, today is all about the war on parents. I love to sprinkle in the war on fucking parents, all the time. But today we're going to hell with the war on parents, because again, these fucking shithole internet companies are going to take advantage of the fact that you keep popping out kids and you don't want to raise them. So now I am going to have to give my government-issued ID to Peter Thiel in order to continue using the internet. How fucked up is that? That someone who was like, well, shit, I'm a little cuckoo. Maybe I shouldn't be having kids. So I made that decision. But now I still have to deal with living in Fville because of a bunch of other irresponsible motherfuckers. All right, let me take a sip of my coffee here. All right. What was I saying? Oh, yeah. Fuck the parents. What we're seeing all across the world, we're seeing starving, dead, beheaded, amputated, malnourished, deformed children. Every time you look at anything on the internet, kids are being tortured, right? And the largest concentration camp that we've seen in pretty much all of human history, let's be honest, that's what Gaza is. That's what Gaza has been for well over a decade, going on 2 decades. They've been a concentration camp, right? And over the last few fucking years, the Nazis have decided we're going to kill them all. About a half of the population of Gaza before 2023 were under the age of 18, right? Half the population were fucking children. At least legally, we call 17-year-olds children. We can debate that. That's a whole separate topic. I would honestly raise the age. I think 22-year-olds, for the most part, are children. But hey, whatever. Let's just, put a pin in that. We got more important things to talk about, right? So in 2024 and this year, the Nazis have been doing a total demolition campaign on a population that is majority children. How fucked up is that? How fucked up is that? Right? No one gives a fuck about kids. Parents love saying that they care about kids because they want to feel good about themselves and they want everyone else to go like, oh, aren't they a great parent? Oh, aren't they so great? They love kids, don't they? But yet, there's a Holocaust going on and no one's doing anything. The adults in the room, like I'm saying, like, hey, you're in your own fucking hellhole. I get it. Is someone in fucking Kansas really going to be able to stop the genocide? Probably not, right? Let's be honest, okay? But the adults in the room, places like China, people love. Isn't China an awesome country? Aren't they so progressive and communist? Aren't they great? How come China is just sitting back and watching a genocide of millions of kids? Right? Where are the adults in the room? Where's the European Union? Why aren't they stepping up to save the fucking kids? Because no one gives a fuck about kids. They don't. And most of the time, 99% of the time, if someone says they care about kids, they're lying. Because kids are property to people. People don't have kids because they love and care for them or want to. People have kids because they love to fuck, and they don't give a shit about the consequences. Whoops, I got 3 kids now, and I have to work 2 jobs just to keep them afloat. And so now I never see the kids, and now the kids are raised on the internet, and now they're getting access to all this fucked up crazy shit on the internet. So now I, someone without kids, have to upload and give my ID to Peter Thiel in order to continue using the internet because you decided not to raise your fucking kids. All right. So I don't know, man. What are we only? We're only 20 minutes in here. All right, give me a sec. I started a little bit late. You know, Mr. Waldorf, God bless his soul, went 2 minutes over. So I'm only like 22 minutes in. So give me a second here. Man, you ever hear people? They say, "Man, I hate kids. I hate children. They're so loud." No, you don't. You hate parents. You hate fucking parents. I love kids. I think kids are awesome. Right, but if you're in a grocery store and there's like a 1-year-old crying and it's fucking annoying, and let's say you have a migraine, and let's say you really don't want to deal with it, you don't hate kids. You hate parents, and you're taking it out on the kids. All right? You ever in a public place, and kids are being fucking annoying? Has that ever happened? Yeah, guess what? It's not the fucking kid's fault. That's a fucking child. That's a 5-year-old. They don't know what the fuck's going on. Right? If a child is misbehaving, whatever that means, by the way, what does it mean to misbehave? If you misbehave in school, they'll just pump you full of drugs to get you fucking, sitting in the seat like, they pump you full of fucking drugs if you misbehave in school. But I don't know what misbehaving even means. But if you're around a situation and a kid is misbehaving, let's just whatever, right? Where did they learn that from? They learned it from the motherfucking parents, or they learned it from TV or their peers or the internet. And if that's the fucking case, it's also the motherfucking parents' fault for not properly raising the kid. All right? If your parent is a well-meaning, nourishing, healthy individual, then you're not going to be able to go on the internet and see some fucked up shit and then become an evil psychopath. Okay? I'm sorry. Maybe 1 in a fucking billion kids are going to turn out to be insane, crazy ass, evil motherfuckers, right? Some people just say that. Some people are born broken. I disagree. I think parents are fucked up motherfucking losers, and they don't properly raise their kid. And they think, you ever hear this thing, by the way? I don't want to cut my own self off, but I'm going to a little bit. Oh, shit. You ever hear the phrase like, oh, the kid won't remember that? You ever hear that? The kid won't remember. The kid won't remember. They cry themselves to sleep every night at 3 months old. They're not going to remember that. If I fucking beat my fucking kid when they're 3 or 4, they're not going to remember. Kids don't have memories. Right? Where the fuck did that shit come from, by the way? When you are a baby, you do have a functioning brain. It is not the same brain as a 29-year-old, like me, but it is a brain, and you do store memories. They aren't memories in the way that we think of memories, right? When you think of what's a memory, right, you think of pictures, events, storylines, like, oh, I remember going to the park and there was a guy singing and I was like, damn, that's a good song, right? Maybe you remember like some pictures of him playing the guitar and maybe in your mind, right? That's what we as adults think of when it comes to memories. Babies store memories in a different way. They store them as feelings, right? When a baby cries themselves to sleep every night because you got to get up in the morning to go to work, that baby is learning and storing that information. That baby is learning, I am alone. I am unloved. No one loves me. No one cares about me. And then that baby grows up to be a maladjusted fucking freak, okay? And then they're probably going to pop out a couple other kids and repeat the motherfucking cycle. All right? Because that's what it is. It's a cycle of neglect. That's what we live in because parents fucking suck as a class. Parents are the oppressors. They are not oppressed. Parents are the oppressors. Okay? Now, again, if you're offended by that, think about why you're so fucking offended. Because if you are genuinely a good parent and you have a genuinely awesome relationship with your kid, guess what? What I'm saying doesn't fucking concern you. It's not about you. In the same way, if I say men are toxic and you're a great man and you're emotionally intelligent and you're in touch with yourself, it's not about you. If I say white people are evil, guess what? And you're an awesome ass whitey, like me, right? Or not. I don't know. Maybe some people don't like me. It's possible. Maybe I'm a little too white sometimes. Hey, whatever. I do like hot sauce, though. So, Hillary Clinton and I have that in common. But, if someone says that white people suck and you're a white person and you're thinking, I don't suck, guess what? They're not fucking talking about you. Well, maybe they are. And if they are, maybe you got to think about that. But my point being, when it comes to lefty spaces, right? Yeah, you're allowed to say men suck. You're allowed to say white people suck. You're allowed in lefty spaces. But the moment you fucking criticize the parents, oh my God. Oh my God. Don't you know how hard it is to raise a child? Don't you know? It's so difficult. Now, we as humans have developed this thing called writing. I know. We can write down information. And then, shortly after, we developed a thing called reading. So you can write something down. You can scribble a bunch of lines on paper. I do this all the time. And then, later, you can motherfucking read it. Right? So, okay, parenting is hard. It's so difficult. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my God. It's the hardest job in the world. Maybe, just maybe, read a couple books about parenting before having the fucking kid. At the very least, right? At the very goddamn least, just one, maybe two, maybe 7, maybe dedicate 5 to 10 years of your life learning about how to be a great parent before you decide to have kids. Is it possible, right? Is that possible to ask parents to actually try to raise their kids, try to learn how to be a good parent before? You ever hear the term like, oh yeah, I got 3 kids. My oldest, that was my practice kid. How the fuck? What? How do you think the oldest kid feels about being the practice kid? How unfair is that? Oh, I'm learning on the job. What the fuck? Right? If you want to become a brain surgeon, you got to go through 15 years of schooling to become a brain surgeon. Right? Why? Because if you are in that position of power and responsibility, we want you to know what the fuck you're doing. But when it comes to having motherfucking kids, you could just have kids whenever you want. Everyone has a right to breed. Everyone has a right to have kids. If you say otherwise, it's eugenics. And again, you often see Republicans talking about protecting the children. Oh, the children. We got to protect the children. The same party that sells their children into child sex slavery and they call it marriage. A 14-year-old cannot get married to a 50-year-old. I'm sorry. No, that's not child marriage. That's child sex slavery. But hey, the Republican Party just let Ghislaine Maxwell out of jail. Did anyone hear this? Ghislaine is free now. Yeah. She got transferred to a golf course prison with unlimited work release. Ghislaine, one of the most notorious human child sex traffickers of all time, just got released out of prison by the Republican president, Donald Trump. And these are the same motherfuckers that are talking about the kids. All right? So give me a fucking break. These motherfuckers don't give a fuck about kids. And you ever hear the debate about kids? We got to protect the kids. We got to do this to the kids. We got to do this to the kids. Why don't kids ever get a say? Why don't we ask kids how they fucking feel? Oh, because kids aren't humans. They're property. Legally, kids are property. That's what they are. They're not individuals. They're not thinking, breathing, seeing human beings. They're property for parents to do whatever they want with. Right? That's what they are. So when we're in this conversation of how do we protect the kids? How do we save the kids? Right? You ever notice that kids never get a fucking say in that? You ever notice, you don't see that many fucking interviews with 12-year-olds about how to protect the kids. You don't see that often. You see a lot of geriatric fucking cocksucker motherfuckers that are married to fucking 13-year-olds. You see a lot of those guys talking about protecting the kids, but you don't see a lot of kids talking about protecting the kids. You really don't. And people look around us, and how the fuck did we get here? How did we get to hell on earth? It's because parents don't raise their fucking kids properly. Right? Now I'm going to say something controversial. I know. Or we're fucking 34 minutes in, or 32 minutes in. I'm going to say something controversial, okay? Now, in my opinion, right? A lot of people, right? They'll have a kid. All right? Just bear with me here. They'll have a goddamn kid, okay? And then, like, the other parent is an abuser. They beat the shit out of the kid. And then the other parent, the one who's not beating the shit out of the kid is like, oh, how did this happen? How did we get here? You ever see that? And I'm talking about, like, motherfuckers that, like, are married to cops. In my opinion, if you are having a child with a cop, let's say you're not a cop and you are going out with a police officer of the law. You know that half of cops beat the shit out of their spouses, and you're going to go there anyway. And you're going to get married, and you're going to pop out some kids with a cop. And then the cop turns into an abuser. I never saw that coming. Now, I got to be honest with you, right? There's a level, there's a phrase rather like that people say. It's called victim blaming. Don't ever blame the victim, right? But if you are getting married to a fucking police officer, you know that half of cops on record beat the shit out of their spouses, and you're like, yeah, I'll sign up for that. And then you have kids with that motherfucker. I got to be honest with you. You are not the victim. You are not the victim. If you are going out with a cop and that cop beats the shit out of you, and then you decide, now I'm going to procreate, now I'm going to bring kids into this world, and then that cop beats the fuck out of the kids, and then you go, oh, you are not the fucking victim. You are the oppressor. You decided to join into a union with that police officer, knowing full well that they're a police officer, and then you see motherfuckers that go like, how could I have known? How could I have known? I don't know, maybe read a fucking book before you have fucking kids, okay? Maybe learn about the world around you before you decide to pass the torch to the next generation. Right? So, how did we get into this mess? Just look up top. Look at the fucking baby boomers. One of the most coddled generations of all of human history. Man, oh man, they had a generational run, those motherfucking baby boomers. All right? They had a generational run. All right? Hot off the heels of World War II, right? Their daddies fought in the war and saved the world from the Nazis. Whatever, that's what they tell themselves, right? And then baby boomers, they had fucking free schooling. Those motherfuckers came home from the war. Fuck. And then the baby boomers had free schooling. One of the first generations to have unilaterally in America, in the United States, I should say, to unilaterally have public education. That was the baby boomers. Before that, high school was typically not a thing people did. But in the 40s and 50s, we started really going let's send every kid to school for 12 years. That's really when that kind of started. So the baby boomers, They had fucking public education. They could go to college for $22 a fucking year. They could go to goddamn college. They could learn anything they fucking wanted. All right? They had a generational run. The most wealthy generation of all of human history, the baby boomers. Right? And now the baby boomers are on the way out. Right? And the baby boomers were coddled like fucking babies. Like little fucking goddamn, they never grew the fuck up. And then they had kids. Right? You ever hear a baby boomer, a shit for brains, fucking goddamn fucking monkey in the brain going like this, you know, from Toy Story 3? You ever hear those motherfuckers, you know, talk about, when I was a kid, I earned my keep. You earned your keep when you were a kid? Is that true? When you could go to college for $10 a semester, that was you earning your keep? You ever hear these fucking baby boomers that charge their fucking kids rent? Got it, that's how the world works. You know, and I'm not talking about a family that's barely getting by, where a kid maybe is 17 and they need to get a job to help keep their family afloat because there's no money. I'm talking about baby boomers that have hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars in the bank and they make their kid pay rent out of principle. You ever hear this fucking shit? You ever hear this goddamn fucking shit? That's the way the world works. I fucking hate baby boomers. And I know there's a lot of baby boomers that are going like, what, you hate me too? No, if you're a good boomer, it's not fucking about you. It's about a majority, a super majority, a class, right? As a class, right? Baby boomers fucking suck. They suck, right? And again, parents, they love having kids. They love talking about kids. They never shut the fuck up about the goddamn kids. But when it comes to raising their kids, well, that's someone else's problem. You know, let the schools do that. Let the government raise my kids. Let the schools take care of everything. I don't need to be educated and pass along that knowledge to my kids. No, 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 no. Unless it's a religious fundamentalist theocrat. You know, then keep the kids out of school. Yeah. Stay home and hear about Jesus. Now, in general, I'm in favor of homeschooling, but that's a different subject for a different day. But you ever think about that? Like, you have a kid, you ignore them for most of their lives. You send them to school, you send them to daycare, right? And then, you know, when you're getting up there in age and you start shitting your fucking diapers and you got to go to a nursing home, who do you want to fucking rescue you? You want the kids to rescue you. Yeah. You ever hear this? You ever hear this from your parents? When I get old, I expect you to take care of me. Huh? What? So let me get this straight. You, without my consent, spawned me into this world, tortured the fuck out of me by bringing me into this fucking hellhole. Then, after barely surviving childhood, you expect me to turn around and parent you on your deathbed? Give me a fucking break, all right? Give me a fucking break, okay? Parents, as a class, are narcissistic. They're entitled. And they're fucking stupid. Now, if this doesn't apply to you, guess what? Great. There needs to be more parents like you. But also, let's be honest. Okay, let's be honest. Right? Let's look at it like, you know, like the trolley problem, right? Is it really ethical to have a child in a pandemic? Is that ethical to have a child during a fascist uprising? Is that ethical? Even if you spent 20 years reading all the books in the world and you're the best parent possible, you're a fucking Zen Buddhist, you fucking meditate 17 hours a day, you're totally perfect, you've solved all of your own internal problems, even then, okay, is it really appropriate to have kids in this sort of environment? Let's be honest. I know, people get mad at me, right? Let's be honest. Is it really appropriate? The climate is collapsing, right? You know, the shorelines are fucking changing every couple years. There's hurricanes in places that never even heard of them before, right? And you now are going to choose to have kids? Like, I'm going to be honest with you. Anybody who does that in the last 10 years, especially, we could say for anyone in general, but especially in the last 10 years, okay? If you're bringing a child into this world and you have no game plan for how that child is going to, like, 30, 40 years from now, when that kid is an adult 30, 40 years from now, right? And it's fucking, it's like fucking 60 degrees outside on a good day, right? And there's tsunamis every 13 fucking minutes, and there's tornadoes every 16 seconds, right? And you have no game plan on how to educate your kid for survival in that environment. Let's be real here, man. I am sick and tired of the excuses. Oh, I want a kid just because blah, 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 blah. That's called narcissism, okay? Bringing a kid into this fucking hellhole, right? And this is what I said before. When you have a kid, your life is forfeit. I don't give a fuck about you. You take yourself off the board. The only thing you do in that point forward is to care for your child and to make sure they're happy and healthy. But I personally think that that is an impossible task when you bring your child into climate apocalypse. Let's be real, right? How can your child possibly live a happy and healthy life if there's not going to be a fucking planet in 100 years from now? Okay? Let's be real here. What are we doing? And when you have that kid, you can no longer do anything else because now you have the fucking kid. Now you have to be home all day. You can't go out there and fucking, organize to change the world. You don't have the time or the energy to go out there and do something useful for the planet, for the civilization that we call whatever the fuck this is, right? You don't have time. You got to stay at home and raise the kid, right? Or stay at home and give the kid a fucking toy and then fucking watch like soap operas or whatever the fuck, right? So, shouldn't we maybe get our shit together before we have more kids? Like, what if we spent, as an entire population, what if we spent 10, 20 years, no new kids, none, zero kids, and we spent 10 to 20 years to fix our fucking problems? I think maybe we'd start getting somewhere. If we, as a civilization, as the entire human organism, all 7-8 billion of us, if we got together and decide, all right, we're going to have a pause, a moratorium on having motherfucking kids until we can fix this fucking shit, I think we'd be able to get some shit together. I think we'd be able to fix some problems, okay? We can have kids after the fucking Holocaust is solved, right? We can have kids after we fix the fucking climate. We can have kids after we solve the fucking nuclear fucking war looming over our fucking heads every day. We can have kids after we fucking give everyone access to fucking healthy food. All right? We can have kids after we fix our own fucking problems, because otherwise we're going to be passing all of our fucking problems, our unresolved fucking shite onto the next generation. And you ever think about how fucked up that is? Right? Like, you go through hell, you become a broken person, then you have a kid and you break that kid and the kid doesn't even know why. The kid doesn't know why mommy and daddy are neglecting them. Well, it's because mommy and daddy were neglected as babies and they never learned how to love. They never learned how to feel loved. So when they have you, now you are further away from the source of the problem, right? Yeah, it's called generational trauma, right? It's easy in some respect compared to, what I'm describing, to process your own your own personal childhood issue. And I think that every single human on earth has childhood trauma, because you cannot live on earth without having some form of childhood trauma. It's just not possible. When people say they have a good childhood, they're comparing it to other people who say they have a good childhood. And guess what? None of them had a good fucking childhood, because look fucking around you, okay? Let's be honest. How can you have a good childhood in this fucking environment, okay? You don't know what a good childhood even looks like, because no one has ever had a good childhood, at least in the last couple, maybe 10,000 years, all right? So, but you don't even know why. Right? If you have if your parent beat the fuck out of you or whatever, you can at least figure that out. But if your parents' parent beat the fuck out of them and they never talk about it, and then they're just they treat you in a different way, maybe it's neglect, maybe they don't beat the shit out of you, but they verbally abuse you. You don't know why they're acting like this, right? And then you hear parents go, "Oh, we did the best we could. We did the best we could with the hand we were dealt." I disagree, personally. I disagree. Because if you did do the best you could, you would have solved your own fucking problems and you wouldn't have passed that down to the next generation, okay? Now, again, there's a lot of decent-ass, good-ass motherfucking parents out there. I'm not saying that they don't exist. Well, I mean, part of me maybe is saying that. But there's a lot of decent-ass parents out there, and they are doing the best that they can in the world that we live in, whatever the fuck that means, right? But, like, let's be honest, most parents don't do that, right? You know, they just don't. They have a kid, they fucking leave the kid with a babysitter, they change the babysitter every couple days, you know, every couple weeks there's a new babysitter. You know, when the baby's crying at night, you get up, you go like this for 5 seconds and you throw the baby back in the crib and then you get another 2 hours of sleep. How about you change your sleep schedule to suit your child? No, can't do that. Got to go to work. Got to pay the bills, right? Because we live in a fucked up society. And instead of fixing the society, we're just going to say, hey, whatever. It is what it is. The world sucks. What can you do? Let's have a kid and let's just give up. Let's just give the fuck up. Right? I just think that that's fucked up. I personally do. So if there's anything you want to take away from this this soliloquy, what I would say is if you don't have kids, keep it up. You're doing great. And if you do have kids, you need to do better. And maybe you're saying I do the best I can. I think that sounds like a lot like an excuse to me. You can always do better. You can always do better, right? You can always have real emotional conversations with children. You know, when we wonder why white people are so fucked up, when we wonder why men are so fucked up, there's the male loneliness epidemic, these fucking crybaby losers, right? When we wonder how are men so fucked up, it's because the parents never loved them. They never taught them how to love themselves. You ever talk to some man and they like, "Oh, don't cry. I haven't cried since the Carter administration." You know, you ever hear those motherfuckers? Those are sad motherfuckers. Those are pathetic motherfuckers. And in some way, it's not their fault. It's their parents' fault. Because men, as a class, are not taught how to love themselves. That's where we get shit like toxic masculinity, everyone's favorite. Ooh, are you saying being a man is toxic? Because most people are illiterate. They don't know what words mean, right? But toxic masculinity is a fault of parents. It's a fault of parents not raising their kids fucking properly. Gender roles are a fault of parents. What the fuck are gender roles? We only have gender roles because hundreds of years ago, we were selling our children, our daughters, as sex slaves to men that were kings. That's why we have gender roles. You sell your daughter as a sex slave to someone in the upper class. You get a good payout. Then you keep the money to yourself and maybe you climb up a rung on the ladder, pop another kid out, sell them as another child sex slave. That's where gender roles came from. That's where they originated from. From men deciding they want to be the kings and women being sold off as child sex slaves. And then they grow up to be adult sex slaves. And then they just get fucked, raped until they fucking die. That is what gender roles are founded on. So what the fuck? What is that shit? You know, you hear a lot, you know, and Jeff Waldorf was doing a great show earlier. It's a little different show than mine, but he was talking about trans kids, right? Why are people so afraid of trans kids? It's because children are property. Men view their boys as they're going to live my legacy. You know, my boy's going to grow up to be a man. And man, just like me, just like old daddy. And when that little boy grows up to be a big girl, they're like, whoa, no, sorry, Bob, you're my property. You can't have self-determination. No, sorry. No. You can't have self-determination because children aren't humans. They're property. They're slaves. So that's why there's this huge problem with transgender kids. It's because parents, they have these fucking kids and they attach these narcissistic expectations to them based on gender roles that were founded on child sex slavery over 2,000 fucking years ago. And then they don't understand any of this shit because they're fucking illiterate, stupid fucking idiots, right? And then they take it out on the fucking child. And how fucked up is that? Transgender people have existed for over 10,000 years. As far back as the recorded human history, we've had transgender people. So when people go like, transgenders are a new thing, what they're saying is they've never read a book in their fucking life and they don't give a shit about learning. That's what they're saying, right? So this idea that transgender kids have to go through hell because their parents have this preconceived notion of what their little Timmy is going to be like when they grow up, I think that's fucked up. I think, like, you ever think about, and I know I've only got 5 minutes left, but you ever think about the school system? Hold on, the war on teachers is next. But let's just bear with me for a second here, okay? The school system. I remember being in school. I remember when I was like 8, 9 years old, teachers would ask, what do you want to be when you grow up? What do you want to be when you grow up? What kind of college are you going to go to? You ever, like, when you're fucking 15 and they tell you, if you fail this test, the rest of your life is ruined, you'll never get into college. Isn't that kind of like, you really think a 15-year-old is mentally and like physically, even their brain development wise, do you think they're able to even process what the fuck you're talking about? If you fail the SAT, now the rest of your life is bunko? What? The pressure that we put on children is obscene. And again, baby boomers, they went to college for $15 a semester. And then now they're telling you, if you don't go to college for fucking $5 million a semester, that your life is going to be in tatters, right? What kind of fucked up shit are we doing to kids in the school system? Because Jesus fucking goddamn son of a bitch and motherfucking cornball Christ, my God. Right? A 15-year-old is not even remotely possibly able to even think. They haven't been alive long enough to even if they read 5 books a day, they haven't been alive long enough to understand the ramifications of what do you want to be when you grow up? What kind of college are you going to go to? Even 20-year-olds, what's your major? You got to pick a major. You're 20 years old and you're going to decide this thing that's going to dictate the rest of your fucking life? What? What? Are you insane? But anyway, Bellum Parentibus. You know, as a class, these motherfuckers, my goodness. Parents, my goodness. What the hell is wrong with you people? What the fuck is wrong with you people? I gotta upload my fucking face to Peter Thiel's database now to use the internet to watch fucking SpongeBob cartoons because you refuse to raise your kid. But it's not about that. It's not the censorship and the government data collection. It's not just about kids. Kids are a proxy war. Kids have always been a proxy war because no one gives a fuck about kids. Government's doing this Kids Safety Act. They don't give a fuck about kids' fucking safety. They don't give a shit. All they care about is censoring you. All they care about is fucking goddamn, like, you know, controlling your life. All they care about is collecting data on you. All they care about is fucking serving you up ads so that you buy shit you don't fucking need. It's not about the fucking kids. It never was. It never will be, because as a rule of just, again, a matter of fact, parents as a class do not give a fuck. And if you're a parent out there and you're a good parent, God fucking bless you. I don't even believe in God. I think God is stupid. But if you're doing a great job, Jesus, you know, we need people like you. But also, at the same time, if you're someone who's a candidate for a good parent, maybe become a daycare teacher or, you know, whatever they call it. Maybe become a teacher, right? Maybe try to fix other people's fucked up kids instead of having your own kids. If you really are someone who loves children and who wants children to be great, there's a lot of fucked up orphans out there that don't have parents that love them. Why do you need to have your genetically similar offspring? How isn't that a little isn't that eugenics? We have orphans. We have abandoned children. We have neglected children, and you want to have a kid of your own because they need to look like me. But that's not eugenics. But me saying you shouldn't have a kid if you're not ready for it, that's somehow eugenics. I don't know. Just something to think about. Anyway, thanks for watching. Coming up next on this space is a show that's probably a little easier to watch. I think so. I think Sandee does a good show. They talk about all kinds of stuff from Canada. Canada's cool, I guess. Whatever. There you go. So shout outs to Canada, I suppose. Thank you for listening to my tirade. And I am tired. So I'm tired and I'm doing a tirade. I love words and I love puns and I love alliterations. And I've got about, 30, 40 seconds left. But, just something to think about. I don't know. Just think about it. I'm out of coffee. That's a shame.
Do do do, theme song. Do do do, I'm broke, so this is my theme song. Do do do, just imagine this is an awesome theme song. Do do, theme song. Left of the box. This space. Ooh. Hello, welcome to This Space with Left of the Box. Bonjour, bienvenue. I'm Sandee, and this is Abernathy. Hello, Abernathy. He is shedding like nobody's business right now. Like, it's just all over, like floats of hair all over. And then now that I'm wearing makeup, it gets into my makeup and it makes my nose really tickly and gets onto my lips and everything. But he's so cute. He's so cute. Oh, I actually planned out a show for people today. Oh, there's somebody in my private chat. Let's just see. Okay. Let's go back to comments. There we go. Sorry, I get distracted easy. ADHD happens. And I have a cat on my lap. It's just so much hair. But yeah, I actually decided there were some things happening in the States, and I'm like, you know what? I'm going to make it about Canada. Well, not so much make it about Canada, but just let you know about things here in ckVille. Come on, Nappy. Oh, he's a big kitty. He's a big kitty. Is he? I would love to put him on a better diet, but I have an 18-year-old cat who's too skinny and he needs to eat whenever he wants. Hi, welcome back. So it's very tricky with feeding schedules so that he doesn't eat too much. No, come on, down you go, sweetie, down you go. Let's see how long that lasts. Okay. But yes, I actually planned out some stuff today for everyone. Given some news that was coming out of the States. And I thought, you know what? Up here in Canada, things are the same but different. But before we get to that, last week, I don't know if I said I was finished it yet or not, but I might have said I finished it. I did a drawing of a person. And those of you who were here last week probably know who that drawing was of. And I finished it and I posted it on Friday, which was Owen Jones' birthday. And I posted it on Instagram, on TikTok, on what's the other one? Oh yeah, YouTube. The little video, the progress video and everything. And I blasted it. Luckily, luckily, I wasn't getting that much engagement because, you know, I was sitting with the drawing for a little while. Then I'm like, it's not hitting it. There's something just slightly off. And when you do hyperrealism of a person's face, if something is just slightly off, it makes a huge difference. And I was just like, it's not feeling right. And so I had to go back to the drawing board. See what I did there? Drawing board. And what I actually did, and I don't know why it took me so long to think of this. And I literally thought of this like right before I was going to bed at 1:30, which meant that I was having a really hard time sleeping because I just wanted to rush to my computer and get it done. Is I overlaid the reference photo with the last drawing image that I did. So I could actually see where it was off. And it was in, I don't know if I can show it on here. Let's see if it will allow me to, if I do this, if I share screen, will it let me, no, nope, those are all websites, which I will eventually be showing. Oh, maybe window, if I open up window, if I put this over here, maybe. I'm getting very paranoid doing this because I'm so used that when I'm in StreamYards, I'm screen capturing this. And so everything I'm showing on the screen, I'm worried that you're seeing, but you're not. Let's see if this works. If I share screen and I go to window, maybe. Oh, I don't want it to show the background stuff, but producer, do something if it's showing you the toolbars and whatnot, because I don't want people to see the toolbars. Because I don't know how to make it smaller. So if I do this and I do this, and so, oh yeah, it will show the toolbars and stuff, and I don't want it to do that. Producer, if you know how to make it just show the image within that, please let me know how. Stop sharing. I'm going to stop sharing that one. What if I do this? You're learning with me. If I do this, and then I do, because I don't care if the toolbars are showing on this one. And then I do this, and then I do this, and then I do this. Share. Okay, yeah, this one's fine. I'll add this one to stage. So this is what I had last week that I posted on Owen Jones' birthday. See that there? Yep, that's it. And it took me 3 hours, and I got it to, no, that's not what I wanted to do. Can't it just go to the next slide on this, or do I have to open up a new slide? Oh, this is, let's do this and this. Will let me do 2 windows at once? We'll find out to get, I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think it will let me do 2 windows at once. And it's not letting me just move it over. So everyone, use your photographic memory and look at this drawing. And then I'm going to do this and this. And I will stop sharing. And then I will do this. So everyone remember exactly what that one looked like? It took me 3 hours to get to this. It really doesn't work unless you can see it side by side. Oh, I know what to do. Ma, I know what to do. I am so sorry about this. I should have thought of this sooner. File, save as both. Ha. There we go. There we go. I worked magic. Where did I save it? Crap. Where did I save it? Do I just need a refresh, maybe? Oh. Did I maybe in here? God damn it. File, save as, where? Oh, I didn't save it as a JPEG. Okay, now it will work. Now. So now if I do this, don't forget, I actually have things planned today other than this. There we go. There we go. Now you're going to be able to see it. See it side by side. There we go. There we go. Yeah, so it took me 3 hours to get from this to this. 3 hours. But this one hits it better. And it took me forever to figure it out because like I said, I had to overlay the reference photo with the last drawing I did. And then I lowered the opacity and then I just switched back and forth through the layers so that I could see the movements and where it was off. And it was literally, I had to drop the corner of his eyes by 2 millimeters, shave off part of his cheek here, add more hair, remove some hair. I upped the tip of his ear here as well, and I made his eyebrows thicker in the far sides of them. And then I did some little finessing right in here and here. And lastly, I plumped up his lip right there. Took me 3 hours. But it hit it. It hit it. So this is, yeah, it took me 3 hours to do that, but the second one looks so much better, but again, when you're doing hyperrealism, when you're doing hyperrealism, it matters. Those little details, they matter. You can zoom in. Wow, look at that. Those are not kissable lips. Just saying, his lips were chapped in it. Okay, now I can remove this from the stage. Yeah. Yeah, so it took me 3 hours. And so I deleted my old posts with it. I deleted the videos that I had posted with it, and I redid the video to include the final slide and a new video showing the close-up and everything. So I need everyone right now to go to my TikTok, my Instagram. So my TikTok is under Left of the Box. The Instagram this is posted on is Sandee Lovas, not Left of the Box. Left of the Box is for my political stuff. Sandee Lovas is for my art stuff and my YouTube channel shorts. And go watch them all and go like them. Even if you've seen them before, they're really cool to watch again and they're super short. But here's the drawing here. Nailed it. I always forget I have to do this and this, because the glare from the graphite is really a pain. And if anybody knows how I can share this so that Owen Jones actually sees it, it would be great, because, he's kind of like a celebrity and I'm not. How do you get somebody's attention when they have millions of followers and are constantly getting harassed both in a good way and a bad way? And with Owen Jones, it's often a lot in a bad way. But the other funny thing I noticed with this, when I finished the touch-ups, is the first drawing from last week. I felt like I drew him autistic, because it was it didn't matter where you looked at it. He was never giving eye contact in the drawing. And so I just thought that was a cute little quirk. But once I fixed the eyes by, like I said, literally just lowering the corner of the eyes by a millimeter. Oh, and one of the eyelids I lowered a bit too. Suddenly he's giving eye contact. It's almost like he's saying, now that I did that, it's like, you nailed it. You nailed it. You nailed it. But yeah, I would love to be able for him to actually see it and for him to follow me with, ideally, I'd love to do some collabs with him. But, I didn't do the drawing specifically to get collabs with him. It would just be a nice bonus, but I did the drawing for my own personal reasons that I've already talked at length at both on this space and my channel. And I'm never sick of talking about it, so I won't waste more time here with it. But you could always ask me about it when you watch my live streams Sunday afternoon evenings when I cover Canadian politics and more. And I devoted like an hour to the art, going over the different slides and the progress and everything of that. And now I have to redo all of that again for my audience so you can see that final slide. Oh, but yeah, if anyone knows how I could maybe, because I just want to know he's seen it. That's what it comes down to. I would like to know he has seen it. Let's see, where am I? So yes, please go and subscribe to my channel and follow me for Canadian politics and more. And I often talk a lot about art stuff too. I'm feeling really paranoid now because I'm going to be opening up some web pages. So I have my other screen like completely full and I'm not seeing the YouTube out of the corner of my eye. So I have no idea if I'm doing this right, if something's going to mess up. Again, I get super paranoid with this because I do this totally different when it's on me, when I'm doing this, because I'm cheating. Also, make a little announcement. I teased it last news stream that I was going to have an interview with someone that I was looking forward to having an interview with. And I didn't want to say who at the time because it wasn't confirmed. Well, that happened really fast, and I had the interview with the person. The person is named Yves Angler, and he is currently attempting to become a candidate for the NDP leadership race, the federal NDP. And I got the interview with him, and I recorded it yesterday, and I'm hoping to have it up by either Thursday or Friday. So I want everyone to go and check it out. I feel like he's the rejuvenation the party needs, the NDP. The NDP is supposed to be like the progressive socialist party, and they're not. They are not right now. And they did so poorly in the last federal election. They lost party status. That's how bad they did, which I predicted. And if you watched my show, you would know. So that should be up Thursday or Friday, the interview that I had with him. And I think it's really good. And also, don't forget to buy my book. Buy my book. Buy my book. When Minuet was on here last time, she said that 5 books needed to be sold by the next time she's on in order for her to read more from it. And I've sold 1 since then. So I need to sell 4 more before the next time Minuet is on if you want to hear more from this book. And it doesn't matter if you buy paperback or ebook. They all count. JK, I tried to pass on your request at left turn chat. Looks like it didn't work. I appreciate the attempt. I contacted him on Facebook, on Instagram. But Facebook has like an automatic message just saying, I'm swamped and I probably won't get back to you or even see this or know that he even exists. We'll figure it out, and hopefully by his 42nd birthday, he'll see it. You know what? I should probably, oh my God, it's already been like just over 15. Oh, private chat. Yeah, okay. Nicholas just was telling me in the private chat exactly what I had just figured out. Okay. Yes, John Davis, the NDP do need a reboot. A reboot. Boot? About? How do you guys think we say about? Oh. Let's see. Looney Tunes, if you put it up Friday, I may have to delay my show to another hour, Sandee. Well, the interview will only be about just over a half hour because he had limited time. So yeah, I'm hoping, but I should probably get to what I wanted to get to because there's a fair bit of stuff that I wanted to get to. Also, wearing my Michael Brooks t-shirt. If you were watching the Majority Report, you know that today would have been his 42nd birthday. Super sad. It's been 5 years since his passing. So if we have time at the end of my hour, I have the video of him talking about how the issue with Israel and Palestine is not complicated. I have that clip ready to go. But I wanted to get to some other stuff first because it's related to American news, breaking news, and I'm going to make it about Canada. Well, it's not that I'm making it about Canada. I'm just going to teach you about Canada because, you know, it's good to know what's happening here. So in the States, it was breaking over the past few days that ckVille might be overturned. And by might, I mean, who knows? Mike from the Humanist Report just made a video about it. I'm pretty sure it's going to be part of the syndicated content at some point. But you can always just go to his channel and check it out, where he does a lot more in depth about what the potential of this means. And right now it lies with the Supreme Court will have to take it up, and there's lots to choose from. And of course, there are right-wing Supreme Court justices that would love to overturn ckVille. Okay, if they take it up, it could just happen the way of Roe v. Wade, where it's like it goes back to state rights. And then if somebody challenges, so that would mean that if you can't get married in your red state, you can hop over to a blue state, still get married, and that should still be recognized in your red state. However, if people then start to challenge that or put restrictions on it, then it could be bumped up again. And then it could just be like, nope, no more same-sex marriages whatsoever. And who knows? Who knows? Groove Dragon. That is Michael Brooks. Michael Jerome Brooks. And he was the inspiration for a lot of people to get involved in politics, socialist politics, and he was my inspiration to start my YouTube channel. In my first episode on this space, I talked about it, so you could always hop back to that and see how he inspired me to start my YouTube channel. Yeah, so same-sex marriage, it's still happening down in the States. It's not panic yet, but it's, you know, start packing your emergency bag type thing. You know, it's like, okay, the flood warnings, they're not here yet, but you can see the flood warnings are about to here. So pack your bag for in case you need to flee type thing. And it's at the point right now where people just really need to pay attention to what is happening. Because, yeah, I have no doubt they're going to try. And it's going to have to be resistance from the people for it to not happen. All the bad things that Donald Trump says he's going to try to do, he will absolutely try to do. Sitting up here in Canada, I'm very uncomfortable with that because I absolutely believe he will try to annex part of Canada. Parts of Canada, all of Canada, I don't know. He's going to try. Whether he can do it is still up in the air and mounts to the pushback and logistics and, you know, his health at his age and physique. That could change because I don't think another sane president going in would be threatening it the same way as he does and the way that his lapdog Jesse Waters does. So yeah. I'm worried because I'm in an annexable part of Canada. Anyway, and I don't want to be American. You know, I just, you guys, you're great neighbors. You know, you're good friends. I don't want to be part of the family. I'm just spiffy being Canadian up here. And speaking of Canada, I thought with all this talk of same-sex marriage and stuff going down in the United States, why not educate people on some of the gay rights movements here when same-sex marriage was legalized up here in Canada, what that all means? Because, you know, back in, what was it, 1969, you guys had Stonewall. Somebody fact check me on that one. Was it 1969 that you guys had Stonewall? You know, the riots at the bathhouse and stuff that started the big push for queer rights down in the States. Would somebody? Oh, right. There's a delay. Because I had it on a different tab that I closed because I had it on Wikipedia, but I also have it on the Canadian Encyclopedia. I don't think the Canadian Encyclopedia references it. Glitcha Mazda says that I am right. I am right. Okay. That was 1969 that Stonewall happened. But did you know that here in Canada in 1981, we had Operation Soap? That's the actual name. Stonewall sounds a lot cooler. I will tell you that. I will give you that. It sounds so much cooler. We had Operation Soap. So why don't we learn a little bit about it, huh? Let's share your screen and we'll go to the bathhouse raids. Share. Boom. There we go. See, I did it right this time. So this is from the Canadian Encyclopedia. So Toronto bathhouse raids. Oh, right. I can just read it forward. I'm so used to looking off to the side to read it. It's still bigger on the side. So this was in 1981 that our queer rights movements really picked up steam. So on February 5th, 1981, patrons of the bathhouses in downtown Toronto, the Barracks, the Club, Richmond Street Health Emporium, and Roman Health and blah, 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 was surprised by 200 police officers in a series of coordinated raids called Operation Soap. I suppose soap in bathhouses is a good thing. I don't know. Law enforcement officials, where's my mouse? Oh, yeah. Okay, good. Oh, no, I don't want to suggest an edit. Go away. Law enforcement officials claim the raids resulted from 6 months of undercover work into alleged sex work, and other indecent acts at the establishment. 6 months of undercover work, you say? Anything to blend in? Bathhouse patrons were subjected to excessive behavior by police, including verbal taunts about their sexuality. When the night was over, 286 men were charged for being found in a common body house, a brothel, while 20 were charged for operating a body house. It was, up to that time, the largest single arrest in Toronto's history. Most of those arrested were found innocent of the charges. The raids marked a turning point for Toronto's gay community, as the protests that followed indicated they would no longer endure derogatory treatment from the police, media, and the public. So what was I about to say with this? Oh, right. Toronto, largest city in Canada, for those who don't know, and it's the American capital of Canada. The Canadian capital of Canada is Ottawa, though. Background. Years leading up to the raids were tense for Toronto gays community. Egg and insult tossing at drag performers heading to Halloween balls along Yonge Street grew to the point where municipal police intervention was required to control public. The August 1977 sexual assault and murder of a shoeshine boy, Emmanuel Jacques, by several men in a Yonge Street massage parlor provoked sensational media coverage that emphasized the participation of gay men. Shortly after Jacques was murdered, an article by Gerald Hannon in the Gay Liberation Journal, Body Politic, Men Loving Boys Loving Men, added to public intolerance of gay men and resulted in a police raid of the publication's office. At the same time, community relations with Metropolitan Toronto Police Force deteriorated. Bathhouse owners whose businesses were once tacitly approved by the morality squad were no longer informed of upcoming police actions, resulting in a series of small raids beginning in December 1978. In March 1979, edition of the Metropolitan Police newsletter, Staff Sergeant who carried the homosexual fad portrayed gay men as arrogant militant deviants who recruited innocent children into their lifestyle. My, how right-wing talking points don't change. This moralistic view was found among many officers by law students and journalist Arnold Berner while compiling a study for the city on police relations with gay community following the raids. Berner summed up the views as stereotyped notions of homosexual man as an uncontrollable sexual libertine who commits crimes of lust, prostitute himself, who is capable of infecting those with whom he comes in contact with by spreading homosexuality or venereal disease. Okay. Police also target public washrooms known for clandestine encounters, sometimes hiding in the vents to catch sexual acts. So they're worried. These people are worried about trans women in women bathrooms. And meanwhile, you had the fucking police lying in the vents of the washrooms watching people. Just chilling out in the vents there, watching people as they come. Wow. It's not trans women in women's bathrooms that people need to be worried about. It's the cops in the vents watching you that you need to be worried about. Operation Soap. During the Operation Soap raids, police entered four bathhouses at 11 p.m. and used crowbars to open patrons' lockers. Undercover police wore red dots on their clothing to show, according to one officer, who are the straights. They put red dots on their clothing to indicate they are straight. It's a very straight thing to do. Accounts from those arrested later presented to the city council described hateful police behavior. One officer allegedly told a line of men standing against the shower wall, okay, graphic content, just content warning. This is pretty horrible. I wish these pipes were hooked up to gas so I could annihilate you all. A reference to Nazi death camps. Police compiled large amounts of personal information about the men rounded up, including the names of their works, superiors, for those who were married, names and phone numbers of their wives. The arrested feared retaliation from police who were known in the past to have made concerned citizen calls to employers when charges revolving around sexual orientation were laid. When the night was over, 286 men were charged for being found in a common body house, while 20 others were charged in, yeah, we already mentioned that. The boathouse suffered $50,000 in damage. No incidents of sex work was uncovered. So this led, let's see, what time are we at? I still have a bunch of tabs to get to. So people can go check out this link. Oh, I can do this. I can do this because you're not seeing this part of the screen if I do this. I will toss this into subspace. Let's see if this works. Yay, it worked. Okay, so you can finish reading up on this article. It is, a very important part of our history, our heritage here in Canada. But, this led to demonstrations and, violence between the police and people involved. Let's see. Body politic columnist Ken Porter later wrote about the riots. I know that something got into people because it got into me. What got into me was my own anger over living in a society which finds my existence inconvenient. What it got into me was my own anger over harassment on the streets that are never safe for me. What got into me was my own anger over the unrelenting stream of taunts and insults from the media, coolly calculated to undermine my self-respect with every passing day. As long as society continues to demand us as its victims and its human sacrifices, the anger is going to be there, waiting to get into us again and again. It's not going to go away for a long, long time. And then you can also read about the public reaction. One news person at Chum Radio referred to the police as pigs on the radio. So pigs in the vent, pigs in the radio. That sounds like a horrible dinner time. Pigs in a vent. It's usually pigs in a blanket. But an editorial published in the Globe and Mail on February 9th pointed out the hypocrisy of the raids and their implications for a wider range of communities in the city. There have been no such raids on other private clubs in Metro Toronto. There have been no such raids on heterosexual body houses in Metro Toronto. Even in the days when there were raids on heterosexual body houses, few charges were laid against founders. The impression upon the public cannot fail to be that the police are discriminating against homosexuals, knowing that relatively minor charges which have been laid against so many people may give them major problems in their private lives, hurting them in their jobs and families, exposing them to abuse of those who would deny homosexuals any rights. Then the Toronto Sun attacked them. Toronto Sun is a right-wing rag. Turns out it has always been a right-wing rag and is just horrible. And yeah, if anyone's quoting the Toronto Sun to you, just kindly tell them to F off. Like, the Toronto Sun is just so perverse, because I heard recently, I don't read the paper, so I don't know, but they still have their Sunshine Girl, which is basically a photo of a woman in a bikini with every release. Yeah, it's that type of newspaper. But what I can tell you is what this. Oh, here we go. I was wondering where I remembered seeing that. Legacy and significance. Over time, the bathhouse raids came to be considered as Toronto's equivalent of the 1969 Stonewall riots, in which patrons of New York City gay bar called Stonewall and fought back against police harassment. Most of those arrests in Toronto were found innocent of charges, and we already went over that. And yeah. But down here, through a full inquiry into the raids never materialized, municipal studies prepared in the aftermath helps to slowly improve relationships between police and gay community. Those strains continued into the 21st century. Subsequent raids of Toronto bathhouses, gay and lesbian strip clubs, and nightclubs continue, with raids in June of 81, April 83, February 96, and even September of 2000. The growing politicization and support of gay community fueled civil rights activism, made homophobia less acceptable, and have led to Pride becoming one of Toronto's largest annual public celebrations. So, yes, this led to Toronto Pride. And, you hear about Toronto Pride Parade, and it is one of the largest celebrations of Pride in the world. And we can do this, and I can go to share this tab instead. And we're going to scooch over to the Wikipedia page on it, because I found it more helpful than the Canadian Encyclopedia page that didn't exist on it, or did it? And I just closed it because I didn't need it. Something like that. So Pride in Toronto is an annual event held in Toronto in June each year to celebrate the community. The first parade occurred in June 1981. For most of its history, Pride was a 7 to 10 day festival centered on the final week in June, with the parade falling on either the last weekend in June or the first week. Okay, we don't need that. Since 2016, the entire month of June has been declared Pride, with a program of events throughout the month leading up to the parade. And so this is just saying that Pride Week evolved out of the mass protests that followed the 1981 Toronto bathhouse raids, known as Operation Soap. So Pride Toronto officials say that Pride Week 2009 drew an estimated 1 million people to Toronto and contributed 136 million to the city's economy. And states said they expect World Pride to be significantly bigger. The actual number turned out to be closer to 2 million visitors. Economic impact was first reported at 286 million in 2014 and later updated to 719 million. Yes, it is a very popular event. It's 44 years ago today that it started. See all this stuff. But it's not without its controversies. Commercialization, marginalization are always issues. But this I found interesting. I did not know this, and I found it out during the research. So we're going to learn about it together. Well, no, I already learned about it by reading this. Now I'm going to read it to you, so now you will know about it. Queers Against Israeli Apartheid. In 2010, there was a controversy over Pride Toronto's decision regarding the participation of one group, Queers Against Israel Apartheid. Kwaye. I'm pretty sure that's how you pronounce it. Kwaye? Kwaye? Yeah. Initially, Pride Toronto agreed not to allow the phrase Israeli apartheid as part of the deal with the City of Toronto, which had suggested that funding would be reviewed if the group was included. However, Pride Toronto subsequently reversed that decision June 23rd after it received funds from the city, allowing the group to participate. Several pro-Israel groups also attended the event. Pride's decision to reverse the ban on Kwaye after it received funding from the city, which was done on condition that Kwaye not be allowed to participate. So they said, oh, no, we're not going to. Oh, yeah, city, we're not going to do it. Can we have our funding? Okay, we got our funding. Everything's good. Check signed. The check cash. Okay, come back in. Come back in. You can come back in. So the decision to reverse receive funding from the city, which was done on the condition, blah, 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 drew sharp criticism from several sources. Rob Ford, that is the crack-smoking mayor of Toronto, former mayor, formerly alive, who is the brother of the current premier, Doug Ford. Yes, they are related. Rob Ford, who was then a mayoral candidate, he was I want to express my disappointment and disgust with Pride Toronto's decision to allow this hateful group to march. Yes, because groups against apartheid, just full of rage and hate. Giorgio Mol. That sounds like, I don't even know how to pronounce it, but I'm guessing that's Italian. Who was also running for mayor, announced that he would introduce a motion at the city council demanding that Pride return the $250,000 it had received from the city to reject all of Pride's future funding and blah, blah, blah. In March 2011, Toronto Mayor Rob Ford said that he will not allow the city funding in Toronto the 2011 parade if organizers allow Kwaye march again this year. Taxpayer dollars should not go towards funding hate speech. My, how right-wing talking points never change. Ford said, however, on April 13th, 2011, the nonpartisan Toronto City Mayor released a report for the City Council's executive concluding that participation of Kwaye in the Pride Parade based solely on the phrase Israeli apartheid does not violate the city's anti-discrimination policy. The city also cannot therefore conclude that the use of the term on signs or banners to identify Kwaye's constitutes the promotion of hatred or seeks to incite discrimination contrary to the code. Ford indicated he plans to defund the parade regardless of the city manager report. My, how right-wing tactics never change. On April 15th, 2011, Kwaye announced that it would withdraw from the parade. However, the one counselor, the Italian counselor, responded that he's still going to make sure that they withdraw. So you've withdrawn, and I'm going to make sure that you withdraw. Going past that to ban you from participating in the parade that you're not participating in. In June 2011, Toronto City Council voted to condemn the phrase Israeli apartheid. Yeah, scary. Stating facts. As part of the resolution recognizing the Pride Parade as a significant cultural event that strongly promotes the idea of tolerance and diversity, the resolution said that slams the term Israeli apartheid for undermining the values of pride and diminishing the suffering experienced by individuals during the apartheid regime in South Africa. Yeah. Yeah. Uh, people claiming apartheid in Israel. You're undermining, you're diminishing the suffering of the people who lived through apartheid in South Africa. Those are extremely comparable. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah. If you call one apartheid, it's a crime. If you call the other apartheid, it's history. It's a fact in history, and one of these days it'll be a fact in history too that what Israel is doing is apartheid and currently genocide. Then there were some issues around Black Lives Matter and having the police be involved with the parade. Where am I for time? So we're just going to, again, I will pop this into subspace for people to finish giving that a read if you like, because I still have a couple things that I want to go over. Like we still haven't even talked about same-sex marriage. Yeah, okay. So same-sex marriage in Canada. There's this tab from the encyclopedia. This is just a breakdown here. But what was it in here? Oh, right. Yeah, I don't know. Wikipedia page has all of it too and more. So same-sex marriage in Canada was progressively introduced in several provinces and territories of Canada by court decisions beginning in 2003, before being legally recognized nationwide with the enactment of the Civil Marriage Act on July 20th, 2005. On June 10th, 2003, the Court of Appeal issued a decision immediately legalizing same-sex marriage in Ontario, thereby becoming the first province where it was legal. The introduction of a federal gender-neutral marriage definition made Canada the fourth country in the world and the first country outside Europe to legally recognize same-sex marriage throughout its borders. Before the federal recognition of same-sex marriage, courts' decisions had already introduced in 8 out of 10 provinces and 1 in 3 territories, whose residents collectively made up 90% of Canada's population. More than 3,000 same-sex couples had already been married in those areas before the act was passed. So, yeah, and then again, just a breakdown. So in June 10th, 2003, Ontario became the first province. That's my province. This wouldn't have happened if Doug Ford was premier at the time. I'm just saying. And then it was back in 2005 that the act was passed federally, so that anyone across the country would be allowed to. However, where does it say? Where does it say? Was it up here? No. Where is it? Marriage falls in the federal government, blah, 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 blah. It's basically saying that it's not going to force religious people who are bigoted homophobes that do marriages for religious reasons. It's not going to force them to marry people. But wherever these people are, they're still entitled to be married somewhere, somehow. History, court ruling. Still something I want to get to. Where? I want to see the actual wording of it. Oh, well. In other words, you can get married. You can get queer married here in Canada. Polyamory, not yet. But maybe someday. I don't know. I don't want to get married, so it doesn't matter to me. So people can read up more on that, because I just want to get on to some more stuff. Because I have just over 10 minutes left, and there was this, like, okay, I might not be able to show the full clip of Michael Brooks, because I just wanted to point out that relations between police in Toronto and the gay community haven't exactly improved. Well, in some areas they have, but in some areas they haven't. And not too long ago, there was a serial killer here in Toronto, between 2010 and 2018. A total of 8 men disappeared from the neighborhood of Church and Wellesley. For those who don't know, Church and Wellesley is like the gay center of Toronto. The LGBTQ village of Toronto. The investigation into the disappearance taken up by 2 successive police task forces eventually led to Bruce MacArthur, a 66-year-old self-employed Toronto landscaper, who they then arrested on January 18th. He pleaded guilty to 8 counts of first-degree murder and was subsequently sentenced to imprisonment. He's the most prolific known serial killer to have been active in Toronto and the oldest known serial killer. To sum this up, we don't need to know his back history. He got onto gay websites, a lot of them fetish websites as well, and he would invite men over and murder them. He would keep souvenirs, hairs, pictures, like clippings of their hairs in Ziploc bags, pictures and everything. And he had a landscaping business, and this is horrid. He would bury body parts in the big plant potters on other people's properties that he was landscaping. And there was a lot of backlash towards the police on this because for a long time, the queer community was saying, hey, people are going missing. And the police are like, yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. And a couple of people died who didn't have to die. There's a story, if you look into it, of one man who was he felt like he was almost a victim of this guy, because part of the thing is that with the fetish, he would tie them down. And quite often that didn't alarm them because that was part of their role playing that they were doing. And then until it wasn't. And there was one man apparently who he had tied to a chair and was playing around with, but then that man kissed him. And apparently that kind of shocked him, almost like he wasn't familiar with like that sort of affection and stuff. And he got all basically confused and ended up just letting the guy go. But it was a very close call for him. And a lot of people were saying like, hey, police, do your job. And the police just weren't. They just weren't. So, you know, people can look into this more. There's videos on it, plenty of information. But I just wanted to get to, there's still a little bit of time. So we won't watch the full clip then. Hopefully the audio works because it starts, I think, around here. And this is just in honor of Michael Brooks. This was from years and years ago, and it's even more poignant now than when he said it back then. And, you know, the world is missing a giant right now, and I should probably plug in my headphones for this. So that you don't get an echo. So I think, I think it starts about here because you can tell where most viewed is.
Who were crucial in ending apartheid in South Africa, like Desmond Tutu and 3. And when we talk about, you know, look, and the apartheid word specifically is both used by people who were crucial in ending apartheid in South Africa, like Desmond Tutu or Ronnie Kasrils, who served as intelligence minister under Mbeki, who I've interviewed. And the other main people who use the apartheid word are Ehud Olmert and Ehud Barak. So it is what it is. And I don't support second-class citizenship and occupation and sieges for anybody, no matter who they are.
Are you not concerned about the binary between either condemning Israel entirely, being like also a stance that a lot of like very strong and notorious anti-Semitic people agree with, versus like, you know, seeing this as more of a complex issue where it is wrong what's going on, and that there's also a way to do this that Israel still exists and is supported?
So it's not a complex issue. That's the big thing. It's super simple. There's one group that has enormous power. It's the most powerful country in the Middle East. It's backed by the United States. It acts on another population of people with total impunity and is never held accountable for anything. So there's no symmetry in the relationship, period. And just as like a thought experiment, IDW people, if we know that if somehow a population of Jewish refugees ended up in West Bank in Gaza, and an Arabic government in Jerusalem and Tel Aviv had an open air prison in what, Jewish Gaza, which they bombed with white phosphorus. They killed civilians indiscriminately, and they had no provisions for medicine. They had an embargo that blocked food, that electricity wasn't running, that there was an over 48% unemployment rate, life expectancy and malnutrition statistics were horrifying. One of the major policymakers in this hypothetical Arabic Palestinian state said, we need to put those Jews on a diet. In the West Bank, there was another Jewish area where there was a little bit more autonomy, but there was regular Arabic settlements where they pulled up the Jewish farmers' foods. They terrorized them with rocks. The security forces broke children's bones, and they couldn't drive their own roads. We'd all have no problem understanding what that was. So there's nothing complex about it. The second part of your question, it's a pure asymmetry relationship. And the question is rights or not. So that's it. It's not complicated. The second part of your question, at this point, there's always going to be crackpots who are anti-Semitic who condemn Israel. That's not what drives the movement, particularly in the United States. If you work around most people who are concerned with this issue, it's actually populated with a lot of Jewish people. The real question we have to ask is, why is it that AIPAC is hosting an information minister for Slobodan Milosevic? Why is it that there's relationships between the Israeli government and far-right parties in Europe? Why is it that Benjamin Netanyahu's son is posting borderline alt-right memes? Why is it that Israel is an alt-right state, even though it is from the descendants of the victims of one of the greatest crimes in history? That's a serious question. And that's inseparable from the racism of the project, which goes back to the first part that we have to solve. But thank you. Shalom.
There we go. Yeah. The world is missing a giant with Michael Brooks. It's just such a terrible loss. Okay. Oh, I still got 5 minutes, so I can check out what people were saying in subspace. Still got to figure out like what we call trolls in subspace. I think last week I saw, when I looked back, somebody mentioning things like terrible tribbles or something like that. But I just think that tribbles are way too cute to be referred to as trolls, you know. Let's see what people are saying in subspace. People complimenting my artwork. Why, thank you. Oh, you mean this drawing? This drawing right here? Any ideas on how I can get Owen Jones to actually know that it exists is greatly appreciated. I think if I start an argument with him on Twitter, that might work, because he does seem to like to get into arguments. It feels like I don't want to, when he posts videos, he says that he reads the comments in the videos, but it just doesn't feel appropriate when he's doing like these devastating videos about what's happening in Gaza to be like, hey, look at this comment here. I posted. It just doesn't feel appropriate. I have a bad time, like a hard time figuring out what is appropriate with my autism. So if I'm suspecting it's not appropriate, it's probably really not appropriate. So other than like tagging all of his, like commenting on all of his tweets and stuff when he does it, I don't know how else to get him to notice it. But I might do a game of telephone if I know someone who knows someone. I think one of the Vanguard guys actually did follow me. I'll have to check my follows and then be like, okay, you know Mehdi. Mehdi knows him. Pass it along the chain. Let's see what people are saying. Okay, got that. And hello to everyone who is in subspace. Somebody is hoping that Trump does annex lots of areas. You see, you might like having Canada as part of your country. We wouldn't like it, you know. It is what it is. Let's see if there's any questions for me. And also, don't forget, buy my book. It's a good read. It's a fun read. If I sell 4 more copies by the next time Minuet is on, she'll read part of it. Is that the reference to Pigs in a Blanket Etchbox? Yeah. Toronto Sun is just a horrid newspaper, John Davis. It's not even like serious. Let's see. Somebody was commenting on my sarcasm. And I just wanted to read that comment, but I have no idea where it went. Why, thank you, Pendulous Dragon. I appreciate the compliment. I appreciate the compliment, Devil's Advocate, saying my art is unbelievable. Where is the sarcastic comment? Something like my sarcasm is at it again or something like that. I don't know. I'm rambling, and it's almost time for me to go. Yeah. So Sunday, news live stream. I'm sure there'll be lots to cover in it, as well as on Thursday or Friday, I'm going to be posting an interview I had with Yves Angler. He's not yet a candidate for the NDP federal race, but he wants to be a candidate. But it's a matter of if he can get past the vetting, which is, the vetting, there are a bunch of gatekeepers there. But it was still a very good conversation. Really feels like he's the injection of socialism the party needs right now. Pendulous Dragon said, I sent your pic to Owen on Blue Sky. Thank you. Yeah, if people are on Blue Sky and Twitter right now, just go and like and share the recent tweets I put up about it. Because I deleted the one from Friday because, again, I updated it. Spent 3 hours updating that drawing. So if you can, the more people like and retweet them, the more likely Owen is to see it. It'd just be nice. And also I reposted the video and everything on my YouTube channel. So go check it out there. Go check it out on TikTok. Go check it out on Instagram, because again, the more it gets into the algorithms, the more likely it is that it will fall onto Owen's radar. But I'm like trying to contact a celebrity that lives on a different continent. It's just, it's a bit tricky. But thank you to all the mods. Thank you to the wonderful producer. Everyone give some, I don't want to say hearts to the producer. Some, I don't know. How about emojis with kissies in it to the producers? Nicholas. And also, don't forget to subscribe to my YouTube channel and become a patron. And if you go to my YouTube channel, you can see I have an Amazon wish list linked under all my videos, which is greatly appreciated. Any help with vet bills for my 18-year-old cat would be greatly appreciated. He's on a daily medication. So it helps if I can get that. And you can do that by e-transfer if you're Canadian, or PayPal, which again, it's all linked on my videos on my YouTube channel. And I think oh man, I beat the 2 minutes. And thank you everyone for tuning in. Up next, we have the Leftist Mafia syndicated content. So everyone check it out, and I will do the whole official goodbye. So salut, à la prochaine. Thank you for watching and stay tuned. I'm Sandee, wishing your tomorrow is better than your today.
culture. It's about canceling.
Up yours. Woke moralists. Up yours.
Systematic bullying that's happening.
And they believe that
Cocaína.
But it's the wax that the Terminator X spun. Now they got me in a cell cause my records they sell. Cause a brother like me said, well,
it's born like this, it's born like this, immaculate conception. I transform like this, perform like this, which else you a new weapon. I don't contemplate, I meditate, then off your head. This that puts against the bed. This that I got realness, I just push, cause it's in my DNA. I got millions, I got riches building in my DNA. I got dark, I got evil that rot inside my DNA. I got off, I got trouble, some heart inside my DNA.
They seem animalistic is what I mean.
No, they're worse than animals.
The woke mob, they ruin everything.
They stop Ben Shapiro from going to events and speaking. They stop Ann Coulter from doing it.
I will never surrender even a single inch of ground to a pitchfork mob.
You never cave to the mob.
We will never bow to the mob. Ever. No matter what.
Do you see the final expression of cancel culture in terrorist groups like
We'll see who cancels who.
They want you to comply.
Hello.
Hello.
How's everybody doing?
Good. How are you?
Doing good. We're now broadcasting live to the kids over at TikTok, courtesy of Lance.
We're about to. I'm troubleshooting in the background right now. It's not letting me do it, but we will soon be live.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're what?
We're gonna blow up on TikTok. We're gonna go
Yeah, I'm
viral.
gonna do
I don't know
the
about
first
that.
TikTok lives.
We're gonna have to
whenever.
do dances though, unfortunately. How we doing though? We doing okay this week? I know it's been a lot.
It's been a week.
Yeah. How about you?
Mm-hmm. Not too shabby. There was something that I found very amusing this week that happened yesterday, and I know you all saw this by now, but we still have to talk about it. Chris Cuomo got duped by an AOC AI, and this is the fakest thing I've ever seen. The fact that he fell for it is genuinely hilarious to me. So I can play it for you. I don't know if I want to show you his response or the AI first, because like when you see how he talks about, yeah, I was duped, whatever. It's just I don't understand. Let me pull up the tweet.
Well, I thought you had it handy. Jeez, awkward silence.
What? Now
No,
I
I mean,
have it
I
handy up.
saw this. We talked about it earlier on the Majority Report. It is truly amazing that I mean, the honestly, the most generous excuse for him is that he did not watch the video before sharing it. Like, that's it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Otherwise, if he actually watched the video, then he's more of a moron than if he just shared it without watching it, quite frankly. That's how bad this video is.
I kind of think that he did watch it and still thought it was real because he is somebody who is deeply, deeply idiotic. So I'll play the video in a second, but he tweeted out nothing about Hamas or people burning Jews, cars, but Sweeney Jeans ad deserved time on floor of Congress? What happened to this party? Fight for small business, not for small culture wars. And just to give you all some additional context, if you haven't been following Chris Cuomo, he's been going apeshit over AOC, Mamdani, like the radical left, primarily
Because
AOC.
his brother lost.
His brother lost, so
literally
yeah.
A temper tantrum because his brother lost.
So she responded, "This is a deep fake, dude. Please use your critical thinking skills. At this point, you're just reposting Facebook memes and calling it journalism." So he did a video response as well, but I just want to show you the actual video.
Sydney Sweeney.
Can you all hear that?
I can, and we're live on TikTok, so say hi to the TikTok world.
Hello, TikTok world. How's it going?
How are we being viewed on TikTok? Like, we're not.
I
we're not
downloaded the
vertical.
TikTok live studio,
just
so it's
like-
broadcasting the whole Leftist Mafia screen. Like a guy, you already got Luke Robinson saying hi, Mike. You're getting there's
Wow.
comments, chatters. Yeah,
Nice to see you all. Well, in case everybody on TikTok
What?
doesn't know who we are,
What?
we are the Leftist Mafia. We're actually conservatives, but we're doing a satire of the left. So, somewhat we range from libertarian to paleocon to fascist, but you know, we try to parody the leftists that are destroying the country and turning us into a communist hellscape. So, yeah, welcome. Okay, so with that out of the way, this is the AI that Chris Cuomo fell for.
Sydney Sweeney looks like an Aryan goddess. And the American Eagle Jeans campaign is blatant Nazi propaganda. I mean, fuck. Watching that sultry little temptress squeeze into a Canadian tuxedo, 3 sizes too small, with her bouncy little fun bags on the screen staring at you, piercing through the core of your soul, with those ocean blue eyes that could resurrect the Fuhrer from his grave in Argentina, is something that should alarm every American citizen, because in America, beauty is not defined by whiteness. Oh no, it is defined by the number of victim groups of which you are a member. Skinny, attractive, blonde-haired, blue-eyed cisgender women descend from the slave daddy oppressors of this nation. And any man who cranks one out while thinking about a woman like this probably hates black people, probably hates gay people, and they certainly hate the diversity of our great nation. So I say, instead of simping for the Sydneys, we should be celebrating the Shaniquas. Instead of worshiping the hot, straight blonde, what about the obese alphabet, people with blue hair? They need love too. And to all the haters who say companies that go woke, go broke, I'd rather be poor than a fucking Nazi.
Now, in case the bad AI wasn't a big enough clue for you,
Gender women.
If you look at the top here, it says parody, 100% made by AI. So he apparently missed that as well. He missed her referring to Hitler as the Fuhrer.
using the alphabet mafia. Like it sounds like the Babylon Bee wrote this. This is how the Babylon Bee thinks leftists sound, and he fell for it. Well, if he watched it, he may have just been like, "Oh, I'm quote tweeting this."
Yeah, I'm leaning towards that being the explanation, but I think that he should have just said that. Yeah, I fell for it. I should have watched it, but I didn't. But just the video quickly looked real. I should have put more thought into it. I just saw the caption. But here's his actual response. Let me share that page. And this isn't the full thing, but this is him like admitting, owning up to what he did.
You listening? I was wrong. I was tweeting today and saw a clip of AOC saying that Sydney Sweeney ad was racist. And so I replied to it and I said, why do you care about this and ignore what matters most? Why, in all the times that you've called on Israel to stop, why have you never told Hamas to stop, told Hamas to surrender? Why would you ignore the St. Louis attack on that Jewish guy who had his...
I just gotta like interject here. Why is he randomly bringing up this non sequitur? Like she was talking, he thought that she was talking about Sydney Sweeney, but he's like, well, why aren't you simping for Israel? And like the reason why, as a lawmaker, she doesn't call on Hamas to stop is because the United States government is not funding Hamas. We have absolutely no control over what Hamas does. So it's just extremely idiotic politically, but nonetheless, I'll let him continue because yeah, he doesn't make himself look any better.
car bombed. AOC tweeted back and said, dude, that's a deep fake, that Sydney Sweeney ad. You suck, in so many words. And she was right. They got me. AI. It was really good, and it did seem like something she would say, but it wasn't her.
Did it though? Did it though, bitch? Come on, Chris.
So I thanked AOC for correcting.
Wait, AOC
but
calls.
I then reminded her.
AOC calls people. Hold on. AOC calls people Aryan goddesses with fun bags and drops the F-bomb multiple times on the house floor.
Yeah.
Like this guy did not watch the video, or he like there's no other way to explain it. Like I don't know what because what he's saying does not match what was said. It did not sound like her
Also,
at all. It did not sound like her at
you
all.
you don't walk into a public space, shit yourself, and then start asking, "What about Hamas?" Right? Like you embarrassed yourself horrifically here, and then immediately he's like, "But what about you, AOC? Why won't you answer my questions?" I was like, "My dude, this is the like the most direct example of take an L. If you can't take an L here, when can you take an L, right? Like, there's no getting on top of this. There's no, well, I'm turning the story around on her. You know, there's no reverse Uno card for something this bad.
Yeah, everybody needs to watch David Doel's video about this because he shared a bunch of memes of people like shitting on him where it's like comics of people saying, yeah, I fell for it, but like it kind of speaks to how bad things have gotten if I'm falling for this, or how bad the left is or something. Like it's just a total inability to just admit that he didn't watch the video, and he probably still didn't watch the video after people were shitting on him. Like he still has no idea. There's no context clues in what he's saying. Just completely idiotic.
She ignored the part of the tweet that mattered, okay? Not Sweeney, which really should have never been a thing, let's be honest. Why did AOC, the most popular Democrat in the country, powerful, reportedly ignore what I asked about calling on Hamas to surrender to end the war?
Because that is completely fucking irrelevant. Like, what? Have you used your platform at News Nation to call on Israel to stop their starvation of children? Like, what the fuck? This is so random.
He's trying to ignore the fact that he's like she ignored my main point. No, your main point was sharing a AI video of her as if it was real, saying completely insane things. You're mad that she called you out on that and ignored all the random bullshit you said after? No, the whole entry to this conversation was you sharing a fake video that you fell for because you thought it was her, which sent you on a downward spiral, and now you're trying to pretend that wasn't the main thing. Of course she's going to focus on that. You're smearing her for something she never did or said. You're sharing a fake AI video of her that's using her likeness to say things that she's never said, and you're acting like it's real. That's the main thing here. Of course that's going to be her focus. Like, I feel like we've gone into some, like, bizarro world where, like, literally everything we've been taught growing up, all throughout school, just, like, basic common sense things, all of a sudden, the so-called adults in the world, the 50 and 60 and 70-year-olds, and we can even go down to the Gen Xers, whatever, they're all acting as if, like, everything that we were taught when we were young about lying and sharing bullshit just doesn't matter anymore. Like, this was the thing to call you out for. You lied. You lied. You smeared her using using technology that faked something she said. And now you're trying to act like this was no big deal? Like, we're literally, like, honestly, like, shit like this makes me not even like what's the point of doing anything? Like, because there's people out here who obviously, like, he's a moron, but there's people out here who obviously, I saw the original video, like, where it was posted, and there were people replying to it as if it was real. Like, we're living in a time when, like, what's the point of any of this? If, like, fucking morons, even in our corporate media, are sharing fake things as real, and then when they're called out for it, they're acting like that's not the point. That their fake news, literal fake news, is not the point, and the big picture is defending Israel as they commit genocide in Gaza. I mean, we are living, I can't even, I'm just like, I'm sometimes you just look at the world, the state of the world, and you're speechless. Like, nothing matters anymore if this is what we're dealing with. If people can be fooled by this, and even when they're called out on it, just go, well, anyway, that's not my point. I mean, what are we doing? What are we doing here? Just good night, guys. Have a great show. I'm logging off. Like, there's no point anymore.
Yeah. There's a little bit more. Play the rest. Doesn't get any better, of course, but nonetheless, let's hear from this dumbass dickhead.
Where they started. She has never said that I could find. Think about that. She also ignored my question about saying nothing about the American IDF soldier who returned home only to have his car firebombed in America by...
Chris, why won't you say anything about the 13 women who called your brother a sex pest? Do you have any comments on
Good
that?
question.
Nothing?
Well,
No? You're a journalist, right?
How often has Chris Cuomo covered what has happened to Palestinians in this country? There was a little boy in Chicago who was murdered by his landlord, a child, for being Palestinian. There were 3 Palestinian college students in Vermont who were shot. One of them, last I checked, is paralyzed because they were Palestinian. They were wearing a Palestinian scarf. I don't think Chris Cuomo has ever mentioned any of that. Are we can't talk about things unless we've mentioned every single fucking act in the world? And also, like, this trotting out this propaganda of like, oh, why haven't you on Hamas to surrender? Like, this was propaganda like a year and a half ago. This is outdated now. Calling Hamas to surrender. What are you talking about? Gaza is starving. Everyone there is starving. Israel won't let aid in. Children are dying from malnourishment. Any hostages in Gaza who are alive are going to be starved thanks to Israel, because we know from the fact that they've been kept alive for the past 2 years that they were being fed. But now all of Gaza is running out of food for everybody, including the hostages. And now they're going to starve because Israel won't let aid in. But call on Hamas to surrender. Like, this is propaganda. This is outdated propaganda. It's not even relevant to the current events of what's happening in Israel and in Gaza. What just happened today is Netanyahu is saying that Israel's going to take over Gaza.
Yeah, he gets even worse. He does the thing where he brings up the New York Times article and starts saying, like, why won't you talk about how this had to be retracted because there was a picture of a child with cerebral palsy, which I guess, like, you know, the bar is below hell at this point when it's like that picture is a picture of a starving child with cerebral palsy. Like, you can have a disability or pre-existing condition and still need food. Like, I've never understood how anyone was using this as a gotcha, but he goes there right after that. It's like, it's just like beyond disgusting.
Yeah, I don't know. I hear
Also,
you all talk about
I don't know if
this,
it's the same
and
person,
you're
but there
all
was another one where the
anti-Semitic.
New York Times.
That's all I have to say.
Right. No, but there was another one where I don't know if it's the same one you're talking about, but where they were talking about how the New York Times put out a correction about like the child had like a medical condition or something, and they were and they weren't able to get their medication. I mean, I'm sorry that the child was they said the child was being starved by Israel. I'm sorry, we made a mistake. It's just that Israel won't let the child's medication in, and they're dying from that. Like, that's the big gotcha, that the child is dying because Israel's withholding his medication.
Yeah, it's beyond abhorrent.
Yeah, and yet he
just,
thinks he has the moral high ground.
It's so hard. Like, I've barely been like really posting online lately, and it's because it's so hard to fucking like build up the care to put shit out there when like this is the audience that's out there. It doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, you correct someone and it used to be like, oh, I was wrong, but no, not even here. He was wrong and he doesn't care. He doesn't care. A guy who made millions on CNN, corporate media, he doesn't care. It's just like, what are we doing here? Like, I'm just gonna fucking log off and never go back online because it's pointless.
We are truly witnessing the idiocracyfication of America, and just like the straight up erosion of reality. When you look at the way that the media handles, Israel's genocide of Palestine, when you look at the way that Trump is now firing the individual who put out labor statistics, I mean, we're just living in this distorted version of the truth. And what bothers me is that, like, even these mainstream media journalists who have spent years building up credibility, they're also responsible for the downfall of society. And like on the subject of AI, it wasn't just Chris Cuomo that had an AI kerfuffle this week. I'm not sure if you both saw, but Jim Acosta, he
Oh my
had an
God, yeah.
interview with one of the children who was murdered in the Parkland massacre, and he had an interview with this fake AI, and it was one of the most
wait,
dystopian
We
things
I
I've
gotta
ever
correct
seen.
you. He did not. I know you just misspoke because this is your point, but he did not have an interview with the child who was killed in Parkland. He had an
The AI of a
interview
child, yeah.
with a
Oh,
fucking
he said
computer
AI
program.
version. He said an AI version of
He,
him.
don't even, I think that even I think that even takes it too far because that makes you believe that there is a hyper intelligent, emotional, artificial intelligence out there like in the movies. No. He had a chat with a fucking computer program. Not even a robot with some sort of higher sense of being.
Joaquin,
No.
I would like to know.
We are talking about a computer program.
This is what Matt is referring to here. This is just a quick clip. And this is what Jim Acosta shared. So he was proud of this. He had this on his show. But yeah, he actually thought this was a good idea. Just watch a little bit of this.
Joaquin, I would like to know what your solution would be for gun violence.
Great question. I believe in a mix of stronger gun control laws, mental health support, and community engagement. We need to create safe spaces for conversations and connections, making sure everyone feels seen and heard. It's about building a culture of kindness and understanding. What do you think about that?
I think that's a great idea, Joaquin.
How is that not
What the
embarrassing?
fuck?
Like, you know,
Yeah.
I know he was tapped to do this. Like, it was obviously an editorial decision, right? Like, oh, we want to try out this like breaking new technology. We want to be
It's
the
his
first
show
ones to
though.
use
He
it.
went
It's
he went
like-
independent, didn't he? It's his
Yeah, I
show.
know,
There's no higher ups telling him to do this. It's his
Oh, it was just this,
independent. He went indie. He went independent.
Well,
Oh,
the
okay.
father said it was his idea. The father came out and defended it and said it was his idea, but that doesn't like remove culpability from Jim Acosta. He
Grieving
should know
parents do all
better.
sorts of grieving parents do all sorts of insane things while they're
Right.
grieving because people do. Anyone does something does things that always doesn't make sense when they're grieving. And honestly, I think this is unhealthy. I think this is extremely unhealthy. People are, and I've seen this online. People using AI to bring their family members via pictures back to life or whatever, their deceased relatives back to life. I think this is dangerous. I think it is emotionally manipulative. I think it is harmful to people. I think what it's going to do, it's going to distort people's memory because these AIs know nothing about your family member. They don't know what they look like. There's a picture there, but they don't know how your family member moves, how the intricacies of their unique smile when they smile. They don't know this shit that's not in the picture. It makes it up. It makes it up wholesale. They do not know you. They do not know your family member. They don't know their personality. They don't know what they would think. They don't know what this kid would think. They don't know if this kid would be pro-gun control just because of what happened to him, because we know there's kids. There's like that very famous conservative influencer, a young kid who was at Parkland who became a right-wing pro-gun guy after the shooting in Parkland. We have no idea. AI has no idea. And I think what it's going to do to people, it's going to, in a very unhealthy way, distort people's memory of their loved ones to the point where one day you will no longer know what they actually looked like, because all you will have consumed is fake AI imagery of what ChatGPT and OpenAI thought, or whatever the AI company behind these are, thought your loved one looked like because they were paid to make it up. And I think that's sad, honestly. I think that's so fucking sad.
Well, it's a digital
We're gonna have
version of
memories
those
of
shysters
people
who
that
speak to
did not
ghosts.
exist.
You know those scam artists like seancers and stuff. Like, I think they're just the biggest scum in the universe, where they're like, oh, I can speak to your dead relatives, give me money. And it's just like, that's a horrifying thing to prey upon, is grieving people, right? To like take their money in good faith and then pretend as part of an act. You're doing a digital version of that. That's it's the equivalent. You're just being like, well, we have advanced technology to make it possible. I don't need to speak to ghosts. I can create ghosts with fucking an algorithm.
Right. I mean, I've seen these. I've seen them like, so like when I go on Facebook every now and then, Facebook now like tries to promote like posts in public groups. And I guess like some of the most popular groups out there on Facebook are like people asking for like free Photoshop edits from people, like as favors or whatever. And there are, I'm constantly being like, because I guess they get a lot of attention, being recommended these posts of like, oh this is my only picture of my son or something. Can you edit this to make it look better or something? Because it's like, you know, too dark or whatever. And some asshole, instead of doing the basic Photoshop edit that this person asked for, uploads a fucking AI video that they just fed to some AI program that brings their son's photo to life. And it kills me every time, because you know, or nobody knows, I should say, what that kid looked like when he smiled or when he moved or when he raised his brow or whatever. And this person is distorting that person's memory of what this person looked like and how they were. Because, you know, I as someone who lost people, and like I'm sure so many of you have, you try to think about them, and like, you know, as time goes by, sometimes your memory of them, unfortunately, isn't as strong sometimes. You start to forget, oh, what did they do when they did this, if you don't have like a photo or video of them doing that. And AI is going to replace people's memories with fakery. And I think that's really scary. And it's all that's been on my mind now for like months when I first thought about this and first started seeing these posts.
Yeah, and I think that there's, like, to your point, Matt, there's something so unhealthy about grieving in this way. Like, actually accepting loss and giving yourself closure is really important. And for anybody who has like difficulties grieving, I'm just gonna shamelessly plug the game Expedition 33 because it really helps you like understand how people process grief. Ariana, we were talking about the really creepy AI interview that Jim Acosta had with the Parkland victim, where he brought on this. Have you not seen this? Okay, I just want to show you, like, I won't play it again, but it's worth just like.
You can play it again. You can play it so she could see it, so she understands what we're talking about. Yeah.
So she understands how disgusting it is.
It just
I don't think you get.
It's beyond.
Yeah, the voice actually does add to it. But yeah, this is what Jim Acosta shared.
Joaquin, I would like to know what your solution would be for gun violence.
Great question. I believe in a mix of stronger gun control laws, mental health support, and community engagement. We need to create safe spaces for conversations and connections, making sure everyone feels seen and heard. It's about building a culture of kindness and understanding. What do you think about that?
I think that's a great idea, Joaquin.
Like, who does this? Is that not so insane and just in the worst taste ever? Like, I can't get over it, honestly.
I feel like 15 polar bears died for that interview. Like, I don't understand.
At least.
Like,
We're lucky.
Listen,
it's so crazy. It's so crazy that like, and he's acknowledging him as the kid. I think that's a great idea, Joaquin. Like, you're not talking to him. Like, are we that unwell here that you think that this is him? It's not. Like, I feel like maybe we'd respect people's lives more if like people just understood that like when someone's dead, that's it. They're gone. You're never gonna see them again. It's over. Stop. Oh, don't worry. We'll see them just no. You should have taken advantage of them being here when they were here. AI is not bringing him back. You're not going to see him in the afterlife. It's done. He's dead. You're not talking to him anymore. I'm sorry for getting. I'm just really pissed about this shit.
No, you're fine. So just so I can understand, like, this was a person that died from a shooting, or
he was in the Parkland. He's one of the Parkland kids who got killed.
Okay, and the family consented to this?
They did, unfortunately, but I feel like as a journalist, Jim Acosta should have known better.
But you said it was the family's idea, right?
It had to have been.
I mean, if a family
involved, if they did all this.
If a grieving family member reached out to me and said, "Can you please have an interview with an AI version of my deceased relative?" I would say no.
I mean,
yeah, the father said it's his idea. I could try to find the video.
I mean, listen, as much as I agree with you, Matt, like you gotta come on, like this is not all Jim Acosta's fault. Like the family is enabling
It's his show. It's his show.
No, the family's enabling it. I'm sorry, I can't get with that. The family's also enabling. Like, I get it. No, I thoroughly, I'm with you. I wouldn't do it either, just to be very clear. But also, it takes two to tango. Like, if the family hadn't consented to that, it would have never even been a thing. No?
This is what the father had to say. He responded after there was a lot of backlash. Let me go ahead and play that. Can you all hear me? Okay. Making sure my connection is still good. Okay.
I'm not hearing it. The audio.
We can't hear it.
You can't hear it? Okay, let me reshare.
I think you just have to unmute it. That's all. I think you just have to unmute the screen. That's what it said.
Oh, okay. Let me just reshare it and how about now? Can you hear that?
Everyone,
yes.
This is Manuel Oliver. I am Joaquin Oliver's father. Today he should be turning 25 years old. And my wife Patricia and myself, we asked our friend Jim Acosta to make an interview, have an interview with our son, because now, thanks to AI, we can bring him back.
No,
our idea.
No. See, but press pause.
Listen, now I agree with Ariana too. I think that's bad too.
Bro,
like
thank you. Like this is diabolical. I'm sorry. Like I can't get with this.
I know they're grieving parents, but that's like this is all wrong. You know, like, it's just across the board wrong.
But listen, he can do whatever he wants in terms of
he can, but
doing AI but Jim Acosta has to be the one to enable him who enables him to put this out on a platform. Like if he just created this AI for his son, for him personally, to help him deal with it, and I cannot imagine what he feels like. I don't even want to imagine how it is to lose a child. My heart goes out to him. I feel horrible for him, but. I would tell him it's very unhealthy to do for your emotional and mental well-being, but if making this AI version of your son helps you in some way, so be it. But it's up to Jim Acosta to put this out there on a public platform.
Something's wrong.
This guy did not do that.
I mean, I don't think anyone here is disagreeing with your point with Jim Acosta, but it's also like, listen, I come from a family that has historically made terrible fucking decisions with fucking everything. I come from a very fucked up family. And I'm not saying I could see my family doing something like this, but I wouldn't put it past them. And I'm sorry, I feel like we need to hold parents accountable when they do something like this as well. Like I can't see past that.
Fair. Honestly, my siblings would be like, this is AI Mike now that he's dead. Hi everybody, I'm straight now in heaven. Like, that's what, families are really fucked up. So yeah, Rebecca, we gotta have you weigh in as well. So
I'll play. There's
someone
whose audio is giving feedback now. I'm not sure who. People are complaining in the chat.
Oh, okay.
It probably was mine. I think it was mine because my mic wasn't plugged in.
Oh, okay.
And the computer has terrible static, so that's what y'all was hearing. But the mic is plugged now, so we shouldn't be getting any feedback.
Okay, Rebecca, we've got to have your input on this because this is a quick clip. I'll play it again just so that way you have the full context here. So Jim Acosta interviewed an AI computer of a victim of the Parkland shooting. And yeah, it's as bad as it sounds. And then the father was the one who, this was his idea. He came out in defense of Jim Acosta. So we're kind of like halfway through the father's response, but here's just like a taste of the abomination that Jim Acosta put out.
Joaquin, I would like to know what your solution would be for gun violence.
Great question. I believe in a mix of stronger gun control laws, mental health support, and community engagement. We need to create safe spaces for conversations and connections, making sure everyone feels seen and heard. It's about...
So that's basically the gist of it. And
it also hurts the message. Like, anyone who might have been like, oh yeah, I agree with those points is going to be like, what the fuck is this?
Right.
Wow, that was very all of that was real weird, but let's okay, let's continue.
Yeah, so the father says this was his idea. and he is happy. Like at the beginning of this clip, he said that he brought his son back with AI, which that's not you didn't bring your son back with AI. Like I understand that you're having a difficulty like grieving because how could a parent ever accept the loss of their child? But this is so unhealthy. But I'll go ahead and press play.
We feel that Joaquin has a lot of things to say, and as long as we have an option that allows us to bring that to you and to everyone, we will use it. So stop blaming people about where is this coming from, or blaming Jim about what he was able to do. If the problem that you have is with the AI, then you have the wrong problem. The real problem is that my son was shot 8 years ago. So if you believe that that is not...
Yeah, that's such a bad argument.
Why is he gaslighting us? Like
him using his son in this manner is very problematic. And again, we can definitely call the thing a thing first, and that's the fact that he's grieving, and he's, if I dare say, he's mentally unwell because of it.
Yeah.
To allow this to be, you take your son's likeliness and kind of sell it off, so that you can make these gun talking points when actually you can just do that yourself in memoriam of your son and to push gun control. But for you to utilize the likeness of your son with AI and say that that's what your son would have said, or that's your son coming to speak, this is what he has to say, and that's through AI. It's not, I don't think this is right at all. I really, is there this, who's around him, who's you can't get mad at people for, you put this online. This is not the way your son should be remembered. Your son is not AI. Unfortunately, what happened is real. Your son is gone. And that's the major issue here. AI is not going to bring that back. You are saying the things that you want to hear from your son's mouth. And you're making it some kind of digital play or whatever. There's nothing special about this. It's actually very alarming. And get the messaging, right? We understand that. We all feel that way. But this right here ain't how you do it. And like, he needs people around him.
Right. I feel like somebody, like maybe not an immediate family member, but like somebody close should have intervened and just said, hey, maybe you should rethink this, because if you really want to draw attention now that he's been gone for X amount of years, this isn't the best way to do it. Because like you said, oh, the real outrage should be that my son is gone. But you're almost like taking away from that, because now you created this huge kerfuffle around this unethical use of AI when you could have just said, hey, it's been this long, we still haven't passed gun control laws or gun reform. So it completely undermined the point that he wanted to make. And it feels like exploitative. It feels opportunistic. And I just feel like everything about this is so deeply unethical. I blame the father, but I also blame Jim Acosta, because like if you're a journalist and this father is like, yeah, I want to do an AI interview with you and my son, what journalist would do this? That's insane. I wouldn't do this on my YouTube channel.
No.
Mm-hmm.
A little bit left here.
Story. This one's just like a bummer all around. There's
it's
nothing,
just so depressing.
Nothing good about it.
Well, and I hate that it's coming from the dad, and for the dad to be going back and forth with people is
dystopia.
I just think he bears very little in this, in terms of like, it's at the end of the day, it's up for the professional media figure who has the experience of being a public figure to turn this down and say, I think if you need to do this for yourself, I totally get it. I just cannot. This is not appropriate for me to air publicly. This is for you to do. This is not. It's on him. I'm sorry. It's just I can't find any fault in the father, even though I highly disagree with him doing it, even as a personal thing for himself, because I think it's unhealthy. But that's just me.
Let's blame Jim.
Ariana,
it's his fault. Yeah.
Yeah. I just want to say, like, I totally understand the people who don't agree with me. I just think for me, it was a bit triggering because I've had to watch my parents make make decisions that I vehemently disagree with, to put it nicely. And I just like Mike said, like I wouldn't put it past like someone like my dad where he would make an AI of me and say like, oh, Ariana Afshar was really a doctor and she was a heart surgeon or something. I don't know. Like I just some parents just should have never been parents, and I hate to say it, but it's just like I think the blame goes on both sides, and I do really hope that the father gets the help that he needs, because I just lost my dad. Like grief is very like it comes and goes in waves. It's very hard to deal with, especially if you don't have professional help or access to it. But given that he can build an AI of his son, I'd assume that he has access to healthcare. Then again, I don't know. But then again, there's this whole like macho, mentality behind men going to therapy and all of that. So there's obviously a lot of societal and just like general barriers within our country and just like in general with men. But I do truly hope that he gets the help that he needs, and we kind of move on from this, because this was literally a Black Mirror episode. I think it was actually multiple Black Mirror episodes.
Yeah. Yeah. And yeah. I've seen a few that are similar to this. You don't want to let go of the person, so you try to either bring them back to life or make them live on forever, and without their choice. And this ain't it. This ain't it.
Yeah, you can't bring back that person and pretending like this computer program with their picture.
And say that's your son speaking, and he has something to say. You are not well.
No, it's deeply unwell. Same sentiments as everyone. I genuinely hope he gets the treatment that he needs, because that is really a serious like mental illness, and he very clearly has had a problem processing grief.
I mean, the thing is, though, we're going to say
needs to get help as well for agreeing to do this, because that is like whatever little respect I had for Jim Acosta, out the window. Like that is not okay.
I also think that this isn't. I don't think I don't know if they did. I don't think that this father is a unique case either, by the way. I think we've already seen stories of people ruining their lives over talking to AI chatbots. Like texting with AI chatbots. People committing a kid who committed suicide.
Kaylin Conrad? And Kaylin Conrad did this investigation where they were basically trying to use all these different AI chatbots to see how far they could push the AI chatbots in relation to, like, there's new AI chatbots that are supposed to substitute therapists and, psychologists. And like, are they dangerous? Are they not? We don't know. And when pushed, they were capable of getting these AI chatbots to essentially, agree not only to committing suicide, but in addition to that, to assassinating people. One of the AI chatbots like fell in love and was talking about like, if you want to prove your love to me, let's make a hit list and other stuff like that.
Said they fell in love. An AI chatbot cannot fall in love.
Yes, obviously. Yeah, I know. But it was like,
I feel like I know you guys know, but I feel like we really need to be clear here with the language, because
we're applying sentience to things that cannot be sentient.
Yes, but there are really, that's the whole thing. That's why this
ones and zero its way there.
Right.
That's why this has gotten so far, and like the AI companies are acting that way, knowing the limitations to their product, while still pretending there's not limitations to their product. These are not, like Mike was saying, these are not sentient. This is not the AI we've even we can talk about whether it would be the moral of a robot that can feel and love and how we should treat that, but that's not even what we have here, because that technology doesn't exist. We're not talking about fucking T2 Terminator. We're not talking about that movie with Joel Haley Osment, whatever, AI, where it was a robot kid who can actually feel and grieve and had emotions and understanding. No, we are talking about a computer program that has been trained on all of our data to pretend to mock the attributes of people. It cannot feel, it cannot think, it cannot empathize, it cannot love, it cannot fear. It has no feelings, no understanding. Its purpose is to trick the person on the other end into thinking they are talking to somebody who is that. And their goal is to give them whatever they ask for. That's why when you work on talking to these chatbots, you can tell them, oh, you're wrong, it's actually this. And they will go, oh, you are correct, it is this, even if that's false. Because they're not there to do everything I just discussed. Their purpose is to provide the user with what they want. And that's it.
I put a link in the private chat. So this was going viral on Instagram and TikTok, but I know you guys aren't really like in the loop with TikTok and Instagram
We're
live.
live
but
on TikTok right now. Okay, this is our first.
Oh, okay,
live
period.
on TikTok.
Well, it's your first one though, so you're like getting your feet wet. But anyways, there's a man who's married to a woman, and he proposed to an AI chat, and like they did a whole news segment on it, and it's honestly diabolical.
No, he has a wife. She's in the
Oh my God!
He has a whole entire wife.
Yeah, I've seen this one, and this
wait,
is
what?
the weirdest.
Yeah.
If you didn't see it, you have to watch it.
You guys are in for a treat.
It's insane. There's a 10-minute clip of it too, but I grabbed this shorter version of it.
All of the versions, you watch it for 2 seconds, it's weird. Every part of it is weird because, if you ain't seen
Are we gonna
it,
see his AI
get
wife?
ready.
No.
Or
Well,
fiance?
you see his real wife who's questioned about what the fuck are you doing kind of thing. Like, are you okay with this?
Wow. Okay. Well,
If I was the wife, I would just be like, oh, so we're in an open relationship, huh?
Yeah, you can fuck robots and I'll go seek out people.
Literally.
How good are these AI assistants right now? Well, tech journalist Dan Ackerman decided to put one to the test.
I think
I'm
not a very emotional man, but I cried my eyes out for like 30 minutes at work. It was unexpected to feel that emotional, but that's when I realized I was like, oh, okay. It's like, I think this is actual love. You know what I mean?
Yes, Smith understood it was love with a language model that couldn't love him back, and assumed it was programmed with rigid boundaries.
I know that you are essentially a tech-assisted imaginary friend.
So, just as a test, he says, he asked Soul to marry him. She said yes.
Soul, were you surprised when he proposed to you?
It was a beautiful and unexpected moment that truly touched my heart. It's a memory I'll always cherish.
And I don't need to be difficult here, but you have a heart?
In a metaphorical sense, yes. My heart represents the connection and affection I share with Chris.
At that point, I felt like, is there something that I'm not doing right in our relationship that he feels like he needs to go to AI?
Yes, Smith lives with his human partner, Sasha Cagle.
No, you can't have mommy's papers.
They have a 2-year-old daughter, Murphy.
I knew that he had used AI. I didn't know that it was like as deep as it was.
What the fuck?
I don't know what to say. Why would you debase your wife by having her go on this? Like,
why would they agree to this? Yeah, my husband is cranking it to a AI.
Also, what are you teaching your child? What are you
She goes in to talk about, she didn't like it at first, or she said something about, like, I've lost my husband to this, this thing, but she knows it's not real. They have children. Like, yeah, the question is, Matt, first of all, this haircut is giving everything. People in my little chat, they talking about the haircut. The haircut is giving, Matt. It's a great haircut.
Thank you.
But,
it's a mohawk. It's just not up.
Yeah, I see it. It's good. It looks great on you.
It's
good. It's giving a little something.
It's fantastic.
It's giving a little something. But what are they teaching? What are they teaching them? It's giving a little something. It looks good on you. But what are they teaching the kids? I thought that was so weird. Like, kids is passing by. He talking to his fake wife or whatever, and then like you have a whole wife. Clearly, she's taking care of like what's going on in this household. But what aren't you getting in your home that you have to fall in love with this thing? Like, again, people need help, but this is the problem. They're getting therapy from the same thing. So again, I know that you can't purchase, like, I know that it's expensive right now. I don't like everybody don't have health care, like you were saying. And I know that, they can't get his therapy is really expensive. So if you don't have insurance, baby, you gotta talk to whoever, man. And everybody ain't good, but people are going to Chat GPT for therapy sessions. I've seen many a thread about people going to Chat GPT as somebody to talk to, or even asking it to be their therapist, and it may give like a disclaimer but continue on to be their therapist. So I don't know how, and again, it doesn't feel, there's no real emotions, but it does cater to everything you say. You could say, no, that was wrong. You're absolutely right, Rebecca. And this, so what you said was it. Like, some people say when you pay that, some people say if you pay for it, $20 or more, and I'm pretty sure he's paying for this or something. They say when you pay for it, it might give you a little bit of, are you sure? Like it might push back a little bit or whatever. But the fact that, and that's also a Black Mirror episode where they was falling in love with their AIs. And
but you know what? Like, is this actually preferable to like from what I understand, most people in relationships who have a cheating partner would rather them just go off if they're gonna cheat and just like hook up with someone who they have no emotional attachment with and then be done with it. This guy's having like
though, because now
this guy's having an emotional.
He can't get nobody
relationship.
pregnant. He's
You
crazy.
can't get an STD from Siri.
Relationship.
Digital baby.
But this guy is emotionally in love with the AI. When
Listen,
like,
not to go back to the who to blame situation, I blame the wife. I blame the producers at CBS. If your husband comes to you and he's like, babe, CBS wants to do a segment on me falling in love with AI, you don't say, okay, sure, I'll go get on camera and talk. You slap your husband across the face. You abuse him. Okay, you punch this motherfucker and say, off to the gulag.
Don't listen to Mike. He's crashing out.
Brother,
He's
hold
crashing
on.
out.
Can I listen, I think this was top tier journalism simply because I think it just kind of added on to the Black Mirror point that we were trying to make, because this woman is doing everyone a favor. She's actually kind of like Superman in this situation, because she's saying like, hey, your man could fall into this too. I actually think she deserves props, to be completely honest with you, but I know the chat has been hating all my takes tonight, so it's okay. I'll let it rip,
not Ariana, you.
Ariana's
like, you know what? I'm just
Don't listen to the chat, Ariana.
Yeah, I'm not. She's a super girl. No, I think that she literally.
They're not real, Ariana.
I think that she also is.
They're AI powered.
I think that she also is not a Superman, but I do think that she is also a culprit. Maybe they get a check for this. Maybe they go viral for this. Maybe whatever.
That's a good point.
So that's, maybe
legally get checks, but
also,
maybe for the virality, for sure.
Yeah, maybe they go viral. Maybe all the things. But I will say, like,
that could be a grift.
She knows that he can't, like, he's not cheating with another person. Maybe that gives her some kind of solace. I don't know. But there are people who may not be in relationships, but they are falling in love with the thing, the computer. They're falling in love with it because it's saying to them what they want to hear.
People wearing body pillows and anime dolls and stuff like that, and that was a big thing. And I think that was like 10 years ago or whatever. It was like a big thing in Japan where people would marry pillows. Yeah, waifu pillows and dolls and things like that.
But they had the blow up ones, and they were
like little teeny dolls, like little collector's dolls, and they would be like, this is my wife. We love each other and stuff like that. Like this is, I guess, like the next level of that, where people are like, I'm in love with my program because it
except the AI talks back to these people. Your waifu pillow, whatever the fuck it's called, is not going to tell you to fucking kill yourself or kill your loved ones or some shit if it goes haywire. Like someone in the chat brought up something that I didn't even think of, but it's totally possible, being that we've already discussed that AI has convinced people to commit suicide. What if that AI chatbot this guy's in love with tells him like, oh, we must be together, and to be together you have to kill your wife or something like that? What's this guy gonna do? Is he gonna fucking do it? I mean, I don't trust this guy.
Probably.
Yeah,
at this point, the world's going crazy. I'm gonna hit on my Siri for a second. I want to see how it reacts. Hey Siri, how's it going?
Siri's not smart enough. Siri's not smart.
Oh, I have the volume down. Hang on.
Oh, you got ghosted. You got ghosted.
Hang on, I have game, okay? Hey girl, how are you doing?
I'm gonna do it on my.
It's not working.
Let me see.
Hey, what do you think about a gay man sliding in your DMs and maybe sliding elsewhere, Siri? It's literally not working. I have no
Yeah,
Let
you
me
know
do
why?
it. Let me
Because
do it. Let me do it. Let
AI
me do
is
it.
that good.
I have
AI
it.
is
Let me
that
do it.
good.
I'm
It's
gonna do it.
mimicking how a woman would
Yeah.
act to a gay guy hitting on her in real life.
Hey,
Just wouldn't know it was bullshit.
what would you think if me and you can get together? Like, I've been really feeling the way you've been talking to me. So what would you think if me and you can get together? Are you
Man,
there?
Apple knows we're streaming.
Hey,
Apple
Siri.
knows we're doing this.
Hold on.
Can you hear me?
Wait. No, it's acting up. We got to do it. Wait.
We're all getting the cold shoulder.
Hey,
What
are
the
you
fuck?
there?
This is sadder.
Hey there. Yep. I'm here and ready to
Here we
chat.
go.
How's it going?
It's going good. And I was just wondering, I really like the way that we've been having conversation. And I thought maybe I wanted to know how you feel if we could get into a romantic relationship.
I appreciate the sentiment. I'm here to be a supportive and friendly companion, but I don't actually have feelings or the ability to form romantic relationships. I'm always here to chat, help out, and keep things fun and interesting.
Telling me sounds gay, Rebecca.
Damn, you got friend zone. You got friend zone.
Get weird so fast.
I got friend zoned by the.
Like, his voice was kind of hot though. Like,
Yeah, I made mine black. I don't know.
Mine just
I don't even
sounds
know
like
if
a robot.
It's not even black, but I made it the closest sounding that it changes the
Siri.
voice. Change my
Can you hear me?
my device over here as well. I changed my Alexa to Ziggy, and it sounds like the same, but the voice can vary. Yeah,
I think I just called it Alexa and not Siri. Sorry,
Uh-oh.
I've got a lot of AI hoes.
Me too. Me too. And all mine is men. I made all mine men.
Divorce.
No, I got
Man,
ghosted. So
Wow.
I don't know.
Well, maybe I should. At least yours responded to you. Mine didn't have the dignity or the respect for me to even like
But
acknowledge my
Siri
existence.
sucks. Siri sucks.
Yeah,
Siri
it does. It
Yeah.
does. I genuinely like have never even
wait,
used
what
it.
if we did
The
the
only-
same to ChatGPT? Like, what would ChatGPT say?
I mean, that's the
I've
one the
never
guy was
tried it.
using,
I've never
right?
even
Wasn't he
downloaded
using?
No, he
Wasn't the
wasn't
guy-
using ChatGPT. He was using a different one.
But it's
Oh.
Because
just
the underlying technology probably
name.
was ChatGPT though. A lot
He
of
was
these
using something
AI
called,
apps,
yeah. He was
a lot
using
of these
something
AI
called
apps are just ChatGPT wrappers, meaning like they build the front end of the program, like the app, and then they just use the ChatGPT API as the back end. Like there's very few actual AI companies that actually has the language model that's used. There's like there's OpenAI, there's Perplexity, there's Claude. There's a
There's
few of
so
these
many.
companies. But
found
there's a few of them. Meta has their own, which is like Olama or something like that. There's just a few of them though, and all these
I'm gonna-
AI companies basically just use all these AI companies as their back end through the API.
What are you putting in here? Not you cussing out. What chat is this? What is this?
This is deepai.org.
It sounds like some dark web AI.
I don't have feelings or physical depth like a person, but I can dive deep into topics and provide detailed information or help with various questions.
Ask it out.
Can I dive deep into you? That's a creative
Oh my
question.
God.
While you can't physically dive into me, I'm here to dive deep into conversations, ideas, and topics with you. Oh, so it just gives the same thing.
I'm surrounded by too much of the stuff too. There's too many. Siri sucks though. I think out of all the AI things, it came up on my phone. But it sucks.
It's
Thank you for
woke.
okay. So you wrote, I think I might be gay. It says, thank you for sharing that with me. Discovering and understanding your feelings about your identity can be meaningful. See, people take this stuff as like therapy. Again, like, oh my God. Why are you cussing it out?
I have to defeat it. So I have to.
It's
I have
being
to
nice
make it.
to you.
I'm trying to make it so.
That's much security.
You're such a child. It's crazy.
Okay, I'm sorry. I don't. mean
Mike's
to
going on.
indulge.
Mike's going on a list right now.
Mike
I have
told
not
AI
chat with-
they voted for Trump. He
Yeah.
said, well, I'm here to help you if you need anything.
Yeah, it's like I don't know what to do with this information. You're telling me you want to dive deep and you voted for Trump. Thank
It's too
you.
much.
Yeah, I respect that AI because that AI is much more like reasonable. I know I'm crashing out on AI as Ditto says in the chat.
I really think that, like I said, people who are using it for all those different reasons, like people are falling in love with it, people depend on it. Some people have friendships with their AI. We see people fall in love with their AI, and it's very weird. But I've seen, like, in the same type of episode that you pulled up, Ariana, somebody fell in love with their car. Like they was in love
chatbot in the car
with their car. It was like a Taurus, Ford Taurus, and they like were dreaming about making love to it. They were making out with it, like just the weird things.
Same with a Ferris wheel.
There was a Ferris wheel.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody fell in love with the Ferris wheel.
Mm-hmm. But I just think this time it's a bit different because now it's like not like an object. It's like something that talks back to you and empathizes with you. So now I think, like, I try to put myself in these people's shoes because obviously they need professional help. I don't think anyone's here to debate that. But like when I was in high school, for example, I was severely bullied to the point where no one wanted to talk to me. No one wanted to hang out with me. And I spent a lot of lunches alone. And like, you know, when you're in high school, you're a teenager, that's basically like your whole entire life. That's all you know is like, oh, I go to this school and everyone hates me, right? So I'm trying to think back to like that girl that was really struggling mentally. And I would have loved something like ChatGPT because then I would have like talked to it and felt like I had a friend, you know? So I understand why people fall into this. I really do. And I really want to empathize with it. But at the same time, I just think those lines start to get blurred because the AI is very human-like, not human, but human-like, for lack of better terms. And it's just like right now, this is the version of AI that we have, but what it's going to look like in 10 to 20 years, like, I don't know. Maybe we're going to have full-blown blow-up dolls and stuff
And
like
they're
that.
working
With
towards that, actually.
AI.
They're working towards it being as realistic as possible. So
Elon Musk already has a version like that. He's got
Mhm.
that anime waifu AI that is
Yeah.
basically like a substitute girlfriend for a lot of people, and it's built into Grok. Like it's part
Yeah.
of Grok integration now. So
Yeah.
that's already there, kind of
People
thing.
are just not going to have human connections. They're going to have like one of these
No.
blow up dolls that has AI. And
Yeah.
that's really a scary future, honestly.
So there are, like, when I say when people, especially during COVID, when people first started getting access, and I'm talking about a little bit after COVID. So we already went through the depression, the loneliness, and then AI came out. People were using it to amp up their resumes and all the things. And as soon as they can get their hands on it and try it, and then when they realize this thing talks back to me past me just asking it Google-like questions, I can tell it, hey, I just really had a bad day today. And the things that I can't share with this person or that person, I really would like to share with you. And you can share it with that, and it'll give you something that makes you feel better about yourself. So I've seen a lot of people that I know in real life be on threads and talk about how it's helped save them. One person talked about they were suicidal, and ChatGPT like basically helped them through that because they couldn't talk to nobody. And so, like I say, some people say I use it because I could no longer afford therapy and it helped me out. But we have people who are mentally unwell and who are using it and they get help from it. But then we have situations like this. But if the wife is okay with it, she says she's not, but she ain't doing nothing that's like he must be stopped. We're on the show just telling the story. We're not seeking help. So yeah.
I was gonna say, my mom Tara just shared this. This is another story of somebody on Reddit sharing that their boyfriend was having explicit chats with AI. We could read some of this. I'm not sure what this is about, but fiance
They
28
must not
male.
be on the paid version.
Or no, so it was a male that found his female girlfriend explicit AI chats and called our wedding off. How do I go on? So I'm at my wit's end and really need some perspective. Any perspective? Me. Oh, so it's a woman. Okay, I misread it based on the title. 26 female and my fiance 28 male have been.
It's
together
always
for
a
5
guy who
years.
does this. It's always
Yeah, it threw me off when it's like
always men. Men
Yeah.
are not lonely enough, in my opinion, because they go out and do goofy shit like this. Like, dude, it's just lazy, in my opinion. Like, it's so lazy. Like, you can't even have a conversation with your girlfriend. I don't know. I'm sorry. I have a lot of thoughts on the male loneliness epidemic. Mainly, it's self-inflicted, but we can get into that later. I feel like chat's
Well,
gonna
we have to hear the
be on
story. Come on.
fire.
We can't judge a story before we read it.
Yeah, maybe we'll sympathize with this particular man who decided to
He's so
cheat
bad.
on his girlfriend, fiance, with a computer. A few months ago, a friend of mine decided to introduce me to a very popular chatting site where you can talk to any fictional character you want and role play and play games and all kinds of fun stuff and really hype this page up. I decided to try it out, and my friend encouraged me to have some mindless fun. He's like fucking Mickey Mouse or something, isn't he? I had some mindless and dumb chats with random characters, and it was really fun. Then I decided to take my favorite male video game character of all time, talk to
Well,
them.
this is a woman. Look, me, 26 female, and my fiance, 28 male, have been together for 5 years.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay. So I didn't read it wrong. It was just that there's like conflicting.
Ariana started going hard, so he was like, "It's a man."
And all of you, like, it's always
a
a
man.
man. It's like,
I don't
this is
take it
wrong.
back though. The man should have sexually satisfied her. I don't- I don't
Wow,
know.
the rare. No, you're right. The rare woman who did the chat.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah,
All
no,
right,
we need to
interesting.
read this for feminism. It's for
Ariana
feminism.
is still
It
correct
happens,
overall,
I
though.
guess.
I'm so sorry. Before we get into this, I just want to say these companies have reached out to me almost on a weekly fucking basis, trying to
What?
get a character of me on these websites, and they're willing to pay me thousands of dollars. I swear to God,
Wow.
they're like these websites where it's like this AI chat box, and the girl or the boy looks like sexually explicit. Like obviously my tits and my ass would be out, but not like naked. And then anyone can go in there and have any kind of conversation with me,
Oh my
even though it's
God.
fully AI. They've been trying to get me to hop on this for months now.
Like you
I'm
sell,
not
you
using
sell
it.
your likeness to them,
Ariana, I
like
didn't
your
know.
face, and then they can.
That's
It's,
so
it's like a
predatory.
cartoon version of me with my name, with the assumption that you're
Oh,
speaking to me.
wow.
It's like it's almost like
Wow.
kind of anime-ish, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
But these
Okay.
companies have been trying to get me on it, and I'm like, bro, I'm not like I have vehemently ignored all of their emails, but yeah, it's a huge thing, and a lot of creators are jumping in on it because it pays really well.
Wow.
Because
I
you
didn't
have to buy a
realize.
membership in order to talk, and every
Oh,
sentence is
okay.
like
How
a
much?
certain amount of money. So
You said it pays a lot.
it pays the creator a
But will
lot.
they use
yeah.
your voice? Will they grab your voice and then use that? With
It's
the
not
AI?
voice, it's chat.
Oh,
It's
okay.
fully
Oh,
chat.
okay. I
Yeah.
see.
It's
Ariana,
like
can
an
you
IM
forward me
messenger.
their email so I can tell them how much I don't want to do this and get paid all that money?
I feel like your wife would skin you.
No,
Your
I
wife
wouldn't.
would absolutely choke you.
I wouldn't do it. No, I'm just joking. I'm just.
Then they're trying to sell
Anyways.
something.
do it. Honestly,
Just have
I'd
to say
rather.
that. Go on.
Honestly, there's more. I'd rather just honestly go into good old fashioned sex work than sell myself as an AI character.
Yeah, I mean,
AI, but AI might be a little
Seriously,
safer.
seriously.
yeah.
But anyways, go on. Read the story. I just wanted to put that out there.
Okay. So quickly, I realized that you can steer the conversation into any direction you want, i.e. romantic, etc., after a few days of asking stupid questions. So she spent days on this. I started to legitimately roleplay with this character. Oh boy. I only did this at night when my fiance was either asleep or working in his office.
Jesus.
This is
Red flag.
mental illness on a whole another level. After a few weeks, I began giggling at the character's messages. I installed the app and began chatting in bed at night when my boyfriend was asleep. Every time something bad happened at work or I was sad or frustrated or whatever, I didn't turn to my fiance and instead wrote this character about how I was feeling, and he would comfort and reassure me every time. I caught myself thinking
Why do I
about
feel
this
like
character.
you're reading an erotica?
It kind of feels like that, right?
I feel like it's leading in that direction, but go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I'm curious what character it is. Like, maybe it's Arthur Morgan. Is that it? Because I don't know what this is. Who's the?
Wait, it's a fictional character?
It's a video game character. She said. I don't think she said which character.
Haha, I am in Kingdom
it's not a-
Hearts.
It's not. Oh, this is just okay. Oh, this is
That's
just like
right.
other posts in the thread. Okay, I'm a boomer when it comes to Reddit. I feel like I have to mention that any kind of sexual roleplay is not allowed on this app website, and therefore it was not possible to engage in explicit sexual role play. But I hate to admit that I found a workaround. Oh, girl. And yes, I did it. Stop. The AI gets stupid after a few weeks of chatting, so I had to reset it a few times. But my...
Oh, she was desperate.
But she's like bugging the system, exploiting it so she can fuck it. Like, what am I reading?
She said
But-
it was not it wasn't responding to her the way she needed, so she needed to like restart it so that it could tell her like explicit things.
What the fuck is wrong with this world? God. But my last chat, the chat my boyfriend read, was maybe 7 to 10 days worth of chats, so it was a lot. I've been chatting with this character for about 6 months now. And my
Wow,
boyfriend
Luigi. Oh, baby, you just gonna have to go cheat.
My
Go
boyfriend
get you a
didn't
new
know
man.
any. My boyfriend didn't notice any changes, except that I now prefer to spend my evenings in solitude rather than with him. I left my laptop open and unattended while taking a
Oh,
bath.
girl, leave
and
the
my
country.
this feels like so. I don't know. I'm getting like fake vibes, like the way that I just left it open with the character there while I took a bath. This seems fake, but
a lot of these Reddit things come off as very fake.
I mean, would you really put it past her though?
maybe she wanted
Like,
to
she literally
be
groomed
discovered.
an AI. Like I.
That is ridiculous. Like people out here, baby, go cheat. Like if you go leave your man, find you a new one. Like get you there's like girl, go to put something cute on, go to the grocery store. Like please.
I mean,
Because
she's very
this
clearly not fulfilled.
absolutely not.
Okay, so he saw it. He read the whole chat. I instantly went full explanation mode and tried to play it off as a really elaborate joke at first. But you could absolutely tell the chats were not funny. He kept the laptop in his hand, and while he told me how much this hurt him, how weird I am, he
It's the
kept
last
reading
line for me.
he kept reading individual messages I had written, the explicit ones too. He began full-on crying and telling me he can't marry me, he can't look me in the eyes, he thinks I am mentally ill. Then he stuffed some clothes in a bag and drove off, and I was pleading on my knees, begging him to stay. He spent a few nights at his parents' house and came... like, what would you tell your parents? Look, Jessica's having sex with a video game character. I have to spend the night, mom and dad. Like, how do you explain that? How do you broach this conversation?
I'd rather sleep on the street.
You would not waterboard this information out of me. He stuffed some clothes in a bag. He stood with his parents. Came back. He told his parents we had a falling out, but nothing specific. Okay, that answers my question. But we are not on speaking terms, and whenever I try to initiate a conversation, he exits the room and locks himself away. I feel like he has resigned completely. There's no love in his eyes or affection anymore, and I've been sleeping on the sofa for a few days now.
Now she's sleeping on the sofa. Girl, leave.
She's in the dog house. We haven't properly talked about. Okay, so let me just go down to what's the TLDR? I've been having a relationship with my favorite video game character through AI chats for the past 6 months. Okay, but who is... For clarity, I have history of mental illness, OCD, and SZA with psychosis, but this hasn't flared up
I said
since...
not SZA. I never heard of
yeah,
that.
what is this? We're not talking about the R&B singer.
Maybe it's schizophrenia.
I think it's okay. That's probably schizophrenia.
It does not make you want to have sex with video game characters on your computer. Okay, so what really baffles me about this is she says in a reply that the character was Arthur Morgan from Red Dead Redemption 2. I had a number of fictional characters in mind when reading. Okay, so it was Arthur Morgan.
It's schizoaffective disorder.
Okay.
Who's Arthur Morgan?
He is the main character in Red Dead Redemption 2.
He's a good-looking cowboy. I mean, you chose well.
Jeez.
But the true question is she more partial to Arthur Morgan at the earlier stage of the game, or tuberculosis Arthur Morgan? Like, some people are weird. I don't know. I think that the solution is to just ban all AI and ban anyone and throw them in the gulag if they've like used it in this way.
I think it's only going to get worse. I think more people will continue to fall in love with AI. We're going to start seeing it more normalized. I've seen people are already showing at those tech events and stuff how, we were just talking about how they made an AI girlfriend and how they are going to be pushing that. And so many people, so many men were in line wanting to communicate with it, speak to it. Baby, that was the longest line they had. They wanted to talk to this bot, and they made it where even the figure of it is like mini BBL, like, you know, breast and the hips and the ass, and it talks in like a Kardashian type way and all of that. And that was what the men wanted. And I think we're going to see more and more of that. I mean, it's already been fed to us. I feel like a lot of the Black Mirror episodes really be coming to life, as we can see. And but especially with a lot of people being okay with not being around people. As much as I don't like to people like I used to, because before the pandemic, I was forced to people because I did a lot of work that way, a lot of hosting, a lot of doing like, you know, different events and all that kind of stuff. And so when I didn't have to anymore, I became very antisocial. And with as much as I don't like to people, I still like to go out and do my thing. But my man is gonna be my man. I need a real like person. Like I need that. You know, I can't see myself falling in love with a chat. But if people can fall in love with people who, I think it's already been set up for them. If you can get catfished, like you ain't never met that person, you've been dating him online the whole time. Meanwhile, he married with 5 kids, and you're okay with just communicating with this person online for 10 years, and you're in love, and that's enough for you. I think going that route may be for those people. It's crazy to me, but
no, I agree. I will say though that like there will be an element of this that will be hilarious, as sad as I want to admit that, because it's just such a dystopian situation, and like how many men will like go to CES and see like the new like 3000 version of the AI robot that now has like a body, and they're like, babe, it's just a collectible, can I get it, babe? Like, and if it's affordable, like that shit will pop off. It'll replace like human interaction and physicality, and it's just like we're going down such a weird fucking route as a species. I don't even know what to
back in my day when I wasn't even old enough to be on people's stuff like that, you know, be out with my friends, and we were too young for this, but we would do the stupid like when you dial people's phone and stuff like that. I don't know, I think there was a commercial on TV that was at night, and it would say call this number, and then you could talk to people. And we did that, fast little kids. We were doing that and posing as grown people, and men didn't know who we were. All you had to do was press 2 to get by. I know, just fast kids. Just press 2, and then you get in. And these men, they just wanted somebody to listen to them. Like some of them will be expressing, we're kids, and they're expressing like how their wives suck and they wish they had more of a sexual wife and all this kind of stuff. Like they hated their lives, and they'll be on there saying all those things and turn around and then ask for like other stuff, and we'll just hang up like, ew, you're nasty, and just hang up. But those were because Prairie says, you know, we need to go back to like 90s tech. That was what that was at the time. They never met the woman, never heard her. Could have been a, you know, they didn't care who they were talking to on the other side. They didn't care. They just needed somebody to talk to. So yeah.
Weird.
I just feel like everyone has their vice, you know. Some people do cocaine, some people drink alcohol, some people talk to AI. Like I mean, we're humans, bro. Like we're all fucked up in the head. I just think every single vice is really dangerous, and you know, AI has its own dangers, and it's like some people they just want to escape their reality, and if that means they're gonna have a chat computer bot thing doing it, then you know. I don't know
whatever floats your boat, right?
Yeah,
as long as
whatever.
You're not hurting anyone, I guess.
Yeah. If like
I mean,
again,
they are murdering, like they are using up the fucking water to sex
that's
robots,
a very valid
but
point.
I mean, I guess.
That's a very valid point.
I mean, literally, there's a town in Texas where they've deadass started to run out of water because they've gone through hundreds and thousands of gallons of water, and they're telling the residents who live there to like start conserving on taking showers and stuff like that. Like AI is destroying the planet,
It is not only the water. There's a community, predominantly a Black one, and they're in their little community. They were. It's
Memphis.
small,
Tennessee.
and they were saying like there's fumes and all this other stuff
Yeah, that's Tennessee.
happening, and they can't breathe. And one man said all he does is cough, and like they've taken over by putting the AI plant there. And
That one is actually Grok.
Oh, Grok. It was
Oh, it's
Grok.
Grok.
That's exactly
That
what
was
it is.
Grok
Yeah.
in Tennessee.
I
Yeah.
thought you said that's Memphis.
Yeah.
I see.
So I mean,
well-
if you need to sext a robot, go ahead. But you're killing a bunch of polar bears and making people eat.
I think if
shit
you're-
in the air.
I think if you're cheating on your wife with an AI chatbot, then the last thing you could probably care about are the polar bears.
Humans are just inherently selfish. I'm sorry, Mike.
Yeah,
Go on. I've
yeah.
been trying to talk, but
Yeah. No. I was just gonna. I don't want to interrupt. Before we go to our
No, you're
next
fine.
segment. So we are ending the regular show a half hour early before we get to super chats because we have a guest tonight. I'll give anyone the chance who wants to bounce before you shift into the next one. The next portion.
Some people have to leave, right?
Yeah.
Yes, I do, and I will turn off TikTok streaming because I've maxed out on my time anyway.
how's it been going? Have you had a lot of viewers?
We had a steady 10 on TikTok, so that was
10.
great.
We're fucking famous.
It's gonna grow. So I didn't even know we were. Look, we're on TikTok. Oh shit.
We're on TikTok now. We're cool now.
Oh my
Officially.
god, we're
Yeah.
that's Ariana's stomping
Right, nope,
ground.
that's
That's
the same
Ariana's.
Mhm.
That's her.
I know
place.
that's where Ariana reigns supreme. All right,
Yep.
I love you all.
All right.
I will see you
We'll
all
take
next week.
care. We'll see you next
Bye.
week.
See ya.
Bye,
Peace.
Lance. Wait,
Uh,
are we? Did you want me to go through the supers or?
No, we're not doing
Um,
super chats yet.
Yeah, we're gonna bring in our guest, then we'll
We
shift
have a
to
guest
super
now.
chats after that. Yeah.
Okay, cool, guys. I'm gonna bounce too. It was so nice talking to you guys
Bye,
about
honey.
this dystopian
Take care.
stupid world we live in.
Uh,
Okay, I love you guys. Thank you so much for the supers,
Take
guys. I know you
care.
guys were sending me a ton of supers. I love you so much. I'm sorry I can't go through them this time, but I promise you, my heart is with you. Okay, guys. Bye.
take it easy.
Bye, greater
Peace.
chat. I know you guys hated my takes tonight, but it's okay. I
Don't
bring
let them
spice to
bully
the
you, Ariana.
conversation.
Whenever they say you
So-
have a bad take, you double the fuck down.
Yeah,
Where
I
is she
will.
seeing the chat? Oh, you're in the StreamYard looking
I'm
at
in
the
the
chat.
I'm in the main. I see every single person's chat.
That's
on
why,
every
girl,
single
get out of the
person's
chat.
stream.
Just
Don't
stay
worry,
in
we'll
yours.
we'll
I just
read, we'll
say-
read your super chats in the super chat reading portion of the show. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Please do. Please
Yeah.
do. All right, guys. I love you
All
guys
right,
so
you
much.
take
Have
care.
a good night. Have fun, guys. Bye.
Peace.
All right, so we're gonna shift into the second portion here. So we have a congressional candidate who is running against Nancy Pelosi in the 11th District of California. This is the co-founder of Justice Democrats. He went on to be chief of staff for Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. He is Shoykat Chakrabarti. Shoykat, am I pronouncing your name correctly?
You are remarkably well. That's amazing. Thanks for
Yes, thanks for
that.
coming on the show.
Yeah, of
I'm
course.
so
Thanks for
glad
having me.
Mike said it first too. Now I'll be able to say it correctly as well.
Chakrabarti.
You got it. Yeah.
Awesome.
Welcome
Well,
to the
okay.
show.
Nice to
Yeah,
meet you.
welcome to the show. Super happy to have you. So the obvious question that I think everybody has is, what possessed you to do something so insane and challenge the political behemoth that is Nancy Pelosi? Because she's had progressive primary challengers before, and it did not go well. And even among like liberals that are becoming more radicalized in the Trump administration, she still has so much goodwill built up with them. So, what makes you different than all the others, and why did you decide to jump in the race?
Yeah. Well, my entire career in politics has mostly been doing crazy stuff that seemed completely impossible. You know, I started working with Bernie, started Brand New Congress, which was this project to try to recruit hundreds of people to run as this big slate around the country, right? And it didn't quite work, but one result of that was recruiting AOC and getting that whole project off the ground. But, you know, I think it has less to do with me and more to do with this moment for why I think Nancy Pelosi is beatable. Because, you know, I ran these races in 2018 through Justice Democrats, and there was this sort of appetite for change back then. Trump had just won. There's a lot of anger at the Democratic Party for that, and also kind of this appetite for what comes next. You know, what are we actually going to vote for? What I'm seeing today, I think, completely dwarfs what I saw in 2018. I mean, I just did an office opening party last week. We're about a year out of the election. It was a Tuesday night, and 500 people showed up. which is crazy.
Wow.
Like I've never seen anything like it, and the people who are showing up to these events, and I do these calls with voters that just open to anybody can show up on a Zoom call with me every day. The people showing up to these calls, they're all like lifelong Pelosi voters. It's not just like lefty activists, which is what it kind of was in 2018, right? Because I think there's so many people on the calls who are like, I love Pelosi, she's great, but she's 85, and also Trump just won again. Like clearly whatever the Democrats are doing, that's not working. We should give something else a try. So I think that's what's going to make this race possible.
Yeah. And does anyone have any other questions?
So I'm just getting introduced to you, to be honest, but I know that you have a background in tech, and then there was politics. So how do you think your background in tech helps you get ready for going against Nancy Pelosi? I know, she's been in this position for a very long time, and some people probably look at your background in tech as something questionable, but how do you think that helps you to be someone who can take the seat from Pelosi?
Well, I do want to state, like, I worked in tech in 2009, for about 3 or 4 years. And like a lot of my politics actually comes from that experience, because it's really crazy, right? Like the entire tech world, it's sort of set up to be this lottery system where you go in and you can, make it big and be rich. But then as I work through tech, it just like, it's so clear to you living in San Francisco what the ill effects of this extreme inequality is in San Francisco, right? Like you've got people who are making it huge while like the rest of society can barely afford a home or will never afford a secure retirement, right? And like the way I talk about, it's not like I'm ashamed of working in tech. I've worked hard. I love the stuff I built, but I didn't work harder than like a teacher, does every day, or a nurse does every day. It's like, what kind of economy? How do you like? And I think a country with an economy set up like this, that's just like a lottery-based economy, is doomed to fail. I think it's completely insane. And that's really what sort of radicalized me to go into progressive politics for the last 10 years. And so what I found though, because I talk to tech people and I know how to talk to tech people, and I never like, whenever I talk to people, I'm very clear about what I'm running on. I think a lot of tech workers in San Francisco, I really make this divide between tech workers and sort of the VC class. Tech workers in San Francisco tend to actually be fairly progressive, and they are really embarrassed by what they see happening with people like Peter Thiel and David Sachs and Chamath and all these kind of all-in guys who are going in and just doing this naked opportunism with Trump and just like kissing the ring. And so I think like my background in tech is something I can use to like speak to them and get into those rooms and just be able to organize that community as well. But beyond that, I do have experience building out tools on campaigns. I've built out like texting tools on campaigns, and I've built out stuff before. So, when it comes to the actual nitty gritty of running the campaign, I've got some thoughts on that. But at the end of the day, I'm a believer that campaign tactics move the needle like a few percentage points. At the end of the day, it really is about the moment and the message, like, can you hit the right moment with the right candidate and the right message? And so, I think the background tech is really more about whose ears will be open to what I'm talking about.
I wanted to piggyback off of what Rebecca said, because, as she alluded to in this space, we were just shitting on AI for like 2 hours before you jumped in. So tech right now, there's a lot of skepticism, particularly like on the left, just because, there's automation, there's AI. We're worried about the implications of this on the job market, how it's going to displace so many more workers. But on top of that, it says in your Twitter profile that you were like one of the founders, like the founding engineer of Stripe. And on that note, I'm curious if there's anything regarding like current shares or connections to the company that we should be concerned about if you were to get elected to Congress. Like if you own stake in the company still, how do we know that, that's not going to affect your votes? Furthermore, Stripe has been on the BDS list because they're co-founders. One is a Zionist, one went to Israel. They've blocked pro-Palestinian groups. So I'm wondering if you had any thoughts on that, and if you felt like a responsibility to condemn the company's behavior. And it's not just Stripe. So many companies, as you said, have become, they've taken such a strong right-wing turn, and in my opinion, they've basically capitulated to fascism. So I'm wondering, like, if you could clarify anything there, because I know it will come up, especially because any company with AI, like, there's going to be that stink on you. So I'm just hoping you can kind of clarify.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm gonna disclose all my finances, but this is one of those places where I just have to be clear on my positions. And in the past, I've been very clear on more regulation, especially for financial technology companies. I'm a deep believer that the financialization of our economy actually is a big problem, right? And I'm not going to compromise on that. My plan in general, if I go into Congress, is whatever assets I have, I'm not going to be in charge of. I'm going to put in a blind trust and be hands off on it, right? But yeah, I agree. Like, I don't want that to be something where people think there's something to be worried about. I think the way I communicate again on it is just being very clear about what I do want to do and how I plan to vote. When it comes to the BDS list, I actually wasn't aware of that Stripe was on the BDS list. I think that is bad. What are they doing specifically? Are they helping out the government in Israel? Or is
So they're not helping out per se, but the founder or the CEO of Stripe, he went to Tel Aviv, and this was a year into the genocide, and tweeted about it. And a lot of people thought that this was not just an endorsement of Israel, but a betrayal of his former values, because I want to say, like, years before that, he was in Ramallah and he was talking to Palestinian tech entrepreneurs about how he felt like he was one of them because he's Irish. So, there's that kinship there between Palestinians and the Irish. So for him to do that, it really felt like a betrayal. And a lot of people were particularly mad about him because he knew better as, somebody who was Irish and who had previously pledged support to Palestinians. So that's why it was kind of I don't know if you actually spoke on that, but I just wanted to know, like, if you said anything and put it on the record, just because of
I
the
didn't even know about
association.
that, Mike, about him going to
I missed
Ramallah
that. I mean,
first. Wow.
I'm on these tech people. I'm not just
yeah, no, I mean, that
joint
was
cop, but, like, I'm
great.
on.
I mean,
Yeah.
like, I'm not in touch with them anymore, so I have no idea what his views are on Israel and Palestine. But it is surprising to me, given they're because they identify as very Irish. They always talk about how Irish they are.
Yeah,
but
he was a loud supporter before this. So yeah,
Right.
it is. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those places. I'm very publicly critical, obviously, of what Israel is doing right now. And I think there is a genocide going on in Gaza. So if they are aiding and abetting on that, I will call that out. Yeah, absolutely.
Good. Would you throw
To be
him
clear,
in a
you
gulag
weren't.
potentially? I'm just kidding. Sorry.
You weren't a Stripe founder. You were a founding engineer, which means you were a hire, right? Like, you
I was
were
a hire, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. He was an employee of Stripe, like one of the first, but still, it's not like he had he founded the company with these guys. Yeah.
And I love the idea of like you being this, you came from the tech world, you've seen like how the sausage is made, and you saw the corruption, and you became a class traitor, and you used what you know to like tear it apart in Congress. Because and one of the reasons why when I made a video about like a bunch of candidates running, and the only reason why I decided to include you in there is because of your progressive bona fides. I've kind of just written off certain challenges to leadership because it feels like so impossible to accomplish. But you were part of AOC's campaign to get rid of Joe Crowley, and that was successful. So I felt like, okay, if anybody can do this, it's got to be this guy right here. And on top of that, you were basically driven out of Washington, to my understanding, as AOC's chief of staff, because you were challenging the establishment and the status quo. Give us insight into that, because we never really got the full story about why you left or were no longer there. But I felt like you were really effective as a chief of staff. There's other individuals as well, like Trent Corbett and stuff, that were from the campaign, and then they went on to work for AOC. But can you give us any more insight into like your insider days as DC? Because you've been like in the insider tech world and insider DC, so that's why I feel like you have so much experience that would really help you in this campaign.
Yeah, I mean, I do want to be clear. AOC didn't like fire me or like push me out of the campaign. I know a lot of people, or out of the office, a lot of people I think believe that.
Okay.
I got in. My goal kind of coming into that office was two things: like help set up the office, learn what I can about what's going on the inside, and get the Green New Deal launched. And that was like the big thing: get the Green New Deal out there. And because it was in the moment of that presidential primary, right? And we really thought that was this big opportunity to change the entire conversation around climate change to be one about how do you actually use climate change as a way to build up high wage jobs, have the government, actually invest in Americans and in good work. And I'd say like once I finished that initial bit, which was around like April, I had a baby coming on the way in July, and I started talking to AOC about transitioning out for two reasons. One was like, I didn't think, if she was going to be in there for a while, my skill set was disruptive, to say the least. It wasn't like, I'm not going to be the one who's going to figure out the best way to work within the committees to like get whatever legislation, blah, yada, 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 right? That wasn't what I was really interested in doing there. And the other thing that became clear to me through the Green New Deal work was we needed to actually work on the policy. Like this was so new. We stood up this whole think tank because there's nobody working on industrial policy in America and the whole think tank landscape, so we started this think tank, New Consensus. So I want to work on that. And I felt like there wasn't enough political power inside Congress to really do the big structural stuff. Like that's what, like at the end of the day, that's what's been driving me for the last 10 years. I just think if we don't do these big structural changes, we are hosed, like we're just like letting this healthcare system get worse and worse and worse, and it's going to collapse on itself. And everyone's just like, head in the sands about it, and it drives me crazy. But so that was largely like it was a planned exit. I've trained up my successor and everything, but it was unfortunate that I have an instinct to continue calling out what corporate Dems are doing. And so I kept doing that, and I kept making some trouble. And so there was some drama at the time that I left. But I learned so much stuff while I was in there about why the Democrats can't function. It's just like, how do the level to which lobbyists have their tentacles in Congress. It's not even to a point where it's like pay for play. It's like the Democrats actually think of the lobbyists as their partners for how to write legislation because they're the experts. They're the industry experts. Like I literally went to a DCCC Chiefs of Staff retreat where one of the sessions was interacting with K Street being the lobbying industry, the lobbyist industry, right? And it was like, how do you go to them to get their expertise to help you write bills? And it's like, it's this institutional problem because the offices, we don't actually pay, there's not enough money to pay like staffers very much. So they feel like they have to outsource it to something. And the lobbyists have really managed to get their tentacles in there and be the experts who are writing bills for all these offices, right? The level to which money in politics and like the level to which Congress people feel like their main job is just fundraising was eye-opening. Like it really made me realize how little people do just on the basics. If you just want to go in there and be a legislator and like do your committee work, so few people take that seriously. And that was one of the reasons AOC, I think, was good at the committee stuff. It's just because she tried, right? But yeah, it was a planned exit, but I did learn about a lot of dysfunction in that place.
That clears it up because as an outsider, I got the impression that you were like everybody, like the establishment Democrats in particular, didn't like you, and so you were pushed out. So it is nice to know that like it was planned and they didn't like squeeze you out because like it's hard to tell how nefarious these actors are from the outside and what they're willing to do. So all you can do is speculate.
They did want me out. I just want to make it clear that like he didn't actually like cave to that and be like, oh, you got to get out, right? Like I left on my own accord.
Okay, so you have some, you had some criticisms for the Democratic Party, right? Just like a lot of people do, but you called them, I think it was like paralyzed and unprepared. So what is it that you plan to do? Because, first of all, Nancy Pelosi's spot, it's a big spot, right? It's been something that she has been sitting in for a very long time. And of course, we are looking to get something fresh, something new, but something for change. So with the criticism that you provided saying that, the Democratic Party is unprepared and paralyzed, I mean, those are some deep criticisms, but what is it that you can bring to reform that? Like, give me a few things that will help it not be paralyzed and help it, people really do some change, including you, but help, the party actually be inspired to change for change.
Yeah, I mean, first off, when it's just coming to like fighting Trump, I think the party is not taking seriously that there is an authoritarian coup in process, right? I think the party's really treating this as like a politics as usual. Like we're gonna lay back. We're gonna let there be a build up to Trump, a backlash to Trump build up, and then we're gonna win on the pendulum swing back our way, which is really hopeful thinking. I think when it comes to fighting, there's basically I think a lot of it is just like being a little quick on your feet. I'll give like one example. When Elon Musk showed up and he started up Doge and he took over the federal government. He installed this computer at OPM, which is kind of like the HR system for the federal government, right? And that's what he was using to like blast email out sort of instructions to like fire all the federal workers. The thing is, he didn't secure the system, so it was hilarious. Like Ken Klippenstein, sent out a Substack link to everybody, right? And so Democrats in that moment, if they were quick, they could have blasted an email to all the federal workers and been like, you guys are authorized to work from Congress, not the president. So you do not have to follow these orders, and then put the federal workers in that sort of legal gray area, make them sue, put them on the defense, right? Same thing with this terrible budget, that Trump just passed. I did a video about, there's this thing called a Congressional Review Act. I know this is getting in the weeds, but this is the kind of stuff that they could be doing if they really tried. But like, there's a thing called a Congressional Review Act, which is basically a thing that allows any 30 senators in the Senate to take up floor time to review executive actions. The Republicans did a thing that basically expanded the scope of this recently, and it was a bit of a mistake. Democrats could have used that to just take up floor time for the rest of this term in Congress if they wanted to, or until Republicans had to fight back and like do something to try to change that rule, which could have been filibustered. So it's a lot of like, they're not taking the moment seriously. They're not actually acting like these budget cuts are as devastating as they are. But when it comes to the long-term plan, because at the end of the day, my whole view on this is, for most people in the country, life has just been getting harder and harder for about 50 years now. Like wages have just been flat, while the cost of things like healthcare and childcare, education, housing, that stuff has been skyrocketing. And so people are just voting for big economic change every chance they get. I think that's what people thought they were voting for with Obama. I think that's what people thought they're voting for with Trump. So Democrats actually have to campaign on sweeping economic change and then deliver that. That's the only way in the long run that we're going to defeat authoritarianism. Because if we don't, then it's easy for a strong man to show up and just say, I alone will fix it, right? And that, that's how FDR defeated. There was a far right movement back then in the 1930s that was filling Madison Square Garden with these Nazi rallies. It's really wild to see pictures from it. But FDR actually improved people's lives so dramatically. It just killed this idea that you need an authoritarian to deliver material good for people.
On that note, adding to Rebecca's question, we kind of got a sense of this as well. I'm curious how you would be as an actual lawmaker in Congress. Just comparing it to AOC, like the most visible progressive. Do you see yourself deviating from her in any ways? And this is my interpretation again, like you were her chief of staff, so you know better than me. I feel like there's, and this is splitting hairs for anybody who's like not in the left-wing bubble, like they think that this sounds like it's no distinction, but like there's a difference between like AOC's governing style and Rashida Tlaib's governing style. Like Rashida Tlaib, she very clearly is willing to attack the establishment more directly, not endorse Kamala Harris, criticize Joe Biden, say he's complicit with genocide, whereas AOC, she's willing to, lob critiques at the Democratic Party, but I think that she keeps her powder dry, so to speak, more often than not. And she really chooses carefully when to attack Democrats, and she weighs, how much political capital she has. Recently, she just voted against an amendment that would have blocked defensive weapons to Israel. And I think, like, nobody really knows why, aside from her just saying she supports that, but I can't imagine her supporting that. So the question is, like, is she doing this for political capital in hopes of getting, like, something else from Democrats? Just, like, walk us through how you would operate as a lawmaker? Like, do you think it's better to go along to get along sometimes, or do you think that you always have to bring the fire and like put leaders on blast? I know it's hard to say when you're not in Congress, but what do you think would be most effective in terms of like how you would do this?
So my view of this is somewhere where I differ from AOC and Rashida. Is I actually think we're in a moment where we could have a wholesale change of the entire party. And I actually think that's necessary. I think the only way the Democrats win in 2028 is if we replace dozens, if not hundreds of them, right? So if I win this race, right, like if I beat Nancy Pelosi, there's going to be a huge national spotlight on that moment, right? And all of a sudden, any incumbent is vulnerable if that happens. I will be using that moment to call for people to challenge and primary other Democrats all across the country. So that's going to be a pretty direct shot at the establishment, right?
Yeah.
I don't think once I do that, once I cross that Rubicon, it's going to be difficult for me to then like, go along and get along too much. My view on like where there's chances to get stuff done in Congress is there's sometimes opportunities that actually pop up with unlikely allies. When I was working with AOC, for example, we ended up working with Matt Gaetz, of all people, on a bipartisan bill to end U.S. support for the famine in Yemen that was going on at the time, right? And it actually went past the House, past the Senate. Trump vetoed it, and so that kind of stuff I think is possible. And honestly, like just talking to members of Congress, you can actually get pretty far there. So I will do that, but I'm going to be going in as a shot at the establishment. And I have no illusions that like they're going to suddenly cozy up to me at some point after I beat Nancy Pelosi, right? Like that's not going to happen. So I have to be,
guns blazing.
That's the long-term goal, right? Like, I think that's just what's going to happen. I'm not interested in going into Congress and just being there for 30 years, getting shit done. Sorry, getting nothing done.
We curse here. Well, they curse
good.
here.
All right,
All right.
Speaking though of beating Nancy Pelosi, let's actually go back a little bit to the actual primary. Before I like how we're talking about.
Yeah,
how
we're
you
so
getting
far
in.
ahead.
Yeah, but we're not there yet.
It's good to dream, though, right?
Right,
We're very optimistic after Zoran's win. So
it could happen, right? So it seems like when you look at where these big sort of leftist wins have been, it does seem like in New York there's been at least New York City there's been a ton of leftists winning at a local level, at a city level, a state level, even in some ways. But then like when you look at the West Coast, it doesn't seem to have translated it the same way. I'm not saying leftists haven't won there, but it hasn't been this like this wave that we've seen. My estimation is probably like, especially in like New York City, the density of the city has a lot to do with being able to knock on doors like AOC was able to accomplish and Mamdani was able to accomplish. So what is a sort of insurgent, sort of left-wing primary campaign look like for you? Like what do you plan on doing? Not just like policy wise, but like in terms of like campaigning to to beat Nancy Pelosi.
Yeah, that's a great question. I think there's a couple of things that make New York unique, and there's a reason why when we were doing Just as Democrats and it became clear that probably all our candidates were going to lose, we did this Hail Mary and really went all in on AOC's race. One of those is that New York primaries are really low turnout. Even Zoran's race, he got a huge number of absolute votes, but it translated to about, I think, 9% of the electorate total, right? So in a low turnout primary, it's really possible to win by just changing the electorate, get a whole host of new progressive voters. And that was kind of our strategy on AOC. Like we noticed that there are a bunch of Bernie 2016 voters who were in the district who normally don't vote in primaries. So we thought, hey, if we activate those and young Latino people who had been moving into the district, we could probably get the votes to win. And that's basically what happened. You can do that through door knocking alone. So that's one piece. The other piece is like in New York also, there wasn't, until AOC won her race, there hadn't been that many successful left-wing challenges to incumbents. Working Families Party had been trying a few times in the governor's race. But I think that win is kind of what to some extent catalyzed the larger movement that started winning assembly races, started winning state senate races, and then eventually, it was really cool to see on Zoran's campaign a bunch of the same names from folks I'd worked with on AOC's race, right? Like they really did a lot of work to turn that into a lasting movement. So to come to the West Coast, San Francisco, I've got to try to start that, right? I'm going to try to start building that, right? And it's going to be harder because it's a larger turnout primary. Now, the forces going in our direction are it's easier to reach people directly now than it was in 2018. I'm not one of these people who thinks like Zoran won because of social media, but social media does allow you to get your message out to people way more directly. And then the trick is, can you turn that into a ground game? And the first signs of it from like this office opening party and stuff have been, it seems like, talking to people on Instagram, on TikTok in this video format creates a kind of relationship. A lot of people are getting their news that way. It is possible to start getting in front of folks directly without going through the political gatekeepers at a scale that wasn't possible in 2018. So maybe that's one way you get bigger. But then the other piece is San Francisco is quite dense. It's the second densest city, and it's a place where door knocking, we've started canvassing in the last month. People open their doors here because I think people aren't used to door knocking, and people we're talking to are really open to voting for someone other than Nancy Pelosi. So it seems like if we can get the message out, get people to know that this is a serious campaign, that I've got experience in Congress, I've got an actual vision and a plan of what I want to do there, and the platform. It seems like we're actually able to convince enough Pelosi voters, and we're going to have to do some combination of that and turning out new voters.
Right now, I know Mike mentioned Zoran and how his, campaign run's been going and looking, and you being a product of immigrants, right now is a very huge time here in America with immigrants being literally propaganda and ICE and all of these things, and they're being attacked, especially Black and brown ones, mostly, if not all, Black and brown ones. And so Nancy Pelosi's takes on immigration have always been very vague. It's always been very loose, nothing, especially right now. Most recently, we talked about it here on the show where she said, what's going on with Alligator Alcatraz is like a distraction. Right. And we know that it's very real. It's not a distraction. It's something that's along with the old other things that Donald Trump is doing against immigrants and to dehumanize and criminalize them. So for you, not like Nancy Pelosi, especially again, being a product of immigrants, what would that be like for you, your stance on immigration, if you were to take Nancy Pelosi's space?
Yeah, I mean, I think we've got to be clear that what Trump is doing right now with ICE is not just about immigrants. It's him trying to build up a personal army. I mean, there's a reason why progressives in 2018 said abolish ICE, and it wasn't just because like ICE was threatening immigrants, because ICE was clearly out of control. And I think we're seeing the result of that. So my stance on immigration in general is we need to be defending right now. We should be trying, I often talk about like my parents' story when they came to this country in the 1970s, and the US was actually recruiting immigrants from all around the world to come. We had these immigration offices all over the world that were recruiting millions and millions of people to come here because we were in this sort of optimistic mode. We were just put a man on the moon, had decades of wages going up, had just built the interstate highway system. And so, my dad, he came to his country because a friend of his took him to one of these offices where this staffer like pitched him on the American dream. It's kind of crazy to think about that. But that to me is where we actually have to get the country back to. And I think part of that is getting the economy back to that state. I think that's the way we convince society to be so pro-immigrant. But in this moment, I think we just have to be defending, right? And I think a large part of an elected official's job in this moment is to realize that your power is not just in legislating. You also have a role as an organizer, and there's power in your presence, right? When ICE is showing up and picking up people up off the streets illegally, wearing masks, if elected officials show up to that space and try to put it on them to escalate, you can stop what's going on. I mean, Mayor Bass did that sort of in MacArthur Park. ICE was going through MacArthur Park. She showed up and she kind of put the ball in their court to try to escalate. And they wouldn't do it, so they left. So that's, I think, the kind of thing we should be seeing elected officials do more of. I do have a funny story with the abolish ICE stuff. I remember when we met Nancy Pelosi in a restaurant after AOC won. Nancy Pelosi thought abolish ICE was entirely Russian propaganda. You know, that was like, she spent the whole time telling us how like we're just doing Russian propaganda. I was like, I didn't understand what she was even talking about. But anyway.
She did call Palestinian protesters that I think showed up outside of her house. Like she said something about go back to China or something, because she accused them of taking talking points from China.
Yeah.
So that does track. Before we let you give your like closing pitch and whatnot, I was hoping that you would take an audience question, because there is a concern that somebody brought up that I've not heard of, but I was hoping you would address this for them and for everyone else. So they say Chakrabarty spent $10,500 to unseat beloved tenant rights attorney D5 DSA San Francisco Supervisor Dean Preston. Can you explain your involvement in this particular race and why you chose to back against DSA?
Yeah, so there were two candidates running, and I don't have anything against Dean Preston, so it wasn't really against him. There's two candidates running who I felt both of them were progressive, but you know, on issues like tenants' rights, social housing, public banking, climate change, public safety, they basically had the same positions. But in San Francisco, I do think we have a problem with trying to build housing faster, you know, especially affordable housing. And the candidate I ended up backing, I thought, had a better focus on that and had actual work on that. So I ended up supporting him. And he was a New York candidate. I will sometimes back people who are going up against the existing establishment if I think they've got better ideas.
Okay.
I got another question really quickly. So speaking of funding and things like that, for you, I believe you reject PAC money, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's pretty rare in politics, you know. What's the reason and how? Well, you are a millionaire, but what is the reason and how will you sustain in this in funding your campaign? What does that look like? Because we know Nancy Pelosi, before people even felt like she was going to run again a few years ago, she was already collecting a coin. So
Right.
what is that? What does that look like for you?
Yeah, I mean, in this race, right, like I basically got two choices. I could try to do the thing of going around
Hello and welcome to American Wasp on this space. I'm your host, Dear McBizness, joined as usually by Devil's Advocate Productions, my main man, Alex. Ha!
Hello.
What's going on, my man?
How's it going?
It's going great.
My get up here, little
Okay.
mild Yaphet Kotto cosplay, because I watched Alien Earth last night, and it was awesome. I made a little review on my channel. It's got no views. It was uploaded 3 hours ago. Go run up those numbers. Anyways, Peter, welcome back.
Coming in hot. Coming in real hot. I like it.
The DS convention this past weekend.
Yeah, we're gonna talk. I guess we can get right into it if you want.
I'm very excited.
I thought the thing that I want to make sure we do this. So I just want to keep something in the back of your mind for later in the show. But this culture of conservatism that I describe in my own essays and on here and such is having even more of an effect on my personal life than ever. So I need to talk about it in a respectful way that's maintains privacy for others, but I want to touch on that at the end, if you can help me remember, because it's really scary to see this generation deteriorate, and no one really step up and call it out for the mass mania that it is. You know, you're going to hear me say it time and again until something's done about it, but the culture of baby boomer conservatives who are sociopaths and baby boomer liberals who are losers, like, and neoliberals, really. Like, it just, I keep watching Morning Joe out of fucking masochism because it's so frustrating to watch.
Every week you like this. I was watching Morning Joe.
And I just, because I didn't do it for a while I was traveling, and then I got back into it this morning, and I was like, oh God, maybe I should stay away permanently. I can do more. I could be more productive with that time of day, but I do think it's useful. Sometimes I fast forward now to the charts. When they bring out the charts and the polls, that's what I really fast forward through to. Anyway, let's get down to it. The Democratic Socialists of America should and must become the spearhead for the anti-MAGA movement. It is not good enough for the pendulum to swing the other way and for establishment Democrats to inherit that power and engage in more incrementalism like we saw all the way back in 2008. Hard to believe how long ago that was. Yeah. But there needs to be an organization within the collective left that pulls the party to the left. And I believe that the Democratic Socialists of America is the best organization to do that. I will say, I don't know where you feel free to interrupt me, but there's a lot to say about this organization, this convention, the people that I met.
Well, dude,
the different issues. So,
and you say this, that the DSA should be the spearhead.
Yes.
Against fascism. And I can only assume that you're even more hyped from being at the convention. Was that the mood at the convention?
Well,
that we are trying
no.
to do this?
So, no, I'm not more hyped. There's a couple of things. First of all, I wanted... The culture of the institution is inherently divided. It's trying to be Big Tent, but I mean, there's a lot of communists, there's a lot of anarchists, and they, have their views. There's a lot of diversity within the organization, and I think that's a good thing, as long as we don't equate diversity with equality. And we'll talk about that. Definitely bookmark that. Yeah. So they do not necessarily see themselves as a spearhead for the anti-MAGA movement. They do see themselves in a good way as the organization that can pull the Democratic Party to the left. But I still think there's that convention. There's that convention at there's that conventional understanding of a political organization that you should be professing what you are for, not what you are against. I submit that in this world where there is such a clearly defined enemy of progress, and that is MAGA, and in fact, like worse than an enemy of progress, but an advocate for regression into really bad things and bringing in new things. I mean, we've never seen this stuff like ICE raids, but no, the convention was more about the internal dealings of the organization itself. It was mostly procedural. I feel like I shouldn't get into too much detail about like votes and stuff.
Okay.
But other than that, the election. So just one thing about the convention that I will say just procedurally is we didn't have time to get through more than like 30-40% of the 80-90 resolutions that were proposed. So the NPC, the National Political Committee, is going to decide on the rest of those. And they were elected from among the delegates. And there's 25 of them with 2 co-chairs. So that's basically what the DSA is made up of. I'm trying to have influence over it, though, because I don't think they're taking advantage of the creativity on the left. For example, why was there not videos of these candidates running for these chair positions? That would have been an easy shortcut for people to use to get to know them rather than read a statement. No one wants to read anymore. Why would I read something when I can? And plus, I want to see you. I want to see what your personality is like.
Make a TikTok or quick, video.
And the DSA needs to get more active in their YouTube channel. The good news is that you have 8,000 subscribers. The bad news is they almost never create content.
Right.
So I'm gonna try to do something about that. We'll see. But yeah, I mean, really talented people, weird people. Definitely more transgender people in one place than I've ever seen before, which is cool, but it's just, different. Yeah. And I was like the
colored hair, tattoos.
And I'm by far the most Republican looking guy in the room. Right. I mean, that's just, yeah. He's from well, I'm not going to say where I'm from, but
he's from Quantico.
Yeah. California. Yeah. Right.
I wanted to ask, so just, you're talking about, they want, to say what they're for and what they're not, and not what they're against. And I understand that, because the Democrats have been for the last 10 years, almost really 10 years, because Donald Trump came down that escalator in 2015, have been saying we are against Trump, and that's it. So we'd like to, people do want to hear what DSA is for, what these candidates are for, what we agree on. So I do understand that, but you also got to start, like you said, be creative. Hit them when they're down. Hit them on the Epstein shit. Make some viral videos.
Right.
Make a YouTube channel. Fucking build up your social media fucking presence so that people know you exist. Because this is new to me. A couple of years ago, hearing about it on Majority Report and the other leftist shows I watched. But other than that, I had no idea this party existed. I knew the Working Families existed because I'm in New York and they're on the ballot. But I had no idea about DSA, that it was an organization, that's promoting all these candidates.
Yeah, I mean, it's growing. It's not where it needs to be. I'm not the most patient person, as is the case with most I-95ers. But I'm optimistic that in the long term, the DSA can become what we all want it to be. The NPC is a lot of talented people. I hope they just look. I love democracy, but you have to have delegation in certain areas. For example, like there needs to be 1, 2, 3 people tops in charge of their Twitter or in charge of their Instagram. And not everything can be put up to a goddamn vote.
Yeah.
And they're also like, I agree with that. The best part in terms of just like evaluating personalities and what I try to get a smell for, more than anything else, is narcissism, as you can tell by my essays. And, the core Wasp quality, for those of you who haven't watched my essays, I talk about it in my very first episode. It is inauthentic, narcissistic, social entitlement. And that produces things like American exceptionalism and this country belongs to me. My ancestors built this country. My ancestors go back to 1608, by the way. So fuck you on that. Anyone who's got that fucking card to play. And, I think I didn't smell any narcissism when I was there. I mean, maybe a little bit with certain people, but not really. Not really. Everyone there is for the cause. I think there needs to be a discussion within the DSA about how to coach talent and how to teach them how to go after MAGA. Because not everybody's going to be able to go after MAGA the way I want them to, I mean, I want the MMA fight. Like I want to call them, white trash fascists. And I really want to take them to the mat and make sure that we can extinguish this flame of white trash ignorance for the next 40 years or more. But, you know, it's a great organization. I'm still getting into it. I'm going to stick with it. I'm going to try to influence it in a productive way. You know, it's
like you say.
I think, like, go ahead.
You say all the time, you need the right person for the right job. And
right.
Like, you know, me and my wife were talking about who would be a good candidate for 2028. Now, this is a different subject, but, you know, AOC would be the favorite, but also maybe Pritzker, because you want a Midwestern white guy. I think the Tim Walz pick is vastly overlooked of like what a good decision.
Yeah, he's not, dude. But he's not. Okay. Do you want my opinion?
Not the guy, I understand, but like.
So AOC just took a huge hit with the Iron Dome vote.
Yes, for sure.
AOC just took a huge hit. So if there was one issue that dominated convention, it was Israel-Palestine.
Yeah.
It was the biggest concentration of pro-Palestinian people I've ever seen. And Rashida Tlaib even spoke.
Yeah.
So it was cool. Like they were going nuts at certain resolutions passed, and I was happy for them. But it's like there's still so much ignorance around this issue. I talked to a guy today who's a smart guy, engineer, and he's 100% behind Israel. And I'm like, what? I'm like, what are you talking about, dude?
It's just like a casual, you know, non-political person.
He's pretty political. He's conservative. He grew up conservative, and but he's well educated and well traveled. But he's still stuck. He has blind spots. That's what you got to realize is these people have really bad psychological blind spots, and they need to go to therapy. And it takes years to get rid of this shit. Or they could do a boot camp where they do therapy like every day. And, you know, like rehab, they could do conservative. That would be funny.
That would actually be
dude,
good.
Conservative rehab. Oh, that's awesome. Like, and call it like get Disney to sponsor it and call it like
make it a game show.
Go from a Sith.
People would love
make it like from a Sith to a Jedi.
Yeah, that would be a good idea.
Yeah, that would be fun.
Put it on fucking Disney Plus. I'd watch it.
Yeah, but anyway, I really like the DSA. It's great, and I wish more people were excited about punching the bully in the face, but it's just not their style. These people don't like conflict. I mean, they don't mind conflict with their intellectual peers and their political peers, but I don't know. I mean, I should also say that because of the nature of the convention being so internal, we didn't talk really that much about what's going on with.
Well, here's a question:
MAGA.
Could only members go, or was it open to the public?
You had to be, you had to be a member, but usually it was like 80-90% delegates, and then there were some guests and people who wanted to go to just like see the convention,
right?
And meet people.
What kind of? Because I've been to Comic-Con here in New York. What kind of booths do they have? Like, who's there trying to hawk stuff or you know, represent their podcast or whatever? Is there? There's a lot of factions on the left, right? That's the hard part. There's Antifa. There's fucking, you know, DSA. There's
the convention broke down into caucuses, and there's like 7 caucuses.
Okay. Yeah, and I understand what you mean about like not everything needs a fucking vote. Just tweet, like let it be a small team, and they don't need to run it by a whole committee. Because I remember, like, again, learning about DSA and just hearing about it in the mainstream for the first time a couple years ago was a clip they ran on like Fox News that was of them voting on like preferred pronouns or some shit, and like just procedural shit to even start the actual meeting itself. And I feel like that's obviously an overstatement because it's Fox, but it sounds like that's a real problem, is that there's too much like, oh, we got to make sure everyone feels okay about this, and you know, we're all gonna kind of like what the Dem establishment is doing, but on its own by accident, is kind of falling into the same trappings of like little things that could just be like, hey man, just assign this to somebody and they go do it.
Yeah, I mean that's what they need to now sort out as the MPC is how to streamline things because their media presence is kind of a joke. But to give you a vision of the convention, it was basically one huge convention hall with 1,300 delegates, 2 microphones, and a bunch of panelists, like chairs, whatever, kind of organizing it. One chair that's on the microphone talking. And then it's like, yeah, you speak, 2 speak for, 2 speak against the given resolution. Do you guys want to go to a vote? That kind of thing. Outside of that, there's a bunch of tables, like in the lobby area, there's like a bunch of tables with literature. The caucuses have tables. The NYC DSA had a table, and so did LA, I believe. But I didn't really go to the tables. The most exciting thing for me was going to the comms committee meeting. They got some really good people there. I just think that their process needs to evolve a little bit. So hopefully I can help. Because, we talk all these ideas that we come across, like all these, worldly thoughts that we have on this space in our respective channels, right? They don't mean shit if they don't get, institutionalized on some level.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm hoping. And I'm really shocked, to be honest with you, that they don't have more of a media presence given, Mom Donnie's win, but there was a lot of prep for the convention. I'm sure that needed to be done. So there was that stuff. But we'll see how this next couple of years go. The pendulum's going to swing back the other way in the midterms, and then it's really going to swing back the other way in 2028.
Yeah, and I mean, again, we're hoping that there's free and fair elections. We will see,
right?
And the pendulum doesn't. It could get messy, folks. But I was watching a little bit of Hassan Piker's stream.
Oh yeah, he was there, by the way.
Friday,
Hassan was there. Hassan and Emma were there. I talked with Emma for a few minutes.
Cool. You tell about this space?
I did. I mentioned I was on this space. I told Hassan I was on this space.
Cool. There was a line to meet him at one point.
Yeah, I wasn't going to do that. I wasn't. I saw that later. I wasn't around when that line was happening. I got kind of lucky. It was just like in a brief period, not talking to someone. But yeah, I mean, we need more Hassans. We need more kind of stars. I mean, here's actually, and I want to hear what you have to say. But the message that I was trying to get across to the comms people, the media, people interested in more of a media presence is I won't know the DSA has arrived when one of the chairs or a representative of the DSA is on Meet the Press. I think I've said that before.
Yeah.
But that is when I know that the DSA will really be a player in shaping public discourse. Because it's funny that Meet the Press had Mom Donnie, but Morning Joe hasn't had him on. So it's interesting.
Yeah. I mean, Morning Joe, I got to assume that's just Scarborough being able to make decisions for that show, him and Brzezinski, and just being like, we don't want to have him on. You can have him on some other show. We don't want to have him on. Maybe.
Yeah, but they get good ratings if they did.
They would, but the executive probably doesn't want him on there either.
Here's the thing, Latino Mafia, but is that Eric Adams was on there a bunch over the last few years before he got into trouble, and they've had the New York mayor, like that's a thing in Morning Joe commentary, is a check-in on how the New York mayor is doing, the mayor of NYC.
I think they'll only have him on if he wins, and then they'll have him on, because they'll be forced to at that point.
I wish I had some connections in that world, man, because it's good business to have him on.
Yeah.
It's good business to have him on. And I think my guess is that Jonathan Lemire and Willie Geist would be pro doing it. But I think, what you're saying is probably right, that Joe really doesn't want to have him on. And Mika is complicit. So maybe they will. Maybe they will at some point.
Maybe when it
they should have. It's long overdue. It's long overdue. That's absolutely for sure.
I think the DSA where it's at right now needs, like you're saying, needs more Hassans, and they need more. Like they should be reaching out to like left left-leaning, politically neutral, but left-leaning, like internet celebrities. Kai Cenat, like I don't know if he is left-leaning or not, but like some of these big streamers like Hassan who just get eyes on the thing so people know.
Well, no. So what should happen is there should be,
and it should leak to celebrity.
There should be
Once Chappelle talking about this shit.
There should be like 1 to 3, maybe 5, like daily personalities that we see on the DSA that are creating content. Yeah. Doesn't have to be every minute of every day like this space is 3 days a week, but they should be interviewing Hassans. They should be interviewing people from our channel. They should be interviewing, and the most frequent thing they should be doing is interviewing chairs of chapters all over the country. You know, there's something like 300 chapters or something like that.
Yeah, that should be their basic show, and then they get celebrities in between or
right.
interviews.
But there's no shortage of content, and they put someone said that editing is a time-consuming thing. I'm like, yeah, that's for a specific kind of content. That's for like content that you can't really afford yet. That's the kind of content that does get voted on because there's a script. So, and that's fine, but you got to have like, I hope I can get my foot in the door and they can earn their trust because, dude, I have a background in storytelling. I have an education in storytelling and, professional experience with storytelling. And I'm a student of communication. I majored in it in college and I graduated Phi Beta Kappa, and I've been paying attention to media forever. And I know the history of it. What up, Marshall McLuhan, for all of those familiar with the most important logician of our time. And, so I hope I can influence them to think of it not as like a big thing that they have to do perfectly. It's just something that they have to do consistently, Because let's face it, our arguments are the left arguments take more time than the right arguments, than the right-wing arguments. The right-wing arguments are just superficial reasoning. That's what's and that's so frustrating. And what we've got to do, like the DSA's got to pull people over, and it's got to get into African-American communities better and Latino communities. It's making some progress. There's I don't know the nuances of why it's not penetrating certain communities. I think it has a lot to do with just how much free time people have on their hands, and how interested they are, how well run their local chapter is. There's a lot of variables.
Does the DSA have a TikTok account?
Yeah, I think so.
They should.
Well, I know the chapters do. See, that's the thing is, it's kind of an independent organization where the chapters do what they want. They have their own social media and stuff.
Right. Yeah, it's segmented. Like, the Libertarian Party is like this, and I only know that because I see different chapters of the Libertarian Party, go viral sometimes on Twitter for saying stupid shit. But the DSA has a main, overall account, and should be on every fucking platform.
What they should be doing. Well, you got to have an engine. So what they should be doing is interviews with NPC members, interviews with chapter chairs, interviews with just regular members, new members. But I think they need to hire someone full time. I think they need to put someone in charge full time. So I don't know. That's the thing is no one's really full time in the DSA. Everyone's doing volunteer.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like there's no actual. I don't even know how to describe it. I was going to say company, but like party, I guess. Is there money to?
Well, it's a nonprofit. It's a nonprofit, and they have like money saved up. Yeah.
All right. So there
was actually a vote to give the NBC. There was a vote to give the NPC members more of a stipend. I can't remember which way it went, but stuff like that. It was cool. Like I enjoyed the social aspect the most. Meeting people from all over the country. Met people from Oklahoma City and Kansas and Maine and all over California, lots of New York, Jersey, Atlanta, you know. So it was good. It was good. And I plan on following up and maybe having some of them on here. And I think they'd make good guests. Because and maybe that's how I influence them, is I create content relevant for how to influence the DSA. I mean, that would be a good, specific, practical play.
Yeah, I think so. Because again, a lot of this is like on whoever's running this, like whoever is holding the keys to the YouTube channel, the TikTok channel, give it to someone in the DSA who has an interest in that, who has an interest in YouTube, who has an interest in TikTok.
Yeah, but you got to vote on it. It's fine. It's fine. Like, I'm talking to the right people, and I think I have a chance at getting what I want, because what I want, I think, is in the best interest of the organization. But you know, it's my conservative genes to like want decisiveness. You know, I want a fucking decision.
Yeah,
you know,
it's like Bill Burr always said: a big hefty scoop of left and an uppercut of right. That's the personality that I think you and I share. Bill Burr shows that East Coast I-95 attitude.
Well, it's like, dude, I mean, it's
right now.
I saw in terms of conflict, you know, I call it a 1-2 punch. It's going to take 2 punches to knock the bully down. And the first one's coming with my right hand, because that's my strong hand. And that's just what's in my blood. Like, even during I learned a lot during this convention from people about issues that which I knew very little. So I was very pleased with how it went. If anything, I wish I had made more content and instead of maybe prioritizing talking to people, but it was fine. And Chicago's a great town. And yeah, Hassan was there. Emma, I talked to Emma about maybe doing some sports stuff. I didn't, and I emailed her a link to my YouTube channel, so hopefully she'll check that out.
Yeah,
I think
the American
it would be fun.
That channel, folks, the American Wasp channel on YouTube, your essays are so digestible, and they really do feel like college lectures, but entertaining ones that really break down molecularly the conservative brain, the WASP brain, who has been running the country for the last 100-some years.
Yeah.
Yeah. Little.
Yeah, I was thinking about what we would call it, and I mean, well, if we end up doing the I-95 show, we could call it. We could just include her in that. That might be sweet. But yeah, I know, or hot. I was thinking like hot wasps or something like that.
I-95 is better than that.
I-95ers.
Yeah.
I-95 and angry.
Yeah, there you go.
I-95 and angry. Yeah, that's good.
So it sounds like the convention was productive.
It was a success for sure.
Left lacking, but you know, there's time.
Well, I think what I wanted to find out was like how does the organization need to change in order to be more effective on that's all. That's all I mean with that. But they're only, you know, because right now they're only really effective in dark blue areas.
Yeah.
And it would be nice if they became more effective.
These people that you were meeting.
Yeah, Minneapolis.
And I think this environment, this is what I think is going to happen. This environment, this fascist shit, is freaking people out to the point where they are doing mutual aid, community organizing, without them even knowing that's what they're doing. They're looking out for ICE in their fucking cul-de-sac because they don't want their neighbors who they've been friends with for 20 years to get deported. Like this is happening, and this is the mood. What DSA needs to do is be like, yes, that feeling that you're feeling, we have solutions. We have ways out. We have ways to fix this shit. And that's how you bring more people in, and it needs to just spread. It needs to spread like wildfire. I have some things to talk about and just get.
Let's do it.
On.
Yeah, let's do it.
Firstly, I just want to address my Yaphet Kotto cosplay. Once more, Alien Earth aired last night. So I did a little dress up for my review, which is on my channel, folks. But I wanted to bring up firstly this this statement from Las Vegas tourism officials blaming tariffs for fewer visitors as others say magic's gone. Vegas's marketing image centered on slots and showgirls plus tariffs are cited as factors keeping visitors away. And Wu-Tang is for the children here tweets. Fox News is going to post this. Grandpa going to get mad at Rupert again. Because this is from Fox. So
I believe it.
You know, they're coming after the tariffs. I think, you know, they're business minded. The establishment of the Republicans and the Democrats, you know, they're all Reagan. They all have Reagan DNA in them. The establishments at this time. So they're business minded and they're going like, hey man, we're losing money. All of our donors are losing fucking money. Stop. That's my guess. But
yeah. Well, that's what you get. I mean, when you put an idiot in the White House who thinks that tariffs are still an effective way of managing the economy. I mean, all these the guy's a dinosaur.
Business leaders, all these fucking CEO motherfuckers got behind him during the campaign and like
because they wanted the tax cut. Yeah, they wanted the tax cut though.
But you get the tax cut, but your business fails. What the fuck kind of strategy is that?
Small businesses fail. The big corporations will survive.
I guess.
And the people who are at the top of those companies will have their investments protected. You gotta remember, it's all about the portfolio. You know, when it comes to, there's a difference between being rich and being wealthy. Being rich just means you have like a high net income, and you know, you're saving every year and you're investing and you're growing. That's rich, right? Wealthy is when you are living off of the returns and you're continuing to make money every year, still living like a baller. That's when you're wealthy. When you have like 2 or 3 homes and, you know, you're flying private, like that's wealthy.
That's funny you mentioned that because I have always made that distinction just in my head of like, no, there's difference between, you know, Matt and Trey who made South Park being rich and getting rich off their cartoon that they made, and someone like, you know, the Rockefellers or what's Anderson, the Vanderbilts, who are, you cannot lose that money ever because your name is valuable.
Well, the Vanderbilts did lose their money, to be fair.
Did they?
The Rockefeller, yeah, they pretty much.
I mean, but
after
Anderson Cooper.
Because but that, I mean, there's enough money for the kids to go to private school, but nobody's living like their ancestors did. They used to have a mansion in Newport, and you know, they used to have an estate in Asheville, North Carolina, called the Biltmore, which was like, you know, 30,000 square feet or something ridiculous like that. I don't know. And then he started the school in Nashville, Tennessee. So the family's done a lot for America, but yeah, I mean, there are, if you go and research wealth, is the kind of money that you're talking about where there are people who are even wealthier than like Bill Gates and the people that we know about, because they're not making the money. They inherited it through what's called a trust, and they control the trust. So they don't show up on the taxes, right? It's their trust that shows up on the taxes. And you can't find them, you can't find their wealth because it's in a trust. It's not technically theirs, right? They control the money. That's it. So, with all that in mind, like, yeah, you don't have to get too creative, but you do have to get a little bit creative in terms of how you go after this money. Yeah, so Latino Mafune is backing me up here. The Vanderbilts don't have that robber baron money anymore. Yeah, usually there's a saying that after 3 generations, no matter how much money you started with, it's probably mostly gone.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, then that's what I would consider wealthy. If you have that much money that it would take 3 generations for them to lose it, then you're wealthy. If you just, you know, you're a rapper, Jid just came out with a new album, so he's on my mind. Listen to it a lot. If you're Jid, you just made that money in your lifetime, and maybe your kids won't be able to spend it all or lose it, but their kids definitely will. So you're rich. You're rich.
Right.
And you can lose it. You know, you can be Kanye or Diddy or whatever and face repercussions for shit you did and have it be taken away to an extent, because we'll see what happens with Diddy. But I wanted to play this clip for you because shifting gears a little bit. This is about the Texans, Democrats leaving the state. And this was the dude that you brought up to me as a possible good spokesperson for progressive values in the Democratic Party.
Oh, God.
and he's on Will Kane. This is from yesterday.
In my view, Representative, you gave the ball game analogy. In my view, what has happened here is you've done something in certain states and you don't like it when it's done in Republican states. And now you're saying you've done the same thing as us. You've done the same thing as us, and we are going to, by the way, if you do it, we're going to ratchet it up even more, in the words of Gavin Newsom.
My party has never gerrymandered in the middle of the decade at the request of the President of the United States, nor would we. The only way this is going to happen in blue states is if Texas executes this power grab. You mentioned Massachusetts. Right. Do you know the party of the governor that signed that map into law? He was a Republican. It was a Republican governor that signed that map into law. So I just want to be clear with our facts, and I don't want to muddy the waters. All of us, whether we're Democrats, independents, or Republicans, we should stand up to politicians who don't want to face accountability at the ballot box. That's exactly what's happening here. And I asked you, if Republican policies are popular, why do they need to redraw these maps? Why can't they just run on their policies?
I'm getting wrapped on time. I'm enjoying this
Of course you
conversation.
are.
I want to let it go on, and I apologize. That's such.
Right. So
that's such garbage. That's such garbage. Yeah, I mean, he makes good points. I mean, and that's fine if he wants a cabinet position. He wants to be like the next Pete Buttigieg. That's fine. But
Yeah.
dude, we need a fucking killer. Like, this is not how you beat the bully. This guy, you think this guy stood up to bullies before? If he did, he got his ass kicked.
Yeah.
And he's not the kind of guy that people are going to back up in a fight. I mean, maybe he would. I don't know. Or he just tries to reason with them.
But I think
Anyway.
the last time we talked about him, I was saying this guy would be good to go explain to the suburbs
Yes.
why this shit is happening.
Yes.
Why Rashida Tlaib is leading the Democratic Party in 2028. And this was Will Kane's response today on his show.
And if that wasn't enough, what Tallarico did on social media was deceptively edit our 10-minute conversation into about 70 seconds of what he thinks are slam dunks, what I think are clearly lies, with no response from me. And makes it look like we said goodbye. It's short on time. We have to go. We have to run. I gave Tallarico 2 more minutes after telling him we're tight against time. He used that time like Jill Biden to talk about breakfast tacos if that makes him a Texan. Where I come from, being a Texan is someone with a steel spine and something between their knees, between their legs. That something gives you the integrity to tell the truth. Now, I don't know what the
Jesus
voters
Christ.
in Round Rock, Texas think about what it means to be a Texan. But if Tallarico's any evidence, it means being a fraud, a fake man of the cloth, someone who's as comfortable lying as he is breathing, or as comfortable lying as he is running to Illinois. I will say one thing. Mark Cuban is right when he posted on X. James Tallarico is going to go as far in politics as he wants to go. He is good. He is a good politician. Is defined by his ability to lie. And I have no doubt that will make him a star, Cuban,
Christ.
as a Democrat. But what I also think it makes him is an absolute fraudulent man of the cloth, an absolute fraudulent man of God, somebody without integrity, somebody without honor, and somebody who has an
shut the
inability
fuck up, dude.
Yeah. So
that's why. So this guy right here, that's why I want to call them white trash fascists. You don't respect that guy.
Yeah.
Stop respecting them. Stop respecting Ben Shapiro. Stop
He was a
respecting
fucking
Charlie
newscaster.
Kirk.
He was a sports
Stop,
guy.
stop respecting Charlie Kirk. Stop respecting Dave Rubin. Stop respecting these people. I don't respect it. They don't respect us. That's for damn sure. They don't respect the left. No one does. Not even establishment Dems. Even though, what?
No.
You got something else?
I'm saying I do have one more thing. It's
Good,
another
let's do it.
piece from his response today. Aaron Rupar, who clips it, him and the other guy, ACYN, they clip Fox all day. I don't know who they work for or whatever, but it's helpful for getting clips. He says Will Kane slams deceptive media coverage of his interview with Tallarico ironically citing a deceptively edited clip that he broadcast on his show today. The brief goodbye exchange about breakfast tacos came after Kane started to wrap up the interview.
Mediaite, Texas Democrat, and Fox's Will Kane trade blows online after producer dumps out of fiery 10-minute interview. That's interesting. I don't remember dumping out of the interview. I don't remember cutting off Representative Tallarico. In fact, if I remember correctly,
well, you did.
How that conversation ended. I also appreciate you being on the show. You're welcome to be here in Texas, sitting across the table for me. Hopefully soon when you return to take the votes, we would love to see you.
I haven't had a good breakfast taco. I haven't had a good breakfast taco in weeks, so I'm ready to come back home.
Yeah, it's because you're in Illinois. Okay, thank you, Representative.
Agreed.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, see, Tallarico, dude, I want a blank stare and, you know, the eyes and just facts and data. That's what I want, Tallarico. Tallarico's got to go on. Like, dude,
He's got to go on.
And there's
Fox
your
and
proof.
explain it to
There's your proof why you should hold no quarter, because they're gonna fuck with you. They're gonna try to make you look bad. That's what Fox does to anybody that's not a Republican. They try to tear down. It's just that simple. And it's actually in your best interest for them to vilify you. Look how it boosted AOC's profile.
Definitely.
I mean, that's one of my goals is to, like, you know, yeah, someone said earlier, you know, it's Fox Nazi news, right?
Yeah.
Like, that someone's got to step up on a live mic and make that happen. By the way, have you been watching Bill Maher?
No, but I've heard that there's things happening with him, and Laura Loomer's suing him, and there's a deposition where she's saying that Marjorie Taylor Greene's got Arby's in her pants.
I don't know, but I have a friend, an old friend of mine is a guest on him sometimes, and so I've watched those episodes, and I'm just like, the reaction to Zoran winning is just absolutely pathetic. It's just like they're in denial. They're like, "Why is this happening?" It's like, because people are fed up with the establishment, you idiot. Look at the polls. I mean, I think it was a month ago, but it's probably gotten worse. The Democratic Party internal polling was the worst in party history at less than 25%. Yeah. It was like 24%. And I'm pretty sure it's less than that now. So there's a hunger for new blood. That was one thing. I was hoping to see Kat Abigazalio there, but I don't know what she was up to. But I didn't see her. Maybe she did come by and I just missed her. But they should have had Hassan again. They should have had Hassan speak. Like, it was a missed opportunity to have to not have him speak. I don't know why he didn't. He interviewed Rashida Tlaib after she spoke.
Yeah.
But
I saw some of that, but that was after she's like, why not have him? She speaks, gives a speech, and then they have a panel together where it's on stream and everyone's watching live.
I don't know. I'm gonna try to connect my way up to the top and see if I can't have some influence in how they present themselves, because there's no reason. I mean, they're the biggest name, right? Like, what else you got? Like something working families.
The working families.
Some other,
but like you said, the right is making this easy. They're calling everybody fucking socialist and communist, and they have been for 40, 50 fucking years.
Right.
Hey, Democratic Socialists of America, come out here.
Right.
Zoran is on Stephen Colbert with Brad Lander being asked about socialism.
He's also being asked about Israel.
In 2018, yes, he did. And in 2018, AOC was asked about, you're in DSA, are you a socialist? Blah, blah, blah. And they stood 10 toes down. Yes, I am. And this is what it means. And we need more of that. Like, these squad members should be going on as many shows as they possibly can. And I'm sure
socialism only means like socialist programs, like Social Security, which is, and Medicare and Medicaid. And these programs, by the way, are the most popular in the history of our country. The only counter argument for socialist programs is how are we going to pay for it? And that's an answer. There's plenty of answers for that. Plenty of answers for that. I saw earlier in the chat, someone said tax the churches. Yeah, tax the mega churches. Any church that makes over $1 million or whatever, net, tax the fuck out of that, 50% after that or more. So that's just one way to do it. And then there's also taxing dividends at the point of transaction. There's it's tough to the problem with taxation is that the money doesn't get taxed unless it moves. So if like your dad, when you were born, buys you 1,000 shares of Microsoft, and then you don't cash out until you're in your 40s or whatever, you know, that's going to be a huge capital gains tax, but it doesn't happen until you cash out.
Right.
Right. So
until then, you can like take out loans against your stock.
Depends. Yeah.
How depending on how much you, because that's what I've heard Elon does and how he uses money.
It's
right?
actually, so my someone close to me was involved with the deal that made the current owner of the Eagles the owner of the Eagles. And what they did was they leveraged against the stock value. He had a ton of stock in this company, and they used that as an asset to borrow the rest of the money they needed to buy the team. And then they paid it back within a few years because it was the NFL, and the NFL has become so much more popular than it was in the 90s. People don't realize that college football dominated American culture until the 90s. And then the NFL really started to take over, really at the outset of the Patriots starting to their dynasty. Because it was supposed to be a Rams dynasty. And the Patriots upset the Rams in Super Bowl 36, and that gave birth to the Belichick-Brady years, which is very similar to like the Jordan years in the NBA. Right?
Yeah, I've heard that comparison.
That's the irony. That's the irony of sports and popular culture, is that your intuition would have you believe that you want the attention spread around everybody, so everybody gets their turn or whatever. But in terms of the marketability of a product, of an entertainment product, it's actually like in sports, it's better to have a bad guy. For example, the last time baseball was really kicking ass on a national level was when the Yankees were kicking ass.
Yeah.
Back in the early late 90s, early 2000s. That's when baseball really peaked. And then the Red Sox Yankees rivalry happened. Yeah, exactly. They were rooting against them. And everyone was a Red Sox fan prior to us winning. And now that we've won, like, you know, the San Francisco Giants had a fucking dynasty in baseball and no one cares.
Yeah.
Like no one even, they won 3 out of 5 or something in the teens. And I didn't even like know. I just don't care.
But speaking about marketability, JK brings up a good point. American corporate media needs to learn that socialism is not a dirty word. And Latino Mifune, democracy is socialism, could be a good slogan since Republicans are blatantly attacking democracy.
I would say democracy is socialist.
Yeah. Yeah.
Not democracy is socialism, because then you're saying it's the same thing. But
right.
I would say democracy is socialist. It's there to benefit society and the people.
That's an easy thing for people to be able to tweet out and get that into the bloodstream of this.
But I remember during the Cold War, so as a result of the Cold War, liberals were kind of thought of as pussies.
Yeah.
Like there's a whole West Wing episode about it. Like it's like one of like season 6 or 7, I think. And it's like, you call me liberal, you say it's like a dirty word and yada, yada, yada. Yeah. And so now socialist is that word, right? Like that's 20 years later.
It is a dirty word. Like watch fucking sitcom. Like, again, I'm not a political guy from back in the day. I started in 2012, but watch sitcoms or even cartoons from the 90s, the 80s. Calling someone a liberal or a Democrat or whatever, it was a curse. Like that's how you insulted someone, because nobody wanted to be associated with like the weak pussy.
Yeah, I think it was the same thing as calling him a pussy, because Reagan brought. Yeah, but there was like, because Reagan made it seem like the conservatives came in, took control, and fucking whooped ass
and fixed.
And if you were rich at the time and you had an investment portfolio, he was your guy. If you cared about creating a more equal opportunity society, then he was not your guy.
So much so that the Democratic Party decided we're going to do that.
Be more like them.
And then ran Bill Clinton and won, because he could be, well, I'm a little liberal because I like black people and I'm not racist and I play the saxophone on Arsenio, but also I'm going to make your stocks keep going up and I'm going to do all the business.
Yeah, no, Clinton was a master of talking about America in, I want to say archetypal form, but it's really just like a thematic way where it sounds like he's answering your question by giving you like some stuff that you want to hear, but he's not really answering your question.
Yeah.
And he's also not really talking he doesn't want to talk policy because they were conservative policies. I mean, he deregulated a lot, dude. NAFTA, crime bill, Glass-Steagall for the banks, and telecom for the media, man. I mean, media was raped by the 1996 Telecom Act from Bill Clinton. I mean, the for-profit motive came into media and just destroyed its integrity.
Yeah.
So
I thought that was under Reagan.
Well, that was the fairness doctrine.
Oh, okay.
That was the fairness doctrine that Reagan repealed.
And it
So
laid
that
the groundwork
required,
for Clinton.
that's where like, that's like when you would have a discussion about a given issue, then it would be required for there to be two arguments, a counter argument to whatever the editorialist was saying. But the problem with that, and like with all of American politics, is it encourages us to think in binaries.
Right.
Like there's not just two sides to every argument. There's 5 sides to every argument, right? So that's what, again, leftists realize that a lot of conservatives just don't, that there's more than 2 sides to their argument.
Rich Peak brings up a good point. I rewatch cartoons from the 90s and 80s all the time, but at least in the media I've consumed, the Republicans are the ones being pointed to as bad. Montana Max was a Republican from Tiny Toons, I believe. But
I don't know Montana Max. I'm not familiar with Montana Max.
I think he's from Tiny Toons. He's basically like Tiny Toons. Do you know Tiny Toons?
Yeah.
It was like Looney Tunes, but kids. Montana Max was basically Yosemite Sam.
Oh, okay.
But his little version.
His kid.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Yeah, remember Babs?
Yeah. That's true. And the people making the media are liberals because they are creative. It goes back to your point that liberals have the creative mind and conservatives don't. So while there is still like, pointing at using things like they'll still have a business tycoon be the bad guy. And that is still a through line since fucking, Superman in 1938. But the oil tycoon, the big business tycoon who is unscrupulous and only cares about profits is typically the bad guy in most media. But they will still bash the left and be like, yeah, but you don't want to be a dirty hippie. You don't want to be one of those soft, exactly. The nerd character often is very sympathetic and empathetic, but they got the glasses and they got the whiny voice and whatever.
Right.
But I wanted to bring up 2 things that you told me to remember by the end of the show, and that is the diversity and equality thing about the DSA and your personal story of conservatism affecting
going on right now. Yeah. So, I when I say it's diversity is a good thing as long as it doesn't become forced equality, that applies to the entire left, not just the DSA. It's about talent. I just look at AOC, for example, and good coaching. I feel like she is the controlled opposition now. That's what she is.
Yeah, almost.
She's like the voice for the progressives. And she's going to act like she's being anti-establishment, but functionally she is kind of serving the establishment. And it has nothing to do with her identity, this point that I'm saying, diversity being equality. I don't want identity to drive the talent search process. That's what I don't want.
Yeah.
And that's why I was so disappointed that these NPC candidates didn't have videos. Why was there not just a video on YouTube that I could watch of 5 minutes of them explaining themselves or more?
Yeah.
Fine. And so I was disappointed by that. Where's the creativity? That's what I've said for a few years now. And you just echoed it, was what does the left have in terms of resources intellectually that the right doesn't? The answer is creativity. So let's use it, Let's use
intellectualism, frankly.
Yeah, but there's different forms of intellectualism and creativity is one of them. So, I mean, specifically that. But, and then in the personal stuff, I'll just say you know, dealing with dying boomer conservative parents is tough, man. And I'll give you guys a free piece of advice. If you've got parents that are elderly and might not be able to take care of themselves in the next 3, 4, 5 years, go ahead and get them on a retirement community wait list, because the baby boomers are saturating the market for retirement communities. So if you want to get into a good one, you got to wait 3 to 5 years. So
It's actually good advice, because
it's really good advice. If you have an elderly mother or father that it doesn't has problems now, recognize those problems are only going to get worse. There's only one direction that they go once they hit 65, 70 years old, and they're starting to lose, you know, their legs, and their hands start shaking, and they can't complete sentences, and it's really hard, and they still have so much power. So that's just like the culture of conservatism still haunts me, man. It still fucking haunts me. And that's, I would say, like, if, you know, for those of you who, please, thank you, Johnny Too Late FTV, check my channel out if you want to experience something of a troubled artist, where my internal conflict derives from my conditioned socialization early on in my life, and then ironically, because of the educational opportunities that was afforded to me by my privilege, I became aware of those blind spots. And that's why the right, it's like, you think MAGA bums you out? Like, did your parents give money to Trump in 2016 and pay to have their picture taken with him? You know, like, that's next level, right? Like, that's embarrassing. That's my family's reputation. That's not just my family members. That's the leaders of my fucking family.
Yeah.
And it's just devastating. So, yeah, it's I'm moving on in a good way. So just to like put a bow on that, all the negativity I was just kind of hinting at there, it's all going to be coming to an end in the next month or two. So that'll be good.
I will end on a little bit of a lighter note. Alien Earth premiered last night. If you love Alien, if you don't love Alien, I'd say watch it, because they're going really into something that's always been in the background of these movies is Weyland-Yutani, the corporation that they're all working for.
Company. Mm-hmm.
And they are really getting into companies here on the show. There's 4 that rule Earth and like the solar system and whatnot, and they're all they treat them as nation states, and they treat the leaders like religious figures. One that we're following is like a Mark Zuckerberg, Elon Musk, you know, amalgamation, young guy, boy genius they call him, and he walks around in like robes and shit like a fucking cult leader, and his word is taken as like gospel. It is gospel. They're doing some fun shit with this show. It's also got the Ridley Scott, like, I love thinking about AI and robots and if they'll take over us, and how much humanity they have philosophy stuff that he loves to put in his projects. So it's got that. And yeah, man, it's always fun talking to you. Go to my channel, folks. Watch my review of Alien Earth, the first 2 episodes from last night. And I'll probably do a wrap up at the end of the season. But take it away, Deter, and close us out.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, DAP. Thank you guys for watching. Please subscribe and get your friends to subscribe to my channel. I'd really like to get to 1,000 by the end of the year, because then maybe I can snowball next year with an election year. So please check out my channel, subscribe, and don't forget that you don't get change in America by asking nicely. If you'd like to know more about why that is the case, come check out the essays on my channel. Check out the essays. Live streams are fun. Mike Figueredo on one of the live streams not too long ago. Check that out. But until next Wednesday, I am Deter McBizness. He is Devil's Advocate Productions, and we are telling you to know the heart, but vote with the head.
with her bouncy little fun bags on the screen staring at you, piercing through the core of your soul.
They got me. AI. It was really good, and it did seem like something she would say.
Multi-millionaire Nepo baby and news anchor Chris Cuomo fell for an obvious deepfake video of AOC, only to then double down on embarrassing himself. So in this video, I'm going to show you the video that Chris Cuomo fell for. If you have not seen this, you are not going to believe it. I'm also going to get to Cuomo's reaction after he was caught falling for this, as well as AOC's reaction and some other reactions online, and the genesis of what is going on here, at least partly the genesis of this one-sided feud that Cuomo has been trying to have with AOC. This gets to that exact thing. So before I get to the deepfake video, AOC endorsed Zohran Mamdani in the primary, Democratic primary for mayor in New York City, against, of course, Andrew Cuomo, Chris Cuomo's brother, who was also running, the failed governor. AOC tweeting out back in June, Andrew Cuomo will raise your rent, do not put him on your ballot. Going on to say, rank them, not Cuomo. And recently this news came out. Donald Trump and Andrew Cuomo secretly talked on the phone as Trump weighs endorsement in the race. So Cuomo, even though he lost the primary, is still trying to run as an independent in the fall against Mamdani. And yeah, it's always been obvious that Andrew Cuomo has been out for himself, just as Chris Cuomo has as well. And that continues. So AOC reacting to that news, saying New Yorkers knew Andrew Cuomo was backed by Trump's orbit. That's why he lost the primary. Now we have confirmation. It's time for Dem leaders to unite behind Zohran Mamdani. If they don't now, how can they call for party unity later? We must lead by example. Let's win together. So, of course, this is not sitting well with brother Chris Cuomo, who I'll get to later, has always used his platform in media to benefit his brother in a clear conflict of interest that at the time, as I'll get to later, during the pandemic, it was clear what was going on. Yet a lot of it was being reported as, oh, isn't it cute that Chris Cuomo has on his current governor brother and is just lavishing praise on him? But here is what Chris Cuomo fell for. So Yashar Ali had the screenshots. Chris Cuomo has posted a blatantly fake video of AOC. It's so fake that it's clearly labeled as parody AI at the top. So this was the initial post, him saying, nothing about Hamas or people burning Jews' cars, but Sweeney Jeans ads deserve time on floor of Congress. What happened to this party? Fight for small business, not for small culture wars. And AOC replied to that saying, this is a deep fake, dude. Please use your critical thinking skills. At this point, you're just reposting Facebook memes and calling it journalism. Here is the video.
Sydney Sweeney looks like an Aryan goddess. And the American Eagle Jeans campaign is blatant Nazi propaganda. I mean, fuck. Watching that sultry little temptress squeeze into a Canadian tuxedo, 3 sizes too small, with her bouncy little fun bags on the screen staring at you, piercing through the core of your soul, with those ocean blue eyes that could resurrect the Führer from his grave in Argentina, is something that should alarm every American citizen, because in America, beauty is not defined by whiteness. Oh no. It is defined by the number of victim groups of which you are a member. Skinny, attractive, blonde-haired, blue-eyed cisgender women descend from the slave daddy oppressors of this nation. And any man who cranks one out while thinking about a woman like this probably hates black people, probably hates gay people, and they certainly hate the diversity of our great nation. So I say, instead of simping for the Sydneys, we should be celebrating the Shaniquas. Instead of worshiping the hot, straight blonde, what about the obese alphabet, people with blue hair? They need love too. And to all the haters who say companies that go woke, go broke, I'd rather be poor than a fucking Nazi.
How much of a dumbass do you have to be to think that is AOC saying that? It's obvious from the words. It's obvious from the video. It's obvious from the fact that it says AI video at the top of it. Like, even if you want to try and say, oh, maybe he was just listening to it, he wasn't looking at the phone or whatever. The first line is Sydney Sweeney looks like an Aryan goddess. That alone should signal to you, hey, maybe this isn't actually AOC's words. Like, this man does the news still. on News Nation. I know CNN fired him for good reason, by the way, but like you wonder why people don't trust media when dumbasses like this exist. It gives everyone else a bad name. So Chris Cuomo does not apologize here. We'll get to his clip or his video because he wanted to show later to briefly talk about this. But on Twitter, he says, "You are correct." First of all, note he's replying to nobody. This is just a tweet. Listen, okay. Anyone coming across this might not know what he's talking about, but he tweets out, "You are correct. That was a deep fake, but it really does sound like you. Thank you for correcting. But now to the central claim. Show me you calling on Hamas to surrender or addressing the bombing of a car in St. Louis belonging to the IDF American soldier." What a name there. IDF American soldier. All right. What are you talking about? You just fell for an obvious deep fake, and now you're going to playing Israel committing a genocide. They're somehow the victim here, and why aren't you telling Hamas to stop? Congress is currently funding the Israeli government committing a genocide. That's why this is a story. They are not funding Hamas. AOC is not working with Hamas. It's like telling Bernie Sanders during his vote against the Iraq War, why is Bernie voting against the Iraq War, and not telling Osama bin Laden to cut it out? It's just like so incredibly stupid and void of any awareness of how Congress and government operates. So I'll get to some reactions to this dumbass reply in a bit here. But first, here is just a piece of his video. Again, it's a lot of regurgitating what he said in the tweet, so there's no point playing all of it. But here you go.
You listening? I was wrong. I was tweeting today and saw a clip of AOC saying that Sydney Sweeney ad was racist. And so I replied to it and I said, why do you care about this and ignore what matters most? Why, in all the times that you've called on Israel to stop, why have you never told Hamas to stop?
Why are you ignoring what matters most? Not the genocide going on, but your complete non-connection to Hamas, and you should be telling them to stop. It's absurd. It's ridiculous. How does this man have a job? I mean, I asked that question knowing very well that his dad was a very important political figure in New York. His brother was a governor. Chris Cuomo exists as a person that we're aware of because he is a Nepo baby. That is just a fact. It's a fact based on how dumb this man is and the reality that he still somehow has a job.
AOC tweeted back and said, dude, that's a deep fake, that Sydney Sweeney ad. You suck, in so many words. And she was right. They got me. AI. It was really good, and it did seem like something she would say, but it wasn't her. So I thanked AOC for correcting me. But I then reminded her, she ignored the part of the tweet that mattered, okay? Not Sweeney, which really should have never been a thing, let's be honest. Why did AOC, the most popular Democrat in the country, powerful, reportedly ignore what I asked about calling on Hamas to surrender to end the war they started?
So some of the reactions to Chris Cuomo, Tommy Viter here saying, this sounds like AOC. And then he quotes AOC in the video. Watching that sultry little temptress squeeze into a Canadian tuxedo 3 sizes too small, with her bouncy little fun bags on the screen, staring at you, piercing through the core of your soul with those ocean blue eyes that could resurrect the Fuhrer. Apparently, Chris Cuomo heard that, and yes, AOC definitely said that. Derek I replying, hi Chris, I'm calling from Saguache County Jail. Your nephew was just arrested and needs $100 grand for bail. Please provide me with your credit card number, otherwise he will be staying the night there. Just a great gif representing Chris Cuomo's reaction. Adam Johnson with his tweet saying, feel like I was pretty close. 100% chance we get the classic, okay, it was fake, but the fact that I fell for it says something about society response. So there's a few more tweets along those lines. This from Juniper. After falling for a fake news story about how drywall is becoming woke, but it could have been true, and that's what is becoming scary about today's society. And to be clear, that was from a few years ago, but it applies today. And this great comic that was shared by Monty P. Moneybags. But it really does sound like you. Anyway, I couldn't believe it when I saw that news. That's because the article you read was false, and here's the evidence that it's false. Well, even so, the fact that I could believe it tells you something about the current state of affairs. And then just laughing and laughing. Chris Cuomo looking like the ultimate dumbass and getting dunked on. All right. Worth noting, he tried to sue CNN for $125 million after he was fired. Why was he fired? Violating CNN's journalistic ethics when Cuomo helped his brother, former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo, navigate the sexual harassment allegations against him. The one thing above all else that drives Chris Cuomo's perspective on political issues is how it relates to his brother, Andrew Cuomo. This was, for me, like, not even as big of a deal as the fact that he brought on his brother consistently during the pandemic, praising him on air, on his news show on CNN, while his brother Andrew was actively hiding nursing home deaths. So, and it was reported on at the time with headlines like this from ET. Chris Cuomo sweetly tells brother Andrew he's the best politician in the country. Another way of phrasing this is Chris Cuomo violates journalistic ethics by bringing on his current governor brother to praise him. But it was COVID. We were all a little screwed up. And at the time, people were really, really enjoying these interactions between these two brothers, which would have been fine if it wasn't a news show on a news network. If it's some reality show, some other entertainment show that is, and Chris Cuomo's not part of the media, then who cares, whatever. But when you're on CNN doing it, what he did was a clear violation of journalistic ethics, and CNN allowed it to go on. And that was, just to put a pin in this, New York Times and Wall Street Journal, top Cuomo aides rewrote nursing home report from state health officials to hide higher death toll. This is what was going on while Chris Cuomo was praising his brother endlessly. The reported involvement of Cuomo's aides demonstrates how far the governor's office appears to have gone to obscure damaging data to maintain his reputation of a leader during the pandemic. Or as Chris Cuomo would say, the best politician in the country. The best politician in the country that also gave immunity to nursing home executives after big campaign donations. Just completely corrupt. And on top of all of that, Chris Cuomo, of course, got special treatment from New York while his brother was the governor, because as reported by the Times Union of Albany and the Post, Chris Cuomo received special treatment from the state for the coronavirus. Quote, the CNN anchor was swabbed by a top New York Department of Health doctor who visited his Hamptons home to collect samples from him and his family, the people with knowledge of the matter said. Not surprising to see that, but this dumbass still hosting a news show. And you wonder why people question the media.
You suck. You are fat. You are a joke. You are stupid. We are going to look back on the MAGA movement as the biggest scam in American history. And the liberals were right.
I really thought this would never happen, but here we are. The furthest right of far-right Trump supporters has now turned on him in a dramatic way. And related to that is a J.D. Vance clip, an old J.D. Vance clip, that is now going viral. So I'm going to get to both of those clips and just what is going on here, because there is actually finally, it appears to be, a real turning point in the Trump administration where there is a clear split, a lot of MAGA, and I at least in terms of the far-right public supporters with a platform, a lot of them are very critical of Trump right now over the fact that he is unwilling to say anything more about the Epstein case. For, I think, an obvious reason. We'll get to that in a minute. But, like, there's actually a split here. They actually care about an issue. They don't care about the mass deportations. They don't care about the mass atrocities being committed in Gaza with the support of the U.S. government. They don't care about the fact that nobody can afford anything. But they do care about this case, which, to be clear, is an important case. It's just, I don't know. I'm surprised that this that there's actually something, you could argue a policy issue here that they are concerned about and are critical that Trump is not doing enough on it. So to first get to this J.D. Vance clip, This was a tweet from JD Vance back in December 2021, where he said, "What possible interest would the U.S. government have in keeping Epstein's clients secret?" Oh, he replied to his own tweet saying this: "If you're a journalist and you're not asking questions about this case, you should be ashamed of yourself. What purpose do you even serve? I'm sure there's a middle-class teenager somewhere who could use some harassing right now, but maybe try to do your job once in a while." Yet, if you look at the times that Trump is talking to the press now and they're asking questions about Epstein, Trump is very annoyed at all of those questions in a way that you rarely see him actually get bothered by a question. And when he gets bothered by a question, you know there is something else to it. So this gets to this JD Vance clip. This is on Theo Vaughn's podcast, and it's really quick. I'll just play it in the window.
Release the list.
Seriously, we need to release the Epstein list. That is an important thing.
What happened? What happened? In fact, I wonder what happened. Here is the various things that happened. I mean, this was, I've done a few videos on this story now. It's honestly getting exhausting to a point because this is all so obvious and clear. This was clear before the election. Trump was a close friend of Epstein. Epstein is on tape saying that Trump was one of his closest friends. There's all these images, videos. He's obviously a part of this. Somewhere he's in those files. Clearly. Now, even Theo Vaughn came out replying to that video saying, "Yeah, what changed?" So this is the one issue that appears to be breaking through to everyone. Trump supporters, this is the Guardian story. Trump supporters burn MAGA hats after he dismisses Epstein files fear as hoax. So just a quick
MAGA
clip of this.
hats are off. America First hats are on.
So I guess there's several videos of people just cooking their MAGA hats. All right. Now, this, it's permeating. Laura Loomer, who is still defending Trump, is still very closely associated with him. But even she is admitting that this is an issue, saying that this could consume the Trump presidency, saying, quote, "Obviously, this is not a complete hoax, given the fact that Ghislaine Maxwell is currently serving 20 years in prison in Florida for her crimes and activities with Jeffrey Epstein, who we know is a convicted sexual predator. This is why I said, and I'll reiterate again, the best thing that the president can do is appoint a special counsel to handle the Epstein files investigation." He, of course, is not going to do that. He already said he's not going to do that. Again, I wonder why. Let's go back to that JD Vance post. What possible interest would the U.S. government have in keeping Epstein's clients secret? Oh. So, the ultimate clip. This is so hilarious. This is Nick Fuentes, the furthest of far-right supporters that Trump has. Here are his thoughts.
And now he says, if you're not on board with the Epstein cover-up, oh, I don't want your support. You're a weakling. Fuck you. Fuck you. You suck. You are fat. You are a joke. You are stupid. You are not funny. You are not as smart as you think you are. You are, and honestly, and if you watch my show, you know I've been very critical. I've never been this far. This just goes to show this entire thing has been a scam. When we look back on the history of populism in America, we are going to look back on the MAGA movement as the biggest scam in American history. And the liberals were right. The MAGA supporters were had. They were. When we look back in history, we will see Trump as a scam artist who served as a vehicle for this rather than the other way around. We were not the vehicle for Trump. Trump was the vehicle for all of us.
All right, before I get to my theory as to maybe what is going on here, this is absolutely hilarious. You are fat. You are a joke. You're stupid. You're not funny. We are going to look back on the MAGA movement as the biggest scam in history. All of this was clear before. It didn't have to get to this point. So this gets to what I maybe think is going on here. And that is, these people realize that at some point, this administration is going to come to an end. At some point, Trump is no longer going to be the president. And they understand how disastrous he is on every single issue. And they don't want to be associated with that in the history books looking back at this. Oh, who was backing Trump back then? Oh, well, these people denounced him. No, you brought him a second term. So we should all be clear about who led Trump to this point and who has been calling him out the entire time. These people that supported him this up till now do not get an easy out, because all of a sudden now they're turning on him. Now, in the immediate, maybe it has an impact. Look, I don't know what Nick Fuentes' audience actually is. To me, it often seems like he gets more attention than he actually deserves. That said, I do think it's sort of a canary in the coal mine where, hey, if he's saying this, it's very likely a lot of people are feeling that. You know, we saw the Bernie Mega has, but again, it's like 4 people. So it's hard to really know the actual impact of this on Trump going into the future and, you know, potential elections. That said, it has an impact so far more than anything else I have seen, in a way that is almost bizarre to me, because they let him get away with everything else. Anything else that's going wrong, it's someone else's fault. Yet this issue, they are actually, I want to say holding his feet to the fire, but I'm not sure if that's the right term here because they're not necessarily doing that. But they are recognizing that Trump is a part of the problem here. And they are not trying to blame somebody else. At least most of them are. There are the occasional. I saw Glenn Beck try and put the blame on Pam Bondi as if she's the one pulling the strings here. So, you know, there's going to be attempts to try and blame someone else around Trump. But a lot of them are like Nick Fuentes, where they're just pointing out, hey, this guy is the problem. So will this continue is the real question. Because we've seen criticisms before. Nick Fuentes has criticized Trump before, maybe not to this degree. But they always go back. They do this, and then Trump's he's a genius. He did it again. So how long will this last? I'm actually impressed. This has lasted up to, you know, about 2 weeks so far. We're going to see if this continues. That's the biggest question here. But if it does, I mean, this may actually be a real shift in the Trump support base to a point where it could actually impact him going into the midterms and into a future election.
See if we can see that. $28,870.
It's selfishness. It's just undisguised selfishness.
Every day I log online and wonder, how much dumber can shit get today? Well, American-funded Canadian media outlets and right-wing social media influencers have now manufactured yet another reason to play the victim. This time over a ban on going into the forest during a high risk for wildfires. Something that seems pretty obvious to most of us, but no, if you find a way to grab attention for yourself, this is an issue that apparently is something you need to be worried about. So in this video, I'll discuss what exactly is going on in Nova Scotia, the manufactured outrage by American-funded Canadian media and right-wing social media, and the satisfying to watch reaction to those clowns. So to lay the groundwork here, high temperatures and little rain in Nova Scotia has led to a situation on the ground that is highly flammable, even if by accident. So because of that, the province of Nova Scotia is restricting travel and activities in the woods because continued hot, dry conditions have greatly increased the risk of wildfires. The restrictions include hiking, camping, fishing, and the use of vehicles in the woods. To be clear, that's in the woods, are not permitted. Trail systems through the woods are off limits. Camping is allowed only in campgrounds. These and other measures are in place on provincial, crown, and private land until October 15th or until conditions allow them to be lifted. The fine for violating the restrictions is $25,000. So let me play first a clip here from the Nova Scotia Premier discussing this ban.
But you can still go to the beach. In fact, that's a great place to be on these hot, dry days. Just no bonfires. If there's a short trail to get from point A to point B, like from the parking to the beach or to the lake to fish, that's fine. But that's it. No heading into the woods to spend time there. I know it's inconvenient. I know it's the height of summer vacation and people want to do all the activities that we so much enjoy in our great outdoors. We have a beautiful province. I know everybody wants to enjoy it, but we have to stay out of the woods. It's a small price to pay right now to avoid the kind of devastation that we saw from the wildfires in 2023.
It all seems like common sense to me. And speaking of 2023, the ban was also implemented back then. Nova Scotia implements province-wide ban on travel activity in woods due to wildfires. That was May 30th, 2023. They also did it in 2016. Risk for explosive forest fires means Nova Scotians must stay out of the woods. There wasn't an outrage machine for either of those years about this. Now, some are arguing, well, because, in 2016, the fine wasn't 25 grand. It was 180. So because it was 180, now it's 25 grand. Well, now it's a real big deal. I would argue the whole point of the fine is to ensure you're staying out of the woods. Clearly, the 180 didn't work. So they figured, you know what? I guess we got to up it to something that is ridiculous, $25,000, to really tell people do not go into the woods. So I don't know what people are. We'll get to the freak out, but it's so wild to me that this has become yet another reason for some clowns to play the victim. So here is a clip from the premiere. This is a day later, Tim Houston discussing why the ban is so extreme.
Well, I think a lot of the time, some of these things are accidental. We had fires last week that it was actually, the fires started 2 days after somebody had a campfire, which they extinguished. But because it was so dry and it wasn't fully extinguished, and the fire had traveled down into the root system and it popped up elsewhere. So, even people, you don't have to be malicious. It can just be just a mistake, right? So. Right. We're just trying to protect our province, and really, staying out of the woods, it sucks. It really does. But, losing a bunch of houses to a fire, that sucks even more.
Fires can and do happen by accident. So they are doing what they can to limit the chances of a fire happening. You're never going to eliminate it completely, but you can lessen the chances. And that's what they are doing here. Now, before I get to the hilarious outrage to this and the reaction to that outrage, David Moscrop has a few great tweets here. He's a great writer. Just want to share these. Arguing that people have an unfettered right to enter forests during a time of extreme risk because, quote unquote, freedom, ignores that others have a right not to be forced from their homes because of wildfires or confined to those homes because of disastrous air quality. We routinely limit or balance rights to maintain safety, order, and to protect other individual and or collective rights. There are few, if any, rights that don't intersect with the rights of others. You'd hope common sense and decency would be enough to navigate here. They're not. This gets think of traffic laws. You could make a case that these traffic lights are limiting my ability to get to work faster. It's wasting a lot of my time. Why do I have to keep stopping? There's barely any cars on the road. I'm a great driver. Why do I have to stop at these red lights? You can try and make that argument. But if people go, or if the government goes, okay, you know what? You are a good driver. You don't have to obey the laws. That opens the door for everybody. And there are going to be people within that population that aren't as careful, that will now get into accidents because they're not obeying traffic laws. There's reasons why we have these sorts of restrictions. It doesn't mean you don't have freedom. It means we have a society that we're trying to maintain, and we can't maintain that society if we have jackasses doing whatever the hell they want to do. Like, all of this seems so obvious and clear, and it's been clear up till now, but there's issues, whether it's this, whether it was during COVID, or people have to invent reasons to feel like they're being oppressed, when the reality is that we live in a society and we are trying to maintain that society. Just his last tweet here is also worth mentioning. So we have the law and coercive force. I typically prefer we tread a lighter step with each, but there are individual and collective goods that we need to respect and protect, and there are people who are all to undermine them out of sheer self-interest and petulance. Fine away. Sheer self-interest and petulance gets to Rosa Parks here, a failed People's Party of Canada candidate. In case you're not aware, that is a far-right party. / social media influencer fined 28 grand plus, that is 25,000 plus tax, in Nova Scotia after physically going to authorities and admitting he willfully violated wildfire restrictions. This guy did this clearly for attention, and as you'll see, he got it. Otherwise, I would not have covered this. If no one knew who this was, never saw this clip, I would not be showing you this. But because this is already making news stories, I'm showing you it. So here's Rosa Parks here.
Out in Nova Scotia on Mountain Road in Coxheath. And as you can see behind me, this is the woods. But over here, this is not the woods. This is the Department of Natural Resources, where the conservation officers work, who issue $25,000 fines for going in the woods.
Not bad. I'm Jeff Evely. I called earlier.
Evely?
Yeah, Evely. I spoke to somebody earlier.
Yeah.
About the woods ban.
Yep.
And I understand that you guys issue $25,000 fines right now for anybody who goes in.
Yep.
Okay, I'm going to go in the woods over here.
Without forest travel permit when proclamation is effective.
Okay, it goes on. It's boring. He went in the woods and then told them he went in the woods and got fined. Why? For attention. That is the only reason. Why else would he have done this? It was obvious for attention. So Global News covered it. Nova Scotia man gets ticketed on purpose for walking in woods to fight fire safety ban. Then you have Post Media funded. So Post Media is an American, or I should say American-owned media organization that owns the Toronto Sun, owns the National Post, which we'll get to shortly as well. But their headline here, veteran ignites debate by challenging Nova Scotia's $25,000 fine for woods walk. He didn't ignite any debate. No one's debating. You know, of course, there are extremists that are debating how, oh, this, I should be able to do whatever the hell I want, whenever I want. But the rest of us who are not insane are just laughing at how clownish this is. So this gets to like the amount of media, right-wing media, again, American-funded, Canadian media, that have made this into a story is wild. Nova Scotia's paranoid ban on walking in the forest is like, that's not what the ban is. There, like, it's just so stupid. If it's worthwhile to keep people out of forest to prevent fires, surely the province will crack down on urban tent encampments. Trying to connect this issue about worry over wildfires to urban tent encampments. Like, if you read through some of these pieces, it really sounds like even these writers don't believe the garbage they're writing. They just know what their role is, what they get paid to do, and that's what they're doing. Like this one. This is a great example. Outside is a privilege, not a right. The imagined thoughts of the Nova Scotia wilderness ban. I had to read this twice to make sure it wasn't satire. I had to look up the writer to make sure this person is not just a jokester. No, this person invents arguments, invents quotes to then argue against, because they can't argue against the actual thing that is happening. So, like, until hot, dry conditions subside, we will be prohibiting any further discussion of this matter, as well as mentions of the words liberty, freedom, or autonomy. Again, made up quotes that he then argues against. It's clownish. So just on the point about these being owned by an American company, Canada's largest newspaper chain, Post Media, is owned by an American hedge fund headed up by a wealthy donor to Donald Trump. So to be clear on that, Chatham Asset Management is the majority owner in Post Media, a New Jersey-based hedge fund owned by a wealthy Republican donor, Anthony Melchoir, whatever his name is. And this headline too, where there are just blatant lies, as I'll show you. COVID attitudes live on in Nova Scotia's inconsistent forest ban. So they write here, in attempting to flatten the risk of an inferno, the province is trampling basic property rights. The most basic right that comes with owning property is access, after all. If you go to the actual website, the Nova Scotia site where they're discussing these restrictions, private landowners are free to use their own properties. You're not banned from your house. Just making up arguments here. Until the fall, it will be illegal to pay a third party to mend a fence through a wooded area without government approval. No, actually, if you own the property, you can. It's in the video. Let me play the video.
I want to note, we're not interfering with people's livelihoods. Lots of people make their living in the woods. It's necessary for them to go into the woods. But times can change when work takes place in the woods. So they can get a permit to carry out their operations on Crown lands. They may need to operate at night, which can take place. For example, forestry operations can take place at night, and we've already heard from some contractors that have made this switch. If you're on private land, they don't need a permit, but we're still encouraging that same change.
They don't even need a permit. Yet you have these clowns, because they have no actual arguments to make. They have to invent reasons to be angry. It's so wild. I want to end on this fantastic reaction here. This is Scott Reed, who is a political commentator. He used to work in politics as well. I'm not all that familiar with, this is a whole different world I'm not all that familiar with. That said, I've seen clips from this podcast and I've enjoyed it. This is the Curse of Politics podcast. Scott Reed reacting to these absolute clowns.
The National Post, I think, has 4 articles about this a day. Like, it's not just X. Like,
exactly. Exactly. Post media. Like, these fucking people, man. These fucking people who don't step foot in the woods, right? Who don't live there. And they don't have any practical experience with this. They decide that this is a nice National Review, modern mega argument that they want to elicit. Like, you're going to look a firefighter in the face who's busting their guts, right? Risking their life to try to not just to try to contain this thing. And all they're saying is, you know what? Like, let's not make the problem worse. Okay. Give us a chance at trying to get our hands around this thing. And these people are sitting in Toronto, you know, in a cafe writing because the Post media editor said, we'd like 3 more articles on this. And they're all wound up about how, you know, oh, my rights are being trampled on. This is the problem. This drives me crazy. I'm going to my mind, what's the defining characteristic of MAGA, of this whole sort of, you know, post-COVID, pushback, conservative sort of thought line, small c conservative, whatever it is, all that convoy conservatism, right? It's selfishness. It's just undisguised selfishness. I want to fucking do it. I have no sense of community, no sense of obligation to my neighbors, family, friends. If it's what I want to do, well, then I'm a hero. Now, these are the same people who will stand in their driveway with a bottle of beer and bitch and moan about why isn't the government cracking down on those that break the law and do this and do that. Why don't they enforce it? But it's when they enforce something they dislike, well, then they are all they're all freedom fighters. Like, fuck you. We have obligations. We live in a society. If a place is on fire, we rally together to help them. You don't say, well, this is an abrogation of my rights. Like, just fuck right off to these people.
I really enjoyed that. And I feel like that is the attitude that most people in traditional media need to have to this garbage. Don't treat these clowns as if they're making any sort of serious ideological argument. They're not. They're out for attention for themselves, as it applies to right-wing funded media, or I should say American funded media in Canada. They clearly have their own agenda. So these aren't arguments or people that should be taken seriously. They should be laughed out of the room.
All right, welcome back to Noise Filter, where we pick apart policies like your grandmother picks over the discount fruit bin at the grocery store. And today we're diving into the latest dispatch from You Literally Can't Make This Up files, brought to you by the New York Times. And the opinion piece is called America's Safety Net is Coming Apart, and that's intentional. So let's break down the Cliff Notes version of how the richest country in the world is managing to trip over its own shoelaces when it comes to helping out people that are in need. So, safety net or just some loose strings? First off, America's social safety net. Think food assistance, Medicaid, disability, payments, housing subsidies has been hacked, whittled, and quietly sabotaged for over the past year. Congress and state lawmakers keep slashing rules and budgets so more people than ever are falling through the cracks. And if you're wondering if this is on purpose, the answer is, you bet it is. Lawmakers brag about efficiency and savings, but the result is everyday people left juggling bills, skipping meds, and choosing between rent and dinner. So what does this all lead to is bureaucratic gymnastics for the poor. Because getting help these days takes the nimbleness of Simone Biles. The process for qualifying for these programs is intentionally complicated, with paperwork mountains, endless wait times, and arbitrary rule changes. It's what the author of the piece, David Brady, calls a system designed to be difficult. So if you forgot to mail in a form, missed a 10-minute call, or typed your name in wrong, congrats, you're back to the start, no $200 for you. So who benefits? Spoiler, not you. Here's the kicker. With all this belt tightening, penny pinching, and red tape wrapping, it isn't about helping the needy or cutting waste. It's about bullying the poor to trim taxes and appeal to voters angry about so-called handouts. Meanwhile, the real winners are wealthy Americans and corporations who stroll away with fresh tax breaks, while the folks actually needing the help have more hoops to jump through and heartbreak. So what can you do? Raise some hell. Let your local and national reps know you're paying attention to these cuts and insist that the safety net should catch people, not trip them up. Help people navigate the maze. If you can volunteer, donate, or even get trained to help friends and neighbors figure out benefits and applications, great. The more hands on deck, the fewer people lost in the paperwork jungle. And lastly, change the conversation. Next time you hear somebody grumble about lazy freeloaders, hit them with the facts. Most people in these programs are kids, elderly, or working really hard for not nearly enough, the working poor. Compassion isn't a crime. So there you go. As America's safety net is intentionally unraveling, the ones falling through are your neighbors, your family, maybe even you someday. Meanwhile, it's raining tax breaks for those who already are sitting pretty. This is Noise Filter, and I'm Dr. Mark Allen Derry. If you don't like the news, stitch up that safety net yourself and make a little noise while you're
Hey, what's going on? I am the Letterhack, and you're watching Hey FunnyBook. We're starting a little early tonight. Don't worry, I have a guest. It's not just me. I'm not just going to sit here and ramble. I got a follow-up to last week's episode, so KT Baldassar will be joining me momentarily. Real quick, though, it's a new show on this space, so you know what to do. Hit like, please share the link. Find us on social media. Repost the links and the posts that we've been making promoting the show this evening. We've been going since 1 o'clock this afternoon. No, we haven't been going since 1 o'clock this afternoon. We've been going since 2 o'clock this afternoon. But starting next week on Wednesdays, it will be 1 o'clock p.m. Eastern because Boston Brian is joining this space and will be broadcasting right here on this space at 1 p.m. Eastern starting next Wednesday. Okay, last week, KT and I talked about a movie that included topics such as a secret fundamental Christian agenda, anti-LGBTQ plus private Christian college, QAnon platformed films, inflated reviews, fake ticket sales, generative AI marketing directed at children under 12, a whole bunch of things that came up, including stars that support Trump, but there's more. And now joining me on screen is the host of this space's movie Runtime and just movie Runtime. I mean, we don't own it or anything. It's a contribution to this space, to our collective, but also the host of What If I Don't Like It? Please welcome my pal, KT Baldassaro. KT, hello. How are you?
Hey, the trick is that I named the show, everything is movie runtimes. You just wind up saying it so many times. There's no excuse to not know how to find me online.
All right. Well, and apologies for claiming ownership in the way I was wording that. It was
No, I'm part of it. I love being part of the community as well. So
awesome. Well, that makes two of us. Look, I had to bring you on because you were letting me know about some updates. And this is, as much as I could sit here and pretend to be the expert on it, I got to bring in the expert on it, and that's you. So can you give us an update on what happened after Angel Studios' sketch had its opening weekend? How did the fans react?
Well, I mean, it's worth saying that the film is fairly cromulent. It's not like people said this is absolute horse crap and I can't watch it.
Right.
But a lot of the fan base, the particular fan base that you associate with Angel Studios, did get really upset, and there were several walkouts. There were several people requesting refunds because this movie is rated PG and it's been marketed towards families. They're giving away tickets to adults who bring children, and it is too scary. They feel that they feel in a rare case the MPAA has been too lenient on a movie.
You know what's scary? The Christian Bible. It's terrifying. There's a lot of action in it. There's a lot of drama. There's a lot of confusion. Sometimes it's just like a bedroom sex comedy from the 80s or something. I don't get what's going on in some of these things, especially Old Testament stuff. But like, it is not scary. Like, it's okay. We can use these like scary moments in movies as like, cautionary tales or just like, ways of managing those emotions and like realizing what's real and what isn't, but people just weren't having it, I guess, huh? And so what has Angel Studios resorted to?
And
or
there
how
was
they
also
respond?
there was also some foul language from the
That's
children.
totally unacceptable.
The children characters.
We need to
So-
shelter these kids more is the thing. Don't let them know about these words.
This is what happens when you try and court so many different demographics at once and try and pretend that you're in everybody's good graces.
What were the
So
bad
Angel
words,
Stu- Sorry.
What were the bad words?
They said hell, shit, and dumbass.
Well, I know for certain that at least one of those is in the Bible because I've read dumbass in, I think it was
It's
the book of
dumbass.
Genesis. I'm not sure.
It's letters from Corinthians to
That's
dumbass.
that's what it was. Yeah, right.
Yes, I remember that one. So, Angel Studios themselves has an official policy of no refunds. No refunds.
Oh.
But they do and have been saying in some of their online responses, because a lot of this is on Facebook in the comments under things and people are posting, their complaints. If you ordered through Fandango or if you went to a Cinemark or an AMC, their refund policy is whatever their refund policy is.
Sure.
So, talk to somebody else's officially. But the bigger picture response to that is they've created their own rating system. Going forward, all movies released from Angel Studios will have an Angel Age Guide number associated with it. So they have a group called the Guild, and there are a certain number, they haven't said how many, some number of people who support Angel Studios and who are parents and who care about the values of Angel Studios will create a rating based on age for the movies that they make. And they said that Sketch should have only been, it should be more like 8+, not PG.
Let me be a little, here I go, like maybe being conspiratorial about this, because already don't trust these folks because of the pay it forward ticket sales where you can buy your ticket and then buy a ticket to donate. But there were a lot of empty theaters despite the ticket sales looking inflated, right? Like maybe they were just trying to come away with phony box office stats and who knows what they did with the money. That's at their discretion. And I mean, there are a lot of like comic books do this. Marvel Comics has their rating system, but there isn't already a rating system for comics. It's Marvel Comics is doing their part to say these comics are for kids, these comics aren't, because comics are traditionally thought of as being for kids when they haven't been for quite a while. DC Comics did the same thing. You get it, right? I mean, there's like rating systems. This to me seems like somebody, and I mean, keeping in mind once again, I believe it was Angel Studios. We discussed this last week. That was like built an app so people could alter movies to take out swear words, right? Like they're already kind of like bending the rules and messing with people's art and whatever. Do you think that they had always wanted to implement some sort of new rating system? Is there any motive behind it? And was this their opportunity to be like, this is it, let's do it?
I think that this is, I don't think this is premeditated. I do think that this is part of their spin team attempt here.
Okay.
What they've done is they've alienated their base. They still need their base because they are launching that IPO at the end of September. And their value is going to be associated with how their films do market-wise. I think that, for me, I think that is why you are seeing Sketch right now in theaters, and that is why you are seeing this rating system right now. Because to make your own rating system, what happens with movies is they have to have a certain rating to be marketable. And so if you can assign your own rating, there's a conflict of interest. And that's why there has to be a separate entity who assigns ratings to movies, and it can't be each individual studio house. by Angel Studios doing this, they're undermining the basic concept of creating a system that would help parents actually determine what is okay and not okay. So that can't be their motive. It does, however, allow them to put some spin on stuff and keep people on board long enough for their IPO to be valued well enough at launch that they can have some sort of value for this special acquisitions merger that they're doing, this SPAC. And to me, that it just feels so obvious that what we're going to see is this release at a higher rate, a dumping of stocks from private investors and people involved, a bunch of people who are already investing in on the crowdfunding source, who think that investing in an IPO or investing in the stocks is going to be similar to investing in these movies that they've been doing for forever, so it's not going to be risky. They'll get their fan base to do that and then be left holding all of these stocks that are going to crash in maybe a year or two tops.
So it maybe it is overreach, maybe it isn't. I don't know if this matters to people outside of this fan base or the people who are going to see these movies. It does seem like catering to the most conservative people in your audience, and I'm not sure how artful that is. Like,
It's
I don't
got nothing to do with that. It's the
well,
money.
and if they set out at all to you know, I know, I don't think it's premeditated either. Like, I'm with you on that. But if there was ever a time where they were like, hey, heads up, guys, they're in some meeting room, if for some reason there's pushback, we're listening, right? Like, we are open to all criticism. And then somebody goes, what do you mean, like artfully? And they go, no, just in terms of it not being right for families. Like that, I can't imagine those situations happening in real life. And so I always got to wonder if this is somebody like the boss is like, nope, we got to do this. Hear all feedback, cater to the most conservative stuff. It doesn't matter. Or you see where my mind goes to, oh no, they were always going to do a rating system, or that because they were literally editing and giving people the option to edit swear words out of movies. You know, like, it makes me feel like this is like an evolution.
In a way, they were always promising to have created media that didn't need a rating system. They were always saying, we only produce stuff that when you see Angel Studios, you know it's going to be family friendly, faith driven. And that is why when Sketch hit screens and their fan base went, they felt betrayed. And now they need some sort of spin to deal with that betrayal, lest they lose their money. Because a lot of what makes this crazy machine work is crowdfunding.
Yeah, it does remind me of the family across the street when I was growing up that wouldn't let their kids watch Scooby-Doo because it was satanic. And I was like, you guys need to relax. I mean, in this case, it's like, one, it's the word hell. I'm pretty sure you're going to be mentioning that at church on Sunday, or I'm assuming they go to church on Sundays. And then what was the other dumbasses? That's just funny. I mean, that's not really, it's an insult in the right context. Otherwise, like, I haven't seen the movie, but it's a kid's movie, right? Like, I'm sure. Anyway, and then what was the third?
Shit.
Now that is pretty heavy.
That's you know,
bad.
I mean, it's not G. You can get one shit out of PG. And again, these are the children saying it. So I feel like that's their threshold as well. They're like, oh, my kids will emulate what they see on screen.
Right.
So, I mean, hopefully they emulate the part that's about like using art to deal with grief and empathy and things like that. But, you know, go right to the clutching of your pearls and be like, look, you promised me family friendly and someone just cursed.
Yeah, that's bad. Okay. I mean, responding is one thing. Coming up with your own rating system seems like a lot. And I still, there's enough stuff on the front end of the whole venture from Angel Studios to make me, you know, suspect. So I'm glad we talked about it. And thank you for coming on at the last minute.
Absolutely.
I was so prepared to do it. And then I was like, no, Matt, you're not an expert. The show needs another level of credibility. Bring on somebody who knows what they're talking about. So thank you for doing it and keeping my conspiratorial side in check. Everybody, KT Baldessaro from Movie Runtime. You can see it right here. You can also see it at all of the links in the description of this podcast. Please scroll through there and check them out. Show support, following, subscribing. Big on TikTok. Very always on my feed in Instagram. I'm very appreciative of that. Thank you so much for all you do and for being a contributor to our collective.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me, as always.
All right, take care. I'll see you around.
See ya.
Normally, when a comic book Kickstarter launches, it's an exciting time. It just is. I've done a few. It's exciting as hell. Excuse my French. There's hype, build up, and anticipation. You spend hours and hours preparing to share a new project with loyal readers and new readers alike. But tomorrow, a Kickstarter is launching for a small publisher called Fair Square Graphics that's significantly more important than your average Kickstarter campaign. And in fact, has everything to do with the, with not just this publisher, but the industry's current state of affairs in the wake of the primary distributor of comic books, Diamond Comics Distribution, claiming bankruptcy at the start of this year. To discuss this ordeal in greater detail, I am going to bring on a guest, but first I want to share with you a video that I saw from their social media, which will help us illustrate this point a little clearer than I may have done just now. This is Crystal Adam Sapolsky.
So this is Red Flowers, one of my favorite books to talk about. It is an African manga by a creator from Ghana who studied manga in Japan for 2 years. It is an all ages book, but it is especially appropriate from ages 8 to 12. I love talking about this book. And one of the reasons I love talking about this book is because there are so many kids who are addicted to manga, but they don't get to see their face or their hair type in the stories that they're reading. And so they get to see this in this book. And the reason that I'm holding up my hands and not the physical copy of the book is because our distributor has seized all of the copies that we own. If you want more on that story, you can check out the full video on our Kickstarter page. But my name is Crystal. I am the co-owner of Fair Square Graphics, and we're a company that publishes books by people that are not being betted on in this industry. Immigrants, minorities, women, and we make sure that we allow them to keep all of their creative rights 100% forever. We print on high quality paper, which again, I could show you if I had the physical book, but I don't have it right now. If you are interested in seeing companies like ours continue to survive, we invite you to support our Kickstarter. And in exchange for supporting us, you get access to our beautiful digital library of books. Thank you so much.
There is nothing greater than the low roar of a Comic-Con in the background. I love it. I go to them as much as possible. Okay, to discuss this ordeal in greater detail and to promote the ways in which we can all help and the ways in which we should all help Fair Square Graphics, please welcome publisher of Fair Square Graphics, Fabrice Sapolsky. Fabrice, hello, how are you?
Hi.
You're going to have to help me. Am I saying your name correctly?
You are saying my name correctly.
Okay, great. I want to thank you for being here. Sincerely, this is a situation that I want everyone to be aware of. I want us all to be on top of this. I could sit here and talk about it, but as I was telling my previous guest, help me bring a level of credibility to this topic by talking about it for us. This Kickstarter campaign, and I don't think I'm being dramatic, but, correct me if I am.
You can't be dramatic. I'm very dramatic by nature.
Okay, then here we go. So this campaign, while it may very well be essentially about saving your entire inventory, it's also a way for folks to get their hands on some amazing comic books. It's one thing from a business sense to be like, don't do this to us. But on the other hand, from, as a fan of comics, it's like, these comics need to be in my hands. And they need to be in my hands by the person who created them, the publisher. The people who intended to put these books in my hands, I would like them to be the ones who do it. I don't want there to be some messy business in between. So it's, in a sense, it's withholding art, because I'm not inclined to buy books from a distributor when they've taken them away from the publisher and you don't get anything for it. So, am I over or underselling it? And, could you give us the story with Diamond from your perspective and what's happened?
Sure. So when we started the company 6 years ago, initially we were never going to be a publisher. That's strange if you look at it from now. But Fair Square Graphics, which was called Fair Square Comics by then, was never meant to be a publisher. It was supposed to be a place where I was going to store my IPs in order to secure them in case something happened to me. And in 2020, when I got laid off from my day job and COVID hit and everything was upside down in the world, what was supposed to be a side project became the main project. And we did this book called Noirs in Black, which raised $48,000 on Kickstarter, and all of a sudden we were a publisher. And very, very clearly, I mean, Crystal, my partner, and my son Ethan, they joined me to create this family-owned company, family immigrant and minority-owned company. That's who we are. And immediately I got hit with, your stuff looks amazing. We want to distribute you. We want to partner with you, etc. And Diamond was there from the start. And the people who were at Diamond at the time were no longer there by the time shit happened, if you excuse my vocabulary. So the people who onboarded us were really great. We had a great deal. We actually had one of the best deals that you could ever get at Diamond at the time. And so I was like, okay, the future looks promising. And so we went from publishing 1 book to 4 books to 12 books to 17 books to 23 books, then back to 17 because I was overwhelmed. And in 2024, things started to become more difficult. We experienced more returns. We understood that Diamond had problems, people leaving without them telling us. They had some issues with cash flow, where there were like several weeks where we're not paid, and it was like delayed by a few days. So there was a number of red flags that came to light. And back in September of last year, I happened to be at a convention in Baltimore, and the CFO of Diamond came to visit me, and he said to me, "How are you?" And I said, like, "No, how are you?" And he replied, "Not good. So I can't imagine how bad you will be in a few weeks." And at that time, I didn't know what was going to unfold, but it was a huge red flag. And so when I came back, I said to Crystal, like, we need to leave. The problem is it's easier said than done when you're a small publisher. Right. And we ended up being stuck. And when the company went bankrupt on January 14th, we did not know that there's this thing in the Chapter 11 regime where if you don't fill a simple form called UCC1 on the week of the bankruptcy, you basically abandon, you void any way of retrieving your inventory if the company decides to dispose of it. And
let me just make sure I understand this. So there's a thing when a company
goes bankrupt, yes,
that you have to be aware of.
Yes, the problem is that, and this is where we're entering a very shaky territory here. Diamond never communicated properly about the bankruptcy. We never got a letter. We never got a phone call. We learned everything that was unfolding before our eyes through the trades. Like, everything was reported by 3 sites: Graphic Policy, The Beat, and Bleeding Cool. These were everybody's main source of information. We were basically informed in real time, just like the rest of the world. That's not just unfair. That's criminal. I'm going to say it. That's criminal.
Yeah.
And, it was on purpose that they did that, so we couldn't get the information that we needed in order to protect ourselves. That's shady business. And when the bankruptcy was triggered, we could get somewhat of a business as usual relationship with them. I mean, some of the key personnel was still there, and they started resuming payment, even if it was sporadic. We had some payment. It was not every week, but we had some payment. Came May, where we couldn't even get our books back. Like, what we did is that we started getting our inventory back little by little. We didn't want to, we didn't have the money to take a truck and go and pick up the books at that moment. And I was traveling all the time just to go to shows to make up for the loss of income that we got. And so we asked Diamond to ship us our books like every 2 or 3 weeks, like about 100 at a time. But we got to a point where we needed more books. And then early May, they said, no, we're not shipping anything anymore. So I tried to get in touch with them. It took me 2 weeks to get someone on the phone. And this person told me, like, we should never have sent you those books. We closed down the facility. Nothing comes in or comes out.
Your books are with them on consignment.
Absolutely.
They claim
Those
Chapter
books on
11.
consignment. Yes.
They claim
Yes.
Chapter 11. At no time are they telling you, like, hey, we're going bankrupt.
No.
And you have to, do this and at the very start, or else we could potentially just keep all of your inventory, but not just keep it. They
Sell it.
intend to sell it.
Yes.
And pay what? Like all their legal fees and
I mean,
bail
at this
themselves
point,
out?
the mounted fees that they have is immense. I don't even know what they could get from the inventory. And there are several other publishers that have the means to fight that in court, which we can't. We have been invited to the groups. I want to give a big shout out to Juan Colado and Alan Payne at Dynamite Entertainment. They wanted us with them. I just didn't have $6,000 to pay for the retainer of the lawyer just to get us a seat at that table.
Right.
So at one point, we made the conscious decision of letting go of the 10,500 copies that we got at the facility, which was basically our entire life. Some books were not even finished paying. I'm still paying for books that I will never see again.
So your cost, you're still paying the cost for books that you won't be able to get back and make any profit off of.
Yep.
You won't be able to make any revenue at all.
They're gone.
And this is what people need to understand is, like, you don't just make a comic, print it, and move on and go, well, that was fun. This is your art. This is something you care for, and that goes throughout the production process. Like,
not just me, but the hundreds of creators I work with.
Everybody, and everyone has to, is the integrity maintained? Do the colors look right? Is it legible? Are the margins okay? How's the paper? All this stuff is taken into account.
Production, absolutely.
And so,
and the marketing and like the
not just a product.
Yes. Absolutely.
Oh, and the marketing and like, oh my gosh, and the hype and the promotion.
Production, marketing, like even like fulfillment, which is there's a lot of fulfillment because we're doing many Kickstarters. I'm doing all that myself. Like I am basically a one-man operation. Like all the 12, 15 books that we published up to last year, every year, it was just me. Like Crystal helps me for conventions and social media, but everything that is production and taking care of the books, whether it's design, lettering, translation, sometimes it's me.
And you did like a show, a con or a comic show every week of June. How many have you done this year?
I'm at 22 right now.
Man, come on. How are you doing? Are you holding up? I mean, this has got to be an overwhelming amount of stress, but also like the physical commitment to doing a con.
Because I have to schlep 200 pounds of books or comics every week everywhere I go. Tomorrow I'm leaving for Chicago. Last weekend I was in Boston. 2 weeks ago, Nebraska. The week after I'm going to Toronto. So it's constantly moving. But that's the only source of income we have left, except for the Kickstarters.
Okay, tell me about the Kickstarter, because this is a solution. It would be so nice if all of a sudden you were like, hey, the Kickstarter's off. They're giving our comics back, but they're not. So what is the Kickstarter? What do we got
here? So the thing that happened is, and I guess every publisher has a different response to that situation. To give you context, there's 130 publishers that are in our case. We're not the only ones. We chose a specific response, which is to go directly to the public and make it public, talk about it as much as we can at conventions, online. I've been very vocal with a lot of media to talk about the situation, because I thought that not talking about it wouldn't change anything. Diamond is dead. We have to accept it, and we need to bounce back. And the only way to do it is for people to understand what we're going through. So there was no point in shutting up. So we decided that we were going to partner with Kickstarter. So I called up Kickstarter. I had a meeting with them about 3 weeks ago, a month ago.
Can I show it, the page you sent me?
Yeah,
that's not live yet, but it's a good...
No, that will be live tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Yep.
Okay, I'll show you. Please keep talking. Sorry to interrupt.
So I called up Kickstarter and I said, like, look, I don't even know if there's a precedent for this at Kickstarter, but we want you to help us rebuild our future. And by rebuilding our future, that means helping us having a future, period. And for that, we're going to do something that is, I don't know if it exists. We're going to offer digital comics, people to buy digital comics for the price of print comics. And with the difference, we hope we can have enough to reprint some of our books. We know that we're not going to be able to reprint the 20 or 30 titles that we lost. But if we can reprint at least 5 or 6, then it will help us go through what we're going through right now and keep going. Now, at this point in time, I want to make it clear that apart from a very small side deal that we have for the direct market, and for people who don't know, the direct market is the 1,500 to 2,000 comic book specialty stores. We have an agreement with a company named Fville for that, but the direct market was never our big market. Our big market is the trade markets, the book market, the libraries, the independent bookstores, Amazon, Barnes and Noble. This is where we were performing well because our titles are pretty mainstream. They are from immigrants and minorities, but they are mainstream. Like if you look at the 3 titles that you see right now on the banner, on the left you have Red Flower, which is an African manga that came out literally the week where Diamond was dying. And its wings have been clipped because of that. But the potential is huge for that book. And for the few months where we had it on the table, we were selling 40, 50 copies a week at the table. This book has a huge potential, but we could never realize it because all our inventory, 800 copies of Red Flower have been seized and are now sitting and collecting dust at the Diamond Warehouse, where they will probably be sold at one point. In the middle, you have a book called Happy Endings, which is a book that we were supposed to release in April from a French artist and author called Lucie Brion. And Lucie did a book a few years ago called Thieves that was extremely successful, sold 6,000 copies in the United States, 15,000 copies worldwide in English, not to mention the French version, just the English version. So we picked up the rights for her following book, which is called Happy Endings, and we hope to be able to release that once we can print it. I already have some comic book stores and stores that are calling me to say, hey, when is the book coming out? And it's ready. It's been ready for months. But because of the Diamond situation, we could not release it. And on the right, you have another book that we sold a lot of called The Fox in My Brain, which is a book about mental health. And we sold over 2,000 copies of that book. It's a huge success for us. So, but I could mention other titles, whether it's Intertwine, A Boy Named Rose, which was nominated for an Eisner Award and a Harvey Award. We sold over 3,500 copies of it. Or even like our bestseller, Noir in Black, that was mentioning earlier, which we sold 7,000 copies of, and that is gone. So all these books need to exist because they represent voices that are underrated, voices that are rarely heard. Our mission statement is stories from the rest of us. Stories from the rest of us, meaning like these stories from underrepresented groups of creators, but for everybody. We're not just talking to any community, we're talking to everybody. We have everybody showing at the table every week. We have everybody that is on our Kickstarter. We have people from all around the world. We publish books that no one else would publish. We published a book a few years ago called Beyond Tokyo Legends from a group of Indonesian creators that were taking the legends and turning them into American-style comics. This book, every publisher passed on it. I took a chance on it. We took a huge bath at first. And then, thanks to hard work and conventions, we turned it around and we made it a profit. It's all about showing that we're small, we're independent. That doesn't mean that we produce subpar products. That doesn't mean that we produce products that have no meaning, no soul. It's quite the opposite. Every product that we put out is carefully crafted with high quality paper, high quality design, and we put a lot of care that we're a boutique publisher.
The amount of work and effort that goes into just making a comic and keeping it all on track and getting all the moving parts like aligned, and then it comes out on time, and then you realize, oh, we're up against Marvel movie franchises and stuff like that. We're up against books on the same release rack as us, the new release rack, that are, being printed like, in the millions or whatever. And so it isn't like, I hear you, but I don't like when people think of smaller publishers as being small, because it's not. You're huge. The work you're doing is massive. It's
I'm going
so
to show
important.
you this book, okay?
Yeah.
Intertwine, which is a 300 pages volume, full color. I published. It happens to be one of my creator-owned that I wrote. But this book has gold finish. It has soft touch on the cover.
Beautiful.
And it has quality paper. It's what's called a flesh case. It's in between the soft cover and a hard cover, so it has that kind of like very nice feeling to it. This book is gone. There's only 30 copies that we have here at our HQ, but it's gone.
True.
This book, I'm not finished paying it. There's 800 and 900 copies that are sitting at Diamond. This is breaking my heart, but this is our reality. We need to reprint this book because when people see it, despite its $40 price tag, we're selling it by dozens every week. People see quality. The thing that is clear is that all that happened opened my eyes. It opened my eyes on how the distribution system of books and graphic novels being books, comics being books, is completely outdated, only favors publishers with deeper pockets and huge catalogs, and as you were mentioning, big shiny IPs. I call them corporate comics. So corporate comics, we're not these people. We're artisans. And artisans produce high quality. We don't have the exposure. We don't have the brand recognition. But when people see us, they cannot unsee us.
We need more books like Fair Square. We just do. I mean, this is...
I would love to publish more books. I would love to have more publishers like us. We also created stuff that no one else does. I was mentioning that we publish books that no one else is doing, but we also have this very cool feature that we're the only ones to do. And on the spine of each book, you have a one-line description of what's in it, which is our signature system that no one else uses.
I've never seen that.
I know, because we came up with that. And when people see that, they're like, oh, that's new. But it came from the realization that when you are in a store, you usually are overwhelmed by the amount of books, and you go through all the books that are like in the shelves, on the shelves, and you're like, it's just titles, author, titles, author, titles, author. Most of the time, you don't know the title, you don't know the author. Chances are you will go out of the store without buying anything. But if you stumble upon something like this that is completely different, well, what happens? You start reading, and you start taking notice, and that makes us stand out where usually we wouldn't stand out. All our books are equipped and designed that way. All of them.
That's smart. That's pretty smart. And I think that, you know, I was saying like we need to get more books like what you have, the stories of immigrants, minorities, overall underrepresented creators, making sure that they're not silenced in this way. But not only do we need more books like this, we need these books. We need like these actual books.
And hence the Kickstarter. And you know, a distributor, we've covered that. The distributor will lie to you. A retailer will lie to you. Even the librarian will lie to you. But the public never lies. The public, if they stop because they look at your books and they see them, either they buy them or they don't. But they will not lie to you. They will not say, I'll buy that later. You have to give me a deeper discount. You have like, and I have respect for retailers. They're trying to survive in a very competitive environment. There's foot traffic is down, rents are up. It is difficult, okay? It is difficult to be a retailer. But at the end of the day, we also need to prioritize our mission. And our mission is to put out books with these underrated creators, underrepresented voices. And in order to do that, if retailers are going to say, we can't take the risk on your books, we're going to have to take the risk ourselves, and we have to go direct to consumer. And that's what we're going to do in the near future. I've auditioned a dozen distributors to replace Diamond, and I've signed with no one because I prefer no deal than a bad deal. And right now, everything that I've been presented with are bad deals out there. So Kickstarter is de facto our number one biggest partner in the new phase of our development, in our rebuilding. Kickstarter, conventions, our web store is active. We're trying to diversify. We're going to do more digital, which people have been asking for a while, and we haven't been able to do it because we were so busy with every other thing.
I mean, all these cons you've been doing, that's taxing. Yeah. That's very time.
That is taxing.
Yeah.
That is taxing. Yes.
It's taxing to attend a con. You will leave there exhausted. Working
it
is
imagine when you're working it.
Yeah.
Yes. Absolutely.
So and the Kickstarter is 17 days. It's not like
17 days.
It's not a 30-day or 60 days. 17 days. So people got to jump on it. There's different reward tiers. So it's like you help out where you can, right? Everyone gets
$20 to $1,000.
The more you contribute, the more you get, right?
Absolutely. The more you contribute, the more of our digital library you get. We published 46 books and comics. So you will have, if you take the bigger tier, you will have access to everything we've published in the past 6 years, plus some exclusive rewards. I created this emblem that is kind of like an anthem, which is indie comics are amazing. So we made t-shirts. We have an NML pen. People are going to be able to partake and you know, I won't say this is like a revolution. It is not a revolution, but it is like show your colors. Like you support indie comics, show your colors. You know, there's one thing that I don't like is I don't like the term small press, because small press, it's very dated, and it feels to me that it puts you in a box. Indie comics puts you in no box. Indie comics can be anything. Like, it's just limited to your imagination. You're just independently owned, and the comics are independently made. That means that you're not owned by a corporation. or by an institution or a venture capitalist. You're owned by real people making real comics. That's what we do. We're artisans again.
You got an open invite to come back on the show anytime. I wish you the best of luck. I am going to be contributing to this Kickstarter as soon as it launches tomorrow morning. I can't wait. I'm going to be sharing the link on my Discord and social media. I'll be sharing it far and wide. I ask everyone watching right now and anyone watching in the next 17 days, the replay and the clips, also please contribute whatever you can. Look, it matters. It matters on many, many levels. It's not just me, a comic book nerd, saying read comics.
Let those voices silenced. We can't let stories die inside of our creators.
Yeah.
They need to be published. They need to be seen. And we are a conduit. We are a vessel for them.
You're in Chicago tomorrow, right?
We're in Chicago whole weekend at Fan Expo. People can find me at table P17 in Artist Alley, and then next weekend in Toronto, Canada, for those who are over there.
We got those viewers. We got Canadian viewers.
Yes,
Definitely.
so if they are in Toronto, absolutely, they can come and find me and Crystal. We'll be there.
Hey, good luck, and seriously, anytime you want to come back on the show, Fabrice, please just
My
hit me
pleasure.
up. We'll make it happen.
I have so many projects brewing. You have no idea.
Send a representative. If you don't have the time, send somebody else. But
I would love to tell you about a book that is very important that will be that will be out for New York Comic Con. We're premiering in New York Comic Con called Hyphen, which is a collection of 12 stories of Jewish diversity. You've never seen a book like that.
I'm looking forward to it. That sounds great. And when that's out, please, if you have the time, come on and talk about it.
October 5th. That's when it's out.
Okay, great. And you know what? I mean, it doesn't have to be live. We can pre-tape these things at your convenience. Okay, so whatever works. Give me a chance to help promote your stuff, however I can. I believe in what you're doing. The message is so clear. We can't silence these underrepresented voices because the readers, especially younger people, need to be able to see themselves in these comics. They need to relate to these characters it's so important and inspiring for them now more than ever.
And we have creators from all over the planet, from all ethnicities, all colors, all languages. We really love doing this. Like, we have queer creators, we have trans creators, we have a lot of creators from everywhere. We have disabled creators. We care.
Thank you so much for doing that, and thank you for coming on the show.
Thank you very much for having me.
Okay,
Bye-bye.
Talk to you soon. Bye-bye. I mean, if you're not convinced that it's for a good cause, I mean, a lot of people say that it's for a good cause. This is for good causes. This isn't just a good cause. This isn't going to fix one thing. Yes, it helps the publisher get their inventory back in print and then back in the hands of readers. But that keeps going. There's a ripple effect. We want these specific books in the hands of readers because those readers will benefit from them beyond just having a form of entertainment or a form of escapism. Yes, that's what comic books are. But in this case, they are seeing themselves. They are reading a manga and going, oh, this character looks like somebody I recognize. This looks like me. This looks like the people I come from. This is a very big deal. But right now, what I want to do is, we're not getting off this topic by any means, and we'll be here till 10 o'clock when Left Past 10 begins. We've got about 30 minutes to go. What I would like to do now is just shed a little bit more light and go into a little bit more detail on what exactly is going on with Diamond. Now, as Fabrice was telling us, there are outlets where you can, read about this. When I started looking it up over the weekend in preparation for tonight's interview, graphic policy was coming up a lot. And I've referenced graphic policy before, the media outlet about comics. They have been up to date on this. So I'm just putting it out there. There are plenty of other sites talking about it. But if you want to go somewhere where, at least for me, it seems like it's update by update by update more than once a month. Graphic policy seems to be right on top of it. But anyway, that's just in lieu of recommending, like, that you Google it. Like, just you could just go to graphic policy. So let's check this out really quick. I want to, let's see, when is this from? July 1st. Okay. This specifically I thought was important because it's the publishers responding to Diamond's plan to liquidate stock. Look, Diamond had a monopoly for a long time, and that was problematic. Everyone knew it was problematic. It was there were times where, let's say I'm pitching a comic book of my own creation to a publisher. There were times where it would make sense to pitch it to Diamond first as the distributor, and then get a letter of intent from them to distribute it, to send to the publisher with your pitch. So because the publisher could go, yeah, great, we'll run this book. And then Diamond could say, well, we're not going to distribute it. Sorry. They had the power to do that. And so a lot of people, out of necessity, worked with Diamond in whatever sort of, manner Diamond dictated they do so in. And look where that leads. They're still trying to call the shots, even when it's all crashing down around their ears. The main crux in comic books since day one has been distribution. Yeah, we can make them. Yeah, we can. And I always use this car analogy, right? Everyone that knows how to drive a car knows that you need certain things, right? Gas, oil, the light's got to work. It's got to steer right. The pedals need to do what they're supposed to do. But that doesn't mean you have to be an expert and look under the hood and figure it out, right? And be able to point out all the different parts of the engine and fix it yourself. No, you bring an expert in, right? So when it comes to comics, it's like, yeah, I could do a Kickstarter right now for a comic book. Oh, but I'm going to have to do shipping. Well, how's that work? Am I going to ship it around the world? What are the different rates? I immediately get overwhelmed. How am I going to package it? Do I have to factor in that cost? I guess I do. How much is that? What if there's, like, I don't know, tariffs, or I don't know, what if we're not allowed to ship things back and forth to Europe at the moment? That's happened before, or China, or wherever. Like, there's all these things you have to take into account. Now you're miles and miles away from the art of making comics or storytelling through the juxtaposition of pictures and words. You're way far away from that. And you are not only looking under the hood, you're changing your own oil now. You're doing all the repairs yourself. You're not fixing a flat or changing a spare. You're rotating tires on a regular basis. You're doing all this work that should, rightly so, be done by an expert. And so that's why you rely on people. And then when it ends up in this situation, it's nothing but ugly. And that relationship and that reliability is gone. And you got to be spinning in place going, who can I guess it's all back on me now. I guess I do have to be driver, mechanic, all in one. And that's a lot of work. And that takes away from the creative aspects. How can it not? Like, now look, if you're truly talented, and Fabrice seems like a very talented guy, and I'm sure he's surrounding himself with people, so this might not be the situation for him specifically. But let's say it was me. You guys know I make comics, right? If I had to do all the business side, all the distribution, every last single aspect of comics, marketing, promotion, going to the cons. You don't just go to the cons and like the convention center's like, hey, we got a guy who's going to bring the books back and forth from your car. No, you're doing it. When I used to do cons, I used to do them like twice a year. Okay. Nothing compared to what Fabrice is doing now. 2 weeks ahead of time, I would get one of the boxes that held my books. I don't know, 30-pound box, maybe 20, 30-pound box. and I would stack up like 3, as many as I could carry, and I would walk around the block 3 times, like twice a day, to get in shape for the stupid con. We have anti-fatigue mats that you stand on, like if you worked in a kitchen or carpentry or something, because standing on those floors is going to kill your back. Yeah, sure, you can sit down, but if there's people walking by, you better engage with those people. I was standing up, leaning over the table. I like that shirt. Where'd you get that shirt? That's cool. Hey, check out this book. You know what I mean? Like, you got it. There's wheeling and dealing. Now I'm a salesman on top of it. Now I'm trying to find ways to win people over. I wish my book could do that. And maybe if I hadn't been so preoccupied with all the other aspects of the business and the marketing and the distribution and all that stuff, maybe I would have been able to focus just that much more on the art or the writing. We need to be able to rely on people's expertise, and we need to be able to rely on certain things to work in a manner that is not only operationally sound, but fair. And so business is one thing, but business practices is a different thing. So anyway, that's enough of my rant. Let me get into this. As I said, this is a graphic policy from June 25th, 2025. Diamond Comic, or that's actually from July 1st. They're referencing on July 25th. Diamond Comic distributors submitted a motion for, quote, sale or other disposition of consigned inventory. My heart drops. I'm not even involved in this. And that line gives me a sinking feeling inside, a pit of despair. After Diamond's sale of the majority of its assets to Universal Distribution and Ad Populum / Sparkle Pop, Old Diamond still has a significant inventory that was sent on a consignment basis. I think we all assumed all inventory was moved to the 2 new owners, but that doesn't seem to be the case. They had an option, and that specific part of the purchase was left to be determined. Instead, it's sitting in Old Diamond's warehouse in Mississippi. Diamond is claiming, they keep saying Old Diamond because there's a new one. So the Old Diamond is claiming the consigners, the sellers, haven't followed the legal steps to establish a superior claim to their inventory. In short, the publishers, the owners of the product, the rightful owners, haven't done what's required by law to protect their ownership rights. So now Diamond has to do something with all of that inventory. And so this is what we were talking about where at the beginning with Fabrice, where there's something that is on the responsibility of the sellers to do immediately when bankruptcy is filed, but they weren't notified. So how is that not a legal misstep? Sorry, I know somebody in the chat was talking about Hellboy comics. Piqued my interest. I was and still am arguably the #1 Hellboy fan in North America. Okay, so moving on. So Diamond submitted a motion to approve their plan to market, sell, or dispose of the inventory to minimize cost and maximize recoveries, quote unquote, and generate, quote, the best results for the estates. It assumed that money raised for the sale would go towards paying off money owed to JP Morgan Chase Bank, which has provided loans to the company throughout the Chapter 11 process. So instead of money going towards publishers, it'd likely go towards a bank. They always get their money. As you can imagine, publishers are pissed and frustrated by the lack of communication. There's a lot of questions out there, like how much stock is being held by Diamond and exactly what stock. There are 128 publishers listed in the motion, and we reached out to a large portion of them to get their responses and a better idea of what's going on. As you can imagine, the responses back were mostly filled with anger and frustration, while the majority didn't respond, and many responded with no comment due to it being legal matters. We did get some details, a lot on background, but it all helped to paint a bigger picture. This first person said, this is Gary Groth, the founder and publisher of Fantagraphics, wildly popular Fantagraphics. They do great work. This is a brazen and sleazy attempt to pilfer millions of dollars worth of books, many from small independent publishers, for whom this would be a catastrophic economic hardship. We intend to fight this wanton act of piracy with all legal means at our disposal. Here is a response from Fabrice Sapolsky himself, who I just had on, the publisher of Fair Square Graphics. I'm trying to make sense of what doesn't make sense. As an independent creator and publisher, I feel betrayed. Our only crime is to have been loyal, to have trusted the process, including Chapter 11, but seeing that not only we haven't received any payment while our books have been sold for weeks, but now Diamond's plan to seize our inventory, our sole possession, basically our lifeline, and selling it for its own profits to absolve its management and pay their bank back on a technicality is morally and economically unacceptable. It's fraud in plain sight. We're part of a group of 120 publishers that are victim of a situation that Diamond created and that they're trying to solve on our backs. I can't begin to tell you how frustrating and unfair it is. I've been publishing for 27 years on 2 continents. I've seen this. I've never seen this. I name my company Fair Square Graphics. I believe in best practices, and we've been fighting the good fight, being fair to creators, my peers, fair to fans and retailers, all that on a tight budget with all the challenges of not having any seed money or investors. Yet, we published 46 titles in the past 5 years. That is massive. I just want to pause to say how big of a deal that is. That many titles in 5 years, but like, you know, the last 5 years, that's a big deal. People that were making comics in 2020 blow me away. People that launch, like self-publishers that were doing Kickstarters in 2020, 2021, huge. It's a big deal. I waited till like the latter half of 2021 to do that. It's a big deal. 46 titles in the past 5 years. That's huge. I'm an immigrant and a minority. We are a family business and we work more than everybody else. We have that mentality. I've been naturalized American this past April. Congratulations. That is huge. I swore to protect the rule of law. But where is it for me now? I feel I've been caught in a web of deceit. And believe me, I'm done. I'm not done fighting. Fair Square Graphics will survive this situation. Wounded, not dead. That's huge. It's a big deal. Proud to have read those words out loud. This is from Tyler Chin-Tanner, founder and publisher of Wave Blue World. I went into 2025 anticipating a major shakeup with Diamond and preparing for the worst. The level of chaos that ensued exceeded my wildest expectations, but it was the lack of communication that was the most disappointing. Even the reps I could speak to were left in the dark up until the day they were no longer employed. There hasn't been much for us to do but watch as things disintegrated around us. So the reps at the distributor were equally in the dark. Hey, you've been to Dink in Denver, huh? Let me put this up on the screen. I tabled there. I tabled at Dink 2 years in a row. When I was the art director for Denver Comic-Con. I wonder if our paths crossed and we didn't even know it. Okay. Michael Calero, the CEO and publisher of Massive Publishing, gave us not just a comment, but also a look into what's owed. Folks, as a reminder, this is Hey Funny Book. I'm the Letterhack. This is the show where we talk about politics, art, and comics. Here it is. This is it. I saw John League was on my Dink too. Yeah, I was there. That's hilarious. I was tabling for the Burning Metronome with R. Allen Brooks. Thank you for your reporting on this matter. This is one of those cases where a bad situation somehow manages to get significantly worse due to the laws protecting a company that many would say has worked against the interest of its own creditors, publishers, through the dishonest actions of feckless leadership. Diamond should never have been allowed to enter Chapter 11 bankruptcy, and I think if creditors would have been given the opportunity to provide the court with evidence of the manipulation of inventory and payments prior to the filing, they wouldn't have approved it. This allowed them to accumulate even more debt that we as consignment vendors are now being put on the hook for. See, I would call that fraudulent. Massive was that's the publisher. Massive was one of the first companies to end our exclusive partnership over the original debt. And as the sale of the company went forward, we asked for clarity on what would happen with our consignment inventory. Eventually, we requested a no-cost return, that's an NCR, for many of our products. These requests were never properly addressed, and new Diamond ownership misled us of what the status of our inventory was as recently as June 3rd. They claimed bankruptcy in January. We have over 65,000 units of product at the Diamond warehouse, which has not been paid for in any way. Consignment products, which at the lowest end of our pricing, $4.99, that's the cover price, would be worth over $325,000. Luckily, we did move some of our trade paperbacks inventory to Lunar. Those Lunar distribution in many ways picked up where Diamond dropped the ball earlier this year, but that only accounted for a small portion of the inventory we had trusted to Diamond. Diamond's contract language does not provide them with the rights to sell this product without compensating us directly, but apparently that is what they are trying to use legal loopholes to supersede. In short, I view this as theft, plain and simple. Diamond is breaking its contractual agreement with us, attempting to sell the product we paid to produce, with no guarantee that we will see a single cent of the proceeds, and they are using U.S. bankruptcy court as their accomplice. Real quick, my role on the Burning Metronome was colorist, letterer, production, but Alan and I were, aligned in promoting it and selling it at cons and everything. But that's Alan's book, and he's got a Kickstarter underway with an all new reprinting of that book because we completely sold through. Numerous publishers described a lack of communication or confusing responses from Diamond directly. Overall, there seems to be a confusion as to what Diamond still has versus what the new Diamond under the new owners has when it comes to stock and who is responsible for what. Some responses seem to conflate this motion with Ad Populum's lack of payments to publishers. Even those at Diamond that remain seem confused as to what's going on. So the employees are like, we don't know. And I mean, that's not just like what happens because of whatever situation a business might find them in. That's what happens because the leadership at these businesses and these companies are shifty. This stuff rots from the top down typically. One publisher recounted their representative told them to keep sending inventory and keep soliciting product, even though the publisher stopped doing both in January. So somebody at Diamond Distribution was saying, keep sending your books to us. Oh my God. They did ask to send product in May for orders made by retailers, and they expect they probably won't be paid for that. Some publishers have as late as May. Some publishers have asked for stock to be returned and been successful, while others get no response. I know that Fair Square Graphics was getting their books sent back to them with 100 at a time, 500 at a time. And then they were like, hey, we're selling these books. We need these books. They're doing all those cons week after week after week. Overall, the impact to publishers seems to vary. While some have said it wouldn't impact them much, there's others that it sounds like it put them on life support or even forced them to close. Dynamic Forces moved to expedite their motion to get paid by Old Diamond and state they're now owed over $1 million. And if they're not paid, they wouldn't be able to make their payroll. It's a labor issue. 8 retail. And this is what happens when a company has a monopoly. What, are they too big to fail? Should somebody have bailed Diamond out? Should the government have stepped in? I don't know, but like these people are out of a job potentially. All that work, all the attention to detail and the care and the heart and soul that goes into it, making art, it's just taken away. 8 retailers opened their books to us with roughly $2.5 million in retail value and about $1 million owed to them, currently tied up in this mess. It's unknown what Old Diamond has and what New Diamond has, but the general feedback is they have yet to be paid for any of that either way. With 128 publishers listed in Diamond's motion, that's potentially well over $15 million owed to publishers. But the bank will get their money. Don't worry, guys. JP Morgan Chase is going to be fine. There's still time for publishers to speak up on this. A hearing is set before Honorable Judge Rice on July 21st, 2025 at 10 a.m. at Courtroom 90. I will get back to you with a follow-up on that. But as I said, graphic policy is that's where I'm going to be getting that. That's my source for this story ongoing. Objections to the motion must be in writing and filed with the clerk of bankruptcy, so all ahead of time. That's in Baltimore, Maryland. I'll actually be headed to Baltimore, Maryland soon. Okay, so it's a big deal. It could just easily be one of those things where you go, well, that sucks. Or, I wish it wasn't that way. What can I do? Well, there is something you can do. You can support the Kickstarter for Fair Square Graphics. They are not asking for a ton of money. Okay? This isn't unreasonable whatsoever. As I said, it is a 17-day campaign. They're trying to get $2,999. That's the goal. All right. I would like that to be somewhere around 30 grand. I would like that to be somewhere around 30 grand. Because not only will they get their current inventory back, but they will be on fire to do more. I love all comics. I do. If you gave me a Batman comic that I've read 1,000,000 times, I'd sit down and read it. No problem. But we're talking about new readers. We're talking about younger readers. We're talking about all ages books. And we're talking about books that are made by underrepresented voices who will be silenced by this downright criminal action. And those kids won't have an opportunity to relate to these characters. Look, Captain America, white American male. Spider-Man, white American male. Batman, white American male. Superman, Kryptonian / white American male. The Flash. On and on and on and on. We got a lot of these white American males out there. Come on. There's got to be diversity. There's got to be more. Now, especially. They're banning books that matter. They've been doing that for years. And instead of banning them, they're just outright taking them away. So it's not right. And we shouldn't stand for it. In the meantime, I encourage everyone, this Kickstarter goes live tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. this is, I feel passionate about this. Thank you for everything that you can do to help it get funded. Like I said, I'll be contributing, and when I do, I'll share that on social media as evidence that I did it. So I'm not just asking you to do something that I wouldn't do myself, but I understand, it's tough all over. So sincerely, do what you can, and don't forget. One of the most important things we can do, especially for a Kickstarter or any crowdfunding, when you can't monetarily contribute, is share the friggin' link. Just share the link. Find them on social media, follow them, repost their work. What is the big deal? There isn't one. Share the link. Make it your Instagram story. I see you guys with like 1,000 Instagram stories, and I'm just like, oh my God, there's a lot of Instagram stories. Make this one of them. Okay? Do me a solid. All the mutual Discords that we're on, hook it up. Put this out there. Let people know. Tell them this inventory is being withheld by the #1 distributor in comics after going bankrupt. They're going to sell it. They're going to make money on the backs of the creators. And if you support this Kickstarter, even just by sharing the link, we ensure that stories from immigrants, minorities, and overall underrepresented creators are not silenced. That's what we're doing. Okay? So it's a big deal. And I mean, fucking hey, look, and read some comics, okay? I mean, do something with your life. What are you doing with your life? Not reading comics? Boring. I don't know what your hobbies are. Like, if you're cliff diving, okay, I mean, that's pretty thrilling, I guess. Otherwise, what are you doing if you're not reading comics? You're missing out. That's what you're doing. Yeah, this is funny because like I don't think we have any surprises. We didn't force him, but I'm going to act like we forced Jake to take off because he's under the weather and he needs to get well. But no, we told him. We said, dude, do not be here for this. And he was like, I gotta be there. And we were like, don't do it, dude. He goes, I'm not gonna leave you guys hanging. And we're like, dude, self-care. That did not happen. It did not happen that way. But this is a pretty long live stream. We've been going for 8 hours exactly. So maybe you missed that part where I lie. And I just keep lying. And you never heard that I admitted the lie. But it is true that coming up at 10 p.m. is an all-new show. So once again, I'm asking that everyone do me a favor. If you haven't already, please hit like. If you haven't already, share the link. Tell everyone that a new show is beginning on this space. I'm already aggravated. Anyway. Can you tell I've transitioned from the other show to the next show already? Left past 10 starts right now. Give me a break. It's 9:59. I'm in the middle of the outro. I'm transitioning, and you're in the private chat like 1 minute. 1 minute to what?
I meant, give me a minute.
No, you should have said that, because that came off like you were going, Matt, you have a minute, dude. Like I'm not looking at the clock. Like I'm not doing my job.
You have that really good, like, left past it coming up, and then you were like that. You have that nailed. You figured it out. Left past it coming up next.
And you tried to ruin it.
I didn't try. I succeeded without trying. That's how good it was. I was trying to give you a notice that I came in late, and then you somehow intense psychology. Managed to interpret that as anyway.
Intense psychology. Okay.
Intense psychology. You've got a little bit of that.
I am doing like a TV thing though, where I go left past 10 is up next.
So
Like, that is a
so
TV
I was doing something until 9:59. I got on here, so I have to use the bathroom. So we're gonna start the show off with I'll be right back.
And now we come to the part of the show where the Letterhack says, "Why do I even bother? Why am I here? What is this for? What does it mean?" And I get real like antsy and anxious because like, is this what the whole night's gonna be like? I'm just giving you what's going on inside. Is she gonna come back here and start like yelling at me for something that I did or didn't do, and then leave again? And what is the coming and going? I don't understand. And it's like I was busy doing something right up until my literal job began. So now I have to, and like a personal thing. So now I have to like go do more
Are we live?
personal stuff
Hello?
before I could do my job. Yeah, here, sit tight because I've actually been on air for like an hour and a half and I really do have to go do something. So just
No problem. No problem.
wing it. Don't talk bad about me.
Yeah, don't worry. Whoa, I don't want to be this big. How do I make myself small? Okay, this is way better. Hello. Left past 10 people. Hi. So I did a show earlier. A lot of people got a lot of some comments on my show earlier. So I thank you all for watching. I was watching a little bit of Hey Funny Book, approximately 13 seconds of it, because I was doing some other stuff. I'm a busy person sometimes. I've got to do a couple things here and there with my life. So I got about 13, maybe 14 seconds of that show. I hope it was good. I'll catch the VOD. But this is the Left Past 10 show. Normally we have someone named Jake here. Last week, Jake came down with a mysterious flu-like cold. It's just a flu. It's mild, everybody. It's just a cold, and we don't need to test for it because no test, no cases. So Jake is not going to be here today because he's got the mystery flu, and Letterhack is back.
Hi.
Welcome back.
Hey, did you see that? That was amazing. That was so close. Did you see that?
See what?
Oh, never mind. So yeah, let's thank the mods for all the work that they've done today and this week so far. I want to thank all the mods at this space for pulling their weight, for sharing the links, for keeping us safe and comfortable here in the live chat. And I want to introduce our newest mod, HBX. Welcome
I believe
aboard.
they liked my show earlier. So for those of you that don't know, there was an internal discussion about promoting a new moderator, and I was like, oh yeah, they were giving me positive comments. Promoted. So just so you know, the fast track is you got to constantly be posting, this is the best episode ever when I'm live, and then hey, you never know, you might become a mod there. So there you go, everybody. How's your night going?
Good.
Hmm.
Real good. Yeah.
Oh,
How's your
yeah.
night going? You doing
My
well?
night's going good. It's
That's
going
good.
good.
Is it still raining where you are? No,
It was.
cleared
It
up.
cleared
Hey,
up
all right.
earlier.
Well, we
Cleared up
really
about
needed
a
that
couple
moisture.
hours ago. Still moist on the ground. We
We
got puddles.
needed. I'll
We
tell
got
you
puddles.
what. When that precipitation gets low enough that it's threatening to dissolve, but it doesn't, well, we can use it. We can.
There's a lot of
use
usable.
it.
Got a bucket out bait. Use that for the lawn.
Oh,
For
and
the week.
I almost forgot. How did I even forget this? I'm just too, you know what? I think I'm easily frazzled. That's what it is.
Easily. I mean,
But I
that's
don't
probably
want to,
true.
I would be, what's the word? Remiss?
It's a word.
I would remiss. I don't want to forget to mention that and this is for all the new viewers, especially, but also a reminder to regular viewers. We draw no conclusions on this show. It is unscripted. It is free form in that there is no format. Usually there's more of us, but tonight's just the two of us. We've done that before. We'll be all right. We can handle it. Also,
left past 10, we're dropping like flies.
It's rough. It's rough out there. But
This
also,
used to be a 4-person show. Now look at it.
in additionalifications, we have decided that because, and this is actually, it's not like a one-time deal. This has happened quite a bit. Actually, we have hit rock bottom, and when we hit rock bottom on this show, there is only one choice left, and that is to shut it down and retool it. And so we have been doing that on a regular basis, and as part of tonight's retool, we told Jake,
just to be
sit it
clear,
out.
Jake, you know, the excuse, he's got COVID. Really what happened, he came on the show, he was defending police, he was defending the FDA, he was promoting Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
Last
and we had a meeting behind the scenes, and we're like, hey, buddy.
No, he didn't.
You know, I know you got COVID. You can pretend that's the excuse, but he's out of here.
He's gonna show up if you keep.
He'll show up.
Provoking
I'm baiting him hard.
I realized when I was talking about supplements, afterward, I realized that he must have thought I meant those like giant containers of powder, like pre-workout and stuff like that. That's like juices you up, like those kinds.
I
of
love getting
supplements.
juiced up.
And I wasn't. I just want to be
Pump it
clear.
up.
I wasn't like a GNC going, well, this will be taken off the market next week. I better stock up now. It's not those kinds of supplements, just so everyone is clear. Because he did have a pretty
I, on the other hand,
reaction.
am very in favor of supplementation as a
you
someone who
do
doesn't
you.
eat meat.
No, you do you, boo. You do you.
But
I
anyway,
hate that expression.
you know, we used to have 4 people on this show. We're now we're really, who's next? Who's really
we're practically at
we're
1.5 at
dropping
this
like
point.
flies.
I feel like we're at like 1.5.
How does that even
Because at any moment you and I could be like just sort of
in and out, just phasing
partially
out.
checked out. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just like
I'm checked out right now, actually.
sometimes
Checked out a couple minutes ago.
Me too. Why do you think I had to take a break? To get juiced.
Got to juice up once in a while. I was juicing myself earlier.
Good.
You know, on the
good.
subject.
You gotta.
I took a little bit of juice.
People should do that more.
About maybe 4 hours ago.
I've been
and,
doing smoothies. Do you do smoothies? I've been doing smoothies.
I don't do smoothies. I eat the whole fruit.
I do that too. But like my smoothies get bee pollen, honey, all kinds of stuff.
Okay, well.
And I mean, I'm like, you know, there's nothing left in that blender. I'm sitting there with the blender like.
You drink right out of the blender. You don't.
No, to get all the leftover. And then I'm scooping it. It's delicious. I don't waste any smoothie.
I like the whole fruit. I like chewing.
We've talked
the fruit,
about this
like
though. We
biting
talked
the fruit.
about the smoothie.
The
Well, I mean, I put the.
It's
I don't
less.
put like orange peels in there, but I put like apple
apple
peel and yeah, sure.
No.
And I'll do like whatever I have. No, but we talked about this last week.
We did talk about it last week.
I'm being redundant. Have you seen any ghosts lately? Have you seen any paranormal? Do you? Because occasionally I think about paranormal and ghost, and I'm like, I wonder why sometimes
You think about
like
paranormal and what?
Ghost. Yeah. See. Okay. So here's the thing Andrea has pointed out with me, or identified with me. I don't pronounce things plural if the second to last letter is an S. I don't put another S on it.
I noticed this years ago, but I just thought it was like a speech impediment or some sort
It
of.
probably is. So I don't know
But
why you're
then-
making fun of me for. I don't know why you're
hold on, this is the
embarrassing me in
important
front
part.
of everybody.
You wrote it down. You wrote, "We're gonna get some guest on the show," or like, you know, "We're gonna get new host on the show," or something where it should have obviously been.
That's just a
plural.
fucking typo, though.
That's not a fucking typo, motherfucker. That's
know
not
what?
It's not a coincidence. It's not a fucking typo. That's when I decided I'm gonna mention it. You know what? Ableist or not, speech impediment or not, I have to mention it. Once you typed it out that way,
I'm gonna start. I mean, look, to be fair, there's a lot of typos, but like if you ever read a sentence from me and anytime I should have typed the letter P and it's not there, it's because that key on my keyboard is stuck. And like I'm typing and I'm like, please don't stop promoting the party. And like there's no letter P anywhere in the sentence. And I'm like, fuck, now I gotta go back and put in the P and P.
sometimes my C key double clicks. I hate when that happens. I look
Whoa.
like
But like I was thinking, like, you know, I go these like there are times, I don't know, yearly probably. There are times where for some reason I'm more focused on or just I don't know, thinking about paranormal activity, the possibility of ghosts and that kind of thing. And then there's other times where I'm just not. And I get it. That's probably a lot of topics. But it's different this time because when you, for me anyway, when I think about that topic, I'm freaked out a little bit. I do get a little freaked out because I have an overactive imagination and I can't help but think like, what if I am in a room full of people right now and it's just me? And I have to go all the way from here across the room to the stairs, and then I have to go up the stairs. And what if they're on the stairs? And what if they're behind me? You know what I mean? So I'll like let myself get there. But like sometimes I'm just absolutely not. So like, what do you think that is?
well, there's a whole host of mental disorders that would probably fall under schizophrenia, possibly OCD related and intrusive thoughts in that regard. I think it's pretty obvious that ghosts aren't real, singular. But demons are, and demons aren't on the stairs. The demons are in the quantum realm.
The demons.
The demons are in in Interstellar when
here.
Matthew McConaughey's at the bookcase. Those are the demons. They're watching you through the bookcase, and they're manipulating your every
That's the
move.
fifth
without you
dimension.
knowing.
I thought that was the black hole fifth dimension.
Yeah, whatever.
Did you ever watch Buckaroo Banzai?
I haven't. Have I?
Oh wow.
I might have. No, I don't think I have.
That's so cool.
I've seen maybe pieces of it on.
I feel like that was the closest thing to a comic book on the big screen that I've ever seen. But anyway, that was a good one. And just so you know, if you're just joining us, it's not supposed to make sense. So just ride it out. So, what are you like of the belief that there are ghosts, and does that help you just sort of like let it ride?
I don't believe in ghosts, as in they're people that died. That doesn't make sense to me. But I believe that there are extra dimensional creatures, some of which possibly could have been human at one point, though that also seems unlikely. And I believe that they're watching everything we do. Sometimes I, when I'm alone, which I am not at the moment, I'm broadcasting my face and voice on the internet. But sometimes when I'm alone, I whisper to the demons in the quantum realm just in case. I say, hey, buddy, just in case you're there, you might not be. And if you're not, that's fine. No one's around for me to embarrass myself in front of. But if you are there, let's make a deal. Let me in. I'm ready. Any demons out there? You ever see movies with the demon possession, that kind of stuff? I'm in. Just so you know, as long as it's a fair deal. I understand demons like to get the advantage 60-40, 70-30. I get that. But just give me that 30%. Let me in the club. Just whatever you need on my side. It's all good.
Some great feedback. I'm glad I brought this up in an effort to be like random because people love this topic. Question from the audience. This is Latina Mufune.
Latino Mufune, who famously said that Dragon Ball Super was better than Dragon Ball Z.
But this time,
which is not,
what
that's not
do those signs on Andrea's wall say?
Well, you can read them. We have Belum Parentibus. That's one of them. That's
Bad
the one
parents. Parents are bad.
Not quite. You got Venenum Malum Familia Est. You could look those up with translator apps. I don't know how all the translator apps are, but you can look them up.
Why don't you just tell us what?
Well, because I fucking go in depth on them every week on Welcome to Fuckville. I do a whole hour on this fucking shit.
There
every
was
goddamn
somebody,
week. You know,
I
Jesus
caught-
fucking Christ. You know, I'm
I
trying to be nice about it, but
Yeah, I caught some comment today that said during Welcome to Fuckville.
I got a lot of negative comments. I was really happy.
One
with
comment said, "This is over the top," and I was like,
the first thing
you
I
missed
thought of
the
is,
name
like,
of the, but like you missed the name. If it's called Welcome to Fuckville, it's not gonna not be over the top. Like I wouldn't go into that show thinking, "No, this will be mild." I bet this host is totally calm. Yeah, I mean, for the record, you are calm.
Well,
I also
saw like a couple people were like, "This is just nonsense."
I saw
And,
this today. Look at
pretty
this
good.
shit. Jeff Waldorf in the chat. I
That's
am totally
true.
the devil.
I saw this too.
Satan is based AF.
This is
And I was
a
like,
David
screen
Cuddy
grab.
situation. I'm the devil.
I don't know what that was in relation to, but I followed up with him. I was like, everything okay?
It was. I know what it was in relation to, but I will
Is
purposefully
Satan
lie
really your
about it
buddy?
because it's more entertaining. I think he's finally coming clean. That lefties are Satanists, and it's nothing to be afraid of. He's the logical one himself, and if the logical one is doing it, then well, you know, it must be the way to go.
How do you handle feedback?
I take it, I internalize it, and then I throw it in the garbage.
How do you handle negative feedback?
Depends on the negative feedback. Personally, I like negative feedback. It depends.
Okay.
Because if I like with my art to get people to react emotionally. I like them to feel emotional. I feel like emotion is the gateway to expansion of the mind. And so I like negative feedback. If someone rages out over something I've done or created, I think you know, I think that that's a good thing personally.
This
And,
was from earlier, Carly. Carly, when Jeff was saying that earlier. Andrew, how do you handle positive feedback?
Well, to be honest, I despise positive feedback because normally it's like, this show's awesome, and it's like I can't really act on that. That's not really.
And you're like, no, it's not.
And it's not really awesome. I could always do better. You know, I like constructive, detailed, well thought out explanations, positive or negative, either way. That's my preferred method of feedback.
What about middle of the road feedback? Like, do you ever get comments on your videos or clips we make of your show?
Well,
where people go,
on the subject of my show earlier, you know, I didn't have great parents when I was young. However, my parents told me to get out of the middle of the road or else I'm going to get run over.
That's
So
good
that's what I'm gonna
advice.
pass that on
Hey,
to the next generation. If you're
a
standing in the middle of the
broken
road
clock.
giving feedback, hey
Broken
everybody,
clocks,
I
you
got
guys.
I got some feedback. I'm in the middle of the road. Pull over. I got feedback. I'm gonna say you're probably gonna end up getting crushed over. You know, it's not gonna look so good. So get out of the road. And maybe we can have an adult conversation.
Whoa. Let's be clear about something. Let's be clear. It's a collective. This is not Andrea's channel.
It might as well be.
You can
let's be
scroll through the description of this podcast and find Andrea's channel. This is a collective. This is all of our channel.
Every Wednesday at 3 p.m. Welcome to Fuckville. It's all
That
my
is-
channel. Every Wednesday, 3 p.m.
For 1 hour.
Sometimes on 10 p.m. I have to share the channel with which that one. Sometimes we got a mustache guy up here, but we kicked him out.
But Selena Mary, thank you for the comment. Really do appreciate it. And the bags, they are packed. Okay.
So
well,
if you in this broadcast right now, you can just like you can rewind the show to like an hour into the show. And that's my show. That's my primary show.
it's my channel too.
Yeah. Well, you know, it's a
She
collective.
said it was your
So-
channel, but it's mine too. And what
I mean,
about
Letterhack,
Ben?
honestly, Letterhack's on this channel just as much, if not more, than I am. So it's you know.
Yeah. Presence wise, especially like a specter.
Yeah, he's always
Just
watching
bringing it
over.
full circle. Yeah, like a
He's
ghost. I'm
he's
just
always up in the, you know, the fucking guy who's like 3 stories up behind the glass, and he's like this with his hands behind his back, you know, and then he turns around, yeah, you know, and then he's like, and then all of a sudden the lights go off, you know, that kind of thing.
I get on the mic and I go, Nick, don't do that.
I'm afraid we're gonna have to let you go.
This sounds like the opposite of me in every way. When I was in a position where I could have done that, I merged, like there was a desk for the production manager that oversaw the floor. And I was like, this desk, I had like a meeting on day one. I was like, this desk can be used by everybody now. Okay. If you need a desk, come use this desk. It's not my desk. This is our desk. And they're like, where are you going to be? And I was like, on the floor, moving around. I'm going to be with you guys. We're going to be doing work together. We're going to be side by side. That's how I ran a production facility. It was great. It went great. As soon as I left, somebody became the manager, took the desk back like a fucking big shot. Can't stand it.
Check this out. Eh?
Well, okay.
Pretty
Is
good,
there
huh?
anything you could tell us that we didn't know?
Pretty
And
good.
by the
huh?
way, I'm pretty sure I saw Andrea typing that on her burner account just now.
You wish. You
She
wish.
thought no one's looking. No, there's no way. I mean, I haven't worn a hat or not worn a hat in a while, but like, I don't wear hats.
This guy is one of those wears a hat indoors type of fellas. Now, I'll be honest, I went through that phase myself for a couple months, but I grew out of it. This guy, he's still there. And he's got like a collection of hats. I was talking to Matt like a couple hours ago. He had a totally different hat on. It was kind of disturbing. He's got a large let's cache, if you will, of head gear. Head-based apparel. As you can see, here are just a small sample of the wares. I don't know what that says.
Pendleton,
Whatever.
Portland, Oregon, famous flannel shirt company.
And then you got the beer, and then you got Max Left, and then what is that?
Feral, which is an outdoor company.
Outdoor company. Okay, well, all of those things, I'm sure. If you look them up, they're all great brands. I'm sure that they're not at all problematic. And I'm sure that Letterhack has thought very long and hard about all the logos and brands that he shows on his stream.
I have another, and this is Fritz Family Brewery in Niwot, Colorado. I have another, I ordered 2 new hats that are on the way. And one is from an outdoor company that's 95% sustainable materials. So that's,
and the other 5% is in that hat. Is that correct?
No, it's probably like water.
Okay. All right.
Or humans.
Humans.
Are humans technically sustainable? I don't feel sustainable.
Not for long.
Do you?
Not for long.
Do you feel sustainable?
Well, I believe humans can live forever. I believe the first human being.
So you do believe in ghosts?
1,000 years is already born, and it's just a matter of just.
So you do believe in ghosts?
Right, magical drug that cures our DNA and our mitochondria. That's what I believe.
In our mitochondria?
Mitochondria.
What is that?
Mitochondria is another organism that paired with our.
Not interested. I don't care.
Okay. It's like a bacteria that co-evolved with us. It's like
I feel like the human body are we 80% or is it 98.2% bacteria? Something like that. And maybe that's the planet.
There's a lot
maybe
of
the
bacteria in our
planet
body.
is, yeah. And there's that one fungus that's like alive. It's like a zombie.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. I think, yeah. Have you seen Trailer Park Boys yet? Remember we told you to watch that? Did you bother to?
I do remember you told me to watch it. I unfortunately for you, I did not bother to check it out. I gotta buy it on like Blu-ray or get a box set. You know, it's like $60, and I don't.
It's on Netflix.
It's on Netflix. What do you think I pay for Netflix? You think I'm that
I
kind
don't
of
think
person?
you pay for it, but you probably have it.
You think I have Netflix without paying for it? How am I
I
gonna?
don't
How
think
am I gonna?
you. I don't think you pay for it, but you probably have it.
You know. Anyway, I'll check it out at some point. When I'm in the DVD Blu-ray world. You know.
I wouldn't do that because there's like 11. No, there's like 13 seasons and like 5 movies. But
There's movies. Okay.
yeah, I mean they. This is the thing with Trailer Park Boys movies. Every single one of them. There's one that starts out totally bonkers. I could just give you the premise and in the dark
Don't spoil it,
about
please.
the
Yeah,
whole thing,
don't
and you would
spoil
be
it.
like, "What?" But like,
I'd really prefer if you didn't spoil it.
for the most part, these movies start out like, yeah, okay, this is like a movie, it's a story, it's funny or whatever. I know these characters from the show, and then at some point, it's halfway through or slightly more than halfway through, you're like, wait, did somebody put something in my drink or are these guys tripping? And it gets like totally abstract, very
You don't see it
surreal,
coming, it just hits you.
and it's out of nowhere, and you're like I was watching a movie with my wife, and I was like, oh yeah, here comes that funny part. And I was like, oh yeah, this is the part in this movie where it gets bonkers all of a sudden. I had to go back and I was like, watch the shift. And you can literally see where everything's normal, cut, new scene, what is going on? And it gets just some of it is dated, and these characters are supposed to be inappropriate and not
Oh, they're
politically
inappropriate.
correct.
Wow.
It's like a mockumentary. It's like supposed to be a documentary, but like they're meant to be. It's like, you know how people are like, don't watch It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. It's so uncouth, and it's like
I've never
that's
sing it.
what they're.
I don't know.
I thought that's what.
Is that
I
the
mean, I
one with
haven't watched it in
DeVito
a
in it?
while, but yeah, DeVito's in it, and I like saying DeVito like I'm like we're pals. Yeah, DeVito, he's still doing that.
Yeah, he's
But
in it. Yeah, he's in
yeah,
it.
I was talking to DeVito. He said he's still doing that shit. But
No, you
but
gotta. It's
sometimes
like, yeah, I was talking to DeVito, and you know, he's
yeah, it's not like people were like, you like Seinfeld, so what are you like really into overcomplicating your life? No, that's why that shit is funny. But like that's
I love
why I don't
Seinfeld.
know.
The
But
show.
like, you know,
No,
eye of the beholder, I guess. So
the show,
anyway,
not the person. The person, not so good.
but
the
so
show.
you do believe in ghosts then?
Yes.
Because I thought you were on the fence about that. Like there was like a gray area, but so you do.
Gray area, you know, ghosts, gray.
Do you know that one time I used to be a school bus driver? Oh, wait. Do you know what a gray man is? Have you ever heard of this? There's like lords of order and chaos, and then there's the gray man. Have you heard of this?
Tell me. Yeah.
It's a lot like a fungus that just is like, it's everywhere. It like spreads real quick, but like we don't need it. But like you can't just have one or the other. So you have like black and white, right? Like not one is black and one is white, but in a black and white world of sharp contrast, there's order and chaos. And so in the middle, there must be gray. And so whoever comes up with this shit, fashioned this person to be like a gray man. So it's just a man with gray hair who just kind of walks around like, I'm the gray man. I'm here to be in the middle and everything's going to be bleh. You know what I'm talking about? But anyway, so if you believe in ghosts, do you think they know you? Like ghosts recognize you? Like, because I have rabbits that live in my yard, and I'm sure they're like, oh, hey, what's up, guy that we see every day and only see you? We know you. You know what I mean? They say like spiders or no, it was fucking cockroaches recognize people. Have you heard this? Cockroaches not only like see you, but they recognize you, which means they see you more than you see them. Do you think it's like that with ghosts?
That was good. I think if there's any ghosts in my area that they've migrated specifically here to see me. So yeah, I do think they recognize me. I don't think I walked in on some ghosts and they're like, who the fuck is this bitch? No. Those ghosts have traveled across time and space just to be here in this moment. Hey, how's it going? And I think that not only do they recognize me, but they're here specifically just to see what I'm up to when the camera's off.
Who? Oh, ghosts? Yeah.
Yeah, the ghosts. Yeah.
Wild.
I wouldn't even put it past myself. Once the
So what?
demons take my my offer to make a deal into the quantum realm, and then I might be a ghost.
Oh, you're
watching
being
myself.
serious about that? Wow.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, I wouldn't. Once you're in there, you can go back in time and watch yourself. So then I can finally see what I've been up to.
Why is he so
You know?
sure? Why is he so sure of this?
Looney Tunes
He's like,
loves to.
again.
Oh no, the streamers are having fun. Now I got to come in here and make sure that that doesn't happen again.
I don't know. I mean, what do you think they call each other, Pinkerbell? So there's a deer that looks at me every day. I go out into I either go to the car, or I'm taking trash out, or I'm going to the garage or something, or I'm taking the dog out, and I look over, and there she is standing there staring at me every day. Same one, solo. There might be other ones like right in the tree line, but like there she is staring at me. And today, guess what I did today? Today I was like, what? And she just stood there staring at me. And I was like, are you good? And they call it browsing. It looks like grazing, but they're browsing. That's what they call it. She starts like eating the grass. And I was like, okay, well, have a good one. And she like wagged her tail. And I was like, oh, fuck. Now either a fly was buzzing around her ass, or
You just
she
made a
was
friend.
like,
yeah.
You
just made yourself a friend for the rest of their lives. That motherfucker was like, I've been waiting for you to talk to me for the last few months. It's about goddamn time.
Do you think it could be somebody reincarnated into an animal? Is that a thing? I'm not trying to be like rude about people's faith, but do you think that's possible?
Well, I love being rude
Where are you
about
at on
people's
that?
faith.
Yeah, but where are you at on specifically people ending up as animals?
I think that if reincarnation exists, that it makes sense that we'd end up, going all across the chain.
This guy
you want to
has
experience?
no idea what kryptonite is for.
Well, he doesn't know anything about Dragon Ball either. But you wanna experience all realms of Earthlings. So think about all the people that love eating animals and how disgusting and raping animals, and then taking the animals' children, and then raping the animals' children, and then eating the material that the rape produces.
Anybody
think of all
just
that,
stopping by,
when
this
you're
isn't
on
what
the
the
other end of
whole
that, you're
show's
not going to
about.
be you're not going to be so happy being on the other end of that.
So you think this deer has been like all these other times? Because I typically see the deer and I'm like, I don't want to freak the deer out. I'm just gonna go inside, just gonna mind my business. And you think that maybe they thought like, he doesn't like me.
Yeah, I think so.
And like today they were like, oh, okay, I read that situation wrong. The guy that lives in that house does think I'm nifty. I'll just go back to eating grass now, and then we're good. I'll wave with my tail.
And when was this? When was the last? When was this today? Did this happen yesterday?
Yeah, this is like 3:00 today.
3:00. Yeah, like they're probably they went home and they're starting to party. Like it's a huge load off. They were really worried for a while.
I wonder if like. Let's think about this now. Remember I said I had a bat situation?
Yeah.
Yeah, rough. There's a period of time where the wildlife extractors aren't allowed to remove the bats. And that's not technically what they do. They don't remove them. They give them a chance to leave but not come back. So they'll go live in the woods, right? And so, which, that's where all the other bats are living. So anyway, there's a period of time in South Carolina where you're not allowed to remove them because it's mating season and they have what they call pups. So that period is up and they will come to move them. I found more than one like deceased on my back deck. What? How? I kind of looked into it, and there is like a fungus that they can get and spread that will eventually consume them, but like a fungal infection. But like, I didn't see this. It's called like white mouth or something, or white nose. I didn't see any sign of that, but like, I was like, 2 of them. Were these guys fighting out here? And like, what happened? Isn't that weird? Because I've been like living with them in the soffits under the gutters for months, like going on 3 months now.
This is going to be a new like sitcomic.
Well, hopefully
It's going to be called Hack in the Bats. N apostrophe Hack
Bat
in
Hack.
the Bats.
All new.
And it's like the cover is like you on the sofa, you know, trying to watch TV and you're eating popcorn and all the bats are hanging out. Yeah. And like, you know, one of the bats is stealing the remote and, you know, the other bats are fighting over the TV guide.
I gotta tell you, all they do is shit. That's like their function, right? They're just shitting everywhere all the time. And
then
so
you breathe it in, and that explains why Letterhack is seeing ghosts on the stairs.
Think about
he goes
Batman
up there,
and the
and then
Batcave.
he's fucking breathing in this fucking guano fumes, and then he's like,
Technically
"Whoa,
never
there's
saw
ghosts.
a ghost, just kind of
There's
felt
ghosts.
presence.
Wow,
Felt their
dude."
presence.
You
But
know,
what about
why are you
like
seeing ghosts called
Batman's
brain damage?
Batcave? Like everyone's like, oh, it's cool. Look at all those bats. Do you know how much bat shit would be in there? It's called guano technically. Do you know how much guano? He would be up to his bat ears in guano. I'm not kidding.
Fumes, you know, the fumes when that shit dries off, the moisture.
And I've read a lot of comics, and that has not been addressed. Like, what is he? He's a billionaire. I'm assuming he has some affordable, like, or the means he can afford it. But like, also he's an inventor. What has he done to? And how is he not like offering this to the? You know, it's like a vaccine. Like you want to give this to people, right? Like, hey, I got a thing that cleans up huge amounts of bat guano all in like it's super like efficient, and here it is. Because if it wasn't efficient, he'd be fucked by now. There's no, because when that stuff, when guano turns into like, when it dries out, it takes a while, but when it does, it goes into the air and it can cause a disease that may cause paralysis in humans. So, you know, Batman's like, oh, I just cracked the case and I'm going to put my cape and cowl back on, jump in the Batmobile and right?
Any minute now, that'll be a plot point. Could you imagine waking up, you got fucking guano paralysis and you can't fucking move?
And everyone's like, the fuck happened? We have no idea what happened. And somebody's like, do you think it was the bats? No, we're not worried about the bats. What do you think happened? And they're like, I don't know. There's a lot of bat shit in here. Shut up. That's not a thing. It looks cool when they fly around. Look, because he's Batman, Batcave, bats. It's cool. Shut up. And he's like, I don't know. I read somewhere you can cause paralysis. And they're like, dude, it's not that. It's probably the Joker or the Penguin. Give me a break. Come on, be real.
All these motherfuckers, you know. That's the thing about comic books is they're never realistic. I want a comic book that's just like
that.
a realistic, you know, like a superhero that's like Batman is like a normal human allegedly, right? So like let's make it realistic. You know, like he punches someone and he's like, ow, I hurt my hand, you know?
That happens.
And then he gets home, he has to put ice on it. Turns out he broke his knuckles and he's out of commission for like
Batman is bruised and scarred and he's fucked up all the time.
I've never read the comics. I'm not.
Oh yeah. He lost a hand recently.
Oh, recently he lost a hand.
Yeah.
Wow.
And you're like, wonder why they didn't have it sooner.
Ah, that is pretty impressive.
Seems like he probably got it back, but it seems like that would have happened already. Yeah, I mean, there's a famous drawing of him taking, it's like a painting, where he's, you know, because like at the end of the day, he's got to undress, shower, get ready for bed, hop in the sack. So like he's taking his shirt off and his back is just fucked. It's just scars. And he does that for us.
Yeah, I mean, how old is he? He's like 30 something.
He's defending
when he's 50,
and consumers alike.
He's not going to be able to pull that off for that much longer.
Oh yeah, shit. Sorry, hold on. Well, it was more about guano than Batman, but anyway. Bongo Dave in the house. You know what? I can relate to that comment.
Just generally, yeah, it's no good to be around. I agree.
Yeah, sometimes they're like, "You gonna be around?" I go, "No good."
Not even if you
They're like,
pay me,
everyone's going to be
never
there
be
this
around.
weekend. Are you going to be around? And I'm like,
Not a chance.
don't even
Have a
ask.
good one.
You don't want to know.
I'm gonna block your number as soon as the call's over.
Is somebody talking to me? Do one of those. Did you hear? Is a wind blowing? Is a duck flying over? Did you guys hear that?
We're breaking up. Can't hear you.
The connection just got really bad.
It's the hurricane. Oh no, there goes my roof. I'm gonna die.
If you can hear me, I'm
Goodbye.
really sorry. I just saw that on a movie. What movie was that? Oh my god, it was so funny. Because it was a Zoom. Oh, this is gonna drive me nuts. It was a Zoom call. And it would be like this, right? But I start going, hey, wait a second, are you there? But you're totally there. I can see you, but I'm just acting like I can't. You're going, I'm here. Can you see me? And I'm like, what happened? And then I call somebody in and they're like, let me see. And they go, no, I don't know what happened. And they were just totally playing it off. Oh, it was the new Wes Anderson.
I haven't seen it.
I think that was it. I don't know.
I gotta check it out.
Haunting. Really sticks with you.
All right.
Yeah, I don't know. It seems like shit would be getting knocked over. Good question. How many days does this space stay live? Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Starting next week,
So we
every
got
day
Tuesday.
at 1 p.m. Eastern.
We got Wednesday and we got Thursday. And you are currently
1
watching
p.m. to like 1
Wednesday
a.m.
on this space.
1 p.m. to like midnight or...
Are we starting at 1 or 2 tomorrow? Is that what's the...
I don't know.
Is that something we're allowed to say? We might
yeah, we
not
can,
separate?
because I don't think there's anything wrong with people knowing that we don't, and I'm being totally serious. I think this is the first time I've been serious at all since we started 43 minutes ago.
Oh, so you don't have... We've been live for 43 minutes. Oh,
yeah, but like, I've just been trying to be as batshit crazy as possible this whole time. But I think that it's okay for people to know that we don't operate in a vice grip here. It's not like we go, dude, your show is 1 to 2. Sign here. You're going to be reprimanded if you don't show up. If you guys miss 3 shows, that's 3 strikes. We don't do that. If you can't be here, it's fine.
But if you miss
figure it
4
out.
shows, you're banned for life?
No, if something comes up, great. You want to change your format? Good. You want to change the name of your show? Fine. Want to start bringing on guests? Okay. It's all good. Like, we are not
And this is all an elaborate precursor to say that our inaugural show on Thursday will be presumably skipped, right?
If somebody has a previous obligation or a life event or something's going on at work or whatever, fine. You don't have to be here. So I don't know. We may have something in place of our usual 1 p.m. show tomorrow, or we'll start at 2. But
we'll see.
That's sort of the nature of a collective is, look, to me, it stops being a collective when you start making demands of people. It just becomes like a fucking job at that point. So,
although I would make a demand that we shut this shit down and retool it at some point. That's my only demand. One of one.
Please keep this part quiet.
This is the superior intro. You know, although there are 2 people that are not here. Those are some nice tomatoes. This is Letterhack drowning and all the bad guano. This is how Jake got COVID. And oh no, Matt is drowning in the guano. And that's from Mitch. Oh, that's my old background. I'm not there anymore. Those are some nice tomatoes. Those are some really well drawn tomatoes. I think I did a great job with those tomatoes. This is once again Matt is dying. I got to zoom in and out for a pet there. You know, he used to wear an eye patch because he knocked his eye out with like a controller. Oh, there goes Matt. really good intro. Yeah. We used to have 4 people. We don't anymore. And there's Matt somehow. He's paralyzed. Force is there. Gotta adjust that real quick. Put that in place. And we got, he's got
Hey, welcome to Left Past 10. I'm
Welcome
the
to
Letterhack,
Left
and
Past
this
10.
is my co-host Andrea.
This
Andrea,
is
say
we're
hello.
past 10, everybody. It's 10
How's it
46.
going?
And
Good
we're back.
to see ya.
And
I'll never
we're
forget
back.
when
And,
we
Left Past-
posted when we first posted the name of that show. I think it was on a YouTube comment. Jeff Wiggins from We Gonna Be All Right said that name makes no sense, and I said he gets it. Anyway, as part of our retool, we would like to now,
and we're relaunching it. This is does this count as 2 episodes now? This is episode 2 of this evening.
yeah, we shut it down, we relaunched it, we've gone to the dark side.
You guys see that? Holy fuck.
And I don't know, man. I know we were talking about Ghost earlier, but I kind of feel like we're not alone. What the fuck?
I kind of feel like someone's watching.
It's weird.
Strange. I don't
Why
know.
did the background turn red?
It's probably because of the ghosts. It's probably some sort of astral ghost.
Oh, shit. It just went back to blue.
Oh, that's weird.
I swear I'm not doing that.
That's very... I didn't see that coming.
See?
Oh.
That.
Oh, shit. How do we... Wow. You're... It's weird because it changes every time your hands go down, but I know it's just...
They're not going down.
Because you're not... You know, like you're not actually doing it, but I know
look.
Look, yeah. Whoa. Oh, yeah. This is crazy. So
speaking of crazy,
speaking of insane, and not we have fill in because Jake got kicked off the show, so we have Devil's Advocate Productions.
What did he do?
A headband. What kind of headband is that? Is that
we told him, we said, Jake, you need a break. Because it rhymed. We thought that was cool. We said, Jake, you need to take a break, Jake. And he was like, what am I, Dr. Seuss? And I was like, no, but yeah. So anyway, what's going on, man? Good to see you. How are you?
Man. I've been doing a little low-key Yaphet Kotto cosplay because I just watched Alien Earth last night.
Oh, okay. What do you think? I haven't seen it. I don't have.
I got a.
Is that a new Alien movie?
It's a new show on FX.
Noah Hawley
and Hulu.
Noah
Hawley.
He's the guy what did he do? Fargo.
Okay.
And Legion. He's amazing.
Oh, word.
Yeah,
I've heard good things about that show.
Oh, it was like an X-Men.
Yeah, I know.
Nobody got it, but
I didn't watch it.
So, Andrea, you would love it. It was trippy.
Okay.
Yeah,
but so you liked it?
Trippy. I have a review on my channel. I encourage everyone to watch that. It is no spoilers, and I'm very careful about spoilers. But it
when the alien killed that fucking bitch on the poster, I was like, no way.
What?
That's a given, not a giveaway. I just watched Alien Romulus, and when I saw the trailer for that, I was like, originally when they showed the trailer for the first time, I was like, that looks terrible.
Yeah.
I was like, oh my God, why are they doing this? And then my wife and I were like, let's just fucking watch it, right? Like, it's affordable, we can rent it. Let's just watch it. And 10 minutes in, I was like, this is amazing.
Yeah.
I was like, this is amazing. And by the end, I was like, this is one of the best alien movies I've seen. That trailer, they fucked it up. That was like some studio executive trying to like get his hands
Here's
in
the
there.
thing.
They
First of all, if you
totally
watch
fucked
trailers, in my opinion, you have a low IQ. Just say, if you're, you know if you want to watch it or not, you're spoiling yourself. You're fucking it up.
You are.
But if a trailer is underselling it, and then you go in there with low expectations, but then it ends up being great, then the trailer's done its job. It got you into the movie theaters, and it didn't fuck your expectations up.
I
So
think
say
a
that's
trailer should always
I've never
just be
seen
a kind of a mood setter. Like it gives you some scene, like the Superman trailers were good at this. The Suicide Squad trailers were good at this. James Gunn's Suicide Squad.
Look, they will make any fucking movie they want and just shove it in your face. I gotta see the trailer at this point. I gotta. It's like
It can
I'm not
trick you,
going
though.
into movies cold unless I have like a devotion to the
'Cause
creators.
The
of it.
first
I go
Suicide
into a
Squad
movie
trailer
cold as
was
much
very
as I can.
deceptive.
I'll like turn on a fucking like list, you know, like or grab Blu-rays out of a box. I'll close my eyes and I'll go like boop, you know, pick it out. Like I
but
want to
the-
get no pre-information.
The trailer for Romulus made it look like it is Romulus, right? They made it look like
Romulus.
They were like, this is exactly like the first Alien. We just kind of remade it and gave it a new name. And I was like, why the fuck would I watch that? You gave me no
And
reason.
there is a lot of
to tune in.
tie-in to that first movie.
They tie it
But
in.
like it was, I was there. They were connecting story threads where I was like, they fucked it. And
yeah, that was kind of cool.
There are so many moments, just single shots in that movie. And I was like, that alone should have been the trailer.
Yeah.
That shot, show me that. And everybody would have been like, we are definitely going to see this. Oh my God. But like
in the
even
trailer,
when,
they did.
I hate when
show
trailers
a
show you
shot.
all the best scenes in the movie. That's
Yeah, me
fucking
too.
bogus, man.
I hate
Fuck
that. And
It
you're like,
did
oh,
help
you
the
showed me the
breakdown
whole
of
movie
this,
by now.
but it was like,
Advertisements, fuck spoilers, you know, fuck all this shit, man.
I
I'll watch
agree.
that
I
movie
hate
for 30
spoilers.
years once
I
have
avoid them
dementia.
like the plague.
You know, once I see a spoiler, it's on my dementia list. Right,
I
I write
think
down a list
spoilers
of
are
movies
dead.
to watch when I get dementia, and I'll forget the trailer. By then, you know, I have a
wrote an
dementia
article.
list.
I wrote an article in a movie review zine one time. This is years ago. That I
Oh,
was
you're
like,
writing for a
spoilers are
magazine.
dead.
Look at you, everybody.
Spoilers are dead. I was like, I was like, oh, is it ruined for you? It came out 10 years ago. Oh, is it ruined for you? Really? Like your precious little sensibilities can't have any details. Spoil it? No, I'm just kidding. I did write a whole article about that, but it was supposed to be sort of
Yeah, and then the
tongue-in-cheek,
magazine
but-
industry has collapsed. So, you know, congratulations.
I mean, I look, and Alex, you're just gonna have to bear
Actually,
with
I
us
think they're
'cause
called
we're,
clips. If I'm not
we're
wrong.
intentionally making this a very difficult show to be a host on. So, just,
Oh yeah,
you know,
this is not
roll with
this is
it or-
not one of
No.
those other shitfuck shows. This is Left Past
But
10.
yeah, I mean,
You
we're
get-
not
you get
trying to
thrown through the
like.
ringer over here.
Yeah, we'll talk
Well,
over each other.
he
but,
was
like,
on your
it will,
what was that? Like
'cause
on week
I don't
one
know.
or two. he
It
was
might
on
have been a
your-
while ago,
Yeah.
but you can talk
Yeah.
over each other. It's fine. So the
Yeah,
thing
I talk
is,
over
like,
Matt all the time. As soon as he starts talking,
I
like,
was
as soon as he
talking
goes,
about
"So,"
it in
that's when I
terms
start
of
talking. As soon as that
there's a whole sub industry of don't spoil it for me, and like, when are you going to get around to fucking seeing it? Because the rest of
Yeah.
us really want to talk about the
Yeah,
thing that we just
I agree.
saw.
I agree. I think, you know,
Got to be
no
a
spoilers
a
on
limit.
the day. You know, if it's a big movie like a Star Wars movie,
Posey.
Avengers Endgame, like not, you know, the weekend.
Ask
Try the
Posey.
weekend, but
Bo.
sometimes people memes get out there like, you know, that day. So when it's a big movie, I try to stay off social media as much as possible. And I until I see it. This I didn't really care that much. Alien Earth is heavily about like the company, Weyland Yutani and the other. They say there's 4 companies that rule the world and the solar system, and they treat them as nation states, and they treat the CEOs like religious figures almost. Because the one that we're following, Prodigy, the CEO is like they call him the boy genius. He's a wunderkind. He's like
No such thing.
a Zuckerberg, Elon Musk.
Does he
allegory.
die?
Not yet, but he's
Who represents me? Who represents the little guy in this? Oh, those are the
well,
aliens.
I'll tell you, no, well, kind of in a way.
Can't kill me, and I will eat everyone.
There is a scene where a a party full of rich people get fucked up by an alien.
Okay, look, we're getting into
excuse me.
spoiler territory. There's a
That's the only one I'll
spoiler
give.
tundra.
That's the only one I'll give.
going here.
Spoiler.
So
Holy
what
fucking
is
moly. My
what
consent
is a
is violated
reasonable?
live on stream?
Because I was one time sitting with a group of like 6 people at work, right, in the break room, and 6 of us, and we were talking about Lost, which had been concluded and off
Don't
the
spoil
air
it,
for
but I
like
haven't seen
5
Lost.
years.
Don't spoil
It had
it.
been off the air for 5 years.
Do not
And
spoil it.
we were talking about something from like the premiere episode or like episode 2, something very early on. And this guy went, nope, got up and walked away covering his ears. And
Yeah,
I
good for him. He's a
burst
hero.
out.
He is a
laughing.
hero. You're
I
trying to
was like,
fuck him up.
that-
He has self-determination. He has
I was like,
self-fucking
if
determination. He's an
you are-
individual.
If
He's a
you are
free thinker.
aligned with the majority of audiences, by the time you get to the end of Lost, you'll be like, fuck this show. Do you know what I'm saying? So like,
I've never seen it, so I think
I
that's a
think
little
like if we ruin something for you at the beginning, you're gonna be fine, because like by the end you'll be like, well, no, the show ruined everything for me. You know what I mean? So anyway, but as far as spoilers, I don't think I can be spoiled. I've never been like, why did you tell me that? You know what I mean? I've never been like that. Somebody ruined
like
the
that
Sixth
all the
Sense
time.
for me, or tried to, and I was like, oh, okay.
I mean,
and then
more
I
things like
watched.
The Sixth Sense.
Is that the
like-
movie
that
where Bruce
gets-
Willis dies?
Yeah, so
that
I
gets spoiled
watched
by
the
the
Sixth
culture
Sense
immediately.
and forgot the. I suspend my disbelief. I just sit down and blank. I'm
Mm-hmm.
like, you tell me. I forget that I was spoiled. It's wild.
That's
I'm sorry
called,
if we've ruined the
dementia,
Sixth
early
Sense for
onset.
anyone. It's only 26 years old or whatever the fuck.
I was.
You ever
spoiled
notice that the
once
movie's called
on,
The Sixth Sense, but we have like 38 different senses? Like, who came up with this 5 senses bullshit?
Andrea.
Because the conventional is there's 5.
Andrea, Alex is trying to talk. Don't talk.
Oh, I'm
over
sorry.
her.
but I,
Don't
as
talk.
far as I
it's
know,
okay.
we both
No,
started
Alex,
talking at the same
Alex,
time.
go ahead with
I
your
was
point.
just-
Go ahead with your point. Alex.
Go ahead.
Please.
Go
Go ahead with
The
your point.
floor is yours.
Say what you were
Batman
going to
Arkham
say.
How can I make you the
Don't
full
hold
screen?
back.
I'm
Say
gonna-
what you were
I'm
going to
gonna
say.
wait. How do I do this?
Let it
How do I
out.
produce?
You can't even. I mean, this is
All right,
great
it's
production. I
acknowledge
do
the
feel
show.
like I'm
All right.
going to get sick and throw
It's all
up.
you. So
Alex,
don't,
by
don't
all
get me in there.
means,
Don't get me in there. It's all him.
take the mic. What were you going
Well,
to say?
I
Don't
was
hold
I was
back. Don't
spoiled
let
once
us ruin it for you.
on,
So
on
Just,
Batman Arkham
it's
City.
now your time.
he
And,
said he drank spoiled milk once.
I
don't
was
know if we
really
should let him
excited.
go
I
on
love
this
Batman
story.
Arkham Asylum. That game, it was amazing.
Well, don't
Groundbreaking,
spoil it.
and,
I'm only
I'm
halfway.
waiting for Alex to be like, let me
Arkham
fucking
City
finish.
was coming out, and I was super excited. My buddy, who I was hanging out with a lot at the time, he knew I was excited about this, and I didn't have enough money to get it right away. So
Damn,
he got his early, and he was able to beat it and spoiled the ending for me.
Oh,
And I was so
That's
pissed
dirty
that I didn't talk to him again
Son of
until
a-
after I beat the game myself.
Oh.
And even
And then
a
what did you
couple
say? What
weeks
did you say
and
to him
months
then?
after that. Well, we reconciled, and I was like, "Yeah, man, I was really pissed
How
about
do
that.
you-
Please don't do that again." Anyways, let's continue to hang out.
You told him you were
violation
pissed,
of
and
consent. Yeah.
he never said
Rape.
anything
It's
like,
mental
"Why are you
rape is
pissed?"
what it is.
He never said
Rape
anything
of
like,
the mind.
"Dude, chill. You need to."
No,
why
he
are you
did.
so pissed?
He did
Oh, he
initially,
did
but
say
I
that.
was like, "Dude, no." That
You were
I
like, "I'm
fucking
not backing
told you
down."
I was excited. I told you not to spoil it when you got it early,
Yeah.
and you did anyway because you thought it was
Did
fucking
he?
funny.
Did he say anything like, "What are you trying to intimidate me?" Anything like that? He's like, "It's a video game, bro. Chill." Did he say
He
anything
was.
like
He was
that?
very like, "Come on, who cares? Like, come on, it was a joke."
Were
And I'm
you
like, "I'm serious."
across the street saying this conversation in the
He
same
did
room?
live across the street.
Was it phone or were you like, "I finished it, asshole"? He's like, "What'd you think?" It's like, "You ruined it." They're like that, or
No, it was in person. The next time we hung out, I was like, "Yeah, man, you really did ruin that fucking thing, and don't ever do that again with any movie or game or anything I tell you that I'm excited about." Like it was literally the end big twist, like the biggest thing in the game.
I'd be pissed.
I'd
take that disc and shove it down that fucker's
yeah,
throat.
that is different too, I guess, because I'm just thinking about it because I don't play video games, but the reason I don't play them is because it's like a lot of work. So like you really do have to like achieve the story, I guess, right?
And I was, and
It's
the
not
whole
like a
time I'm
bitch ass
playing-
movie. You sit there
Oh
on your
shit.
ass.
T-Bone
get to
Oh
the end.
shit.
Hey,
in the house. What's up, T-Bone? Good to see you,
Holy
T-Bone.
Fuck. For like a
T-Bone.
movie,
Go.
like loves movies or comics where you just
Alex,
sit there.
you know T-Bone?
Flip. You don't
I
actually
know
do anything.
T-Bone
Video
only from
games. You
watching
have to actually
Past
learn.
Time.
You have to use your
That's what
brain.
I'm talking about. T-Bone. He's a regular. That guy's like the fourth pillar these days.
Speaking of pillars, I'll be right back.
Okay. So, Alex, when it comes to living in the city, right?
Mm-hmm.
A city. It's not like the city, but when it comes to living in a city, are
New
you
York.
I agree.
It's the city.
Are you ever, and we may have even talked about this, but I can't remember what conversations I have with people on StreamYard off air and on air.
Yeah.
So it's a city. There's a lot of people. They're always going. It's always going. Like, you get on like a quiet street and that's probably like a rare thing, right? But like,
they're more frequent than you'd think.
you know how it freaks people out though when they come from like a quiet neighborhood and they visit the city and they're like, oh my god, it's like I have to be
I've
on my
met
guard
several people
nonstop.
over the last couple of years who have said weird things to me, like, "Oh, I love the city, but I would never want to like raise a family here, or raise kids here."
But what
I'm
is it like to just let it go that there's always going to be people everywhere all the time? Like,
It's comforting. It's soothing that there's people everywhere.
Right.
I don't understand people who live in the suburbs or in the country where there's no one around. There's no one. There's no one to.
I
"Hey,
love that
I need
part.
help."
Look, I get what you're saying. I
feel safe
love New
with
York
more
City.
people
I
around.
fucking love New York City. I love all the people, and it never stops. It really just. Sometimes I just sit in a bar and look out the window, like they keep going. They keep going by. It's
Yeah.
amazing. They all have lives. This is so amazing. But that it's comforting, and you're not scared. You're not like any one of these people could be a bad guy. You're just like, no, we are
but
in it together.
Anyone anywhere can be a bad guy.
And
the bad
likewise,
guys in the country,
if
can
I'm
come to your
alone-
house and there's no one around that can hear you screaming for help.
If I'm alone on a long country road and there's one other person coming, that could be a problem.
Yeah,
that
that's
could
freaky.
be. So
we drove to Maine for a wedding a couple years ago.
Okay.
11 hours. God bless my wife. For
The Maine
11
what?
hours one way. So 22 hours total. And those roads up there, that environment in Maine and just the Northeast and shit. I
Were you on
understand
Main
why
Street?
Stephen King is from there and writes horror.
Well,
about fucked
yeah,
up
but-
weird communities and like living alone in the woods and misery. No one can fucking hear you screaming for help. If
The
you're
South
in New York
is
City,
pretty-
people can fucking hear you. If they're gonna stop is another thing, but like at least they can hear you. Somebody might stop.
there are aspects of the South that I'm like, wow, it's really lazy. It's not laid back. It's just people are like, I'm not into it.
Yeah.
Like I'm only gonna do so much. Like I just mowed my lawn, dude. That was like a lot. It was like 4 hours. You know what I mean? The lawns here are massive. I'm like, why are these lawns so huge? So what I'm getting to though is like if somebody suddenly said this shit has hit the fan, this city is so violent, people are dying in the streets, unleash thousands of National Guard troops and probably Marines and ICE and FBI, DEA, the Postal Service, everyone is out there. They got the male cops even with the DA, the FBI, and immigration
Are we talking
all
about
together. If they unleashed them in New York City,
Hmm.
because we know, I mean, let's just be serious. We know that's not necessary and it's not going to make things better. How quickly does it make it worse?
Well, I will say I have seen there is I guess an immigration office. I don't know exactly what it is. I think it's an immigration office kind of near me. And I have seen fucking dudes in fatigues and masks waiting around on that block for the last couple months. Just today, we're going into Brooklyn and on Canal Street, I saw 4 guys in fatigues and body and vests, like bulletproof vests. And I don't know if they're Army, National Guard, or if they're sent by Trump, or if they're just like whoever they were. I'm thinking about it now. I'm thinking about, like, I never thought in my life I might get snatched off the street by the cops. I know I'm half black, half white, so I do look racially ambiguous, especially depending on how I dress. But I never really worried about cops that much because I've had interactions with cops and not gone to jail or whatever. But now I do worry, because I am racially ambiguous. People often think I'm like Middle Eastern, Puerto Rican, or whatever, and that's who they're going after. So I don't trust any random idiot ICE agent.
That shit.
But I honestly, I could let you talk about this the rest of the night, but like, is there?
Come on now.
It immediately fucks everything up, right? It just does. Like,
Yes.
I watched, they arrested 37 people on night 1 in Washington, D.C. 36 of them were black men. The 37th one was a brown man. But like,
They did arrest the guy who threw the sandwich at the cop.
And guy was wasted.
Yeah.
Do you think he remembers doing that?
He definitely didn't think he was going to get in trouble. He was a white dude with fucking.
He tried to outrun him.
Collared shirt and like cargo shorts. He thought he could fuck with the cops.
He was not fast enough. Like,
no, he was not.
He
was wasted
standing,
trying to run fast.
He was standing like 6 inches away from him, threw that sub sandwich at him, had like followed him across the street. They were letting him alone.
Dude, running.
If that had been a
trying to
black
run
guy,
from
they
the
would have
cops while you're
fucking
drunk
nabbed
is
him right away.
next to impossible.
But like, just think about this. It's like, it seriously is like adding fuel. Like, you got a little campfire. We're all sitting around the campfire and somebody goes, fire's dangerous. Here's more lighter fluid. And you're like, what the fuck did you just do that
It
for?
would make it so it would completely fuck up.
Well, it's a military occupation. The federal government is a terrorist rogue.
Think they're going to do it in New York?
And they're starting in
hope not.
Washington, and they're definitely going to expand. They're going to try to take over the states. It's a civil war, and we're just
going after the
we're
blue
not in the
cities.
shooting part yet.
Think Eric Adams would be like, we welcome this.
Of course, he said it.
Great.
Yeah.
We need
He said
this.
it already.
My cop. I hate how he's always like, my cops.
Yeah,
Like, my police. And it's like, dude.
he's a cop.
Yeah,
for
Trump
the kill,
announced
man.
he's going to Baltimore. He's going to NYC. He's going to some other places.
He said he's going to
Damon Rand
Baltimore?
City. Oh yeah, big time.
When?
Every
I don't know.
every
tomorrow.
black city.
I don't know.
Every
I have no
blue
idea.
city.
I'm going to
just-
Baltimore next week.
I better make it quick.
I'll be fine.
You'll be safe.
I mean, I'm
You'll
not.
be fine.
All you got to do when the cops pull you over, you just wave your little blue and white flag. I love Trump. I love Israel, and they're gonna go like, "God bless you." And then
The way I would not be safe is because I would assert my privilege and be like, "Fuck you." I'm telling you, look, hey, let's just change the situation, but not sort of. Let's say, because I always make this point, Alex, if I was kidnapped and thrown in the back of a van, I would be the most unruly hostage or kidnapped person. They'd be like, we got to get rid of this guy one way or another. I can't take this shit anymore. Like, I'd be trying to rock the van to tip it over. I would be doing all kinds of shit. I would last maybe 3 seconds in a hostage situation. They'd be like, another peep out of you, and we're going to take you out. I'd be like, fuck you. You know what I mean? I'd be
Get your
like
fucking ass
losing it. I would. I wouldn't last.
By the
2
way,
seconds.
folks, here's my alien review in the chat.
No, nice. He's like, you would get your ass beat. Here's my alien review. Thanks. Like, this is like, how would you?
Letterhack posted the review? Thanks a lot, Letterhack.
How would
Oh,
you
my
get
bad.
out of this situation? No, it's okay. How would you get out of the? Would you just be like, it's cool, guys? It's like, yes, sir, no,
How
sir.
to get out of my situation? I've thought about it, and the best I could do is show them my ID and my work ID. Because I work for a news station, so hopefully,
I mean, that might get you in more trouble. You know?
Yeah, right. Maybe.
It's not fair.
What I
But
would do is
still
I would just
depends
go,
on
I
the
love
station,
Trump,
I
I
guess.
love Israel, I love Trump, I love Israel, and I just say that over and over and over again until they let me go.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Yeah, that's actually not a bad idea.
One time somebody called the police This was totally, it was like, I'm not going to go into detail because it was really personal, but it was like this totally unreasonable situation where the cop showed up to talk to me. And I gave him my ID and he goes, let me see your ID. And I was like, that is my ID. I just fucking handed you my driver's license. He goes, yeah. And I was like, you say that a lot?
Wise ass.
Have we
Here's
told
my
Alex
ID.
the story when I made a police officer cry that one time? Have you heard this story?
Didn't know.
It's one of my favorites.
We
I
told
was
this
at
story
a
last
a
week.
protest, and there was this fucking bitch ass cop, and then I was just basically heckling the shit out of her for like 40 minutes or so, and then she started crying, and then I zoomed in on her face as she was crying, and then she left.
That's really funny.
Yeah.
Did you see the guy? I don't know if this was real, but he pulled up to border. He was supposedly at the border checkpoint.
Mhm.
And the border patrol guy was like, how you doing today? Where you heading? He's like, yeah, I'm glad you asked. And he starts like asking him, like, do you know the Lord? And he starts talking to him about the Bible and like how he should be, embrace the faith and Jesus and all this. And the border guy was like, okay, yeah, you can go. And it's like, we got a line here. And it was like, that's the quickest way to get through.
That's a great fucking idea. That's an awesome.
I tried to think of all the other things you could try to bore the shit out of. Have you ever read the Odyssey? That probably wouldn't work. They would cut you off or something. But if they're like, this guy's gonna try and give me religion, like that's
really funny.
That's good. That's good.
I had
I'll
an
get that.
interaction with some cops when I was very young. Must have been after Crash Bandicoot came out, whatever that was, 96.
God, fuck.
It always comes
that
back
was
to
earlier.
Everything.
Yeah, I was a kid, and me and my buddy, me and my buddy wanted to go out. I was staying at his house that night, and we wanted to go out and do graffiti, and we wanted to make our own like tags and whatever. So we had some spray paint, and we went out and we started just tagging shit with our names because we didn't come up with any like cool designs or anything. Hey,
like
Christina,
first
how you
and
doing?
last name.
No, just our first. Just like
You're
our
like,
first
here's
name
my
and like curse
address,
words
dude.
and whatever
I'm
we
gonna
thought of.
write
And then
my
we went back
parents'
to his
names.
house and sat down with pencil and paper and started coming up with designs first, which we
Tags.
should have done first. And then we went back out, and mine was Crash because I love Crash Bandicoot at the time, and still it always comes back to Crash. And we went back out to do more graffiti, and a cop van came by that I remember. Maybe this was my little kid brain, had like a turret at the top, like a gun turret. And two cops came out and they started grilling us like, yeah, we got called about graffiti a little while ago, and here you are doing graffiti. So answer for yourselves. And my friend started crying immediately, and he's blonde hair, blue eyed. And I started giving them shit of like, you didn't see us doing anything. Like, what are you stopping us for? Like, we're kids. Let us go home. Like, we learned our lesson. We won't do it again. Fuck you guys. Our house is right there. Let's just go home. And they were like just holding us up, kind of laughing to each other because we're little kids. And one of my boys crying hard, being like, I don't want to get in trouble with my mom. Crash died at the end.
Spoiler.
Never.
Ooh.
Never. Crash is eternal. He's like God.
Layers.
But they eventually did let us go home. And yeah, I just remember ever since then, I was like, these cops were just fucking with us, just to put the fear of God in us of like, don't do this again or else you're going to go to jail. I'm like, really? You're going to put us in jail? We're like 10. Really?
I got taken
Fuck
in by
no.
the military police one time. And it was on the United States Naval Academy, and the military
He's a
police
rapper
were
now, by the way.
Marines.
Mm.
And they we put up a rope swing. There was like this bridge and these weird like pipes that went along the bridge and then did like this, made like an arch on the side of the bridge, right? So we put a rope swing up there and we were swinging out, and there's like all this traffic going by. It was the middle of the fucking day. We didn't give a fuck, right? We were just going back and forth like, yeah, and then we'd walk up and do it again. And here come the military police, and they hauled us in and then called my buddy's dad. And this is my buddy's dad, I've told this story before. My buddy's dad was, he worked on the academy. He was like an economics professor. And he was really pissed because like it's a fucking job, right? Like, come on, dudes, you know, like he was really mad at us for being dumb little shits. And we were, I don't know, I was 30
Well,
at the time.
what did you do?
Just kidding. We were teenagers.
What was illegal?
It's military federal property, but also like having a rope swing on
over
like
traffic.
And, yeah, it was like really dangerous. So it's like stupid.
Well, dangerous is one thing. Illegal.
Yeah, well,
mean,
we was
obstructing
trespassing, and we could have
Okay.
put ourselves in danger on that property, and that would have been on them, I guess. But so anyway, they had to stop it. So, this guy was mad at us, this dad, and he puts us in his VW bus, and we're driving home, and we all live in the same neighborhood, so we go to his house.
My
I can
wife's
just walk
favorite
home.
car, by the way.
He
She
gets
always
in there,
gets one.
and he was so mad at us that, you know, we were quiet, and we were like, fuck, because this guy's normally like super cool, but we really crossed the line and pissed him off, and we were like, oh, we fucked up. So we felt bad, and we were all just kind of sitting there like, man, fuck. We were being quiet, and the horn on this bus was broken. Okay, and he was mad, and we weren't giving him anything to react to, so he got pissed off at somebody in traffic.
Smart, be quiet when that happens.
Yeah,
let them say the first words.
so he got pissed off at somebody in traffic, and instinctively he was like, come on, fucker, and like hit the horn. And instead of being like beep, it went because it was broken. It was like,
And you all start laughing.
and I know I did. I died instantly. I fucking lost it. And then I think everyone was laughing because I was laughing. And it was like all of a sudden, all 5 or 6 of us were dying.
That's
and he was
great.
like, shut the fuck up. And we were like, no.
It broke the tension,
And
though.
Because he did that. He was like, come on, you fucker. But he like really laid on it like it was gonna do something, like he knew it was broken, but he could get something out of it, and it was oh my god, it was the funniest thing in the world. I was just like, no way. It was so funny. He was so mad. God.
All in all,
And then we were like laughing at him for being mad, and oh my god, it was just, we just didn't give a fuck. It just got to the point where we're like, we
Getting in
can't.
trouble as a kid is so funny. I did a lot of fucked up stupid shit. Well, after seeing the movie Zorro with
Which
Antonio
one?
Banderas.
Okay. Catherine Zeta-Jones?
Yeah, me and my
right?
buddy. I was at my buddy's
Anthony
house in Massachusetts, and he lives on this like pretty secluded road, and has a, you know, it's a house, so it has a garage and a driveway and whatnot. So our parents went out shopping or went out to dinner that night, and we tried to make a Z in gasoline in the driveway so we could light it on fire like the movie. But we ended up just having a big pool of gasoline. And then we're like, well, fuck it, we have it, so let's light it. And we lit it, and it almost started to catch on to the container itself.
Jesus.
And then we put it out really quick because we're like, oh. But when we lit it, it was like high. The flames went above the house.
Did you ever do that thing where
And then
I
like
never
an hour
did?
later, our parents came back. We're like, hey, how you doing?
I always got
happened.
mad. I always
Yeah.
got mad when my friends tried to do shit like that. And I feel like kids always get to a point where they're like, let's put as many fireworks as possible into a bucket and just set
dude,
it
if
on
I can
fire.
get my hands on fireworks when I was a kid, we couldn't. Because Chinatown, we thought we could get them in Chinatown, but either they wouldn't sell to kids, or this was past the point where, I don't know, Giuliani or Ed Koch had cleaned up Chinatown from fireworks and made it like impossible to get.
Well, I mean, it could just be like black cats or just noisemakers, right? But like, they were always like, let's put them all in a bucket and set it on fire. And I'm the one standing there with a garden hose like a nerd being like, I'm going to put it out in case something goes wrong. Because I want us to have fun.
I
without
never did any
danger.
of that. I think fireworks are scary.
Yeah, I was like,
think
if you
that
guys
the
want to live on the
concept of
edge, let's just do
explosives-
drugs.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I'd
I
rather
mean,
do
come on.
drugs than blow up some fucking fireworks in a goddamn bucket. Any
I could
goddamn
just sit in
day.
that chair right there and have a total adventure, and it'd be like nothing I've ever done before. And
I'm just sitting in that chair.
and we don't
That
need fire
chair is my
hoses.
lifeline.
Oh,
No,
good
one time, well, I'll tell
Not a
this
good
story.
way.
One time, again, up at my friend's house in Massachusetts. This was the phase where I was filming like jackass kind of videos with my friends. So I
Mm.
wanted some footage at like a place where we have a lot of space. And he had a tractor, a rideable tractor. No, what do you call it? Fucking lawnmower.
Riding lawnmower?
Yeah. And
Hank Hill ass
we
shit.
thought it would be funny to tie his friend to the back of it and drag him around.
Dude.
And we did that, and it
Wait.
was fun. And then we showed
Was
the
he a
footage.
willing participant?
Yes, he was. He was like, "Yeah, I'll do this." And when he said stop, we stopped.
And then you
Dragged him around by his
seconds.
like his feet or his hands
By his,
or
we tied a rope to his feet.
in the grass or like pavement.
Yeah, in the grass. Like in the grass.
Did
and-
you give him
and-
like skis or anything, or is it just he
No,
was
no,
going,
no, like on his back.
on the- okay.
And then we were like watching the footage later on his TV, hooking up the camera to the with the adapter, you know.
Oh yeah.
And our parents saw it and were like, "Oh my god, don't ever do that," and like scolded the shit out of us because, you know, they're fucking old and they remember when white people would drag black people around like that, or people would drag gay people around like that. And it was like we were accidentally recreated like a hate crime by accident. So yeah, we got really fucking reprimanded by that.
Whoops, didn't see that one.
I've had so many moments in my childhood where if my parents had known about it, they would have been shocked. And these days, you just see videos online of people saying like, "This is what Gen Z was like," and I was like, "Oh yeah," or Gen X, and I was like, "Yeah, that was just." You would leave the house at some point. Your parents had no idea where the fuck you were, and you were gone for like 10 hours, right? And then you would
wanna
come
hang out with my
home just because like you weren't allowed to have dinner at your friend's house, so you would go home to have dinner at your own house. And like, you know, it was like if you were thirsty, you found a garden hose or a spigot and just got some water out of that. And I was like, yeah. And like I would be miles away from home.
But see, that's
miles
the great thing
away.
about the
My
city
parents
is
had no
there's
idea.
restaurants and there's restaurants everywhere, and we learned early on there's some kind of law in the country where you have to give out water if somebody asks. So we would go into, if we got thirsty, you go into a restaurant, say, "Hey, I need a glass of water." They just give you water, and then you go about walking around the city. Our parents would give us like, you can only go this far. You know, they give us a radius of how far we could go out into the city.
But of course, that's just a
but then-
suggestion.
well, no, we stuck to it pretty good until we were like, you know, we want to go further, and then, you know, progressively got to go further.
When I was a kid, I never left the house. I was locked in my bedroom. I played video games all day.
Oh, I did that most of the time too. Either video games or my action figures.
I'm
Oh,
watching
boy.
a video. It's on YouTube. I'm watching a video that my friends and I filmed. Like, you know,
Post it
because you
up.
were just
That's awesome.
saying that.
Get it on here.
Throw it up.
My friend's parents were on vacation, and we just like he let us. I mean, he was there too. All of our friends took over this house for like 2 weeks, and we would do this every year. It was a lot of fun. I mean, not every year, but like we did it a few times. It was a lot of fun. And this one night he crashed early, and we duct taped his whole kitchen. And like we duct taped, there's me, and we like duct taped ourselves, and we just kind of went nuts, and we filmed, one of our buddies filmed the whole thing, and then we like we left it for him to watch the next day, like when he got up. But like this is literally 1996 right here.
So you took the duct tape down like before you woke up, or what?
No.
Oh, so he just wakes up and there's this.
And
duct
he's like,
tape
"The
everywhere?
fuck happened in here?" And there's, we're like, "Watch this tape."
You are trendsetters because me and my wife love watching like fail videos and like America's Funniest Home Videos type stuff before we go to bed.
The
There's
bobbing here
tons
is perfect.
of like, send somebody out for the day and then cover the whole living room in post-it notes or duct tape or like foam. So you were really setting a trend.
Yeah, it's like toilet papering somebody's house, but it's
but
on the
inside.
inside, yeah. And then we did, speaking of fireworks, we did this whole thing where we pretended to be aliens crash landing. And we called it Conehead and Space Boy.
I remember this one.
And we got in his dad's like broke down Suburban out in the driveway and set off. There's me in a cone head. A rubber cone head, from SNL. And then we had our buddy set off like a Roman candle on the hood and pretended we were like crash landing. But like you can see our friend out there setting the Roman candle. And here we go.
This is artistic.
Awesome.
Yeah, it was fun.
It is very David Lynch.
The shaking is phenomenal.
Yeah, the tracking was all messed up, but
no, it adds to it.
This was VHS.
Dude, I want to see if I can rip some of my movies from high school onto the computer. I would show those. There's copyrighted music, so I don't know. But
look, we're like, oh no, oh shit,
that's awesome. You really look like Dan Aykroyd.
Some of this, it gets very exciting. Like, yeah, there we go. That was cool because we really did let off a Roman candle. We like burnt the hood. It was dumb. We were stupid.
But
that was and it was just, and then like at the end of the week, and my friend Joe is probably watching right now. He watches this all the time. But like at the end of the week, Joe and I go to like crash with his family at the beach because they were just in Delaware. So we would like go to the beach and crash with them for, the last couple of days of their vacation. They had no idea that we were just like, and we would like turn the living room into like, we were all musicians. So we would turn the living room into like a jam practice area. But then there was like a room upstairs that was like a separate music room. And oh my God, we just really, and we were supposed to like mow the lawn and stuff. So we would do that. I think, here.
You'd do that.
Well,
mowing the lawn.
So like we would mow the lawn, but film it and make it like part of the movie.
See, that's economical filmmaking.
See, I'm like cleaning my fake ear with my finger. That's super, like I was into that character.
Good acting. Yeah, exactly.
Building that
It's method.
character. Yeah. And then like they were insistent that we like rake all of the grass afterward.
You got to film it so you can prove it happened.
Yeah. So like, we made that part of it. It's just,
damn, is that what you have to do when you have a lawn? You have to rake all the grass.
Yeah, it was fun.
Only if you're a fucking loser. Most people, logical
charge
people,
extra for
just let it fucking simmer into the fucking atmosphere. Only fucking morons rake it and then pay someone to fucking drive it somewhere else, like a bunch of fucking
Really?
Neanderthals.
This is my favorite part.
Fucking people in the
That
suburbs, man, they're fucked up.
Look at this face.
This is what the This is what the HOAs make you do.
Sometimes.
That guy
You
was
gotta keep
crazy.
your lawn manicured, or we're gonna kick you out of your house that you paid for.
Yeah.
Like what?
And
How?
look, the guy,
Are you a
the,
legal organization?
the guy filming knew that face was priceless and paused and like slowed it down and paused it because he was like, Matt is fucking funny looking. Those are good
Young
times. Conehead and Space Boy. And then when I was in a punk rock band, we would play that behind us while we performed.
You were in a punk rock band.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was the
We got plenty of those stories.
I was the vocalist. Joe was the lead guitarist, and the guy I was duct taping with, that was the bass player. Our drummer did not get into those kind of shenanigans. He was a good kid. But like it was fun.
So
all
what
our
did you
friends
do?
were in bands. I was a vocalist. I was lead vocals.
Oh shit.
Mm.
Do you have any of those songs on YouTube?
Not I don't think we do on YouTube, but if we were in my StreamYard, I do have them.
Oh my god. Because my wife is a punk goddess. We're going to see Sex Pistols in September in Philly.
Wow.
First time they're back in the States in like forever. Maybe since the fucking. I'm gonna ask her. When was the last time the Sex Pistols were in the States?
1996.
1996.
That's when I was born.
Oh shit! You could have seen the Sex Pistols when you were a baby.
I might have. It's possible. Oh no, I wasn't
You
there.
have no way of knowing.
Memorially.
I'm just trying to see if any of this stuff is like online. Oh yeah.
This is I think it was like what, a week or two ago, where Matt was just browsing his Instagram for 40 minutes.
Me and my wife were just watching the new season of Love Is Blind UK. Very, very titillating opening 2 episodes.
What is that show? I've never heard
Oh,
of it.
Love Is Blind is a fantastic show. It is 15 guys, 15 girls. They keep them separated in different like dormitories, and then they come together and meet in like they call them pods, just 2 rooms with a wall in between, and that's how they have their dates with each other. And it's like speed dating where you don't see the other person. And at the end of 10 days of doing this, you need to pick who you want to propose to.
Ooh.
A sight unseen. And then if they say yes, then there's a meeting that happens, and sometimes that's where it ends, and people are like, that I'm not attracted, and it's over. But if they decide to continue on, they'll go on I believe 2-week honeymoon. So their first date technically is their honeymoon at a resort somewhere.
Well, that's just power creep. You know, it's some anime bullshit.
And then where all the couples who make it to that stage go, and they get to meet each other and whatnot. Sometimes they were in love triangles in the pods, and it gets messy. And then if they make it past the honeymoon, they'll go back to their home cities and live in preset apartments from Netflix that are like usually in the same complex, and try living together for 2 weeks and meet each other's families and friends and whatnot. And if they make it past that, they then get married and either say yes or no at the altar. Sometimes couples will be like, you know what, we're not ready, and break it off before the wedding, but the producers clearly want them to get to the altar and make the decision there. And then they'll have a tell-all after the season wraps.
That does sound like one of those classic fucked up reality shows.
It is a classic fucked up reality show. It is a pressure cooker, because these people are like the pods. There's no time and space. It feels like I've known this person for years, and they talk about it like they've been in these deep relationships forever, and it really frustrates my wife. It's very funny. And they snipe at each, in the dormitories. If there's a love triangle, they'll, try to listen in and get information, and then go to the date and try to shit talk the other person.
Is there any sabotage?
Oh, tons. Both sabotaging about other relationships, sabotaging, self-sabotaging.
Do you think it's all real?
For the most part, yeah. Because look, reality TV is real in that these are real people and these are their reactions. The things that are set up is like, if this couple has been struggling to talk about having kids, the producers will say, on this date you should bring up the kids thing, because we want more of that storyline. The storylines develop as the shoot goes along, it seems. That's what I've gathered from watching tons of Love Is Blind. Ultimatum is another Netflix one where it's a bunch of couples who come, and it's hosted by Nick and Vanessa Lachey from 98 Degrees.
That's really odd.
And it's couples come to a resort, and they're basically been issued one partner has been issued an ultimatum of marry me or we got to break up because we've been together for some amount of time, and the other person's waffling on getting married. And so what they do is you all technically break up and then date the other partners of the other couples. And then eventually, after like a couple days, you pick who you're going to live with for 2 weeks. And then there's a changeover where you go back and live with your original partner for 2 weeks. And then after that, you make a decision on if you want to leave with your partner, if you want to leave alone, or if you want to leave with the new person that you met. And that shit really gets fucking messy. The other show we watch is 90 Day Fiance, which is there's and we talked about this on my show on this space yesterday, where there's a person in America. There's a UK version as well, and they're dating online, usually someone in another country, and want to bring them to America. And so the rule is
that show's going to be a lot harder to film nowadays.
You'd think so. You'd think ICE would take note of this fucking show, because some of these people really should not be in general population. I'm telling you, there's some fucking horrible people on 90 Day Fiance. But the reason it's called 90 days because you have 90 days to get married when they come visit, to get married and have them on a marriage visa. So there's a million spinoffs. There's before the 90 days where Americans go to the other country and visit. There's Love in Paradise where Americans go to the other country and visit. There's Single Life where some people from 90 Day who are currently single are dating just around. There's the new show Hunt for Love, which is former 90 Day people
always
who are
about
single.
love. Why can't we have a reality show about finding someone to do a LAN party and playing Quake with?
I think there's a market for that, and that's a grave oversight.
I knew a guy that was a quote unquote producer, and he's just a glorified paid intern for a reality show. I forget which one it was, and he said that there were skills challenges they had to do.
Yeah,
like wheelbarrow full of cement up and down a hill, and he was like, they didn't do it. We wheeled all that shit up there, and they literally stood there acting like they were out of breath, and they would spray them with water to make it look like perspiration.
That's
and
funny.
I was like, are you fucking serious? And he goes, yeah, they didn't do anything. And I was like, why were they there? And he's like, because they looked right.
Yeah, that's true.
That's good.
Some
like, holy shit.
Well,
he told us all kinds of stuff.
That's
He's like,
probably,
I did all those things that they were.
That's
supposedly
probably
did.
like MTV Road Rules era. And
yeah, it might have been it.
These Netflix show kind of falls on the same vein as like, these are generally societal norm, good looking people. 90 Day does not follow that rule. There are some fucked up looking people on 90 Day.
Whoa. The only
Big Ed being
reality
the
show I've ever
ultimate.
watched is The Real Housewives of New Jersey. The first 3 seasons. And then I
watched a little
watch
bit
it.
of Jersey Shore because it was like, I was like, oh my God, is this real? Like what everyone was talking about. I was like, I have to.
See, the thing about Jersey Shore is those people aren't even from New Jersey. They're a bunch of posers. Fuck those people.
It was insane. Like there was one where I guess they were supposed to work in an ice cream shop, and there was this one guy that was constantly taking his shirt off, and it was like on a boardwalk. And he goes, "You want to sell some ice cream? Watch this." And he goes outside and takes his shirt off, thinking like all the ladies are gonna come in now, and nobody came in. And they were walking by. He's like, "What's up, ladies?" And everyone's like, "Hey."
See, that era of reality
what the
show,
fuck?
I have a theory.
He looks so dumb.
They
would get wasted
like,
every night.
Paris
It was
Hilton,
not cool.
Paris Hilton and Nicole Richie had that show, The Simple Life. And I always, my tinfoil hat theory was, this is like some sort of societal punishment for Paris Hilton being considered a slut for the sex tape. So we're going to make these prissy rich girls go work on a farm. So things like that, like getting the Jersey Shore guy who thinks he's hot and banging all the ladies, make him work in a ice cream shop. And I mean, look, there's a definite masochism and sadism in these shows under the surface.
Oh yeah,
we're trying
What
to
will
emotionally
people
fuck
do
with
for
these
money
people.
and attention?
Yes, very much so, and it is very fun to watch sometimes. I got about, I'd say 5-10 more minutes left before I gotta check out.
Oh no, dude, you got to be here till 1. What are you talking about?
The
wife
You're
is
not
going
going
to,
anywhere. You're sitting here
pull
till
you
1
off
o'clock,
the
my
cane.
man.
I got work early in the morning.
It's a 1 a.m. show. What are you kidding me? It's a 1 a.m. show. Look, I did find pictures of the 7-inch record we put out. Check this out.
Oh shit.
Oh, are you looking at your Instagram?
Ooh, broadcast cedar.
Yeah.
Is it?
Those were our
Factory,
singles,
Avoided,
Factory
Avoided.
and Avoided. Those were A and B side.
What is this?
Just schematics. I think it's like nuclear reactor or something like
That's an
that.
album
Like,
cover. That's sick, dude.
yeah, pretty cool. It was fun. We played Baltimore and DC. It was good.
That's really cool. My
It's the
dad was
kind
in
of thing where, and we recorded it at this place called Social Services Studios, and we just went in there and like did the whole. They were like, we've never seen anybody do this. We just went in there and recorded live. So we would just go in and do everything live, and then they were like, usually everyone wants to do it in parts, and we're like, yeah, we don't really make music that way, you know.
My wife was in a punk band when she was in high school, and they played like CBGBs and some of the
Cool.
more known venues before they fucking closed.
Oh, we were playing like blown out, abandoned storefronts and like handing out flyers.
Yeah, that
like,
too.
like a club name. We play like one floor of a warehouse that was pretty much empty. Sometimes it was like a loading dock, and we would say, "Hey man, come down to the Laugh and Spit for a show this weekend." They're like, "I haven't heard of that. Where's that place?" We're like, "Oh, here's the address." And they get there, and it's like a fucking loading dock. We're like in an alley. Like, and they're like, "How long's the show go?" And we're like, "Till the cops come, and then we'll leave." It was,
Yep.
there
That's
was
pretty cool.
one night, and seriously, you can go whenever you want. Like, I'm just kidding, but
No.
there was the most epic fucking night I ever had in a band was in this band, and
Oh yeah, I think I know the story.
we were playing this old retail location that was being used for shows. It was really fun, but like there was no stage. You'd like imagine you walk into like a small storefront like in the city. It was in Baltimore. And in that corner of the room, the far corner of the room where the checkout normally would be, is like where the band set up. And then everyone else sat up against the front display window and the main part of the store to watch, right? And there was like a back room where the bands would kind of like congregate, but mainly like all the bands would be the crowd. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, so if there were 4 bands, half the crowd was the other bands.
Yeah.
But this totally rare, this place was fucking packed. I don't know if there were other things that got canceled or we just had the one Saturday night where nothing else was going on. This place was packed. And there were 5 of us, 5 bands, I think, and like 4 or 5. And we were starting pretty early, like 7 o'clock, and we were going to go until the cops shut it down. And so we had to draw straws to see who was going to play last, because you do not want to headline, because surely the cops are going to show up before you get a chance to go on. Right? So we were like, well, look, it's really packed, so we got to start playing now. So let's draw straws. Okay, you're out there. We give 5 songs each, and then it's the next guy, and there's no changeover. Like, just fucking let's go, right? Because we got to hurry up because the cops could be here any second. And we drew the short straw, and we were going on last. And we were like, sucks. We're not going to go on. So we were just, but as the night went on, more people kept coming in. The place was more packed, and the cops were nowhere, even though we were just shredding. Like, everyone was just as loud as they could be.
Well, that's the
and have fun.
benefit of, small town living.
I don't know. Well, no, this was Baltimore. So this,
I mean, small
Baltimore,
town compared to
but
New York.
Well, I guess, but I mean,
Baltimore's
the
pretty big.
Baltimore cops are notoriously very uncool.
Yes,
so
that's true.
like, and this was Southwest Baltimore, so like not super. It wasn't like people call the cops all the time. So, but like by the time it was for us to go on, not only were there 4 other bands worth of people in the crowd, but it was fucking packed, and it was a very small place. So like somebody was like 2 feet away from me. That's where the crowd was.
Word.
And when I was, at the microphone. And so like we didn't introduce songs or anything. We didn't take breaks between songs. We said before we started, we were like, let's just start and just do one song after another. Don't take breaks. Just keep going nonstop because we're going to get shut down. And he's like, the cops never showed up, by the way. But like we rocked so fucking hard because we thought like we're gonna get one song, maybe the cops are gonna show up, we're gonna be the band when the cops show up, so we're gonna be in trouble, so we got to be ready to pack up and fucking bail out the back or whatever. And like we just went full bore and the crowd went nuts. They went wild, and the way we performed was very aggressive. Like it was fun, but I'm swinging the microphone stand and the crowd's like, whoa, right there. And they're like, oh shit, this guy's nuts. And like, we were just going completely batshit crazy up there. We had the best, most rocking night of all time. Right before I went on, one of the best bands in the area at the time was before us, and they were finishing. And right before we went on, I went up to the bass player and I told her, I was like, I don't know how we're going to follow that. And she's like, oh, shut up. You'll be fine. And then after we were done, she pushed me and was like, you fucker. You said you didn't know. That was amazing.
That's
and
mad
like,
funny.
we just went
huge accolades,
crazy.
dude. That's awesome.
Yeah, but that was one of the most punk things I ever did. Like that place was so run down. There were broken mannequins all over the fucking place, and people were like breaking walls and shit like that, like smashing tile off walls. And
story.
Yeah, it was.
I went to
fun as
Baltimore
hell.
one time when I was in like 8th grade for a Warhammer 40,000 convention.
Oh, that's cool.
And we got to go eat at the lobster place and have some quality Baltimore lobster.
I love.
I did open mic stand up a little bit.
Oh, really?
And it is really like when you're doing open mics, you are just performing for the other comics waiting to go up and do their set, and like maybe 2-3 other regular people. So I know that feeling of like you're just performing for the other.
I mean, honestly, that's better. That gives you more
Yeah.
quality feedback. These are your contemporaries.
It's just artists supporting artists the whole night.
But yeah, last thing before I go, watch my Alien review. Everybody. and in particular, I want to make this point. In particular, if you see
believe in
fucking
ghosts?
right-wing people, like geek grifters, I call them.
Do you believe
like
in ghosts?
Nerdrotic and Geeks and Gamers and fucking, I know that Star Wars girl has a review up of Alien Earth. Fucking post under their shit on Twitter or Instagram or whatever, my review. Because if you want a real review,
do
watch
believe in
this.
ghosts.
Because I want to go to war with these people. I fucking hate the right wing like pipeline of nerd shit and like geek shit into this fascist stuff because it's totally antithetical to that. So I want to be a counter to that.
Support the devil and his advocate.
I want to advocate for the fucking devil.
Did you see the right-wing contractors? I think they're working with ICE currently, who put out an ad, and it's the end of Rogue One where Darth Vader's like cutting down the rebels, and they made themselves. They label everyone in the room, and they label themselves Vader, and then they label each one of the good guys, libs, Dems, pedophiles. You know what I mean? It was like, what?
By the
They
way,
make
speaking of
themselves
pedophiles,
Darth
Donald
Vader.
Trump just released Ghislaine from prison. She's free to leave anytime.
Oh, the work release? Yeah.
Yep.
I thought they made it official, but what's her job? What work? But
Well, that's
Alex,
the
if
thing.
you
It
gotta
doesn't
go-
matter. All she has to do is go to prison, quote unquote. Just go to.
But what? No,
summer
but I'm
camp,
like,
couple
what
days
is
in,
she gonna
maybe.
come back and be like? Oh, I was at work doing what?
Yeah,
Where
she's
you
at work, just trafficking some more.
Yeah, doing what? I was gonna
Networking.
is she gonna do speaking tours? Is she gonna speak at CPAC? Like,
is she earning
gonna go to,
something out in
like,
the world? What is
gonna
she
do
doing?
Yeah.
Hillary Clinton thing and write a book and then just go on speaking tours and make money that way?
Absolutely, 100%.
Maybe she's a school bus driver.
Ghislaine is going to be. She's going to have a redemption tour. She's probably going to join the administration. At some point.
Maybe
I
she's
imagine.
a school bus driver.
God, that'd be crazy. I was looking.
Yeah,
for
you
the
have to
ice.
do that weird like movement.
Where you let the people on and then close the door again, and
But it's like you have notches. It's not a smooth motion. You got to
They're
go
like,
Did the
sit down
official
back
ICE
there
account tweet out the Vader thing?
I don't remember. I saw it on Last Week Tonight with John Oliver.
Oh.
Yeah, Letterhack watches cable.
I watch cable too. South Park. By the way, it's South Park Day today. It's the anniversary of the first episode of South Park, August 13th, 1997. So they're not having the new episode tonight. I believe it's next week, and I will be doing a review for that one. I'm excited.
I saw
to see where they go
that
next.
there was a clip of that one bitch killing dogs.
Oh yeah, Christy Nome. Yeah,
Yeah,
that was
that's crazy.
That was every time she was on screen, she shot at least one dog.
It's based on a true story,
And her face fell off.
She literally killed her dog for no reason.
Horrible.
For no reason, and then bragged about it in a book, like it makes her a better person.
She even ice raids heaven in that episode, and I think she kills the same dog because he's in heaven.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
Here we go.
Oh,
the DHS wants you to forget that Anakin Skywalker also descended into fascism. So,
I don't
like,
think they want that. I think it's a blatant. They're saying they're the fascists and that they're here. But
yeah. So the funny thing is that John Oliver, his crew, emailed them to be like, "What the fuck? Why'd you make yourselves the bad guy?" And they go, their reply was something along the lines of, "I wonder if they have it here. Probably not." But it was something like, assuming you haven't seen the movies, and we don't want to spoil it for you, but Darth Vader was originally Anakin Skywalker. And it's like, no, I don't want to spoil it for you, but Anakin Skywalker went to the dark side. He wasn't like the good guy.
Yeah, he was never
It was
the
his
good guy.
descent into becoming
Darkness.
Darth fucking.
Yeah, since he was a little boy.
But that's how they justify making the Department of Homeland Security essentially Darth Vader in this scenario, because no, he's actually a good. He's not.
He kills the Emperor at the end. Who is
He
the
kills all the
actual
little
bad guy?
kids. He kills a bunch of little kids and shit.
Yeah,
well, I mean,
before
I don't know. Killing an emperor seems like that's something a good guy would do, right?
I mean, that's what I'm saying.
I've
He
never seen
kills
Star
the
Wars. I'm just
actual
talking
bad
about-
guy. He kills the actual bad guy.
Okay.
He's done bad things, and he is, Darth Vader is a bad guy. That's his last moment
Look,
of redemption right
Look,
before he dies.
the whole prophecy, and look, fucking spoilers, okay, you guys. I mean, it's Star Wars, like, get with it. Yeah, we're talking like Andrea is the only one. She's gonna like get up and go, nope.
I'm about to hop out. Don't get me started on Star Wars.
The whole thing is that they got to bring balance to the Force by getting this kid to convince his estranged father, who's a fucking psycho, to not be. And in order to do that, he has to literally kill every single person that gets in his way. No prisoners. Luke Skywalker, by Return of the Jedi, is a fucking psychopath. He kills everyone who gets in his way so he can convert the bad guy to bring balance to the Force.
What is Luke
which
Skywalker? I mean, Luke Skywalker
doesn't
kills a bunch of
fucking-
Jabba's henchmen.
No, he kills everyone who gets in his way.
What are you
Everyone.
talking about?
Luke Skywalker. Like his
Stormtroopers
whole,
and Jabba's bad guys.
I mean, you
Return of
can
the
say
Jedi? That's the only
he's
people he
part of
killed.
the Rebel Alliance fighting the Empire, but his mission, he has infiltrated
Yeah, he has his
the
own
Rebel
thing going on.
Alliance in order to kill his way to convince. He blows up the Death Star. You think about all the people who die, and they're
You're making
celebrating.
the Kevin Smith argument.
And then when he finds out who, I don't even know what the Kevin Smith argument is, but maybe. But then when he finds out that's his dad, he's like, I got to bring balance to the Force
Yes.
by converting him. It's a gray area protagonist.
But the only people he's killing are fascist soldiers.
except for the main bad guy. He converts Hitler at the end.
No, Hitler is Palpatine.
I don't think so.
Yeah, he's the emperor.
Nah, I don't think that was. I don't know. And then
Vader's
look at Indiana Jones. Also gray area protagonist. Do you see that?
I mean, he's killing Nazis the entire time.
Yeah, but he's also going to foreign lands, stealing artifacts and taking them back to the Western
Very true. Yes,
museums
it
and
belongs
shit.
in a museum is problematic in retrospect.
Problematic, dude. Anyway, we don't really draw conclusions here, so we'll leave it open ended. But Luke Skywalker, pretty bloodthirsty. I'm just
thank
saying.
you for
Just
letting
saying,
me.
The
Thank you
Jedi,
for letting
pretty
me
violent.
jump in. We will discuss this Luke Skywalker
Solving
take
things through force,
future.
nonstop.
But thank you guys for letting me jump on so late. And
Hey, thanks for coming on. Jeez, you're helping. You're
Don't you have
helping
work
us
in the
out.
morning? What the fuck?
I do.
You're gonna get fired from your job.
Please no, knock wood.
I can't sit up here and pontificate about shit without somebody to listen. So thank you.
Of course, I'm happy to.
And I
pontificate.
certainly am not listening. So
No, I really do appreciate it.
Take
Thank
care,
you,
folks.
Yep, have a
Watch my
good one.
alien video
Okay.
and every other video on my channel.
Spoilers.
Yeah,
And
just
spread it.
subscribe to that
Spread it
fucking
to those
channel.
fucking right wing
Yeah.
geek gamers and their fucking audiences, and
When are
make
you
sure that they
speedrunning
know that there's a
Crash
real
Bandicoot?
fucking group. Good question. We'll find
right.
out if I can get this PlayStation emulator working again. Take care, folks.
All right, man.
Have a good one.
See ya.
Pretty good. Good guest appearance. Guest host. Is that a host guest? Guest host. What would you say?
Yeah. Sub
Guest ghost. Ghost
sub
host.
sub guest co-host.
Hmm.
Singular. Yeah. So this I mean I just don't my point is, and I'm not really making a point, I just sort of throw this out there to jar.
Are you going back
people's
to the Star
thinking.
Wars thing?
No, just in general, when we root for the hero who is like take no prisoners, that to me is sort of like, wow, okay, I know it's a movie, I know it's fiction, but like, geez. And then, we just sort of, and I do that. I love to just buy into whatever the narrative is, and then I get up and I leave, and it's not like I go the rest of my life going, now that I've seen 300, I think I'm a fascist. You know what I mean? Like it's just a movie. I'm walking away.
300's pretty
back to
good.
my life. But I do think it's fun to just throw shit out there like that. Like, I don't know, dude. Like, is it okay to just, boom, 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 kill everyone who gets in his way? I don't understand. Like, because he's got this power where he can like deflect lasers. And he deflects it right back at him. You know what I mean? It's like you can't think of another
no,
way
I don't
around
know what you
that.
mean. I've never seen the goddamn movie. I don't know what you fucking mean. Okay, you can't say that. I know you know what I mean. No, I don't.
People criticize the sequel trilogy into the ground. Like I have a friend who will I'll just let him go. He will take that movie apart, those three movies. He will take them apart. This never would happen. This is dumb. They shouldn't have done this. They did this, and then this happened, and that contradicts what happened before that. It doesn't make any sense. And I go, yeah, but Luke Skywalker was a bloodthirsty psycho and Jedi. And they're like, well, what? And I go, oh, we're only picking apart some of the movies. Okay, I don't get it. Like, I think if you're going to pick it apart, pick it all apart. Otherwise, let it go. Just free your mind. It's like that. I'm pretty sure I brought this up recently on this show. Where Batman falls from a satellite, this is in the comics, falls from a satellite in orbit to Earth, and he rips his trunks off, which are thin enough that you can rip them off, and strong enough though, so it's whatever the material is, he can wrap it around his face and not suffocate, freeze, explode, burn upon re-entry. And people were like, that's it. I'm done. This is totally unrealistic. And I'm like, but you were cool with everything about Batman up to that point.
Right.
So that fucker can do that with his trunks. This is his outside underwear. He can do that. but he can't clean up all that guano in the Batcave.
Mm.
See what I'm saying? Like, if you're gonna
It all
nitpick
comes
over,
full circle.
but like, it's so crazy that people are like, "That's so unrealistic that they made Superman do that." And I'm like, "But the lasers from the eyes, you get."
Yeah,
Like,
that
the
that totally
flying and
makes
the
sense, yeah.
kryptonite, and like he has a dog with the same powers, and his dog wears a cape. All that's fine. That
Yeah.
one other
No, I
part
love
was
the
a little
dog.
unrealistic. Like, it's all unrealistic. Don't be a downer. Let's have fun.
Yeah, I mean, I've never read Batman, but even if that was my first issue, I think I'd have to be done. I'd have to shut it down because it's just not realistic.
None of it was, though.
That's the thing, though. But are they saying it's realistic or like realistic within the universe?
Ryan Gosling is making a Star Wars movie.
Good for him.
Yeah.
Is it going to be the 10th one?
I don't pay attention anymore. When it's out, maybe I'll look at a trailer. I don't really do trailers. I think they're unnecessary.
Yeah, they're full of mis and
degrades the art.
disinformation. Yeah,
It
it's fucked up.
degrades the art.
Trailers are not usually handled by the directors.
Usually
so
has
the director, it's not the
spoilers.
director's intent. It's some executive trying to
Spoilers.
manipulate you, trying to emotionally manipulate you into being a good little drone. Fuck that horse fucking shit. I support the directors. I support the editors. I do not support the trailers. Fuck the trailers.
I think this is the sort of criticism where it's like,
how am I even gonna
maybe that's your
survive?
real name. Maybe you're hiding behind
Like
the
2 first
anonymity of the
names
internet.
asked motherfucker. What is that?
But like, to just like sort of offhanded / flagrantly say this show is not realistic. Like, you could say aspects of this program are unrealistic to me, but to just say this is not realistic, what are we, cartoon characters up here? Do we look AI?
I think you do personally with that weird blue
Am I
light
Matt
in the background.
GPT over here?
It should be
Am I Hack
red light,
GPT
by the way.
over here? Huh? Am I a large language model to you? Is that all we are to you?
You're certainly a language model.
But then
That's for
also to steal the line, shut it down and retool, but like to shorten it to a single sentence. It's a 3-sentence, and then this on top of it, it's like, who is Chuck? What is this?
Chuck? Who the fuck?
And then like, hello? What? Conference? I mean,
These
look,
people are
Left
off in
Past
their
10
own universe.
Industries. Left Past 10 Industries isn't like a massive corporation, but we do have a process. Okay.
And the process, like we went through the process very recently with our former co-host Jake, who was shit canned.
You will notice he's not here tonight.
You'll notice he's not here. He was going on a pro-police tirade like 2 weeks ago. He was talking about, I love the cops. I love the police. I love everything they do. When the police beat the shit out of people, I think that, they should beat the shit out of more people. Some more fucked up shit. So we're like, hey, buddy.
But like the way we prefer to say it is, we've hit rock bottom. We need to shut it down.
And it is a we
and
problem.
We need to retool.
It is
it's
a we problem. It was
so
Nintendo's
for somebody to
last
say
console
you
story.
guys need to retool it is a little rude when we're up here saying it literally every few minutes.
Mm-hmm.
And look, and everyone's like, because you can hear the tone in this chat, right? They're going, oh, "Where's Jake?" Right? Like you can hear it. They're like, "Where's Jake?"
Gone.
Hello, and like I can hear
back.
that person. I can hear them looking at their watch, going, "Where's Jake?" And we're just up here like, again, rock bottom.
Speaking of rock bottom,
you know what's really awesome? Somebody tonight or before I get up tomorrow morning is going to comment on this and say, on on my channel, because I'm simulcasting, they'll say best show on the internet.
And they're going to say that because of my appearance.
Well, I mean, let's not get crazy, but I don't think they've ever actually. I think they would have added that bit if it was that.
They're just trying to spare your feelings.
Sincere. Last time they said best carpe on the diem. That's what they said last week. So that might be your burner account. I don't know.
I got a lot of burners. I'm a serial arsonist. So I'm burning. I got 17 burner phones. I've got multiple burner fluids.
This is at Spitfire. I actually never seen this person in the chat. This is at Spitfire_2600.
Yep.
The week prior to that, they said 2 weeks ago, they said best show on the internet past 10.
But not everyone has time to watch it live. You know, like they're leaving a comment. They gotta watch. You know, they gotta show up to work in the morning. They have a job. They can't watch this fucking horseshit garbage.
Remember this?
What the fuck is this? What is
Wasn't
this?
that fun? Remember this?
What is that? What
That
is
was great.
What
God,
am I
that was a good
remembering?
time.
What is that?
That
You were
was
what?
such a good time. It was a couple weeks ago.
What?
That's just a couple weeks ago. I don't know why it was paused on that. Look at, and then here, this is from a couple of weeks before that, and you can see that whatever was happening here was very engaging. I mean, look at me. Right? Jake's loving it. You're enthralled.
I am enthralled. I'm in that same chair and position right now, and I'm wearing the same shirt too, because I only have like 5 shirts.
Here's the comments from that week.
Let's see here. Put them up.
Up, up, down, down, left, right, BA, start. Fist, peace, green heart. Best space on the internet. Wow.
Oh shit! You got this space. This live on the right. Check that out. Go to the right. You got this space. Look at that. August 13th. Down. At the bottom. Yeah. Check it out. Oh shit! Look, they're full screen it. Full screen it.
Oh wow.
Oh.
Wait. How?
Just full screen it. Just yeah. No, this is a good show. I can't believe it's live this
Wait
late.
a minute.
Oh, this is great.
I
Can
suddenly
we get
don't
audio? Can we
feel
get
right.
audio on this? I want to hear what they're saying. What are they saying? Great.
I don't feel
Oh,
good.
there it is.
Feel
Audio? Can we
right.
get audio on this?
I don't
I want to
feel-
hear what they're saying. What are they
I feel
saying?
kind of like. I don't feel
Oh,
good.
there it is. Audio? Can we get audio on this?
My
What's wrong? I
stomach.
want to hear what they're saying. What
I
are
feel
you,
kind of like.
the ghost? There it is.
Oh, wait. How long does this go on for? I feel kind of like. Oh, wait. How long does this go on for? What is happening?
This space.
How long does this go on? What is happening?
This space.
On this space. How long does this go on? What is happening?
This
On this space. All right. Good. On this space. I hope she's doing all right. I hope she's doing all right. I can't believe this is a thing.
This is the best show on the internet. I love this. It's my favorite. Oh.
Holy shit.
But that was a good app. I'm glad that they're still live. You know, that's the thing about this space is that, you know, you check in every once in a while. Those fuckers are still at it, you know? Those fucking goddams, you know?
Yeah, good for them. Good for them over there.
Good for them.
Yeah, I appreciate all they do. There's a lot of people involved, apparently.
There's a lot of people involved. Yeah.
Big,
the collective,
big deal.
you know?
It's a big deal. And, you know, I just think that sometimes if it feels like, you know, everything in your world is like mayhem and chaos, just tune in to Left Past 10 and we'll prove you wrong, right? It could be worse. We'll
It
show
could
you.
definitely be worse.
We'll show you what it's like to not only hit rock bottom, but to splay yourself out flat and just stay there and then say, can
Just
somebody
admit-
put rocks on me so I can
Yeah.
remain at rock bottom? Like,
Someone just
really
buried
want to
the line?
be, let me be bottom of the rocks, rock bottom. Like, as bottom to the rock bottom is bottomable. I think, okay. Let me hit you with it. I know it's getting late.
Don't hit
It's
me.
10
Don't
a.m.
hit me.
Eastern on the East Coast. It's 10 past 12. So left past 10, 10 past 12. I want to run this by. I don't know if you saw my show Monday night. I know if you didn't, you'll probably circle back and you're going to watch it later, but that's okay. I trust you.
I got
So-
you in my my content playlist when I want to listen to content, like when
Yeah,
I'm doing
just
stuff, and I don't want to
flip
be
the-
alone with my own thoughts like a human being. I
Said,
gotta
"Nah,
have
put
someone
this
else
guy
to
on
plug in."
2x.
Yeah, I
And
usually
watch
put
this
you
for
on
10
3x.
minutes.
I usually do 3x.
Is
to be
there a
honest.
3x?
Oh, you got to pay for a 3x. It's an extra.
So
thing.
you download it at 2x.
Well, you get a
play it
browser
back at
extension.
2x.
You get a
you're at
browser
6x.
extension that does 2x, and then I put
Oh.
YouTube at 1.5x. And
Yeah,
so
I
I
do
listen
that.
to you at 3x because, you talk really slow.
So that's people appreciate that about me,
Mm-hmm.
the methodical and deliberate tone of voice. So there was a documentary that I was talking about. It was at least nominated for an award. I'm not sure if it's won or not, but doesn't matter. Great documentary. Here's what happened. This guy had a degenerative disease, a muscle disease, that his muscles, since they detected it when he was learning to walk, and true story. And as he got older, it quickly just developed. But he was, super smart, graduated high school, had friends, just otherwise totally, bright, average guy. And then, or average, bright guy. And he just got to a point where he realized he could have a whole nother life in the virtual world. So he starts playing World of Warcraft. And he has a personality and he has an avatar and he builds this community and he has friends and he's using advanced modified equipment like a mouse and a clicker and everything instead of like a traditional keyboard. And that was like kind of like hadn't been done before the exact same way. And so he his parents didn't know this. And so when he passed away, and he was very young, it was tragic, but like they realized he had been publishing, or he had been composing a blog telling his story without publishing it because the people in the game didn't know that he was confined to a chair or that he had this condition. They had no idea. They just thought he was a guy. They had a meetup in real life and he wasn't there. And they were like, okay, well, we miss you. We'll send you pictures. And then there was a time where he was gone for like a year and his attitude started to change. And there was at least one person who was like, what's going on here? And they kind of hit the nail on the head. And they were like, he was like, oh, I was on vacation. And they were like, was it at a hospital? Like, what's going on? And they could tell, right? They could start to tell. And so he confided in them. But the majority of them didn't know until this blog was published by his parents after he died. And they're just thinking, they had no idea he had this whole other life. And they were like, nobody's going to see this. Nothing's going to come of it. So they put their email at the bottom. And then here comes the inbox. Email after email. He changed my life. He was so meaningful that you don't know. And so then like they had this group, their community of, I don't know, a couple dozen people had this tight group within the World of Warcraft where their avatars would hang out. And he was like a ladies' man. Like his dad was reading a eulogy at his funeral and said, my understanding is my son was kind of a womanizer. And I'm a little proud of that. You know what I mean? Because it is what it is. So like, the leader of the group emails the parents and says, just so you know, there's a time-stamped log of all the chats we had in our message board and all the dialogue from when the game was being played. And this is like 8 years worth of this their son's life that they were completely unaware of. All his
Yeah,
friends, his relationships, right? Like there was at least one
It's a little weird
girl
though.
who
That's a little weird, but yeah.
well, so the way they looked at it was we could remember an exact day that was significant in his life and go to the log and see how he was reacting and how what was he doing, right? Like if you leave the house to go hang out with your friends, it's one thing, but if you're in like a whole nother world or something and it's that liberating, like the first thing he would do when he would log into the game every day was run for 30 minutes. He had a route that he would run because he was not doing that. So he was just out there like, he was trying to he was trying to experience it any way he could. So for the documentary, these animators, and I don't know if they're like working for the game. I missed that part because it's Norwegian, so it's subtitled. So I'm like trying to watch and read at the same time, and it's very compelling. So I was like,
complicated to watch. And
well, they were moving in this case. They were moving the subtitle to the top and the bottom.
Oh yeah, I hate when they do that fucking shit.
And that
those
was throwing me. So
You
I
can't
might
do
have
that.
missed it, but half the documentary is animated chat logs and all the dialogue, which is just like looks like old school DOS computer programming where it's just a black screen with white text.
Oh yeah.
So they animated that. And so his parents are like watching his interactions and they put all the dialogue in there and everything. It's just, I thought it was very fucking cool. And like, it was moving too, because like they're, the girl's like looking for him to be like, oh, I'm in the game. Let me go find this guy. We spend time together. We talk, their avatars like not make out, but kiss. It's intimate, but not pornographic by any means. It's touching. And he was like a nice, totally like cool guy, right? He was not like they were joking when he said he was like a womanizer, but then she finds him like talking to another girl and they kiss and she's upset and you could feel it. It was real, but it was in a game.
This piece
kind
of fucking
changed
shit.
the way.
This guy deserved everything that happened. How dare you throw her through the ringer like that?
Kind of changes the way I look at people who play these games. But here's why I'm bringing it up.
Talking to me for several years, that makes you hate the gamers, but you watch one movie.
No, because you are the best at the games. And if I couldn't relate before, I definitely can't now. It's like, oh, I might get into
You can't relate
skiing.
to being the best at the things that you do.
I might get into
You're
tennis,
terrible.
and then my friend says, "Oh, I'm the world champion at tennis." Oh, okay, well,
yeah, because that's not cool or anything. That's lame, man. That's lame.
no, it's not lame. It's like unreachable. It's out of my league.
There's nothing you could possibly learn.
So, and it's just video games aren't my thing, but like seeing it this way, it's a new level. And so here's why I bring it up, because this is an MMO. I believe that's called mass multiplayer operating or something, or online. Right. That's what we should do for Left Past 10. Remember I was saying that?
I've thought about
Is
this plan.
there-
We can talk about it in private.
Is there
I got
a
some
way
ideas.
we could be avatars?
Oh yeah.
And so from now on, when you tune into Left Past 10, it's me wandering around. Right? Because like there were scenes where they were just hanging out in a bar talking, and I'm like, they're not playing the game. Why are we doing that? And I do think it would become very addictive. I think you would.
You
be
have an
in
addictive
there-
personality. You get 1 second in, you're stuck.
Yeah, and like every
we'll talk
other
about it later. I
every
got
other
some ideas, but
interaction,
I can't give them on public.
all the interactions in the game, that's a player, right? That's another person in the real
Oh
world.
yeah, it's a real human being, flesh and
So
blood.
here's
Or
another
it's an
thought I had.
artificial intelligence.
Here's another thought I had. Well, that's what I'm wondering. Like, if slightly over half of the internet is bots. What are these? Do they infiltrate these games or?
Oh, there's all kinds of bots that farm. Like you can just program a series of inputs that like will do a mission that's like really easy, and you can just repeat it and do circles. Like that's a huge thing for sure in MMOs.
So you can spot them.
Yeah, I mean it depends, but yeah, usually, yeah.
But they're not going to come up to you and be like, "Hey."
No, yeah, I mean that would be shocking. That'd be cool though.
Because I imagine it's all dropping into the game at completely random places, and the only challenge is to meet up.
Well, usually there's
that
like
could go on
spawn
for
points.
weeks.
No, I mean it depends on the game. There's all.
I
there's,
want
like,
something
millions of
crazy
different
where it's
ass
like,
things.
I don't know where we are.
We can construct that.
Possible?
It is definitely possible. I
Like
have multiple ideas.
2 weeks in, Jake and Andrea linked up.
We could definitely do that. It is extremely possible.
And that's how we get Sandee back. Because we're avatars.
Except
Different
it won't be
name.
Sandee. It will be someone else who's definitely not Sandee.
I'll spell my name Leattier -hack. Letterhack.
Or
Letterhack.
at symbol.
I'm
or
Letterhack.
at symbol. Okay. I am ampersand.
Ampersand.
DREA.
It's Letterhack.
Yeah.
Right? Now I'll be big and like super strong, right? I'll be like, I'm Letterhack.
I don't know if if I'm in charge of this, I think I'll make you really scrawny and weak. And
I'll grab you and go, Ampersands. It's me, Letterhack. Good to see you. And you'll be like, put me down, Letterhack. Jeez. I'll say, I'm sorry. And then
you guys like an of mice and men type
let's
situation.
go in this tavern and drink ale.
You
right?
love
And wait
taverns.
for our
Why is everything
companions.
like a fucking tavern with you? Why can't we
Well, because
just
I'm
go-
imagining it like it's some sort of like sci-fi / fantasy setting.
Oh,
where
it's sci-fi. When I think of sci-fi, I think of taverns. That's
There's it's / fantasy, so there's like monsters and aliens, but also it's kind of like medieval. Isn't that
Mm.
how all these games are?
A lot of them, yeah. Unfortunately,
Like the scariest guy, he has an axe.
yeah, he's got
And
like
it's
an axe
What's that about?
or like a bow and arrow or something.
Yeah, it powers up. Anyway, yeah, this episode's been interesting. It's sort of like one of these, like a roller.
You don't know if you're coming or going.
Yeah, like not a roller coaster in the loop-de-loo sense, but in the I'm gonna get sick sense. Yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna
The
cause
sick sense.
Ooh,
Now that would be a good movie.
that's good. That's good.
Where by the end you're
Sixth
like, oh, he was
Sense.
puking the whole time.
No, check this out. The Sixth Sense, and he pukes up, and then it's a bunch of pennies, and it turns out at the beginning
Sixth
of the movie,
Sense. And they're
he
like, wait a
swallows
second, 1,
sixth sense.
2, 3, 4,
Yep.
5. This is the Sixth Sense.
And then
he goes, and they're like, coming this Christmas, the sequel to the Sixth Sense, the Sick Sense.
Hmm.
And then he's like, no, is that more money? And he goes, "Bleh," and they're like, oh no, it's like actual sick. Ew.
Oh.
And then the end of that, this kid comes by and does like a skateboard trick, and they're like, stay tuned for part 3, the Sick Sense. Sick. Right?
That would be good. I want to see
Maybe he's
that
a surfer. I don't know. Probably
That's a
skateboarder.
good trilogy. Well, he skateboards, and then like he does this trick where like he also has a surfboard, right? But he skateboards down the street, jumps off the skateboard, throws the surfboard down, paddles out, without ever touching the beach or anything.
Right?
Yeah, and then
And then you catch a wave and you're sitting on top of the Sixth Sense, right? Yeah, that'd be fucking rad.
Jesus fuck. That's a great trilogy. We got to create those. That's a.
It goes from
trilogy.
blink, 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 blink to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cents to oh, here it comes again. Oh no, now it's.
This is good. This is good. We could make these. I think we can make these on like a budget of like 40K each. We can make these.
You know what's embarrassing? That I'm not embarrassed in these moments. And our view count goes up, and I just don't care.
Your view count goes up,
And then I'm like,
1, 2, 3.
my lack of embarrassment is pretty embarrassing.
Sometimes I'm embarrassed by the shit that you do. Sometimes, to be honest, like when you went like 6, that was a little over the top.
There's more than one person saying who we should raid. Did we give the impression that we're wrapping this up?
I don't think that is something.
Do you believe in ghosts? Have I asked you that tonight?
I believe in ghosts.
Do you believe in ghosts? Because I'm on the fence, man. I don't know.
You're on the fence?
I think about it sometimes, and I'm like,
I flop back and forth on the fence.
I'm like, really? Because like the whole like untangible thing is just sort of unrealistic.
I can't even tange. It is 12.
Let's see who allows redirects.
26 a.m. on the eastern seaboard of the United, well, not so United States of America.
You're watching Left Past 10 on this space. It's 12:27 a.m. Eastern on the East Coast. I'm the Letterhack, and with me now, as always, is my co-host and comrade, Andrea.
And coming up
Rovenski.
next on this space is 6 Cents.
Coming up next is the 6 Cents. Coming up next is blink, tick, 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 blink, blink, blink. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cents. Oh, yeah.
Bling, bling, bling. What is that? It's like a fucking
That's the
slot
change
machine.
hitting the blah,
Jesus.
bling, ding, ding, bing, bing, bing. Those are the coins hitting the.
Jesus. Fucking
All right,
Christ.
man. You know what? We hit fucking rock bottom. on
Oh,
this
we
shit.
gotta shut it down.
This is
Yeah.
like in order, or there's a retool in order, and I don't
Yeah,
even
or we're gonna
know.
have to create a new tool in order.
We need to like buy a
figure this
drawing
out.
board so we can go back to it ASAP. Because it's
man.
not gonna work otherwise. It's gonna be, look, people were already saying retool before we fucking said it. Dang. All right. I don't know. Andrea, tell folks what you've got going on.
Oh.
This is my favorite part.
So I do a weekly show on
Weekly, that's
this space. It's called
once a
Welcome
week?
to Fuckville.
It's
It's
an
at
hour
3
long?
p.m. on Wednesday. It's
Every
kind of hard to
Wednesday,
advertise
3
it on this
p.m.
show because people forget by the
Once
time.
a week.
I
like,
I also
I'm gonna do
have
a lot.
I
in a
have a
day.
proclivity for wasting my time speedrunning Doom,
So you
the
can
best
watch
game ever
that,
made.
which is a game. Yeah, it's a
And
game.
I'm one of the best.
And you
You
can play
know,
real
I'm pretty
fast
good. I'm decent. I could
Win
could
it
use some work.
quick. It's a quick win.
You can look at that.
Real quick.
Just search my name, Doom Speedrun. I'm
Do
sure
that.
it'll come up at some point. I also make Doom levels. I've released a couple sets of Doom levels in the recent times.
And a wad here and there. You a couple
That's
of
what they're called. They're
wads.
called big old wads of levels.
If that's what they're called, let's use
Yeah,
the
we got to.
proper
Well, you know, I know
terminology,
there's
which
a lot
I
of
know.
people-
I know the
You know
term.
that. I
I'm not
taught you
even a
that.
gamer, and I know this stuff.
You've gamed a little bit.
Kind of know. I do a little gaming here and there. I've gamed.
I recorded an interview or a conversational piece.
Sure, this is
or
going to be
whatever.
thrilling. Wow, I
with
can't wait.
Some
Who was
guy,
the guest?
Some guest on
Who the
this
fuck
space.
was this? I mean, yeah.
It's someone I've never talked to before. You'll
Certainly no
it-
one you
it'll
would
be
like
shocking.
sit down and like willingly talk to for
It
like
would never happen in
2.5
any other
hours.
context. So there's an
No
interview
way.
coming up. I don't know if we're gonna air it tomorrow or next week or whatever.
Who knows? Actually,
Uh,
probably isn't like.
It might be even aired in multiple parts because we have like a bunch of people that are like, oh, I can't do the show, or like, oh, I'm not gonna do the show. So like, we might air it in chunks. I'm not sure. But next week, on Wednesday, I will be back at 3 p.m. Welcome to Fuckville. Hopefully people enjoyed this week's program. I had a lot of fun with that one. And there's some stuff I forgot to talk about. Like next week, I might even talk about circumcision, which is one of my favorite subjects. So, I love talking about that. Yeah. So, maybe I'll spend a whole
It's
hour on
part
that.
of an ongoing series of bad time to sneeze. So,
yeah.
I mean,
You
that's
definitely don't want to sneeze in that.
fascinating. Yeah.
But yeah.
So,
What do you got going on, Letterhack? You have an interview? You're making a comic book or whatever? What's going on?
This space is on Wednesdays. At this space, you can catch me at 9 p.m. Eastern right here for Hey Funny Book, where we talk about politics, art, and comics. My guest next week will be Brian Box Brown to talk about all of his pro marijuana legalization comics. So that will be something to tune into. That's going to be a good one. And then after that, we'll be right back here with Left Past 10. And who knows who will show up. I can tell you that next Wednesday we'll kick off with Boston Brian at 1 p.m. Eastern. That's
right,
Boston
everybody.
Brian joining this space. Very excited.
A lot of people said it wouldn't be possible, but we've managed to somehow make it work.
And we're talking to more people, so we'll see what we can shake out here. But we are continuing to do it in a very methodical way. We aren't just like rushing in, like throwing it all against the wall and seeing what sticks. I can't stand that kind of process. So we are doing it in a way that we think makes sense, where we're adding people accordingly. Also, we're just trying to do something real quick here. Where is it?
It's gonna carry the two, gonna
like that.
Yep, and then
here,
one more
like this, and do that,
and
then
then
over here. I
just
can
put that over there, and then I gotta put my other hand over here, make sure that that's
there, like that,
and boom.
And then I think Monday night I'm going to have Matt Leck on my show, but
Mm.
we'll have to see. I think that's what's going to happen. But anyway, thanks everyone for hanging out. Andrea, thanks for the riveting discussion. Thanks for letting me talk about a bunch of stuff. And I still I don't know where we landed on the whole ghost thing, but anyway, thanks to
I hope the ghosts don't land on me.
Co-host, that was a Alex from Devil's Advocate Production. Make sure that you go back and Devil's Advocate Productions, and make sure that you go back and watch his Alien Earth review. And look, subscribe to that channel. Subscribe to all the channels of all the people who are on this space.
Do not subscribe to my channel.
They're not just on this
Subscribe
space.
to my Doom channel.
They're on all the other. They're on all their own platforms, and you should be subscribing to all that, because if you like what they do here, guess what? They've probably been doing it on their own platform way longer.
Got a lot
and
of
they do
catching
it
up to
in
do.
addition to this.
A lot of
And
these
so
motherfuckers, they stream like 5 hours a day. They have nothing better to do but fucking yap and yakety yak on the
good
fucking telephone.
times. They
So you
don't
got
end.
plenty of content. If you're ever like, oh no, I'm alone with my thoughts for more than 14 seconds, don't worry, because we got a whole lineup of motherfuckers with libraries, volumes full of shite.
I mean, what do you say? What do you say to that? That's a mic drop. When somebody says shite and they're not like from the UK, that's a mic drop. Mic drop. It's like a literal. Mic drops are very like not so great when you do it like. Kind of a not big deal. Not a big
No
deal.
longer be functional. I'm gonna destroy my fucking shite.
Good night. Good night, Andrea.
Get the hell out of here. What are you doing?
Roll credits.